Chapter 1. Betrayal and Maternal Love. The sunset bled crimson. Within a spacious and immaculate office at the heart of the Anqing base, a couple embraced, gazing out at the surreal vista through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The woman, with her fragrant shoulder partially exposed and suspicious red marks adorning her neck, playfully chided. Father mentioned that in 2 days, the position of the base's Secretary General will become vacant, and he will be the first to recommend you. But tell me, how shall you express your gratitude? Is that true? Knowing you care for me so, I shall do whatever you ask, the man replied with a soft chuckle, his resolute chin resting against the woman's neck, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable excitement. Should he secure the position of Secretary General, he would no longer be looked down upon within the base. What if food supplies were scarce? What if zombies roamed freely? As long as he held a position of power within the base, he could ensure his safety and that of his own. However, the woman huffed and broke free from his embrace. I asked you to deal with that mother and child, at the very least to drive them out of the base. Yet you hesitate to act and even provide them with food. What do you take me for, a fool? Feng Leshen's anger directed at the man before her was palpable. As the daughter of the base's leader, she had finally set her sights on a man, only to discover he was already encumbered by another life. Yet she saw no obstacle in that. Lesan, please don't be upset. The outside world is perilous. Once I arrange for their departure, you need not worry. I will ensure they do not remain in the base. Jishur hastily replied, seeking to stabilize her emotions to prevent any complications in the coming days. Well then, you must thank me even more tonight, for I have already taken care of it. Feng Leshen's words left Jishur momentarily stunned. Taken care of? What did that mean? A few silver-gray light trucks halted outside the dilapidated museum, and a team clad in black uniforms swiftly emerged from the vehicles. Team 2 has detected life signals within the city museum and is preparing to enter, announced the man at the forefront, clutching a walkie-talkie. After a brief hesitation, a voice crackled from the device. The detector indicates only one living person inside. The number of zombies is indeterminate. Perhaps we should reconsider. Captain G, human life is paramount. I believe we should proceed with the rescue. Su Yang countered, his disapproval evident. What did perhaps we should reconsider even mean? This so-called Captain G was notoriously irresponsible. Su Yang, the lives of the rescue team members are also valuable. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary casualties. The opposing voice fervently explained the pros and cons, yet Su Yang ultimately led over 40 rescue team members into the museum. Inside the museum courtyard, a handful of zombies began to converge upon them. Let's get to work. No one is to fall behind. Su Yang shouted. After more than an hour, the rescue team successfully entered the museum's main hall. The life detector in Su Yang's hand indicated that the life signal was located in an adjoining hall. After dispatching a few ordinary zombies, a strength-based team member forcefully kicked open the tightly sealed door to the side hall, only to have a bloodied female zombie lunge at them. The team members were prepared, and Su Yang swiftly dealt with the female zombie. In the center of the adjoining hall stood a transparent square glass case, presumably designed to protect the museum's exhibits, and within it sat a plump, healthy infant. The team members widened their eyes. The baby appeared remarkably healthy, and upon seeing them, it giggled, sucking on its pacifier. What is this? Why did the infant look so familiar? Don't all children resemble one another? Why does this one look so much like Captain G's child? Someone asked uncertainly. Not resembling. He is, Su Yang replied, glancing at the female zombie he had easily vanquished, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart. The female zombie's right wrist had been severed, and her left hand appeared to have been crushed, leaving only the palm. What struck Su Yang most was that her gaping mouth bore no teeth. This female zombie was undeniably Jishur's wife. Lin Ye. What on earth happened? A teammate beside him had also noticed the female zombie, and Su Yang had already picked up the walkie-talkie. Moments later, Jishur arrived in haste. She must have realized she was infected and first severed her right hand, then used her left to smash a bronze artifact from the exhibit. And before all this, she pulled out all her teeth. Su Yang explained expressionlessly to the shocked Jishur. Lin Ye had done all this to ensure that her child would not be harmed by her. This profound maternal love moved everyone present. How could this be? How could this be? Were they not sent to the Haidong city base? Jishur knelt beside the disfigured Lin Ye, stunned. She was his wife of barely a year, the mother of his child, and the very person he had betrayed. Perhaps the horror of Lin Ye's demise awakened him, a wave of regret crashing over him. The infant within the glass case had been cradled out and was now sleeping on a team member's shoulder. Su Yong patted Ji Shi's shoulder. Sighing, she was likely still conscious when she did all this. She was extraordinary. You should investigate why she ended up here, far from the safe base. Ji Shi's expression stiffened, his back rigid. He knew all too well why Lin Ye and their child had ended up here. Soon, word of the incident spread throughout the Anqing base. Did you hear? Captain Ji of the rescue team found his wife and child yesterday. Is that true? How ridiculous. He initially refused to let Su Yong go rescue them, claiming that one life wasn't worth saving. Who knew he would discover it was his own son after the fact? Ha! Speaking of which, his wife was quite unfortunate. I heard she met a gruesome end before turning into a zombie. Ji Shi, already infamous, became the laughingstock of the base overnight. Consequently, the position of Secretary General was now beyond his reach. 2 months later, the zombies evolved once more, and the Anqing base suffered greatly due to their resurgence, quickly becoming besieged. As the horde of zombies surged into the base, Ji Shi desperately scrambled onto a helicopter reserved for base administration. As the wave of zombies closed in from behind, Ji Shi finally managed to climb aboard the helicopter. However, in the next moment, he was forcefully kicked off. Worthless. You're merely a drain on resources. Feng Ming, the leader of the Anqing base, looked down upon Ji Shi as he plummeted. As zombies gnawed at him, the anguish of being torn apart washed over him, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant. He glimpsed the jade ring adorning his finger, taken from Lin Ye's severed hand. It was their betrothal gift. He faintly recalled their wedding day, Lin Ye unperturbedly wearing that clearly masculine jade ring, saying to him, "A diamond ring pales in comparison to your family heirloom. I prefer this one." A flash of white light passed, and Ji Shi seemed to behold a field and a courtyard, where a stone tablet stood, its inscriptions vividly etched into his sight. After a brief moment, a sardonic smile appeared on Ji Shi's lips, for it was indeed a mustard seed space concealed within the jade ring. Alas, it was all too late. It was evident that neither he nor Ye deserved such a fate. Chapter 2. Recalling her, in the space an unpleasant ringtone emanated from the fruit-themed phone, abruptly awakening Ji Shi, who lay on the bed. His eyes fluttered open to reveal a sky-blue wall and a minimalist LED light adorning the ceiling, just as he intended to survey his surroundings. Something beneath the covers stirred gently beside him. A slender, pale arm emerged from the bedding, reaching under his pillow to retrieve a phone. The alarm was silenced by those delicate fingers, which then contentedly retreated back into the warmth of the blankets, brushing against his arm in a tender gesture. Ji Shi's body froze in surprise as he abruptly threw off the soft covers, revealing his wife, Lin Ye, curled up within the duvet. It's the weekend. I wish to sleep a little longer," she mumbled, her exquisite profile obscured by her hand as she shielded herself from the sudden light. "Yeah, is that truly you?" Memories surged forth, amplifying the significance of this seemingly ordinary morning. Ji Shi trembled as he fumbled for his phone underneath the pillow, the date displayed causing his pupils to constrict. March 20th, 3022. He vividly recalled the events of April 3rd that year, the onset of the apocalypse, the beginning of humanity's calamity. But why had he returned? Was it merely a vivid dream? His fingers caressed Lin Ye's long hair, and he was suddenly struck by the familiar jade ring adorning his finger. This ring had been a token of his proposal to Lin Ye, one she should have been keeping, yet it now graced his own hand. This ring spoke volumes. As he pondered this perplexing situation, Lin Ye, still drowsy, sat up, rubbing her eyes. "What's wrong? Did I misremember the date again?" she inquired, confusion evident on her face. Was today not the weekend? Her jet-black hair cascaded gracefully down her back, and her pristine white lace nightgown enhanced her ethereal beauty. As Ji Shi gazed upon her innocent and unblemished visage, he was suddenly reminded of the tragic scene before Lin Ye's untimely demise. "Ji Shi, what's the matter?" she asked, gently patting his back as he held her tightly, only to hear the sound of his low sobs. "I'm fine. I merely had a dream." "I miss you dearly," he replied, struggling to articulate his feelings. He truly longed for her, desperately so. He had been selfish and vain, not only straying but treating Lin Ye as if she were a mere burden, while she had never harbored a trace of resentment towards him. "You actually have dreams too? But don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side," Lin Ye reassured him, her soft voice soothing his turbulent emotions. He was uncertain why he had returned. Perhaps fate had granted him a chance for redemption. "Thank you, Ye. And I am so sorry," Ji-Shur expressed, sensing something peculiar about his demeanor today. Just then, her phone rang, breaking the moment of intimacy. Yeah, it's Hualing. Don't forget our promised lunch today. My driver is already on his way to pick you up. We'll meet at Bailinglong Hotel at noon. Let us not miss each other. A playful and light-hearted voice emanated from Lin Yaya's phone. She seemed about to respond, but was swiftly interrupted and the call was terminated. With an apologetic glance at Ji-Shur, she said, I'm sorry, Hualing insisted on meeting you. Should I call back and say we're not going? No need. I will accompany you, Ji-Shur replied with a forced smile. Thanks to Zhao Hualing. He was reminded of his current identity. He was the head of security at Century Garden Community, the very place where they both resided. In his previous life, he had been accustomed to a life of laziness and indulgence. He was, in truth, inept at any profession. Thus, his father, in a moment of desperation, decided to use his savings to purchase the position of head of security for their housing complex. Beside him stood Lin Yaya, his wife, the daughter of a high-ranking official from Huitong City. A few months prior, she had encountered a Tibetan Mastiff without a leash near Century Garden. He heroically came to her rescue, which led to a classic romance scenario where she fell for him at first sight, despite his humble occupation as a security guard. Upon discovering her background, he spared no effort to win her over, making her resolute in her commitment to him, even though her family opposed their union. He cleverly guided her to secretly take the household registration book from her family, and they obtained their marriage certificate privately, confident that her parents, being protective of their daughter, would eventually accept him as their son-in-law. He proceeded with his plan. Indeed, the Lin family scolded Yaya fiercely but reluctantly accepted him. Later, while they were on their honeymoon, the outbreak of the zombie virus occurred, coupled with paralyzed transportation and communication breakdowns, preventing them from reuniting with her family. In his past life, by the time his in-laws reached the Anqing base, Lin Yaya had already perished. Cowardly, he had not dared to admit his failures, entrusting Yaya and their child to someone else. The memory of Lin Jihai weeping while holding their son, Hao Hao, remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Ugh, what a scoundrel I was. Ji-Shur felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. No wonder he ultimately met a grim fate at the hands of zombies. It was indeed poetic justice. Yet, Hualing and the others sometimes spoke too harshly, and he worried for Ji-Shur. His thoughts meandered through a moment in time, while Lin Yaya, fearful of bruising his pride, failed to notice his expression. Fool, don't concern yourself with me. None of that matters anymore, Ji-Shur reassured her. If possible, he wished to be a better man in this life. The outbreak of the zombie virus was merely days away. He needed to prepare thoroughly during this time. Ji-Shur lowered his gaze, caressing the jade ring on his finger. The place he had glimpsed before his demise had indeed been a space, and the light he had seen must have originated from this very ring. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Ji-Shur resolved to test his newfound situation. Moments later, Ji-Shur, clutching his bleeding fingers, gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Indeed, this was the very place, the stone tablet, the courtyard, and the fields, where he had last beheld before his demise in his previous life. And it was also the realm of his jade ring. The expanse here was truly considerable. Ji-Shur glanced toward the distant, gray boundaries in his former existence. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, humanity awakened various supernatural abilities, among which spatial abilities were particularly coveted. It was rumored that novice spatial manipulators possessed only a few square meters of space, insufficient to contain much. Yet here, it must span at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. At this moment, Ji-Shur stood atop a prominent circular stone platform, the closest object being a stone tablet. To the left of the tablet, several grand characters were inscribed. Ji Tsong Hai bequeathed to the descendants of our clan. Ji-Shur found this mildly amusing and continued to peruse the adjacent, obscure script. Although the writing was exceedingly intricate, he managed to decipher most of it. It turned out that this space was created by a powerful figure named Ji Tsong Hai during the era of cultivation, specifically for the use of the Ji family's descendants. However, the space required a form of spiritual energy to sustain itself. Without this energy, it would eventually close. Upon realizing this, Ji-Shur felt a searing sensation in his fingers. When he looked down, he discovered that the jade ring had vanished, and a circular symbol had appeared in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, a fist-sized, jade-green orb materialized before him. The orb emanated a dazzling light, prompting Ji-Shur to instinctively close his eyes as a deluge of information surged into his consciousness. The orb represented the space, and its color indicated the abundance of spatial energy. Currently, it retained a vibrant green hue, suggesting that the energy was temporarily plentiful. Are you that ring? Ji-Shur murmured, pondering how foolish he had been in his previous life. The orb's color mirrored that of his jade ring. He had merely let a drop of blood fall upon it, and unexpectedly found himself transported from the restroom. It was no exaggeration to say he had been foolish to unlock this realm only moments before his demise. Nevertheless, since he had arrived, Ji-Shur resolved to explore this space before anything else. Descending from the circular stone platform, he began to traverse the area, taking in the surroundings. The verdant grass felt incredibly soft beneath his feet. Approaching the courtyard, he discovered it to be a residence, adorned with a plaque of gilded characters against a dark background. The inscription caused Ji-Shi to shudder in reverence, the residence of ancestor Songhai. After reading it, he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply to the abode. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, ancestor. The younger generation shall make good use of this place." Once he had explored the entirety of the residence, Ji Songhai's stature in Ji-Shi's mind grew even more formidable. The residence contained a grand hall, several side rooms, a kitchen, and even an alchemy room, along with a well situated in the courtyard. However, Ji-Shi dared not waste any more time. This space was too vast, and it would take considerable time to fully explore it. He successfully exited the space, only to find himself once again standing before the wash basin. Aside from a circular imprint on his palm, the restroom appeared unchanged. Had he recovered so swiftly? It seemed the driver for Hualing was caught in traffic. Lin Ye was busy folding blankets. Upon seeing Ji-Shi emerge so quickly, she assumed he was anxious about something. Quickly? Was he quick? Ji-Shi paused, reflecting that he had spent nearly an hour in the space. Was it possible that the flow of time within that realm differed from that outside? Rest assured, the driver will arrive within half an hour, Ji-Shi remarked. In his past life, he had accompanied Lin Ye for this lunch, intending to leverage her connections to mingle with affluent women and high-ranking officials. However, he had been naively mistaken, as he was met with nothing but scorn upon their arrival. Consequently, upon returning, he had vented his frustrations on Lin Ye and pressured her to sever ties with Hualing's circle of friends. "How do you know?" Lin Ye inquired, turning her head curiously to look at Ji-Shi. "I saw the traffic news. Just a guess," Ji-Shi replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye, now dressed, indeed received a call from the driver of Zhao Hualing's family. "You're quite impressive today," she joked after hanging up. "Absolutely. I'll show you my prowess from now on," Ji-Shi smiled. He had chosen a simple white shirt and jeans for the day, a stark contrast to the suit Lin Ye had bought for him in his previous life. Wearing a suit in the sweltering heat, even if it was custom-tailored, had made him feel out of place. Zhao Hualing had even remarked that he resembled a bartender. Reflecting on this, he realized he had brought shame to his wife Lin Ye in his past life. Arriving once more at the entrance of the Bailinglong Hotel, Ji-Shi's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. His thoughts were now consumed with plans for the next steps. He felt no interest in befriending individuals of status. After all, it would not be long before their true natures, human, ghost, or zombie, might be revealed. Hualing, look, Ye has brought her little security guard husband. In the revolving restaurant atop Bailinglong, several exquisitely dressed beauties gathered around a marble table. Lin Ye remained as charming as ever, yet her male companion seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Clad in a white shirt, jeans, and sneakers, despite his tall stature, he emanated an air of modesty. How could Ye possibly be attracted to such a man? Zhao Hualing, a striking beauty, leisurely set down her red tea, her gaze sweeping over Ji-Shi. "Hualing, I appreciate you sending Uncle Li to pick us up from so far away," Lin Ye expressed, as her family had long-standing ties with the Zhaos. The Zhao family was renowned in Haitong City for their enterprises, providing nearly 30 of the city's employment. The relationship between the Zhao family and the Lin family was a harmonious blend of commerce and politics. "I had no choice. If I hadn't reached out, you might have never contacted me." Zhao Hualing gestured for the two to take a seat. "Why does Lin Ye seem so embarrassed?" Chun Hui inquired with a smile. Glancing at the two, "After getting married, she lives in the suburbs without a car. It must be quite inconvenient, right?" "Well, we just tied the knot, and we are considering purchasing a vehicle in the future," Lin Ye hurriedly explained, fearing to make Ji-Shi uncomfortable. "Speaking of which, it's rather hasty that you didn't even hold a wedding. We had initially agreed that I would be your bridesmaid." Ji-Shi recognized the short-haired woman speaking as Tian Yuqing, a professional fitness coach with an alluring figure. Upon hearing Tian Yuqing's remark, Ji-Shi felt no embarrassment and replied, "Previously, I was thoughtless, and Lin Ye had to endure some hardships. I assure you that we will compensate for the wedding later. You all must come to celebrate." He was not jesting. In his previous life, he owed Lin Ye a great deal, and in this life, he was determined to cherish her. However, the wedding was not to take place just yet. The three across from him were momentarily taken aback, and even Zhao Hualing cast a curious glance at Ji-Shi. Smiling as she said, "Sounds good. We will await your invitation, but aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Chapter 4. Signs of the Apocalypse in his past life. These three women had been nothing short of a nightmare for him. His bravado had crumbled in their presence, and he had even been publicly ridiculed. The memories of that humiliation were still vivid. Therefore, this time, Ji-Shi refrained from boasting and simply introduced his age and profession. His life story was likely well researched by the three women before him. Many young talents had pursued Ye in the past, You are indeed fortunate. Chun Hui remarked with a hint of sarcasm, taken aback by Ji Shi's honesty. Indeed, to marry Yaya is a blessing, but she is now my wife, not Miss Chen's. Ji Shi stated, though his gaze was tenderly fixed on the astonished Lin Yaya. Her face flushed crimson. Ji Shi had never expressed such affection towards her before. She had merely thought him proud, yet now he seemed to possess a different demeanor. Zhao Hualing observed the two and suddenly smiled, as if she understood why Lin Yaya was so determined to marry this man. You are quite charming, but I advise you not to deceive Yaya, otherwise you will find no place in Haidong City. As Lin Yaya excused herself to the restroom, Zhao Hualing's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she warned Ji Shi. This man was capricious, his past was unremarkable, and it was highly likely that his current demeanor was merely a facade. In his previous life, Ji Shi had held a deep disdain for Zhao Hualing, but in this life, he found himself admiring her perceptiveness. She could see through him as a scoundrel. Rest assured, Miss Zhao, my life is entirely devoted to Yaya, Ji Shi declared with unwavering determination, his gaze betraying no hint of anxiety or servility. Though Zhao Hualing's words were harsh and her demeanor somewhat arrogant, her intentions towards her dear friend Yaya were genuine. He recalled that Zhao Hualing's fate had not been favorable in his past life. The Zhao family's enterprise extends into the food industry. In the early days of the apocalypse, chaos reigned supreme. It was said that a desperate group of individuals, driven by hunger, forced Zhao's father and Zhao Hualing, who had sought refuge in their own food factory, out into the open and met their tragic end. Zhao Hualing was subjected to humiliation in her final moments. Upon hearing of this incident, Lin Yaya wept for several days. Consequently, when she now beheld Zhao Hualing, Ji Shi felt not only a lack of aversion, but also a tinge of compassion for her. If possible, he would remind Lin Yaya to be mindful of her. Integrity in one's character is paramount. After all, everyone possesses the discernment to recognize good from evil. Zhao Hualing remarked with a semblance of a smile. What delightful conversation are you engaged in? Lin Yaya entered to find the two deep in conversation, her lingering anxiety finally dissipating. They were discussing the importance of honesty in life. What plans do you have after this, Yaya? Perhaps we could go shopping? Tiao Yuqing cleverly shifted the topic. That sounds wonderful, but what about Ji Shi? Lin Yaya glanced at Ji Shi, hesitating. For what man would enjoy accompanying women on a shopping trip? Naturally, I shall serve as the gallant bearer of your purchases, Chun Hui replied with a smile. That would be splendid, if you do not mind, Ji Shi mused, lamenting that he could not immediately delve into his research on spatial phenomena. Nonetheless, he was more than willing to assist his wife with her shopping. Thus, the group concluded their meal at Bailinglong and headed directly to a nearby international mall. Lin Yaya, feeling somewhat apologetic, addressed Ji Shi. Thank you for your efforts today. Not at all. Yaya, you must indulge in some shopping, Ji Shi replied with a gentle smile. Within the international mall, a diverse array of foreign patrons could be seen. While Lin Yaya changed outfits in the fitting room, Ji Shi preemptively settled the bill for her. Though he considered himself impoverished, he remained unfazed as he swiped his card for the rather expensive top Lin Yaya had tried on, utilizing his own credit card. Should the apocalypse not have arrived, he could have simply repaid the credit card later. However, the events that soon unfolded confirmed his suspicions. Signs of the impending apocalypse were already manifesting. Who would have thought you possessed such gallantry? Tiao Yuqing observed from a long, soft bench near the entrance. Her athletic style clashed with the feminine attire of the boutique, while Ji Shi's hands were laden with the spoils of Zhao Hualing and her companions. As Tiao Yuqing spoke, a cacophony erupted from outside the store, though neither she nor the nearby staff paid it any heed. You flatter me, Ji Shi replied, instinctively on high alert as he heard screams, sensing an elusive, foul odor wafting through the air. Just then, a disheveled man in a dark blue work uniform staggered through the door, his head bowed. Welcome. Are you here to select clothing for your girlfriend? The staff member greeted enthusiastically. In that moment, Ji Shi swiftly pulled Tiao Yuqing toward Lin Yaya and Zhao Hualing, who had just emerged from the fitting room, commanding, stand still and do not move. Lin Yaya remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos until she was startled by a piercing scream from the shop assistant at the entrance. Ah! The man clad in a deep blue uniform had abruptly embraced the assistant, or rather, lunged at her, burying his face violently in her neck. Blood, mingled with her screams, dripped onto the gleaming marble floor as he pushed further inside, drawn by the commotion. A crowd had already gathered outside, with some frantically dialing emergency services, yet no one dared to intervene as the ravenous man was poised to seize another shop assistant. At that moment, a young man in a white shirt stood resolutely in the path of the uniformed assailant. Such brutishness towards a lady was utterly unchivalrous. Ji Shi observed the grotesque figure before him. He had no interest in conversing with a zombie. However, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he hesitated to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. A chilling roar was his response, accompanied by a pair of ghastly grayish-white eyes. Lin Yaya and her companions, not far behind Ji-Shur, could see clearly that the man's face was in a state of decay, and his gaping mouth was filled with bloody remnants of flesh. This was no longer human. Ji-Shur, be careful. Lin Ye's instinct urged her to step forward, but Ji-Shur waved her back. Meanwhile, the uniformed zombie lunged at him. Ji-Shur feigned a dodge before swiftly grabbing a metal clothing rod beside him and swung it forcefully at the zombie. Bang! The rod struck the creature's leg with a solid impact, yet it seemed impervious to pain, continuing its ferocious advance. Run, Ji-Shur! Lin Ye nearly burst into tears. But Ji-Shur, with a deft sidestep, propelled himself off the wall and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's head. Bang! The man collapsed head first onto the ground, lifeless. Ji-Shur, are you all right? Lin Ye rushed over, her eyes glistening with concern. I'm fine. It was merely a recently infected zombie, Ji-Shur reassured her. Despite his past shortcomings, such a creature posed no real threat to him. Zhao Hualing and the others gazed at Ji-Shur in astonishment as he comforted Lin Ye. His fluid movements were far from mere theatrics, leaving them puzzled about his true capabilities, as there had been no mention of martial prowess in his previous history. Was it possible that Lin Ye's encounter with the Tibetan Mastiff was not orchestrated by him? Chapter 5. A glimpse of brilliance. The mall was swiftly brought under control. Yet, Ji-Shur dared not leave Lin Ye's side for a moment. He glanced at the shop assistant on the floor, still convulsing from the bite, while a knowledgeable individual had begun to apply pressure to her neck to stem the bleeding. He yearned to intervene, but rationality dictated that no matter how fervently he explained, he would not be believed. Because she had been bitten, she would soon transform into a zombie? It was essential to understand that those initially infected with the zombie virus did not immediately become violent. The assistant still appeared to be a normal person, albeit with a slight discoloration around the wound. What had transpired with that man? Only then did Chun Hui dare to emerge from the fitting room. It looks like rabies? Tian Yuqing suggested uncertainly. The police have arrived. Zhao Hualing was suddenly struck by an intuition. Had it not been for Ji-Shur's intervention, it is highly likely that they all would have faced dire consequences. Ji-Shur, initially apprehensive about encountering trouble, found solace in reviewing the store's surveillance footage, which confirmed that he had acted in self-defense. Consequently, he was not subjected to any undue pressure, merely cooperating with the police and taking a statement. You weren't scratched or bitten, were you? A police officer inquired, observing Ji-Shur closely. At that moment, the zombie carcass and the bitten store employee had been removed by individuals clad in protective gear, and Ji-Shur realized that the situation had drawn the attention of authorities, who recognized that this virus was contagious and certainly not rabies. No, I felt he was too vicious, so I just kicked him lightly. I didn't expect. Ji-Shur's expression betrayed a flicker of fear. It's good that you weren't injured, the officer remarked. Upon noticing Ji-Shur's occupation listed as the head of security at Century Garden Community, the officer's doubts dissipated. It was entirely reasonable for a security chief to possess a few combat techniques. You scared me. I thought you were going to be taken away, Lin Ye exclaimed. By this time, the crowd of onlookers had dispersed, and the shop was cordoned off as a crime scene. After Ji-Shur recorded his statement and provided a contact number, the group was free to leave. I just didn't want him to harm anyone else. It wasn't intentional. I won't be taken away. Ji-Shur reassured Lin Ye as they walked. The three companions, observing the affectionate couple ahead, suddenly felt their enthusiasm for the day wane and bid their farewells. I'll have Uncle Li drive you back, Zhao Hualing suggested, pulling out her phone. No need. We have some errands to run nearby, Ji-Shur replied with a smile. Although Lin Ye was unaware of Ji-Shur's plans, she nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, Hualing, we'll just take a taxi back later. All right, don't forget to message us, Zhao Hualing said, her fatigue visible as the temperature climbed. After parting from the trio, Lin Ye curiously asked, What errands do we have to run? Nothing much. Just buying a few items, Ji-Shur replied, gesturing toward the buildings across from the international market, where there was an electronics mall and a chain store specializing in outdoor sports gear. Having finally arrived at this location, Ji-Shur was eager to stock up on equipment. It was a rare occasion to see Ji-Shur interested in shopping, which thrilled Lin Ye. However, the items he chose left her perplexed. Outdoor batteries, rechargeable lighting devices, solar power banks, sleeping bags, tents, and tightly packaged hiking apparel. Surely, even with their honeymoon plans, they wouldn't need such items, especially since they were heading to the picturesque Jiangnan water town. I'll explain the reasons when we get back, Ji-Shur said, leaving several business cards from shop owners. He had spotted many items he wished to purchase, but since they hadn't driven, and although he possessed a spatial ability, he was hesitant to use it in the electronics mall, which was under constant surveillance. Indeed, Century Garden Community was quite distant from the city center they had reached, and the taxi traversed a stretch of road devoid of pedestrians before arriving. Nevertheless, Ji-Shur was relatively satisfied with the geographical location of his community. Fewer people meant fewer zombies in the future. Ji-Gu, are you on the night shift today? As Ji-Shur disembarked, he encountered the security guard, Xiao Wu. At the entrance, noticing the abundance of goods the two had brought back, Xiao Wu promptly approached the taxi to assist with the load. The 7 o'clock shift. Jisher recalled that the security team operated on a rotating day and night schedule, and for the past fortnight before the apocalypse, he had been assigned to the night shift. These must be things for traveling, right? I heard that your leave has been approved. Xiao Wu observed the folded tent and sleeping bag Jisher was carrying, filled with envy. Traveling was an indulgence reserved for the affluent. With the soaring prices over the last 2 years, the less fortunate dared not venture out. Yes, it has been approved. Thanks, buddy. The taxi soon departed, and Jisher accepted the items Xiao Wu had retrieved for them. In truth, he and Xiao Wu were of the same age, both having once been impoverished youths. However, after Jisher's father secured his position as the head of security, Xiao Wu's demeanor towards him grew increasingly respectful. Xiao Wu was a straightforward individual, perhaps too earnest. During the early days of the viral outbreak, he had been used as a human shield, only to meet his demise at the jaws of a zombie, failing to even transform into one. No need for thanks. Ji Gu, take care, Xiao Wu called out cheerfully from behind, to which Jisher waved in acknowledgement. As they walked, they encountered several of Jisher's acquaintances, particularly grandparents tending to their grandchildren by the roadside. Whispers circulated about Jisher's marriage to the daughter of a prominent political figure, with tales of the bride's family being reluctant, leading to a clandestine acquisition of their marriage certificate. A politician? I heard the surname is Lin. Could it be the one from the city? Humph. How many politicians are named Lin? I suspect it's most likely Lin Jihai. Indeed, I've heard as much, and the woman is quite beautiful. I wonder what she sees in him. If my daughter dared to act like that when she grows up, I would certainly put a stop to it. Jisher listened to the murmurs behind him with a complex expression. In the past, he would have confronted those gossiping women, but now he found their words to be undeniably accurate. The insights and experiences of the older generation were indeed profound. After all, had he not wronged Lin Yaya in his previous life? Pay no heed to their idle chatter. Lin Yaya, having caught Jisher's self-deprecating smile, felt a pang of sympathy. I'll take you somewhere shortly, Jisher said mysteriously. We just got back. Do we have to go out again? Lin Yaya, fatigued, was reluctant to leave the house. We're not going out, Jisher declared, locking the door with a decisive click before drawing the curtains and shutting the windows in every room. What's going on? Lin Yaya suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. What was Jisher planning? Yaya, I have wronged you in the past, but that will not be the case moving forward. Jisher took Lin Yaya's hand, and in the next moment, she found herself standing on a circular stone platform alongside him, her expression one of astonishment. Jisher gazed at his hand, realizing that holding someone's hand indeed granted access to this extraordinary place. Chapter 6. Jitsong Hai's domain. Where is this? Am I dreaming? Lin Yaya extended her fair arm, hoping Jisher would pinch her to confirm her reality. This is not a dream, Jisher assured her, explaining that he had stumbled upon the space within the ring. Lin Yaya, upon hearing this revelation, was rendered speechless by her astonishment. So marvelous. After a moment's pause, Lin Yaya let out a soft sigh. Let us walk and talk. Jisher pressed the start button on a timer from the kitchen and slipped it into his pocket, then took Lin Yaya's hand and walked forward. Jisher, thank you for trusting me so deeply. This is a treasured heirloom of your family, and it is quite remarkable. Aren't you worried about others discovering it? Lin Yaya hesitated to ask, for having grown up in a family intertwined with politics, she understood the peril of possessing something precious. In this modern society, if such an item fell into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster. Their acquaintance was still fresh, having known each other for only a few months, and Jisher's unwavering trust moved her greatly. If I cannot trust you, who else can I trust in this world? Jisher replied, wrapping his arm around Lin Yaya's shoulders as they strolled. I know you well enough from our 2 lifetimes together. Not to mention, we are expecting a child, and such a small being would struggle to survive in a world overrun by zombies. This space is our greatest safeguard. Lin Yaya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude, but she was soon captivated by their surroundings. Jisher, look at that vast area over there. What can we do with it? It seems to be newly cultivated land, perhaps for planting? Lin Yaya exclaimed. Jisher, there is no sun, yet the sky is so blue. It's beautiful. Jisher, there's even a small pond over there. How crystal clear the water is. Jisher, this courtyard is so spacious. It feels as if we've traveled back to ancient times. Oh my, Jisher, there are elixirs here. Grandfather Tsong Hai must have been a true immortal. Watching Lin Yaya joyfully explore her surroundings, Jisher felt a surge of happiness, especially as her discovery of the elixirs piqued his interest. He had only taken a cursory glance around the alchemy chamber earlier and had not noticed the several ancient wooden boxes placed upon satin fabric in the wooden cabinet beside it. The two carefully opened one of the wooden boxes and found 3 brown elixirs lying quietly within. Their essay note, Lin Yaya exclaimed, uncovering a piece of paper hidden beneath the satin fabric. The familiar handwriting made Ji Shi's heart race. In the chaos of heaven and earth, the descendants of the Ji family shall break through like bamboo. This elixir shall aid them. It seems to be a beneficial elixir for the body. Ji Shi concluded after reading the note, identifying the elixirs as cleansing marrow pills. Can we consume them? Lin Ye inquired. If they belong to your ancestors, will they really not spoil after being stored for thousands of years? They should be safe, Ji Shi replied, placing his unwavering faith in Ji Hai and promptly swallowing one whole. Lin Ye wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She observed Ji Shi's reaction intently, and indeed, within minutes, his complexion began to pale. Ji Shi, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Ye asked urgently. No need. Stay here. I will step outside for a moment. Ji Shi recalled the note's warning that consuming the elixir would induce pain and detoxification, and he was already beginning to experience waves of discomfort. The sensation intensified gradually, compelling Ji Shi to endure and step into the restroom. Yet, he did not forget to cast a glance at the timer before exiting the space. Was the time flowing at a rate of 10 to 1? Suddenly, a sharp agony surged through him, forcing Ji Shi to cease his thoughts, swiftly followed by an overwhelming stench emanating from his surroundings. With a pained expression, he collapsed onto the restroom floor. The torment felt as if it were tearing his sinews apart inch by inch, akin to countless insects gnawing at his skin. Uncertain of how long it had been, nor how many times he had felt himself die and be reborn, Ji Shi finally regained consciousness. The sticky sensation beneath his body and arms made him frown involuntarily. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized he was lying in a mass of black muck. Surely, these were the impurities that Ji Hai had mentioned. But this was excessively filthy, wasn't he? He nearly retched. Recalling Lin Ye, whom he had inadvertently left in the space, Ji Shi struggled to rise, taking a shower while cleaning the restroom. Due to the overpowering odor, he even turned on the exhaust fan. After completing these tasks, he returned to the space. Lin Ye, with reddened eyes, sat on the stone steps before the Ji residence, gazing into the distance. Upon seeing Ji Shi, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over. Ji Shi, are you all right? I'm fine, feeling refreshed. Ji Shi replied truthfully. After his shower, he felt invigorated, the fatigue of the day dissipating entirely. Yet, he could discern a hint of surprise and shyness in Lin Ye's expression. That's good. I was worried about you all night, she said, which puzzled Ji Shi. Then he realized the reason. Time and the space differed from that outside. If an hour had passed outside, 10 hours had elapsed here. Apologies, Ye, I completely forgot about you. Ji Shi quickly apologized, acknowledging that he should have taken her with him. This meant that merely an hour had passed outside. How extraordinary. Lin Ye blinked. Sensing that Ji Shi appeared significantly more handsome, even his dark brows seemed more gallant. Was it merely an illusion? Moreover, there's another matter, Ye. This space has revealed many things to me. It seems we are on the brink of great trouble. Ji Shi disclosed the impending apocalypse that the world would soon face. Initially, Lin Ye was skeptical, yet Ji Shi's words bore an unsettling authenticity, detailing the destruction of human civilization, the drastic decline in population, and the trials of humanity. Can we truly believe this? If so, should we take action? Lin Ye pondered, feeling as if Ji Shi spoke from personal experience. Although her instincts prompted disbelief, she suddenly recalled the rabid individual they had encountered at the mall earlier that day. Could it truly be as Ji Shi had described? I have considered this too, but I fear no one will believe me aside from you, Ji Shi responded. In a world where life proceeded normally across various sectors, suddenly an individual emerged proclaiming the imminent arrival of the apocalypse. Consequently, there were but two outcomes: to be regarded as a fool, or, when the cataclysm truly struck, to be taken away for research purposes. Yet, if it were indeed true, what should we do now? Lin Ye found herself in a state of panic. Chapter 7. Emergency drill. All we can do at this moment is stockpile supplies, replied Ji Shi. We must gather as much as possible. No amount of provisions will be excessive. Indeed, we could hoard food and drink here, and when danger looms outside, we need not fear, remaining safely within these walls. Lin Ye thought this was a splendid notion. Ji Shi, however, chuckled and shook his head. If it were that simple. Maintaining this place necessitates keeping that jade sphere filled with spiritual energy. Otherwise, we might find ourselves ejected. Spiritual energy? Where could we possibly procure that? Lin Ye's disappointment was evident. I am uncertain as well. We shall take it one step at a time and focus on what is within our capacity for now, Ji Shi remarked, recalling the extraordinary sensations he experienced after consuming the cleansing elixir. He glanced at Lin Ye and resolved to have her partake in one as well. Will it hurt? Lin Ye frowned. There will be some discomfort, Ji Shi observed her, knowing her fear of pain, yet she had endured much worse in her previous life. After this, I shall ensure you do not suffer again, Ji Shi assured as he embraced Lin Ye. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, as the implication of his words led her thoughts astray. Having heard Ji Shi mention the purging effects of the elixir, Lin Yi bravely swallowed a large cleansing pill in his presence and promptly dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Ye, could you please open the door? Ji Shi stood anxiously at the door, taken aback by how swiftly she had fled. No, I'll manage on my own, Lin Yi insisted, relishing this rare moment of defiance. Unwilling for Ji Shi to witness her in a disheveled state. Resigned, Ji Shi settled before the door and began drafting a list of supplies they would need to prepare. Inside the bathroom, perhaps due to her focus on the shower, Lin Yi did not experience the agonizing pain she had anticipated. The impurities expelled from her body amounted to merely a thin layer of grime. When the bathroom door finally swung open, Ji Shi's pen clattered to the ground. Lin Yi, already possessing a charming demeanor, appeared even more striking after consuming the cleansing elixir, her features now imbued with a richer allure, her delicate nose and crimson lips, her brows and eyes like a picturesque painting, and her formerly innocent gaze now shimmering with newfound charm. Truly, as you said, I feel as though I've been reborn. Filled with boundless energy, exclaimed Lin Yi joyfully. Well then, let us engage in some activities that require strength, Ji Shi remarked. His gaze deepening as he playfully pressed Lin Yi onto the bed, his voice taking on a husky tone. As night fell, the essence of meals wafted through the Century Garden community, where Ji Shi and Lin Yi savored every morsel laid before them, leaving not a single dish untouched. The meal was ordered through takeout by Lin Yi. She was aware of Ji Shi's substantial appetite, yet she was taken aback by his capacity to consume so much. I heard there is an emergency drill tonight? Lin Yi inquired. Indeed, that is the case, Ji Shi responded. Their security team's drills were typically mere formalities, but tonight, he had different intentions. The Century Garden community, being rather secluded, still housed several unfinished units even after 5 or 6 years since the handover. To attract more buyers, the security personnel differed from those in other neighborhoods. Instead of elderly retirees, they were vibrant young individuals. Such spirited youngsters were inherently difficult to manage, and Ji Shi, the captain of the security team who had essentially purchased his position, spent his days either flattering the property management or goofing off, earning little respect. Captain Ji, you've married a wealthy young bride. How does it feel? Zhang Yong called out jovially upon seeing Ji Shi in uniform, eliciting mischievous laughter from the surrounding security guards. They were well aware of Ji Shi's character. However, today, Ji Shi did not engage with Zhang Yong's jest. He scrutinized them as if they had not met in ages. Finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Yong. If you make such jokes again, I assure you, you will regret it. His voice, though soft, was laced with an icy demeanor. Zhang Yong sensed a distinct change in Ji Shi today, yet he was unwilling to lose face in front of others. He laughed, draping his arm over Ji Shi's shoulder. What's the matter? Do you really think marrying a young lady makes you remarkable? I've heard your influential father-in-law still hasn't he acknowledged you. You ought to be more cordial with the brothers, lest you find yourself discarded. Ji Shi seized Zhang Yong's arm on his shoulder, gradually increasing his grip. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall treat my brothers well, but you may now silence yourself. Zhang Yong felt as though his arm were on the verge of being crushed. The pain contorted his expression. He finally cried out, prompting Ji Shi to release him. The others witnessed Zhang Yong hunched over in apparent agony, while Ji Shi turned his attention back to them. Tonight's emergency drill requires the full participation of the night shift team. No one is to fall behind. Ji Shi shouted. The assembled group stood in disarray, lacking any semblance of order. Upon hearing his command, they exchanged bewildered glances. An emergency drill was typically a mere formality, a chance for photographs. Oh, rarely do we see Captain Ji taking this so seriously. Everyone should run swiftly to keep up, chuckled Dongwen Guang, who was closest to Zhang Yong and shared his disdain for Ji Shi's arrogance. Precisely, let us make sure to run well. We'll have to do this every day moving forward. After all, it won't be long before we cease, Ji Shi remarked, leading the security team to regard him as though he had lost his senses. It was well known that the drill would require them to circle the entirety of the Century Garden community, a considerable distance indeed. After taking the cleansing pill, Ji Shi, despite having spent the entire day outdoors, effortlessly sprinted to Building D, leaving a large group of people far behind. He even took the opportunity to purchase several bags of rice and flour online with his phone. You all are in trouble. If anything were to happen, it would be easy for them to catch up and retaliate against you, Ji Shi remarked. In a certain sense, those infected with the zombie virus could be regarded as an evolution, often surpassing human limits and achieving speeds unattainable by ordinary people. Are you joking? We are living in peaceful times. What retaliation are you talking about? Zhao Qin grumbled with a thick regional accent. He took the security job for the ease it offered. Not to undergo training. See you at the next assembly point. Anyone who can't make it will be fined 20. Ji Shi, holding a fire extinguisher in one hand and navigating the online shopping page with the other, resumed his run, realizing he needed to prepare swiftly. Is he out of his mind? Is he trying to make fools of us? Zhao Qin cursed as he began to run, burdened in this sweltering heat. However, Ji Shi was known for being particularly petty. If he were to catch wind of their complaints, they might indeed face a deduction in their wages. Chapter 8. Lin Jihai. That evening, a group of security guards of various heights and builds, huffing and puffing while carrying fire extinguishers, was captured on video by some residents of the Century Garden community and posted online with the caption, "Kudos to the Century Garden security team. They embody the spirit of service and provide us with a sense of safety." The video garnered numerous likes and even made the headlines that day. In a luxurious cream-colored villa, Lin Fanqing jumped up from the spacious leather sofa, clutching his phone, and shouted as he rushed upstairs, "Mom and Dad, I just saw my brother-in-law." Almost immediately, a furious voice erupted from within the house. "What brother-in-law? If you dare to call him that again, you can pack your bags and leave." Lin Jihai slammed his pearwood table, causing a thunderous noise, prompting Lin Fanqing to shrink back and prepare to exit the room. He then heard another round of angry shouts. "Come back here. Show that video to your mother and me." "Oh." Lin Fanqing dared not say more and quickly handed over his phone. While the security team received applause in the video, there were also many criticisms aimed at Ji Shi. How could a team leader run while using his phone? Lin Jihai's face turned a deep shade of anger. If he can't even perform his duties as a guard properly, how on earth did Ye end up with someone like him? But he runs so fast. Lin Fanqing blurted out, only to receive a sharp glare from his mother, Tang Jingru, prompting him to promptly silence himself. "Don't worry. Once I finish my work in a couple of days, I'll go see Ye. If necessary, I'll bring her back," Tang Jingru reassured him. Mindful of Lin Jihai's constant frustration since Lin Ye insisted on marrying that young security guard, she genuinely feared her husband might suffer some ailment from his ire. After finishing his night shift, Ji Shi viewed the video and, rather than being bothered by the online criticism, left a comment beneath it. "I am the captain of the Century Garden security team. Recently, there have been numerous security issues. Please remain vigilant when going out. And consider stocking up on food, preferably through online shopping." Upon reading this message, Lin Jihai became even more incensed. What kind of man hoards food? Clearly, he is a failure. The son-in-law he envisions should be capable of achieving great things, unconcerned with trivialities. He may lack wealth or power, but must at least be upright and ambitious. Yet, Ji Shi could only purchase the title of a security captain, and his father, presenting himself with an insipid grin and a plethora of health supplements to propose, was a testament to their lack of decorum. The fact that he had not ordered them to be thrown out was, indeed, a display of considerable restraint. At that moment, Ji Shi was concocting plans with Lin Ye on how to convince Lin Jihai of their sincerity, particularly regarding Lin Ye's younger brother, Lin Fanqing. In a previous life, Lin Fanqing had been bitten during a class reunion at the onset of the zombie virus outbreak. He even received a call from his soon-to-be mutated self, pleading for Ji Shi to take good care of Lin Ye and their family while he still retained his sanity. Despite his promises, Ji Shi ultimately faltered, and it was certain that their parents would not believe him. Understanding his father as intimately as any daughter would, Lin Jihai was a materialist who had instilled in his children a belief in science from a young age. However, Lin Ye was touched yet saddened to realize that Ji Shi was still concerned about her parents. Lin Jihai and Lin Mu held considerable bias against Ji Shi, and while Lin Fanqing was reluctant, he would still address Ji Shi as brother-in-law. In such circumstances, informing their father that the apocalypse was imminent would likely result in them being thrown out of the house. Convince one if possible. First, try to arrange a meeting with Fanqing. "I will make him believe," Ji Shi proposed. "You can't be serious," Lin Ye exclaimed, looking at Ji Shi, who nodded in affirmation, leaving her utterly astonished. They were family, and if disaster struck, mutual support was far more vital than suspicion. Considering the events of their past lives, Ji Shi had no intention of concealing anything from Lin Ye's family, save for her father, who had yet to return home. In this world, the only individuals he could trust were Lin Ye's family, who had never wronged him in his previous life. "Ji Shi, thank you," Lin Ye said, her eyes welling with tears as she embraced him, reassured that she had not misjudged his character. With this resolution, Lin Ye easily arranged to meet her brother, who was currently enjoying his summer break. "An invitation from my sister? I must attend. But honestly, is it because my brother-in-law is bullying you?" Lin Fanqing inquired nervously over the phone, noting the seriousness in Lin Ye's tone, which suggested that something significant was about to occur. "What nonsense are you spouting? I called you for a reason, and it's something your brother-in-law and I decided together. Just come on time, and please don't inform Dad just yet." Lin Ye hesitated before responding. Understood. Don't worry. Dad is preoccupied with a land project and has no time to keep tabs on me." With that, Fanqing hung up, and Lin Ye wore a helpless expression. She felt that even if Ji Shi were to bring Lin Jihai into the space to reveal the impending apocalypse, Lin Jihai would remain skeptical unless the day truly arrived. Ji Shi had spent merely an hour in the space before emerging, having taken a refreshing nap. While less than an hour had passed outside, is Fanqing coming today? Ji Shi took a moment to shower, which reminded him that perhaps he should install a water system in his space. After lunch, Lin Yi approached him, presenting a card. Here, this is for you. What is this? Ji Shi, still drying his hair with a towel, felt the small card being pressed into his palm by Lin Yi. It contains 5 million, a portion from my parents and my own savings. Water droplets continued to trickle from Ji Shi's hair, his eyes as deep as the stars. Noticing his gaze, Lin Yi hurriedly masked her discomfort with words. You need money for stockpiling supplies, right? Besides, this money would be wasted if not used. The modest card held immense significance, and Ji Shi was astonished that Lin Yi would entrust her entire fortune to him. In his previous life, he only learned of her savings after the apocalypse. This 5 million included the compensation from the demolition of the Lin family's old house, as well as the red envelopes and wages she had accumulated over the years. She was willing to give it all to him. Thank you, Yaya. Ji Shi gently caressed his wife's flawless face, pondering what merit he possessed to be blessed with such a virtuous partner. Don't mention it. Just remember to stock up on a refrigerator filled with plenty of egg roll ice cream. Lin Yaya felt relieved that Ji Shi accepted her gift. I promised to complete the task, Ji Shi replied with a smile. He needed a significant amount of money, and his first step was to sell his property. With his meager savings, he hoped to gather around 2 million. However, he did not intend to use this amount for stockpiling. Rather, he planned to invest in the stock market, where he had previously experienced a disheartening defeat. He recalled that in his past life, due to the extreme heat before the apocalypse, the stock of Juanchi Electronics would surge several times in the following days. Originally, he had been eager to contact an agent to sell his house, but now with Lin Yi's 5 million, he intended to invest directly in stocks. Chapter 9. The siblings, however, investing 5 million in a single stock seemed exceedingly reckless. Should he profit, it might arouse suspicion from others. So Ji Shi kept this plan to himself. When Lin Fanqing arrived at Ji Shi's home, it was already overrun with boxes piled high. Ji Shi was pushing a baby stroller he had salvaged from a discarded furniture lot, bringing in several boxes of instant noodles. Lin Fanqing was not daunted by the scene, but rather astonished by the couple's appearance. Although his sister Yaya had always been beautiful, she seemed even more radiant now. And Ji Shi, why did he appear so tall and handsome, completely shedding his previous shabby demeanor? Could it truly be that love had the power to enhance one's beauty? What are you thinking? Come help us unpack these. Lin Yaya, noticing Lin Fanqing, who stood over 6 feet tall, lingering in the living room, handed him a pair of scissors to assist with the boxes. Are you two planning to escape the city for an adventure? Lin Fanqing asked, eyeing the abundance of outdoor gear and food, which clearly indicated a long journey ahead. Will you let your brother-in-law explain later? Do mom and dad know you're here? Lin Yaya set aside several boxes of soap and shower gel, and then she watched as Ji Shi approached and placed his hand on one of the boxes. To her astonishment, the topmost box of soap vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Fanqing inadvertently witnessed this scene and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. One by one, the boxes disappeared at Ji Shi's touch, and Lin Fanqing was resolute in his conviction. His brother-in-law possessed magical powers. Sis, brother-in-law, where did those items go? Lin Fanqing circled around Ji Shi, his voice tinged with astonishment. Ji Shi smiled and replied, I've collected them. Collected? Where to? A spatial realm? As an avid fan of fantasy novels and anime, Lin Fanqing immediately thought of the personal spaces depicted in stories. Yet he found the notion too fantastical to be plausible in reality. You know about spatial realms? Lin Yaya exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is a spatial realm. Would you like to take a look inside, Fanqing? Ji Shi's words took Lin Fanqing a considerable amount of time to process. Is it really a spatial realm? We can actually go in? Brother-in-law, you truly are my dear brother-in-law. Please take me in to see. Lin Fanqing realized that if Lin Jihai were to witness his current enthusiasm, he would surely be furious. However, he was too excited to care, especially with Lin Yi present. Ji Shi had no reason to deceive him. Of course, but before we go in, I have something important to discuss with you. Ji Shi gestured for Lin Fanqing to sit down, his expression turning serious. Lin Fanqing swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I won tell a soul. No matter what happens. Lin Yaya chuckled at her brother's earnestness. It seemed he was quite perceptive. I recently stumbled upon some critical information, which is why your sister and I have started preparing so early, to brace ourselves for what may come. I intend to keep my spatial realm a secret from anyone outside our family. If you utter a single word about today's events, it could jeopardize our lives. Ji Shi revealed the impending apocalypse to Lin Fanqing. The latter listened in stunned silence, his expression shifting from disbelief to gravity. For he could tell Ji Shi was not jesting. When Ji Shi led him and Lin Yaya into the spatial realm, Lin Fanqing's faith in his brother-in-law's words solidified. So, you're stockpiling supplies as well? Wow, you must include me in this. Lin Fanqing exclaimed. his eyes wide with excitement as he surveyed the wonders within the spatial realm. Unlike the empty voids he had envisioned from novels, his brother-in-law's space resembled a veritable paradise. I would be grateful if you simply avoid causing trouble. Your brother-in-law chose to confide in you for your own safety. We have already encountered zombies once, Lin Ye remarked, puzzled that their recent encounter at the mall had not made the news. Even Zhao Hualing had commented in their group chat that the incident seemed illogical. What? You encountered zombies? Lin Fanqing felt a twinge of envy. How had he never experienced such thrilling events? Zombies are far from entertaining. In any case, apart from assisting us in stockpiling supplies, you are to refrain from attending any gatherings, big or small, Lin Ye declared. Naturally, Lin Fanqing held no objections, as he had already become captivated by Ji Shi's expansive space, which seemed capable of harboring all things. In stark contrast, the courier packages nearby appeared rather meager. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I, Lin Fanqing, solemnly vow never to disclose any details about this space. Otherwise, shall I be struck down by divine retribution? It was Lin Fanqing's first time swearing an oath, and he was somewhat inexperienced in the endeavor. Nevertheless, he spoke from the depths of his heart and regarded Ji Shi with newfound respect. Due to Lin Ye's insistence on marrying Ji Shi, the once harmonious family had become estranged. Lin Zhihai sighed daily, and the father-daughter relationship had plummeted to an all-time low. Now, the previously unremarkable Ji Shi had transformed into a figure of legend in Lin Fanqing's eyes, and he even considered their family as his own. What a generous spirit. Ji Shi sensed the fervent gaze of Lin Fanqing directed at him, and subsequently instructed Lin Ye to guide Lin Fanqing through the various corners of the space. I have located the vacant house I asked someone to find. The supplies we purchase will be delivered there. I am somewhat apprehensive about your sister being alone. Could Fanqing assist her? Ji Shi inquired. Absolutely. Brother-in-law, you need not worry. I am quite capable, Lin Fanqing assured, thumping his chest. Fanqing, regarding our parents. Lin Ye began as the three approached the pond within the space. The pond was devoid of any objects, yet the water was crystal clear. Ji Shi had tasted the water, which was as sweet as that from the well at their home. Sister, I understand your concerns. We share the same thought. Let us keep this from them for now. Our priority is their safety. We shall assess the situation when the time comes. Lin Fanqing was astute. He knew his mother was reasonable, but he was all too familiar with his father's character. Lin Zhihai was the type to persist until he hit rock bottom, refusing to turn back until truly confronted with the truth. Until the day arrived, he would never believe any of their words. Listening to the siblings, Ji Shi felt somewhat reassured. He indeed required assistance, for once the apocalypse descended, their foremost task would be survival in a world rife with zombies. Relying solely on himself and Lin Ye would be arduous, especially since they were soon to welcome a new life. He needed a circle of trustworthy individuals and formidable strength. Chapter 10. The path of stockpiling supplies. The trio swiftly devised a collaborative plan. Ji Shi set out alone to invest Lin Ye's 5 million into the stock market before borrowing a vehicle, intending to visit a nearby town with Lin Ye. This was a small cargo truck, equipped with only 2 seats, which belonged to his friend Lao Luo, who had no deliveries to make in the coming days. Lin Ye had never ridden in a cargo truck, yet she found the experience quite novel. The vehicle appeared capable of carrying a substantial amount of goods, far exceeding the capacity of a trunk. Lin Ye, after settling in, smiled and remarked, "Well, when we find the time, we should purchase a vehicle." Ji Shi determinedly stated, "What is of utmost importance in this dystopian world? Aside from sustenance, it is transportation. Without a vehicle, we are completely exposed to the threat of zombies, leaving us with no sense of safety." After navigating a winding mountain path, they arrived at their destination, Wanha Township, coincidentally just in time for the local market, which occurs every 3 days. To save time, Ji Shi planned to buy live chickens and ducks at the market. They located a shop that seemed to specialize in poultry. The entrance littered with chicken feathers and straw, and as they approached, the pungent odor of chicken excrement assaulted their senses. It appeared that rural households were not lacking in chickens and ducks, making this shop particularly desolate. A dim ceiling fan creaked as it turned, while an elderly man lay sleeping on a bench, bare-chested. Ji Shi approached to awaken him. On the left are the chickens, and on the right, the ducks. "Please, make your selection," the old man said, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stood up, unperturbed by the disturbance. "Sir, we shall take all of these," Ji Shi replied after surveying the stock. To his pleasant surprise, there were indeed ducks, although the total number of chickens and ducks scarcely exceeded 30. "Are you from the city? Don't worry, I can provide more if needed." The old man revealed that his family operated a poultry farm, and this shop served merely as a front. "Do you have any other livestock? We are also interested in purchasing a few pigs, cows, and sheep, preferably one of each gender," Ji Shi inquired further. "I do have some, but may I ask what you intend to do with them?" The old man asked curiously. "You see, a relative of mine has a small farm in the suburbs, and they entrusted us with the task of procuring some animals. Lin Ye quickly fabricated a response. The old man understood, but still wore an expression that suggested he was accustomed to city folk. He made a phone call to his poultry farm. The number of animals Ji Shi was buying was not particularly substantial for the farm, but he purchased them at retail prices. In high spirits, the old man gifted him a basket of adorable, fluffy chicks, which delighted Lin Ye immensely. How utterly charming, she exclaimed, unable to resist the allure of the little yellow chicks. Sir, given the current unrest outside, it would be prudent to stock up on grains. Ji Shi offered a gentle reminder before departing. In this sweltering heat, it's not easy to store grains, but you are right. We should indeed buy some. The old man grumbled as he reclined back onto the bench. Thanks to Ji Shi's generous pricing, it wasn't long before they waited at the village entrance, where someone delivered the prepared chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. It seems we still have time to purchase some seeds, Ji Shi said after settling the payment with Lin Ye. His storage not only accommodated supplies, but the grassy area indicated it could also be cultivated. If he could utilize that vast expanse for planting grains, combined with the flow rate of his space, it might become a significant asset in the future. Unfortunately, seeds cannot be bulk ordered online. Otherwise, online shopping would be much more convenient, Lin Ye remarked from the passenger seat, still placing orders online. As they conversed, they realized that the road ahead was blocked. What is going on? It was just fine when we arrived, Lin Ye remarked. It appears to be a cordon. Something must have transpired ahead. Let us disembark and investigate, Ji Shi suggested as he examined the map. This is the only route back. I apologize, but there are official duties being conducted ahead. For your safety, this road is temporarily closed, a young policeman stated as Ji Shi rolled down the window. Understood. May I inquire how long the delay might last? Ji Shi asked, pondering the reason behind the cordon on Wanling Mountain, a site untouched by development save for a power station. We're uncertain at this moment, the officer replied succinctly. With no other choice, the two parked their vehicle at the roadside, where two other cars were already stationed, likely in a similar predicament. Hey, where are you folks from? We've been waiting here for nearly an hour, a short man beside a black sedan approached, offering Ji Shi a cigarette. Thank you, but I do not smoke. We are heading to Haitong City, Ji Shi politely declined. In another SUV, a family appeared to be present. A boy and a little girl were collecting leaves by the roadside, the boy looking no older than 2, accompanied by a woman with short hair. I heard a murderer has escaped into these mountains. It's uncertain when they will apprehend him, the short man remarked, seeming quite familiar with the situation. Ji Shi, still puzzled, asked, but how could someone escape to such an open area like Wanling Mountain? Who knows? We dare not speculate or inquire further. Let us simply wait. The man replied. Suddenly, Ji Shi heard a rustling from the nearby bushes, though the others seemed oblivious. He gestured to Lin Ye to remain still while he approached the source of the sound, which was in the direction of the children playing. Could it be something? I hope it's not a snake, the short-haired woman said, pulling the children closer. I didn't hear anything. The short man, now smoking, joined Ji Shi. Ji Shi only mentioned the sound, but they had not perceived it. A gust of wind swayed the foliage, and the woman, along with the children, retreated a good distance. The tall man, who had been organizing the SUV's trunk, now stood beside her, observing Ji Shi. Bark, bark. Suddenly, a dog's bark resonated from the bushes, and everyone exhaled in relief as a scruffy, gray dog emerged. What a surprise, it's just a stray dog, the short man chuckled. Doggy, big doggy. The little boy danced with excitement, eager to approach the dog, only to be restrained by his anxious parents. What if it bites someone? Don't go near it, the tall man cautioned, lifting the restless boy into his arms while the short-haired woman held onto the frightened little girl. Ji Shi, this doesn't seem like a stray dog. It appears to be a Samoyed, Lin Ye remarked as she approached. Uncertain, Ji Shi replied. Ji Shi had no expertise in dogs. He merely felt that the canine was fixated upon him, which struck him as rather peculiar. Woof, woof. During their conversation, the gray-haired dog barked again, and the little boy had inexplicably wriggled free from restraint, his short legs propelling him towards the dog with fervor. Chapter 11. The path of stockpiling. 2. Ji Shi realized that since consuming the cleansing elixir, his senses had sharpened considerably. At that moment, a familiar stench wafted through the air, and Ji Shi's body instinctively tensed. This odor unmistakably belonged to a zombie. Caution! As he noticed the little boy was about to dash past him, Ji Shi swiftly grasped the collar of his shirt, just as a series of growls echoed in his ears, alerting those around them. Roar! Accompanied by the barking of the dog, a figure suddenly lunged from the underbrush. Another zombie? Ji Shi and Lin Ye simultaneously pondered upon witnessing the sight before them. Had zombies become so prevalent, or were they simply unlucky enough to encounter them repeatedly? Nevertheless, Ji Shi had no time to dwell on such thoughts, for he found himself in the closest proximity to the undead. Yeah, step back, don't come any closer. Though Lin Ye still felt a twinge of anxiety after their previous encounter with a zombie, she managed to maintain a much steadier demeanor than before. Just as the zombie lunged towards him, the gray-haired dog surged forward, sinking its teeth into the zombie's pant leg, which left Ji Shi in a state of bewilderment. Zombies instinctively attack any living creature, be it human or animal. Yet this dog, which clearly behaved like an ordinary canine, had just issued a warning, and surprisingly, the zombie showed no reaction to it. Roar! The zombie, possessing tremendous strength, easily broke free from the dog's grip. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Shi delivered a sharp kick to the zombie's shoulder, astonishingly breaking half of its body and sending it crashing against a nearby tree. Ji Shi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that after consuming the cleansing elixir, his strength had indeed augmented. The zombie, seemingly impervious to pain, rose again and lunged at Ji Shi with its gaping maw. Just as Ji Shi prepared to confront it, he noticed someone approaching from a distance. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he feigned retreat, leading the zombie towards a less populated area. Upon reaching a low wall, Ji Shi abruptly halted. As the threat of capture loomed, a wave of tension swept over the onlookers. In a deft maneuver, Ji Shi sidestepped just in time, while the zombie, unable to evade, collided violently with the wall. "Could that man possibly be a drunken blind fool?" remarked a short man. "He appears to be deceased." A tall man cradling the little boy observed clearly that the disfigured man, who was prone to aggression, seemed to be pinned to the wall, utterly motionless. Had that man intentionally caused the collision? Yet, he still remembered to shield the boy's eyes. "He is dead." The two police officers exchanged complex expressions, having witnessed the man crash against the wall, while Ji Shi merely evaded the blow, never anticipating that the other would meet such a grim fate. Several gentlemen. Just moments ago, this brother merely kicked that individual twice, and it was solely to rescue the child. Unexpectedly, that person collided headlong into him. The shorter man, assuming that the police had come to confront Ji Shi, hurriedly offered an explanation on his behalf. Ji Shi cast a grateful glance at him and recounted the earlier events to an officer who was taking notes. "Very well, we understand. As long as you are uninjured, that is sufficient." The officer jotted down notes while speaking, and shortly after, several individuals clad in protective gear rushed from a nearby vehicle and swiftly lifted the fallen individual onto a stretcher. "Uninjured, I possess great leg strength. I did not collide with him," Ji Shi observed and clarified. That is acceptable. The area has been cleared. You may proceed." After checking Ji Shi's identification, another officer signaled for them to pass. Ji Shi expressed his gratitude once more to the shorter man who had defended him. And just as he was about to enter the vehicle, he noticed Lin Ye squatting in front of a gray dog, murmuring something. The gray dog obediently lay on the ground, its dark eyes fixed on Lin Ye. "Ji Shi, may we?" Before Lin Ye could finish her pleading words, Ji Shi interjected, "Let us take it along." This decision stemmed not only from the dog's earlier attempt to save him, but also from a recollection of a tale he had heard in a past life. It was said that in the apocalyptic world, there existed a remarkable dog that neither zombies nor zombified animals would attack, yet it behaved like an ordinary dog. Due to its amiable nature, a person whom it had saved decided to adopt it. However, in a tragic turn of events, that individual, in pursuit of resources, attached explosives to the dog and commanded it to detonate a zombie nest, resulting in the dog being obliterated alongside the zombies. Perhaps this was indeed that ill-fated dog. Ji Shi placed the gray dog in the cargo area of the vehicle before driving back with Lin Ye. Fortunately, when they reached the city, the evening was still young enough for Ji Shi to purchase a full truckload of seeds before the agricultural supply store closed. The shop owner was delighted, unable to contain his joy at making a substantial sale on such a hot day. "Here is my business card. Should you require any more seeds, feel free to contact me in advance. We also offer delivery services." Very well. Ji Shi accepted the card and, spotting a nearby machinery store, decided to purchase 3 electric seed sowers and a grain dehusker as well. In total, he spent 20,000 yuan in half an hour. However, considering that soon money would become worthless paper, and with his investments in the stock market, Ji Shi felt no regret. After collecting the machinery store owner's business card, both were famished, yet they had not forgotten about Lin Fanxing, who had worked diligently throughout the day. "Sister, brother-in-law, I have arranged all these goods neatly for you. Do you find it satisfactory?" Lin Fanxing was taken aback by their extensive purchases. Ji Shi had even acquired several hundred solar panels, which he had only recently learned were similar to solar power generating panels. "Thank you for your hard work, Fanxing." Ji Shi was undoubtedly pleased. He could discern that Lin Fanxing was genuinely engaged in this endeavor. This corroborated Lin Ye's assertion that although Lin Fanxing might appear unreliable, he proved dependable in critical moments. The trio ventured to a restaurant near Century Garden for a sumptuous meal. Just as they were about to settle the bill, the proprietor warmly presented them with a large tub of vanilla ice cream, which delighted Lin Ye immensely. "Should Fanxing stay over today?" Ji-Shur casually stowed the ice cream in his space, primarily due to the sweltering heat outside. Need I say more? My brother-in-law has invited me. Don't worry. I'll just tell Mom I'm visiting a classmate for a few days. She won't suspect a thing, Lin Fanqing remarked. The household imposed strict regulations on Lin Yeye, but Lin Fanqing enjoyed a more lenient upbringing. Even if he stayed out for a month, it was unlikely that his parents would fret excessively. However, he did not anticipate that Ji-Shur's invitation harbored deeper intentions, especially when Ji-Shur produced a pill and instructed him to swallow it in the restroom. His eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a path to cultivation. Chapter 12. The Stockpiling Journey 3. Listening to the anguished cries emanating from the restroom, Lin Yeye helplessly remarked, "You go ahead. I'll wait here." All right. Ji-Shur recognized that the pain was rather intense for a young boy, but he had an array of animals in his space awaiting his attention. Upon entering the space, Ji-Shur was greeted by the enthusiastic presence of a large gray dog. "I almost forgot about you." To bring a pet into Century Garden, one required specific documentation. So he had chosen to store the newly acquired chickens, ducks, and livestock alongside the dog. The gray dog evidently thrived in this environment. Fortunately, the poultry and livestock were all secured with cages and ropes, and Ji-Shur could tell that the animals had adapted well to their new surroundings. When he observed that the batch of chicks gifted by the old man had grown significantly within just an afternoon, he was taken aback. Thankfully, the delivery person had also provided some free chicken and pig feed. Otherwise, he would have genuinely worried about the animals starving. Ji-Shur fashioned several makeshift enclosures in the vacant lot behind the Ji residence using discarded fences collected from the old neighborhood dump, subsequently separating the poultry and livestock within. "You should join me outside. Otherwise, you'll soon become an old dog." Ji-Shur affectionately patted the gray dog that had been faithfully following him. Yuchio had informed him that the passage of time within the space only affected those and animals who did not exit. Those like them, who frequently traversed between realms, would not experience a reduced lifespan. Woof. As if understanding Ji-Shur's words, the gray dog responded with a couple of barks. Meanwhile, Lin Fanqing was admiring his transformed appearance in front of the mirror. "Sister, look. The acne scars on my face have vanished, and my skin is as smooth as silk. Why does a young man like you concern yourself with such matters?" Lin Yeye replied, her tone laced with exasperation. Yes, those are trivial. What is truly remarkable is the myriad of effects this medicine has. I feel as though I can strike a bull from across the mountains. Sister, what an extraordinary husband you have found. Lin Fanqing finally comprehended why both individuals appeared transformed upon their recent encounter. It was, in fact, the remarkable effects of the elixir. During this time, we should dedicate more moments to physical training, as it will aid in the subsequent awakening of our extraordinary abilities. Ji-Shur's voice resonated from within the room, prompting Lin Yeye and Lin Fanqing to exclaim in unison, "Awakening extraordinary abilities?" Indeed, the space has conveyed to me that seizing the initial opportunity is paramount. Those who are robust and vigorous possess the highest probability of awakening their extraordinary powers. And I trust that this cleansing elixir will provide significant assistance. The first half of Ji-Shur's statement was a jest, yet the latter half bore truth. It is akin to the survival of the fittest. A virus initially infects those with the weakest constitution while endowing the strongest with the skills necessary to endure, manifesting as an array of extraordinary abilities. Is this not reminiscent of magic? Could such wonders truly exist? Lin Fanqing was particularly exhilarated. What a fantastical reality. Such matters are shrouded in uncertainty, yet should they come to pass, I fear it would spell tragedy for humanity. After Ji-Shur finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the three. Indeed, who would willingly succumb to a virus and transform into a monstrous devourer? Who would consent to being consumed by such a creature? Only a select few would manage to survive, and humanity would inevitably face extinction. There is one more thing. Ji-Shur extended his hand, and in an instant, a bucket of ice cream materialized within his palm. Oh dear, I nearly forgot to place it in the freezer. Lin Yeye instinctively took the ice cream, only to halt in astonishment. How could this ice cream, stored in space for so long, still be frozen? I have just realized that the space serves as a natural preservation chamber. Whatever state the food is in when placed inside, it remains unchanged upon retrieval. Ji-Shur smiled, asserting that the ice cream's pristine condition was the best testament to this fact. I exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, your ancestral lineage is truly remarkable." Lin Fanqing exclaimed in surprise. The mere existence of this space is already extraordinary, and now it possesses so many additional functions. It appears that stockpiling food is no longer a concern for us. Ji-Shur had initially intended to purchase more refrigerators to store within the space, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. With a cheer, Lin Yeye promptly took out her phone and opened the home delivery app to begin hoarding various ice cream cones. Recently cleansed Lin Fanqing, invigorated by the thought of the impending apocalypse, realized that his favorite delicacies might never again be within reach. He, too, found himself irresistibly drawn to the shopping app. Joining Lin Yeye in her purchasing spree, Jisher was no exception, though he did not forget to call his father. I am still traveling and will not return hastily. Ji Jinping replied upon receiving Jisher's call. Father, there is no need for deception. Let me be direct. It is not I who seeks you, but Yeye. She hopes you can return promptly. Jisher harbored no belief in his father's excuse of traveling. Over the years, his father had gradually succumbed to social anxiety, severing ties with others. His previous reluctance to return was merely a desire not to intrude upon their newfound life together. In the rented accommodation, Ji Jinping immediately rose upon hearing this, loudly demanding, "Speak. Did you, you little rascal, upset Yeye to the point that she wishes to kick you out?" Ji Jinping's voice was notably loud, and Lin Yeye, who was nearby, could hear him. "Dad, that's not it. Jisher hasn't upset me. We genuinely have a matter at hand and hope you can come back to assist us," Lin Yeye explained as she took Jisher's phone. "Oh, it's my daughter-in-law. Don't worry, Dad will return tomorrow. We are all family. There's no need to speak of assistance. Jisher was taken aback that Lin Yeye managed to placate Ji Jinping with just a few words, considering this was already his 8th call urging Ji Jinping to come back. "Brother-in-law, I came across a post stating someone witnessed a zombie." At that moment, Lin Fanqing excitedly showed Jisher the video on her phone. Indeed, he was not lying. In the video, a man at a night market staggered around as if intoxicated, even biting anyone in sight. The videographer eventually caught the man's attention, and the final scene depicted him charging forward, his eyes and skin unmistakably reminiscent of a zombie. Shouldn't we do something about this? After her excitement waned, Lin Fanqing began to worry. She truly hoped the apocalypse would not come. I've posted numerous alerts urging everyone to be cautious of rabid individuals and stockpile food, but it's all fallen on deaf ears. Jisher lamented as he retrieved some of his posts. He was not a selfish individual and had endeavored to do his part, yet he realized he could not prevent anything. "Brother-in-law, perhaps I was too naive. I should simply stock up," Lin Fanqing remarked, having just commented on that video, advising everyone to be cautious and avoid going out, only to be met with a barrage of accusations of paranoia. "That's quite normal. You'll gradually get accustomed to it," Jisher replied with a knowing tone. Chapter 13. Buying a car the following day. Upon waking, Lin Yeye turned on the morning news. Aside from the soaring stock prices of Juanchi electronics making headlines, she found no mention of any incidents involving people biting one another trending online. Disheartened, she made her way to the bathroom, where she heard the sound of running water. "Jisher, are you in there?" Upon witnessing the scene in the bathroom, she gasped in surprise. Inside was a pure white Samoyed. She quickly realized that this dog was the same gray-haired wild dog they had encountered a few days prior. After a bath, it looked astonishingly handsome. "Did I wake you?" There's steamed buns and soybean milk on the table. But this little creature devoured 2 baskets of buns all by itself. Jisher pointed at the well-groomed Samoyed. "Looks like I brought home a little foodie." Wong. The Samoyed seemed to understand that this would be its future mistress, wagging its tail in greeting to Lin Yeye. So adorable. Lin Yeye felt utterly defenseless against the fluffy creature. "Hurry and eat. Fanqing has already gone to the warehouse," Jisher urged. Lin Yeye stuck out her tongue, realizing she was the last to rise, but it was Jisher who had kept her up late the previous night. Had it not been for the effects of the cleansing elixir, she might have found it impossible to get out of bed today. Watching Lin Yeye run off with a flushed face, Jisher simultaneously dried the dog's fur with a hairdryer and withdrew the funds he had invested in the stock market over the past 2 days. 5 million has transformed into 18 million. Jisher smiled contentedly. He had already found a buyer for his property, rumored to be a rental company, as his offer was nearly 100,000 below market price. The buyer, fearing he might retract his offer, promptly sent an electronic contract. With the proceeds from this sale, he would amass nearly 20 million in savings. If only the apocalypse would not come. Jisher understood that this was an unlikely wish, aside from matters concerning him. The daily domestic and international news mirrored that of his previous life. Ding. The notification on his phone chimed. Jisher glanced down to find that the funds from the stock market had been successfully transferred to his bank account, and another transfer notification caught his eye, leaving him slightly astonished. It was a 1 million transfer, accompanied by a message. "Brother-in-law, please accept my heartfelt gesture." Upon reading it, Jisher recognized it was from Lin Fanqing. He had reserved over 1 million for himself, stating he intended to purchase items to store in Jisher's space, so he need not be overly moved. After finishing her meal, Lin Yeye remarked, "That's sufficient. By the way, how about we name it Changsheng?" Jisher pointed at the pure white Samoyed sitting obediently beside him, panting with its tongue out, while he hesitated to share his savings with Lin Yeye. "Changsheng, what an auspicious name. I think it's splendid," Lin Yeye agreed. "There's one more thing. We need to make a trip to this place." Jisher handed his phone to Lin Yeye. "A car dealership? Are we going to buy a car?" Lin Yeye recalled that they indeed needed a vehicle. "Yes, this dealership sells modified cars. Although Ji Sure was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he understood which vehicles would be most practical in an apocalypse. If possible, he planned to purchase several spare vehicles to store in his space. Upon learning that Ji Sure now possessed nearly 20 million, Lin Ye was left speechless in astonishment. I've made some money in the stock market recently, Ji Sure shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant. Truly deserving of being my husband. Lin Ye felt that Ji Sure had provided her with numerous surprises since their marriage. Upon arriving at the destination, the Chenglong car dealership appeared somewhat desolate. It was a large establishment, surrounded by several spacious rooms for new cars and repairs, each adorned with vibrant graffiti, exuding a trendy vibe. In the center was a yard equipped with various obstacles and curves, seemingly designed for customer test drives. Not far away, a young girl clad in a dark green crop top and shorts, sporting stylish messy braids, approached. Ji Sure paid little attention to her attire or appearance, focusing instead on the tools in her hands. Each hand wielded a wrench, which she manipulated with remarkable dexterity, even crafting a wrench flower in midair, leaving Lin Ye mesmerized. Are you looking to purchase a car? Turn right upon exiting. The branded car store is over there. Our vehicles aren't suitable for you, the girl with the wrench stated. You're incredibly talented. Lin Ye thought the girl was impressively cool. The wrench girl flashed a friendly smile at Lin Ye, further enhancing her fondness for her. How do you know that the cars here are unsuitable for us? Ji Sure inquired, intrigued. The girl, nonchalantly leaning against a nearby iron pole, yawned and replied. Our vehicles are not merely for commuting or picking up wives. They are meant for conquering the vastness. Just then, a graffiti-covered roll-up door swung open, revealing a striking crimson off-road vehicle that emerged with ease, its high chassis effortlessly overcoming numerous obstacles on the road, coming to a halt before the trio. Jingxia's craftsmanship is truly commendable. I adore this modification, Ji Sure remarked. As the window rolled down, a man in sunglasses leaned out. Enough chit-chat. Hand over the money and scram. My master will arrive soon, and that will complicate matters, the girl said impatiently. Ha ha ha, no need to worry. I'll pay. I'll pay, the man in sunglasses chuckled, promptly settling the payment before driving off. A splendid vehicle. Is it modified by Wei? Ji Sure asked once the man had departed. After confirming the payment on her phone, Shui Jingxia's demeanor brightened considerably. However, upon looking up, she noticed that the young couple had not yet left, stirring her curiosity. Could they truly be here to purchase a car? Indeed. What purpose do you intend for the vehicle? Shui Jingxia queried, observing that while the couple appeared attractive, they also exuded a scholarly air. I desire a high-performance vehicle capable of long-distance off-roading, able to traverse mountainous terrains and withstand collisions. Above all, it must be robust, Ji Sure articulated, leaving the other party astonished. Are you planning to engage in survival games? Shui Jingxia asked, recalling a number of reality shows she had watched recently, where couples sought thrill through survival challenges, though those were typically middle-aged couples, and this young pair did not seem to fit that mold. Well, one could say that, if possible. We would like to order at least 5, Ji Sure replied, apprehensive that with the impending apocalypse looming less than 10 days away, the car dealership might not be able to prepare such a quantity in a short span of time. Hence he mentioned a conservative figure. 5, Shui Jingxia exclaimed, realizing she had nearly missed a lucrative deal worth millions. Soon, the couple was treated as esteemed guests and invited by Shui Jingxia to a private room on the second floor. The room was pleasantly cool with air conditioning, and she presented several colorful brochures before Ji Sure, explaining, these are the modified vehicles from our dealership. Naturally, we also sell original models. Chapter 14. Encountering the lowly. This one, identical to this, I want 5. Today, I will take one original vehicle, and once you modify the other 4 to my specifications, I will return for this one, Ji Sure declared decisively, having flipped through the brochure and absorbed the general descriptions without hesitation. This purchase encompassed 5 vehicles, all requiring modifications. Shui Jingxia strove to maintain a broad perspective, clearing her throat as she said, our dealership can fulfill your requirements, and fortuitously, this model is in stock. However, we require a deposit. Ji Sure smiled, producing a black card and giving it a slight shake. Though he had the option to pay in full, he opted to only deposit a sum initially. The down payment for the 5 vehicles amounted to 1 million, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would choose to settle the remaining balance through installments. This was the first time Shui Ningxia encountered such a generous client, and to facilitate communication, she added both their WeChat accounts. You may take the cars. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. Rest assured, vehicles of this brand seldom encounter problems. We will handle the subsequent registration entirely on behalf of your dealership, so you needn't worry about anything. Shui Ningxia shed her initial aloof demeanor, becoming lively and enthusiastic. This vehicle is truly remarkable. Lin Ye gazed contentedly at a sleek black SUV. Encircled by a robust metal guard, its high chassis offering peace of mind against obstacles. The interior, invisible from the outside, was spacious and comfortable. Indeed, it is splendid. When we have a baby, I will feel at ease with Yaya seated inside. Ji-Shur took the vehicle for a spin over several steep inclines within the vicinity, discovering that even when traversing sharp, protruding stones, the ride remained remarkably smooth. Lin Yaya blushed upon hearing this. Isn't it a bit premature to speak of a baby? We have only just wed. Ji-Shur chuckled softly before adopting a serious expression. Regardless of whether it is soon or later, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a father. The charming visage of their son from his previous life, Hao Hao, floated before Ji-Shur's eyes. He wondered if Hao Hao would once again grace their lives. Yet with his newfound space, he felt confident in safeguarding both mother and child. Be cautious, it seems someone is ahead. Lin Yaya tugged at Ji-Shur's sleeve. To better acclimate to the new vehicle, Ji-Shur had taken a longer route, and they were now traversing the periphery of a desolate old district, surrounded by abandoned houses and overgrown hills. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared directly in their path, boldly standing in the middle of the road. A child? Ji-Shur relaxed his guard upon recognizing that it was merely a girl of about 14 or 15 with twin ponytails. Just as he prepared to hit the brakes, the girl unexpectedly lay down on the road, spreading herself out in a star shape. What happened? Is she unconscious? Lin Yaya quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, and Ji-Shur followed suit. The girl on the ground gazed at the sky, murmuring, a homeless girl, abandoned and struck down in this desolate wilderness, forever estranged from the beauty of the world. If no one extends a helping hand, she shall die alone on this road of no return. Who could have imagined that humanity could be so unkind, that righteousness has vanished from this world? Ji-Shur surveyed their surroundings. The road was utterly deserted, with only himself and Lin Yaya standing before the girl. Are you suggesting we struck her? Ji-Shur queried uncertainly, pointing to their vehicle 2 meters away. It seems so. Little sister, why are you lying here all alone? Lin Yaya inquired with concern, crouching beside her. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yaya discovered that the little girl was remarkably delicate in appearance, her attire distinctly different from the ordinary. Was it traditional Hanfu? Sister, there is no need to console me. I was merely knocked down by this man, and now I find it somewhat challenging to rise, the girl in the purple gauze dress said, slowly raising her finger to point at Ji-Shur, who was observing the unfolding drama nearby. Actually, we did not collide with you, Lin Yaya remarked, gazing at the seemingly unscathed girl. Could this be the legendary act of scamming? After all, I am merely an orphan, devoid of connections, wealth, or power. Even if I were to be bullied, I could only endure in silence, left to fend for myself. The little girl continued to lament. Lin Yaya found herself at a loss for words. Go on, how much do you want? Ji-Shur had come to the conclusion that the girl was indeed attempting to extort them, and he had no desire to engage in further debate. To his surprise, the girl sprang to her feet, standing just below his chest, yet striking a commanding pose as she said, Young man, I perceive that you have recently faced a significant reversal of fortune. I have foreseen that the world is on the brink of a drastic change. If you do not seek a glimmer of hope, this world shall soon perish. The turning point is indeed a chance for survival. Do you wish to join me in the pursuit of this opportunity? Ji-Shur had initially dismissed the girl, yet her words compelled him to take notice. A reversal of fortune, was she referring to his reincarnation? The imminent upheaval, was she alluding to the impending outbreak of a zombie virus? And she claimed to have divined this? For a girl of merely 13 or so, such assertions seemed rather implausible. Firstly, we did not collide with you. Secondly, I am unaware of what you are talking about. Thirdly, what is your purpose in stopping us? Ji-Shur pulled Lin Yaya closer, confronting the peculiar girl. I have been away from the mountain for so long. It seems the people below are indeed heartless, treating a little girl who has not eaten for 3 days with such cruelty. Is there truly no place for a girl like me in this vast world? The girl's expression was sorrowful, her performance so convincing that Lin Yaya felt a pang of guilt. Come, let us take you to eat, Ji-Shur said, and the girl's eyes lit up in response. Truly, you are the one I have been seeking. In that case, I shall not be too polite, but may I also sit in this iron box? The girl asked innocently, looking at the two. Iron box. Lin Yaya glanced at their new vehicle, unable to suppress her curiosity. Have you never been in a car? Is that what you call vehicles where you come from? Well, I have lived on the mountain all my life and have never descended. I know nothing of your worldly contraptions. After saying this, the girl introduced herself. My name is Chu Xiaoshuang, a disciple of the Jinghua sect. You may call me Xiaoshuang from now on. Chapter 15. Chu Xiaoshuang, by the way, how old are you? If you haven't eaten for 3 days, were your parents? Lin Yaya had never encountered such a situation before. This little girl appeared innocent and harmless, and though she insisted they take responsibility, she was not off-putting. You may find it hard to believe, but I am already 289 years old. Orphaned from a young age, I became a disciple of the Mirror Moon sect, which is my true home. As Chu Xiaoduan recounted this, her expression bore no trace of sorrow. She added with a hint of pride, "Do not underestimate our Mirror Moon sect. At the very least, I have deduced that your surname is Ji, am I correct?" "Impressive," exclaimed Lin Yaya, her eyes widening. Previously, Ji Shi and the others had not recognized her at all. "I believe it," Ji Shi replied, who had been silently driving. From the moment the young girl revealed her name as Chu Xiaoduan, he had been taken aback. The notion of space accommodating individuals was not new to him. In a previous life, he had heard tales of a mirror, regarded as an ancient divine artifact during the apocalypse. The possessor of this mirror could not only store items within it, but also enter it to evade calamities. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the most powerful family in the apocalypse, the Yao family. It was said that its former owner was a girl named Chu, who succumbed to a zombie virus due to her frail constitution and was ultimately slain by the Yao family. This ancient artifact was rumored to originate from the Mirror Moon sect. Chu Xiaoduan seemed quite pleased as she stated, "The divination indicates that as long as I find you and follow you, I can unlock the path to survival. My master used to say that I am destined to save the world. So your intention is merely to follow me?" Ji Shi inquired. Had he just adopted a dog? And now a person as well? "Incorrect. It is you who shall follow me. I possess treasures that will surely safeguard your life should you encounter danger." Chu Xiaoduan replied with a sense of satisfaction. Ji Shi's expression was complex. He surmised that in her previous life, she had naively divulged her secrets to others, leading to her demise in a quest for treasure. "Yeah, please order a few dishes for us to enjoy at home," Ji Shi suddenly instructed Lin Yaya. Having witnessed the depths of human nature during the apocalypse, he understood that some matters should not be discussed in public, as a careless remark could lead to dire consequences. Although Lin Yaya was unaware of the treasures Chu Xiaoduan spoke of, having seen Ji Shi's spatial abilities, she inexplicably associated it with a personal space and began to order takeout without hesitation. "It seems the child of destiny lives rather well, even having a restaurant deliver food. Perhaps I have overthought things," Chu Xiaoduan sighed as she revealed a few gold bracelets from her sleeve. With demonic energy swirling at the base of the mountain, she knew that if she did not descend to seek a fateful encounter soon, she too would be eroded by that malevolent aura. Even though she had a temporary refuge, she was not immortal and would inevitably perish from starvation within. Her master had stated that she embodied the hope of the Mirror Moon sect and could not afford to perish carelessly. These gold bracelets were intended to be exchanged for silver coins to satisfy her hunger. However, it appeared she had misjudged, as this moving iron box would undoubtedly be of considerable value. Upon arriving at the Sentry Garden community, Chu Xiaoduan's neck ached from looking up. "The buildings down here are so tall, they nearly rival the height of my mountain." She was certain that Ji Shi was a person of considerable wealth. Ji Shi couldn't help but steal another glance at the young girl, whose face, resembling polished jade, radiated with an exhilarating joy. Her dark, sparkling eyes were framed by fan-like lashes, and a cloth bag on her back bounced with each of her lively leaps, making her appear undeniably charming. Far from the 2 centuries of age, she claimed. "Don't you feel afraid living alone on the mountain?" Lin Yaya inquired curiously. Having automatically regarded Chu Xiaoshuang as a little sister, as it is often said that appearances can be deceiving. "Not at all. I possess magical abilities," Chu Xiaoshuang replied earnestly. "Sister, with your beauty, why not take me as your disciple? Our Jinghua sect only accepts lovely women." Ji Shi discerned that despite her claims of being over 200 years old, she was merely an innocent girl, unversed in the ways of the world. The two resided on the 11th floor and had just ushered Chu Xiaoshuang into the elevator. As she was about to rebut Ji Shi's comment, she suddenly felt as if her feet had left the ground, giving her the sensation of soaring through the air. She instinctively grasped Ji Shi's arm. "What is happening? Have the people from down the mountain learned to control magical devices to rise like this?" Ji Shi, slightly exasperated, explained, "It's not a magical device. This is an elevator." Yet, Chu Xiaoshuang remained flustered, resembling a ruffled cat, until the elevator signaled their arrival at the 11th floor. Having regained her composure, Lin Yaya patiently began to elucidate the situation to Chu Xiaoshuang. Upon entering Ji Shi's home, Chu Xiaoshuang seemed to grow bashful. Her astonishment peaked when a pure white dog bounded out from the balcony. "Is this a spirit pet?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at Changsheng. Ji Shi shrugged, indicating that it was merely an ordinary dog. No. This is anything but an ordinary dog. It is indeed a spirit pet," Chu Xiaoshuang exclaimed, leaning forward with keen interest as she observed Changsheng, who sniffed at her before decisively returning to Ji Shi's side. "Are you hungry again?" Ji Shi inquired, kneeling to affectionately ruffle Changsheng's fluffy head. During its stay in the space, the dog had consumed 3 bags of dog food, and Ji Shi had just discovered that the 2 remaining baskets of dumplings had mysteriously vanished. "Changsheng certainly has a hearty appetite, but we can afford it," Lin Yaya remarked with a smile, admiring the delightful scene of the man and his dog. "What if I join you? Can you still afford to care for us?" The girl in violet pleaded pathetically, crouched beside them, clutching several golden bracelets in her hands. Though a sense of shame lingered within her heart as she sought adoption, she recalled her master's words. As long as she lived well, she would be of use to the world. For the sake of saving the realm, she did not mind being cared for alongside the spirit pet. Ji Shi and Lin Yi exchanged glances, astonished that they encountered a plea for adoption. Shall we let her stay with us for now? Lin Yi proposed, noting the child's evident plight. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoshuang's face lit up with joy as she produced an exquisitely crafted dagger from her sleeve and presented it to Lin Yi. Sister, you are as clever as ice and snow. This frost dagger is for you. Do not be deceived by its simple appearance. It possesses remarkable power. The icy dagger, once in hand, exuded a chilling sensation. While Lin Yi was astonished, she hesitated, saying, "This is clearly a treasure. I cannot accept such a valuable item." Chu Xiaoduan shook her head, insisting, "Since I have taken you as my apprentice, it is only fitting that I present you with a gift. This dagger is destined for you. Even if I do not give it now, it shall eventually belong to you." Lin Yi was perplexed, wondering when she had become her apprentice. Chapter 16. You shall be my servant in the end. Lin Yi acquiesced to Chu Xiaoduan's coaxing and accepted the dagger, as the little girl's adorableness rendered her incapable of refusing. After a sumptuous lunch, Chu Xiaoduan lay contentedly on the floor, patting her round belly. "I am so satisfied. I cannot eat another bite." Ji Shi and Lin Yi busily cleared the empty plates from the table. Lin Yi was grateful she had ordered extra dishes, initially intending to store some in Ji Shi's spatial realm, but she had not anticipated Chu Xiaoduan's hearty appetite. Both she and Changsheng were quite voracious eaters. Ji Shi remarked, "Changsheng just devoured half a bag of dog food all by himself." "Well, you are quite the eater too. We must be kindred spirits in our love for food," Lin Yi replied, recalling that Ji Shi had consumed 3 servings of rice noodles, 2 portions of braised pork knuckles, and 4 meat buns, among other dishes. Ji Shi paused, acknowledging that his appetite had indeed increased after consuming the cleansing elixir. As they conversed, Chu Xiaoduan struggled to her feet and rushed over to Ji Shi, her large eyes wide with determination. "Fear not, masters of destiny. Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect you. You will protect us?" Ji Shi chuckled, only to see Chu Xiaoduan produce an object and place it in his hand. "This is a secret treasure of our sect. With it, you can access a small space within the mirror. Any belongings or treasures can be stored there. You need only carry this little mirror." Chu Xiaoduan spoke with an air of mystery, unaware that Ji Shi merely glanced at the mirror, not even bothering to open it. "This belongs to you. Both Ye and I know its purpose. It is wise not to speak of it in front of outsiders. Rarity bestows value, and you should understand this principle. Indeed, Xiaoduan, you have likely spent all your time in the mountains, unaware that those below possess both good and ill intentions. Some may not only seize your possessions, but also seek your life," Lin Yi added, stepping forward to offer her counsel. Chu Xiaoduan blinked, lowering her head in contemplation. "It seems you are truly a good person, yet it is puzzling why the divination indicated you possess ulterior motives. Have I miscalculated?" At this moment, Ji Shi began to believe that this little girl indeed had some remarkable abilities. He intended to return the mirror to Chu Xiaoduan, but she adamantly refused to take it back. "Rest assured, having chosen to accompany you, I shall certainly lend you my assistance. I am well versed in various techniques, including concealment, contracts, silence, and detection. Humph, in just a few days, you will undoubtedly be begging me for assistance." Chu Xiaoshuang laughed triumphantly, but when she realized that the two had vanished from the room, confusion washed over her. What was happening? Why were they not the least bit curious about her? This was perplexing. As the esteemed heir of the Jinghua sect, she had risked her life to curry favor with this child of destiny. At the entrance of the living room, Ji Shi hurriedly took the items from Ji Jinping's hands. Upon noticing that the contents were clearly wrapped as gifts, a mix of warmth and bitterness filled Ji Shi's heart. This house, which Ji Jinping had labored for most of his life to acquire, was now handed over to him. And every visit was accompanied by gifts, as though he were a guest, careful not to disturb their marital bond. Ye remains as beautiful as ever. This time, I specially brought some live hens and a large goose, which are quite difficult to procure. Later, Dad will prepare drunken goose and chicken soup for you, huh?" Ji Jinping's hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. As he entered, he noticed a girl and a dog he had never seen before. Why did Dad bring so much? That must be heavy. Please, sit down and rest for a moment. Lin Yi handed a cup of tea to Ji Jinping. Having lost his mother at a young age, Ji Shi was raised by Ji Jinping, for whom he held deep respect. Good. My Ye's wife is such a gem. Is this your friend, Ye? Ji Jinping casually inquired, noticing the girl in the purple attire staring intently at him. A calamity has been averted. Before Lin Ye could respond, they heard Chu Xiaoshuang make this remark while gazing at the top of Ji Jinping's head. Ji Shi paused in placing the items down. Did Chu Xiaoshuang mean what he thought she did? I didn't expect Ye's friend to be so articulate. Xi Jinping assumed this was the new way for young people to greet one another. Dad, this is a girl we just met on the road today. Lin Ye had to clarify. What? You brought home a girl you just met on the road? Ji, sure, you are going to upset Ye. Xi Jinping had always believed his son was unworthy of Lin Ye, thus placing her interests above all else. Dad, it's not what you think. Lin Ye attempted to explain, but Ji Shi interrupted her. Dad, I will explain later. Ji Shi turned his gaze to Chu Xiaoshuang. He had just made a decision, but there were still matters he needed to clarify first. Feeling the intensity of Ji Shi's stare, Chu Xiaoshuang's heart tightened, and she quickly added, I can also clean. If one isn't enough, I can summon a puppet to assist me. I will also help you deal with leftovers to ensure nothing goes to waste, and, Chu Xiaoshuang's face was a canvas of desperation, pleading not to be dismissed. What you just mentioned about contract and silent spells, what kind of magic are they? Could you elaborate? Ji Shi inquired with genuine interest, as he had no intention of sending the young girl away, knowing that she harbored no ill intentions. After hearing this, Chu Xiaoshuang's face was filled with surprise as she hurriedly elucidated the basic principles of these fundamental techniques. The contract technique is a master-servant pact, in which a servant can recognize only one master, while a master may contract multiple servants. This technique is primarily utilized within various sects to prevent the misuse of secret treasures. The silence technique is even simpler, as it allows the person upon whom it is cast to be unable to utter a specific phrase or discuss a certain matter forever. What else would you like to know? I can also perform puppet technique. Ji Shi nodded, indicating his understanding, and then inquired. What harm does the contract technique pose to both parties? Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head, saying, there is no harm, as long as the servant does not betray the master. They will not be affected throughout their lifetime. Ji Shi then turned to Lin Ye, who instantly grasped his intention. Ever since entering Ji Shi's space, even the most incredulous events no longer astonished her. Do you wish to contract with Xiaoshuang? Lin Ye asked. Chu Xiaoshuang was taken aback, exclaiming, the child of destiny wishes to be my servant. I never expected you to trust me so profoundly. It is not I who shall serve you, but rather you who shall serve me, should you wish to accompany us, Ji Shi replied. Chapter 17. The Master-Servant Contract. Chu Xiaoshuang was even more astonished. Was the child of destiny truly so audacious as to request her, the esteemed heir of the Jinghua sect, to serve? If her master were to learn of this, he would surely descend from the heavens to berate her mercilessly. Xi Jinping, standing by, was utterly bewildered, pondering the peculiarities of this youthful exchange. Contracting with me is not out of the question, but why do you wish to think this way? Chu Xiaoshuang asked, her face a mixture of conflict and confusion. Because I desire absolute loyalty. However, rest assured, once contracted, I shall not impose any unwilling tasks upon you. You will remain yourself, and we shall remain ourselves. Ji Shi explained. This young girl had initially offered secret treasures and showcased her skills. Only he comprehended her words. If she were to be set free, and her knowledge shared with others, it would not bode well for them. It was better to keep her close. Xiaoshuang, everyone harbors secrets. If you are unwilling, we can still be friends. Lin Ye recognized that Ji Shi was concerned about the potential revelation of their space's secrets, but it ultimately depended on Chu Xiaoshuang's willing heart. I am willing. Chu Xiaoshuang suddenly adopted an attitude of fearless resolve, proclaiming that if it were to save the world, sacrificing herself would be worth it. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow, as he seemed to have discerned the young girl's line of thinking. Oh dear masters and ancestors! Xiaoshuang does not willingly wish to be a servant. It is merely that the world is on the brink of chaos, and if she does not take action, this realm may very well perish. After acquiescing to Ji Shi's request, Chu Xiaoshuang knelt in a corner, drawing circles and murmuring to herself. Yeah, as for the maidservant matter, you can rest assured, this lad and her Xi Jinping, though not fully understanding, grasped that his son intended to take the young girl as a servant, which seemed to contravene the principles of humanity. Father, you misunderstand. I trust Ji Shi. I believe you will comprehend once he explains it to you shortly. Lin Ye smiled and remarked that Ji Shizai consulted her before making any decisions. Xi Jinping nodded in a manner that suggested he understood, while not far away. Chu Xiaoduan had mysteriously produced some yellowed paper and ink, promptly kneeling down to begin her drawings. Is she drawing talismans? Ji Shi noticed that Chu Xiaoduan was sketching intricate symbols, surrounded by small characters that he, with only a modest understanding of traditional Chinese characters, could not decipher. Indeed, this is our Jinghua sect's unique technique, and I am the only one who knows it, Chu Xiaoduan replied proudly. The young girl spent nearly an hour on the ground before completing a talisman, wiping the sweat from her forehead, initially beaming with a sense of accomplishment. Her expression fell upon realizing the talisman's purpose. Soon, she would become someone else's servant. Let us begin, Ji Shi said, unwilling to waste any more time. All right. Chu Xiaoduan wiped the tears from her eyes, placed the talisman on the ground, and, under everyone's gaze, positioned her finger on her forehead. With a delicate motion, she drew blood from her brow, a drop forming at her fingertip and slowly falling onto the talisman. Dear master, please allow Xiaoduan to take a drop of your fingertip blood to complete the master-servant contract. Kneeling on one leg before Ji Shi, she evoked a feeling of submission within him. He nodded, extending his finger to her. As their fingertips brushed together, Changsheng lay quietly beside Lin Ye, observing the scene. To Lin Ye's surprise, the talisman seemed to glow momentarily. After a while, Chu Xiaoduan opened her eyes and obediently knelt before Ji Shi, saying, Master, your servant Chu Xiaoduan has successfully contracted with you. You may command me as you wish from now on. What is this nonsense? I can't bear to watch. You scoundrel, deceiving a young girl right in front of Ye and me. Come here. Ji Jinping was horrified, especially at the sight of the young girl kneeling in submission before Ji Shi. Dad, please don't be so agitated. Let me explain, that's not what I meant. Ji Shi pleaded as his ear was grasped by Ji Jinping. However, regardless of Ji Shi's pleas, Ji Jinping had no intention of releasing his grip. With no other choice, Ji Shi pulled his father's wrist and yanked him into the spatial realm. Chu Xiaoduan looked on in shock as the two vanished into thin air. Xiaoduan, do not worry. He will be out shortly, Lin Ye reassured her with a smile. Indeed, within just 2 minutes, Ji Shi emerged alone, taking Lin Ye by the left hand and leading Chu Xiaoduan into the space with his right. Ah, is this the master's space? Chu Xiaoduan gasped, astonished by the scene before her. No wonder Ji Shi showed no interest in her mirror space. This was a remarkable mustard seed space. Xiaoduan, in the future, you need not call me master, simply use my name. Our contract was merely to allow you access to this space, Ji Shi explained, dispelling any notions of having lured a young girl for his own gratification. Son, is this the legacy of our ancestors? Which dilapidated ring are you referring to? Ji Jinping had been standing in front of the residence inscribed with the name Ji Songhai for a full 20 minutes. Yet he still found it hard to believe the reality before him. The Ji family had such a treasure? It was worth noting that he had stumbled upon that jade ring in an old wooden box from his hometown, uncertain if it was a family heirloom. But he knew that his grandfather had once cherished it dearly. Indeed, my recent endeavors with Ye have involved stockpiling supplies here. But the sheer vastness of this place makes it a challenge for just the two of us to manage effectively. Ji Shi spoke earnestly. Setting aside the expansive fields and ponds, even the grand estate was a considerable undertaking for him and Lin Ye. Stockpiling supplies? What purpose does that serve? Are you planning to resell them for profit? Ji Jinping inquired, perplexed. Because chaos is impending, danger is on the horizon. Chu Xiaoduan had already grasped the entirety of the situation. It seemed Ji Shi and Lin Ye had been aware of it long before. Ji Shi reiterated what he had initially conveyed to Lin Ye, and upon hearing it, Ji Jinping collapsed onto the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Son, daughter-in-law. This morning when I left, I overheard the couple next door quarreling again. Is that old lady the so-called zombie you mentioned? Ji Jinping distinctly recalled the neighbor's husband vehemently accusing his wife of biting him. He had merely assumed it was a couple's playful banter, having caught a glimpse through the slightly ajar door, at which point the woman had already lunged at the man. Ji Shi felt a twinge of fear upon hearing this. Had Ji Jinping returned any later, it might have been disastrous. I've already said it. Uncle's misfortune has been averted, Chu Xiaoduan remarked. It was then that Ji Jinping comprehended the meaning behind Chu Xiaoduan's earlier words upon entering. Chapter 18, within the space Ji Shi had introduced. The chickens and ducks had now matured into adults. Aside from the scattered eggs in the corners, several newly hatched chicks and ducklings followed their adult counterparts. Their carefree demeanor brought Ji Jinping a sense of joy. One could not deny that this space was remarkably comfortable, with the air feeling significantly fresher than outside. Did you construct these enclosures? Ji Jinping inquired, pointing at the uneven barriers. Just some repurposed materials. Time is of the essence, so this will have to suffice for now. Ji Shi replied. Ji Jinping silently noted this and followed Ji Shi and Lin Ye further into the estate. Father, we've already tidied this place up. Soon, you and Xiaoduan can each choose a room for yourselves. You can rest here for 10 hours, and only an hour will have passed outside, Lin Ye explained. Alongside Ji Shi, as they introduced the various functionalities of the space, even Chu Xiaoduan, who was well-versed in such matters, expressed his astonishment repeatedly. The master is indeed the child of destiny I predicted, possessing such extraordinary treasures. Surely, the one who left this space must have been a transcendent being, Chu Xiaoduan marveled. To think that for so many years, no one from the Ji family had discovered this place, yet it was uncovered by you, this seemingly unambitious lad. Ji Jinping had always believed that his son was utterly useless. However, upon his return, he keenly sensed that Ji Shi seemed to have undergone some transformation. To forge a connection with a treasure requires a certain fortuitousness. Indeed, he is truly my master. Chu Xiaoduo was nearly ready to give a thumbs up. The sense of humiliation from being forced into servitude had long since dissipated, and now, when she looked at Ji Shi, he appeared to shine with brilliance. It turned out that Ji Shi had endured misunderstanding just to bring her along, which was commendable. However, we should not rejoice too soon. Maintaining this space demands spiritual energy. And currently, I have no idea where to find it. Does Xiaoduo possess knowledge in this regard? Ji Shi pointed to the jade orb that continued to float above the stone tablet at the entrance of the space. After several days, the orb no longer exuded the pure emerald green it once did, and he began to feel anxious. Spiritual energy? Such a rare commodity. In the past, one could find spiritual aura in jade and magical artifacts, but now, the spiritual energy in the world has dwindled significantly. Even the energy on my little hill has inexplicably vanished. Chu Xiaoduo shook her head, expressing her regret. As Xiaoduo mentioned, perhaps we need not rush. In due time, the spiritual energy might very well be found. Lin Yi softly comforted Ji Shi, who, upon hearing her words, indeed felt his anxiety ease. Were their essay will? Their essay way? Perhaps all they truly needed was patience. The group spent several hours within the space, and Ji Jinping could not resist using the cedar that Ji Shi had purchased, sowing some wheat seeds across a few plots of land. Rest assured, my son and daughter-in-law, I will constantly remind myself to keep this matter confidential, Ji Jinping assured. By the way, Xiaoduo, you mentioned the silent spell. Can it also be employed to keep secrets? Ji Shi was skeptical of his father's ability to keep secrets, as Ji Jinping was incapable of concealing anything. Certainly. The silent spell is one of the simplest forms of magic. I can draw it in less than a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiaoduo replied. Miss Xiaoduo, could you cast a silent spell for me? Ji Jinping, who had just made his promise, immediately asked with a hopeful expression. Rather than exerting effort to keep a secret, it would be far more convenient if one could simply be rendered unable to speak it. As the master commands, Xiaoduo would never refuse. She promptly began to prepare to retrieve talisman paper from her sleeve, only to realize that she could not access anything on her person. It appeared that only Ji Shi could bring items into the space. Whatever they brought in seemed to be rendered unusable. Lin Yi explained that she had noticed her phone, which she carried with her, could not be retrieved after entering the space. It wasn't that the phone was lost. Rather, it was in a gray state, and she couldn't even touch it. Thank goodness they still left us with clothes to wear, Ji Jinping thought, feeling that the space was quite humane. I see. Then Xiaoduo must go outside to draw the talismans. When Chu Xiaoduo and the others were brought back outside, only a little over 40 minutes had passed. The once excited Ji Jinping suddenly felt restless at the thought of an impending crisis. They possess ample space, and it is imperative to stockpile provisions. Father, I indeed have a request for you, but these tasks can be accomplished at home. As Ji Shi took advantage of Xiao Shuang drawing talismans, he led Ji Jinping into the kitchen, where the refrigerator was brimming with ingredients, and all necessary cooking utensils were readily available. He intended for Ji Jinping to prepare a variety of dishes to store in their space, for once the apocalypse arrived. They would no longer be able to remain in a secluded area. All provisions for their journey must be meticulously prepared in advance. You have come to the right person. I am indeed a chef by trade. Ji Jinping rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin, but at that moment, Chu Xiaoshuang had already completed the sealing talisman. The sealing technique was not only simple to draw, but also appeared straightforward. Ji Jinping merely needed to let a drop of his blood fall onto the talisman paper. Is it truly beyond my capacity to speak? Let me try. Ji Jinping found it remarkable when he attempted to mention Ji Shi's space. He suddenly felt a void in his mind, his linguistic abilities sealed in an instant. And it was only when Chu Xiaoshuang reminded him to think of something else that he could resume speaking. How convenient. I shall have Xiao Shuang cast one for me as well. It feels much safer this way. Lin Yi observed with curiosity, but was halted by Ji Shi. No need for that just yet. Even if it becomes necessary, we can have Xiao Shuang create one later, Ji Shi advised, trusting Lin Yi more than he trusted himself. Given her innate wisdom and rationality, with further preparations for stockpiling ahead, the four decided to split up. Ji Jinping and Chu Xiaoshuang would remain at home to cook and draw talismans, while Ji Shi and Lin Yi would venture out. Have you truly acquired the entire supermarket? Lin Yi inquired after settling into the car. Indeed, and more. I also had Xiao Wu gather information on several stores that are up for transfer. We can head over to negotiate shortly, Ji Shi replied. He had invested 3 million to secure a large supermarket spanning 2 floors, which was originally valued at 5 million. However, he opted for a rental installment plan, leaving him only needing to pay for the inventory. Chapter 19. Acquiring the supermarket. This was possible due to your excellent credit and lack of a negative history, allowing you to secure the loan. Lin Yi saw nothing amiss in taking out a loan at this moment and praised her husband. At least the goods within the supermarket now belonged to Ji Shi. Yes, I requested the supermarket to suspend operations for a week. During this time, suppliers will continue their deliveries, and we can use this opportunity to stockpile additional resources. Ji-Shi and Lin Ye were seated in the office on the second floor of the supermarket. The owner, a foreigner, had long intended to sell due to continuous losses, and during their contract signing, the owner showed little interest in being present. Someone is approaching. Both Ji-Shi and Lin Ye could keenly sense the footsteps echoing from the hallway, a keen observation enhanced by the effects of the cleansing elixir. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a prominent nose. The corpulent Nick, adorned with tousled brown curls and murky blue eyes, displayed a clear smirk upon encountering Ji-Shi and Lin Ye within the room. The youthful couple aspired to establish a business? How naively enviable of you, my compatriots. Nick tossed a document onto the table before them, crossing his legs as he observed them with a bemused grin. Following him was a younger woman wearing glasses, who began to elucidate. This is the contract and business license Mr. Nick has brought, and should you find no issues after reviewing it, you may proceed to sign. Ji-Shi remained unperturbed, taking the document and perusing its contents. Mr. Nick, this appears to deviate from our initial discussion. What accounts for this additional 300,000? He laid the contract down, noting the sum now read 3,300,000. We, as citizens of M, would never take advantage of you. That 30,000 is for the warehouse funds associated with the supermarket. We have quite a bit of stock in the warehouse behind the supermarket, which I have already calculated at a discounted rate of 70%. Nick's tone was grandiose, as if he were bestowing a gift upon them. Ji-Shi pondered for a moment, holding up 5 fingers. 50%, or we shall seek alternatives. This supermarket is not a hub of foot traffic. 50%? Mr. G, you certainly are a shrewd negotiator, Nick retorted with a bitter laugh. Thank you for the compliment. We citizens of Xia are known for our intelligence and generosity. But these are merely goods that Mr. Nick was unable to sell, and should thus not be squandered, Ji-Shi replied. Seeing Ji-Shi's firm stance, Nick exchanged a few words in a foreign tongue with the bespectacled woman, ultimately conceding and signing the contract. Humph. I shall wait to see when you will regret this decision. This supermarket has suffered losses for 3 consecutive years. Good luck to you. Nick grumbled as he departed the office, leaving the couple to hear the woman's comforting words. They mentioned that most of the goods in the warehouse were nearing their expiration dates. Lin Ye understood the foreign language, and had she not been aware of their pressing need for supplies, she would have confronted them directly. Originally, the merchandise worth 300,000 was acquired for merely 150,000, and Lin Ye found this to be an exceptional deal. Upon obtaining the warehouse keys and locating the facility Nick had described, they were astonished at how advantageous their expenditure had been. It was a long row of slender warehouses, filled with towering shelves brimming with various supplies. Indeed, most of the grain products had only 3 months left before expiration. Ji-Shi casually opened a few bags of rice, but the issue of expiration was of little concern to him. What a deceitful merchant, Lin Ye remarked in frustration. Rest assured, he will have his moment of regret, Ji-Shi said, as he began to experiment with drawing several shelves directly into his space. Watching the shelves vanish in an instant became somewhat addictive. In just a few minutes, he cleared out an entire section at the far end of the warehouse. How convenient this is, Lin Ye exclaimed in admiration. The subsequent journey of the two individuals proceeded remarkably well. Following the contact details left by Xiao Wu, Ji-Shi acquired 3 smaller establishments, namely a pharmacy, a convenience store, and a fast food outlet. The employees at the fast food restaurant initially feared they would be replaced by this unexpectedly new young proprietor. However, to their surprise, he assigned them a variety of tasks. I have taken charge of lunch for a studio. For the next few days, we will not be operating as usual, but solely providing fast food. You all should procure as much meat and vegetables as possible, while you should wholesale some lunchboxes. And the rest of you assist the chefs, with wages calculated at double the usual rate. Ji-Shi swiftly organized the tasks. Leveraging his experience as the head of the community's security team and his prior year-long stint in a similar environment, thus exuding a commanding presence. Upon hearing of the doubled wages, the fast food staff immediately busied themselves without hesitation. Boss G, will the prepared meals need to be delivered? Inquired Zhang Qinghe, assigned to the procurement duties. No need. I will personally come to collect and deliver them, Ji-Shi replied, issuing a few more instructions before departing the fast food restaurant with Lin Ye. What kind of studio requires so much food? Zhang Qinghe remarked, glancing at the multitude of purchase orders Lin Ye had given him. This is no longer grocery shopping, it's wholesale. Aside from food and daily necessities, Ji-Shi was particularly concerned about the power supply within the space. The new photovoltaic panels from Xia country had been tested in his realm, and even without sunlight, the ambient light was sufficient to generate electricity. Consequently, he contacted the manufacturer and ordered 1 million photovoltaic panels under the name of a joint supermarket. The manufacturer readily agreed to assist with the installation of the entire electrical system, which could later be simply arranged by an electrician. But we don't have an electrician. Lin Ye frowned and remarked, as they planned to retrieve Lin Fanqing from the temporary warehouse. Yeah, have you forgotten something crucial? I can be considered a semi-electrician, Ji Shi reminded her, having previously held numerous jobs, including that of an electrician, albeit for less than 3 months. Basic wiring and installation were well within his capabilities. Truly remarkable, my husband. You possess such diverse skills, Lin Yaya exclaimed joyfully as she linked her arm with Ji Shi. This scene left Lin Fanqing, who was diligently moving goods in the warehouse, feeling as though he was witnessing a display of affection rather than merely being picked up. After a brief moment of annoyance, Lin Fanqing broached a serious topic. I heard that Dad is going to Dantian City for 2 days soon. When will the virus arrive? Yet Dad insists on going. I am somewhat worried. What did you say? Ji Shi's brow furrowed. In his previous life, he had not heard of Lin Jihai's business trip, particularly to Dantian City. Dantian City was notorious in his past as a dead zone, where for miles around, only zombies roamed, and no living souls remained. It was rumored to be the epicenter of the initial outbreak of the zombie virus, from which few managed to escape. Chapter 20. The Butterfly Effect. Ji Shi was puzzled as to why Lin Jihai had a business trip scheduled in this lifetime. It could very well be the consequence of his return, triggering a butterfly effect. However, he had resolved to prevent his father-in-law from embarking on this journey. Regardless of the circumstances, I am uncertain when this event will transpire, but the odds of it occurring are far too slim to dismiss. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Yeye to the city, Ji Shi declared. Beside him, Lin Fanqing was taken aback by Ji Shi's earnest demeanor. Did her brother-in-law genuinely care for the safety of his parents? She had previously assumed that Ji Shi harbored some resentment towards Lin Jihai and his wife, especially considering that Lin Jihai had refused to even meet with him and Ji Fu in the past. I will go too. I can at least help shield you from some of the turmoil, Lin Fanqing immediately offered, realizing the gravity of the situation reflected in Ji Shi's expression. Ji Shi. Thank you, Lin Yeye said earnestly. There's no need for such formality with me, is there? Ji Shi replied, pulling Lin Yeye closer and affectionately brushing her delicate nose with his finger. Lin Fanqing, who had long worried about her elder sister's choice in partners, now felt like a fool. The bond between these two was as unbreakable as diamond. With only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, Ji Shi had successfully sold the house to a real estate agency and had spent 15 million. However, he found solace in the transformation of his space. The previously empty area behind the Ji residence had blossomed into a vast supermarket zone. Indeed, Ji Shi had transported entire shelves and cabinets from the United Supermarket into his realm. Furthermore, he discovered that as long as he was in the space, he could effortlessly move even the heaviest of objects. Not only that, but the 50 chickens and ducks he had initially purchased had multiplied to nearly 70 or 80 within 3 to 4 days. Xi Jinping had slaughtered over 20 for cooking, and even the piglets, calves, and lambs had grown significantly. Brother Ji, you really don't need to give me so much. I'm just one person and can't possibly consume it all, Xiao Wu said, receiving an array of food and essentials from Ji Shi daily, including rice and steamed buns. Our household cannot accommodate all of this either. You may store it in the refrigerator for later use, Ji Shi replied, turning to leave without a backward glance. Store it for later use? Xiao Wu scratched the back of his head, resigned to stowing away the bags of provisions. Every night after his shift in the community, Ji Shi would retreat to his space for a refreshing slumber, even after sleeping for 7 or 8 hours. Only mere minutes would have passed outside. That morning, after delivering supplies to Xiao Wu, Ji Shi awoke feeling invigorated and prepared to take the siblings to visit his in-laws. Can Xiaoshuang come along? Chu Xiaoshuang asked, standing next to Chongqing. This scene completely captivated Lin Fanqing, who found himself struggling to digest the fact that this charming little girl had been adopted by his sister and brother-in-law, and that she had even signed some sort of master-servant contract with him. How wonderful it would be if he were the one bound by such a contract. This was the first time Lin Fanqing had encountered such a spirited young girl, despite her insistence that she was already 289 years old. Go ahead if you wish. There is ample space in the car, Ji Shi remarked. Chu Xiaoduan let out a joyful cheer, for she was finally about to witness the world beyond the mountains. There was so much she had yet to see. Having spent hours merely observing the supermarket area within Ji Shi's space, and she was grateful for Lin Fanqing's patient explanations of the various items. Son, remember to be courteous to your in-laws. Do not provoke them, Xi Jinping advised. He was aware of Ji Shi's deception involving Lin Yeye and the household registration book, and coupled with the fact that they had not properly conducted a wedding or offered a bride price, he felt a lingering sense of guilt. Indeed, Ji Shi echoed, feeling a twinge of apprehension as the image of Lin Jihai weeping while cradling his son flashed through his mind, words of apology that he had never uttered before his demise. Do not worry. Our family is now evenly matched at 2 against 2. My mother is not so obstinate. We will eventually win her over, Lin Fanqing replied optimistically. After all, his brother-in-law was the son of destiny. How could he fail to manage even his own father? However, when the four of them, along with a dog, arrived at Lin Yeye's home, they were taken aback. What? Dad has already left? Wasn't it supposed to be in a couple of days? Lin Yeye anxiously inquired of Tang Jingru, who opened the door. They said they were concerned that thunderstorms might affect flights in a couple of days. So they specifically chose today for their journey, Tang Jingru explained, still reeling from the unexpected visitors, especially upon seeing Ji Shi next to her daughter. Although they had not formally met, she sensed that this son-in-law, who often caused her distress, seemed somewhat different. Oh no, what should we do now? Lin Fanqing was equally astonished, not anticipating that they would return too late. Mom, what time is Dad's flight? Ji Shi asked. Your father's flight is at 10 o'clock, Tang Jingru replied, caught off guard when Ji Shi called her mom. Without waiting for further discussion, Ji Shi declared to the others, I will go bring him back. Yeah, you all wait here. Will there be enough time? Lin Yeye asked with concern. Even if there isn't, I must go. Ji Shi handed his belongings to Lin Yeye and turned to leave. Tang Jingru attempted to stop Ji Shi, but Lin Yeye restrained her. Mom, Dad's safety is the priority. I will explain everything to you later, she assured. But your father is merely out on a business trip. What on earth has happened? Tang Jingru was left with a multitude of questions. Today is not auspicious for travel. Take care, dear host, Chu Xiaoduan said while holding Changsheng, watching Ji Shi's car disappear into the distance. Wang. Changsheng barked at the items in Lin Yeye's hands, which included not only some expensive gifts, but also the marinated duck and salt-baked chicken prepared by Ji Jinping. Meanwhile, Ji Shi was hastily making his way to the airport. Lin Yeye had already sent him Lin Jihai's flight number, and with just over 40 minutes remaining until the 10 o'clock flight, he surmised that Lin Jihai must already be passing through security and preparing to board. I would like a ticket for flight HU 3057. Please expedite the process, he requested urgently. Without hesitation, Ji Shi approached the service desk and procured a ticket for the same flight as Lin Jihai. With merely 15 minutes remaining before the aircraft's departure, the attendant suggested, Sir, perhaps you should consider taking the next flight? No need, I am pressed for time, Ji Shi replied, clutching his ticket as he dashed towards the departure lounge. Lin Jihai, traveling alone on business, boarded the plane without incident and successfully landed in Dantian City. However, as he prepared to collect his luggage upon arrival, he had an unsettling feeling that someone was following him. Chapter 21. Winning over the father-in-law. Glancing back, Lin Jihai indeed spotted a tall young man trailing behind him. Initially thinking he was obstructing the way, he stepped aside. Yet he felt a strange sense of familiarity with the young man. Dad, it's me, Ji Shi, he said as he came to a halt in front of the baggage carousel, not anticipating that his first formal meeting with his father-in-law would occur in such a setting. In truth, Ji Shi had followed Lin Jihai all the way to Dantian City. Lin Jihai suspected he might be imagining things, but upon closer inspection, he recognized Ji Shi as the same individual seen in the video running alongside the security team, reminded of his previous anger and the inexplicably vanished beloved daughter. Lin Jihai resolved to ignore Ji Shi entirely. Dad, please don't be angry. I came specifically to apologize. I implore you to return with me. Ji Shi mustered his courage to say. Lin Jihai, in his 40s and seasoned in the political arena, exuded an air of authority that made Ji Shi acutely aware of his own timidity. Why should I be angry? Do you even comprehend the purpose of my visit? You expect me to simply return with you? Lin Jihai's irritation deepened. He had traveled a considerable distance for work, not to indulge in frivolities, and found Ji Shi's behavior quite concerning. I assure you, it is for your safety. Yeah, and I will explain everything, Ji Shi insisted, sensing an ominous premonition that Lin Jihai would not willingly accompany him back to Haitong City. The mere mention of his daughter further fueled Lin Jihai's ire, and as his luggage appeared, he grabbed his suitcase and headed for the exit. Left with no choice, Ji Shi followed closely behind. Frowning, Lin Jihai checked his phone and noted several missed calls from his wife, Tang Jingru. I have no idea what that troublesome young man intends to do by following me. I came here for work, and the provincial department is waiting for me. This is no jest. Lin Jihai's words were directed at Ji Shi, who trailed him. On the other end of the line, Tang Jingru found herself at a loss, struggling to believe her daughter and son's accounts, suspecting that they might have fallen under some misguided influence. Simultaneously, Ji Shi received a message from Lin Yeye. What should we do if Mom and Dad don't believe us? Just wait a bit longer. Don't worry. I'm here. Dad will be safe, Ji Shi responded. As Lin Jihai approached the car sent to pick him up, Ji Shi hailed a taxi to follow closely behind. Secretary Lin, did you forget some luggage? I can have someone retrieve it for you, Ji Shi offered. As Xiao Lu approached Lin Jihai, he noticed Lin occasionally glancing back, prompting him to inquire with concern. It's nothing, just admiring the scenery, Lin Jihai replied, curious to see how long that fellow would follow him. On their way to the hotel, they encountered several traffic jams, and Lin seemed to hear the distant wails of ambulances and fire trucks. However, the abundance of vehicles obscured his view, allowing him to catch only glimpses of thick smoke through the car window. Is this road prone to accidents? Lin Jihai asked Xiao Lu. Yes, Secretary Lin. The recent heat wave has led to a rise in accidents. I've heard the department has already been notified to implement immediate measures, Xiao Lu responded, hesitating for a moment before remaining silent. Meanwhile, Ji Shi, who was following in a taxi, witnessed something that filled him with dread. Several accidents appeared to be anything but coincidental. The individuals being carried away by medical personnel, still struggling on stretchers, clearly exhibited signs of impending zombification. Furrowing his brow, he realized that zombies had begun to appear with alarming frequency in Dantian City, a fact he had entirely overlooked in the news during his previous life. Eventually, Lin Jihai's vehicle came to a stop in front of an upscale hotel, where Ji Shi also proceeded to check in while surveying the establishment. After Lin Jihai deposited his luggage and prepared to descend with Xiao Lu back to the office, he unexpectedly spotted Ji Shi waiting for him in the corridor. I will not be returning with you, Lin Jihai remarked casually as he passed Ji Shi. Raising an eyebrow, Ji Shi remained silent and entered the elevator. Xiao Lu, who had been accompanying Lin Jihai, sensed that the secretary seemed somewhat distracted throughout the journey, often glancing outward. As they neared their destination, Lin Jihai's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. His mood inexplicably brightened, for entry to the municipal office was not granted to just anyone. Observing Ji Shi forced to remain outside, he felt a desire to exchange a celebratory high-five with Xiao Lu. Aware of his exclusion, Ji Shi opted to find a relatively cool spot outside the municipal office in Dantian City to sit and wait. Perhaps influenced by memories from his past life, Ji Shi harbored a negative impression of Dantian City. For instance, he noticed a group of individuals clad in white cloth gathering outside the municipal office. At the forefront of the group, a white banner was unfurled, emblazoned with stark black letters. Severe punishment for rabid patients and their families. An eye for an eye. A crowd had gathered to witness the commotion, and Ji Shi casually approached an elderly woman fanning herself to inquire, "What is happening over there?" The woman glanced at him and replied, "You must not know? A rabid madman escaped from the municipal office a few days ago, biting passers-by. Those bitten were taken to the hospital, but it was futile. They all succumbed to the disease, the youngest being only 7 or 8 years old. Now the families are here demanding accountability." Understanding dawned on Ji Shi as he realized the gravity of the situation. Zombies had indeed infiltrated the municipal office. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Jihai found himself embroiled in a troubling situation. The family of the child, adamant about seeking retribution, refused any form of settlement. Onlookers were rife with speculation. Who among them would remain calm when their only son had been bitten, and no one offered an explanation? Ji Shi discerned the underlying truth. Most likely, the assailant was already deceased, though the circumstances surrounding the revelation were perhaps too delicate for public disclosure. As the crowd swelled, officials from the city administration soon appeared, seemingly intent on negotiation. Yet, after prolonged stalemate, tension escalated when a vehicle arrived, bringing with it a woman bound and gagged. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth, saliva trickling down as she struggled against the grip of several men, occasionally lurching towards bystanders. "Release me. My son is dead, and my wife has been reduced to this wretched state. If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall set her free. For rabies is a fate no one can remedy." A man clad in black shouted in fury. This was a dire situation, Ji Shi mused. The man began counting down, threatening to untie the woman if no response was given within 5 minutes, allowing her to bite indiscriminately. Observers, some with children in tow, began to retreat, the stench emanating from the woman already reaching them from across the street. An elderly lady, fanning herself, attempted to engage Ji Shi in conversation, only to realize he had vanished from the spot. Lin Jihai's meeting had concluded, and he was to accompany several leaders from Dantian City to inspect a nearby construction site. As he exited the conference room and awaited transportation with his colleagues, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside. "What is happening out there?" Zhang Luhan inquired. "Nothing to worry about, Director. It's merely a disturbance. Deputy Wang has gone to mediate," replied a nearby female staff member. Lin Jihai glanced outside, noting Ji Shi was conspicuously absent. It was understandable, in such sweltering heat. Ji Shi had likely retreated to the hotel, he reasoned. The vehicle was soon ready, and as Lin Jihai and his colleagues approached to board, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air from the side entrance. A disheveled woman burst through the door, prompting an employee to interject. "I'm sorry, but you must register before entering. You cannot barge in like this." Before she could finish, the woman lunged at the staff member, resulting in a horrific scream as the woman bit into the flesh of her arm, chewing it savagely. "Xiaozheng!" Zhang Luhan exclaimed in shock, rushing towards the woman in a desperate attempt to rescue the screaming Xiao Zheng from beneath her assailant. Lin Jihai was just about to step forward to assist, when suddenly the woman lifted her head, revealing a decayed visage still gnawing on human flesh, startling several middle-aged men. Are you unwell? Quickly call 120. Another employee beside Lin Jihai trembled as he took out his phone, yet he hesitated to approach any closer. The response was a hoarse roar from the woman. Little Zheng, a female employee, was desperately struggling, bewildered by the immense strength of the woman atop her. As if she were pinned down by a bloodthirsty beast. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her lower abdomen. The woman had ripped open her stomach. Lin Jihai stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene. As little Zheng took her last breath on the ground, the deranged woman lunged toward him. With a foul-smelling face looming before him, he saw her eyes devoid of pupils. Secretary Lin. Quickly save Secretary Lin. Anticipated pain never came. Lin Jihai gasped for breath. Opening his eyes to find a familiar figure before him, Ji Shi was wielding a dustpan, skillfully fending off the female zombie. He could have easily dispatched her with a single blow, but considering the surveillance cameras and that this was Lin Jihai's workplace, he opted to restrain himself for the moment. Dad, are you all right? Ji Shi inquired. And no, I'm fine, Lin Jihai stammered, astonished that this young man had saved him. That's good to hear. Ji Shi smiled, displaying no hint of impatience, and he noted that little Zheng's corpse on the ground had begun to convulse. Noticing a bundle of soft hoses hanging from a nearby water cart, Ji Shi swiftly tore one down and adeptly bound the female zombie with it. Little Zheng is still alive. Zhang Luhan and others exclaimed with delight. Don't go over there. Ji Shi aimed to awaken the group, after being disemboweled. How could a normal person still be alive? Who are you? If you use first aid to stop the bleeding, she might still be saved. An employee retorted. Then you go save her. Rabies is contagious, Ji Shi replied, choosing instead to stand beside Lin Jihai and watch the unfolding drama. The sound of police sirens echoed from outside, and the employee, frightened by Ji Shi's words, ultimately refrained from advancing. Secretary Lin. This is, Zhang Luhan finally noticed the second unexpected guest in the municipal compound. Hello, my name is Ji Shi, and this is my father-in-law. Ji Shi introduced himself straightforwardly. Father-in-law? Everyone turned to Lin Jihai, surprised that Secretary Lin had brought his son-in-law on a business trip. I came to Dantian City to discuss business and happened to see a crowd gathered outside, Ji Shi explained, hoping to ease Lin Jihai's embarrassment. I see. Thanks to you. Old Lin, your son-in-law is quite impressive. Zhang Luhan regarded Ji Shi with admiration. He appeared dignified and had bravely rushed to save Lin Jihai, a rare quality in young men. She's alive. Little Zheng is alive. She is standing up. Uncertain who shouted, Ji Shi positioned himself in front of Lin Jihai, firmly grasping the dustpan in his hand. The mortally wounded Xiao Zheng rose awkwardly, her eyes wide with a peculiar expression. She dashed towards the crowd, resembling the deranged woman from earlier. Lin Jihai gazed at Ji Shi, who stood protectively before him, sensing the intent behind his actions. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the courtyard just as Xiao Zheng approached them. The bullet struck her head, resulting in her immediate demise. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the entrance. Were there any injuries? A squad of uniformed individuals filed in, led by a tall woman, whom Ji Shi surmised had fired the shot. No one is injured, but have you perhaps misidentified the target? Xiao Zheng was one of our personnel. A middle-aged man lamented, covering the deceased Xiao Zheng's face with a handkerchief, his expression tinged with indignation. She had already perished prior. No one touched her, right? Oh, and what about that? The woman in white gloves pointed to the zombie bound by Ji Shi. No one touched her. This gentleman specifically instructed us not to interfere. What is happening here? Is it truly rabies? Zhang Luhan inquired. Did you bind her? The woman appeared intrigued upon noticing the dustpan in Ji Shi's grasp. Yes, but I assure you, I am uninjured. Ji Shi anticipated a brief inquiry followed by a simple report, unaware that the officer would require him to accompany her. Lost in contemplation over the dustpan, he pondered if he should have dealt the zombie a fatal blow earlier. It's all right. Go ahead. I will ensure your release. To his surprise, Lin Jihai patted his shoulder reassuringly. Chapter 23. When control slips away. Fortunately, Ji Shi's follow-up was merely a thorough medical examination, leaving only the report to complete. The surveillance footage from the municipal complex revealed no anomalies, attributing the incident solely to the disruptive relatives, who, as it turned out, had already been subdued. You know Yushun Ti have approached her? Xing Wan inquired after reviewing the footage, directing her question at Ji Shi. Yes, I had seen some minor news reports before. Ji Shi, preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the hotel, had completed his medical examination, with only the report remaining. He was taken aback to find that the tall woman was the one taking his statement. Captain Xing, he was previously a security guard, an assistant interjected. Now it makes sense. No wonder he possesses certain skills. You acted appropriately, but it's best not to disseminate today's events to the public. Xing Wan, whose striking appearance and assertive demeanor were quite appealing, responded. Why not? Ji Shi queried. Of course, to prevent public panic, Xingwan replied. Since such incidents have occurred more than once, shouldn't the citizens be warned to exercise caution, lest there be casualties when control slips away in the future? Ji Shi countered. Control slips away? Rest assured, it will be under control. Xingwan initially believed that Ji Shi would readily agree, but she was taken aback by his unexpected counter-question. However, in her view, this situation was entirely manageable. Ji Shi, with a cold smile inwardly, mused that it would indeed be splendid if it could be controlled. He hoped they could shoulder this responsibility. After speaking, Ji Shi departed. He was merely a rootless citizen, an individual incapable of halting the impending global catastrophe, and all he could do was protect his own home. Upon returning to the hotel, Ji Shi knocked on Lin Jihai's door. The night had already enveloped the surroundings, and Lin Jihai opened the door just a crack, allowing Ji Shi to slip inside. You little rascal, who permitted you to enter? Lin Jihai was taken aback by Ji Shi's audacity upon returning from the police station, seemingly forgetting all decorum. Dad, I've already purchased the tickets for tonight. Pack your belongings. We shall leave shortly, Ji Shi asserted without room for argument. What? I haven't finished my work yet. Why should I leave with you? Lin Jihai exclaimed, forgetting to close the door behind him. He had anticipated that Ji Shi would defer to his mood upon returning, but now Ji Shi paid him no heed and began packing his things. Lin Jihai was perplexed. You may be U.S. father, but you are also mine, Ji Shi remarked as he stuffed a pair of pants into Lin Jihai's suitcase. Even if you saved my life today, what warrants this late-night departure? Do you not regard your work as significant? Lin Jihai retorted, refusing to comply. Work is indeed trivial at this moment, Ji Shi replied earnestly. In any case, I will not accompany you. This is utterly absurd. You may have taken my daughter, but now you wish to take me as well? Were you once involved in human trafficking? Lin Jihai continued to ramble, while Ji Shi rose to close the door and curtains, retrieving the room's key card. After ensuring there were no surveillance devices, he grasped Lin Jihai's wrist. What do you intend to do? Lin Jihai asked, his face a mask of fear. Yet, in the next instant, his surroundings transformed. Although it was not quite a paradise of birds and flowers, it was a verdant and delightful realm, a serene haven. Lin Jihai thought he must be hallucinating. Ji Shi released Lin Jihai's hand, waiting for his father-in-law's reaction. Are you a monster? Lin Jihai glared at Ji Shi, realizing how he had deceived his exceptionally intelligent daughter. Ji Shi chose not to respond to this query. The space, where Xi Jinping had sown wheat seeds, now flourished with green shoots up to the ankles. The fruit tree saplings Ji Shi had purchased in the countryside had also begun to sprout, creating a pleasing sight that lifted one's spirits. Lin Jihai even questioned whether he had entered a realm of immortals. This is our ancestral land of the Ji family. I can enter it any time. And of course, I can bring you in as well, Ji Shi explained. Does he know about this? Lin Jihai inquired. Certainly, including Fan Xing, Ji Shi replied. Lin Jihai was rendered speechless by this astonishing event. He had never believed in the supernatural, yet now his feet were firmly planted on the lush green grass, with a massive jade orb hovering above a stone tablet not far away. How could such a place exist? Lin Jihai murmured. Could it be that this was the reason why Ye insisted on marrying Ji Shi? It was only in recent days that I discovered this. But what I am about to reveal is of utmost significance. Ji Shi disclosed matters regarding the space and the impending calamity that would soon unfold, then quietly awaited Lin Jihai's reaction to this revelation. Impossible. Our nation is thriving. How could such a scenario arise? You must be deceiving me. Just as Lin Ye had anticipated, even when confronted with this reality, Lin Jihai was reluctant to accept the existence of an apocalypse. Whether you are being deceived will become evident next month, but for now, Father, please rest here for a few days. Once I return home, you will be released. After Ji Shi finished speaking, he vanished before Lin Jihai's eyes. Our home. Lin Jihai was momentarily taken aback. How could Ji Shi suddenly disappear? And why was he instructed to stay here for a few days? Wasn't there a flight scheduled for tonight? When Lin Ye and the others saw Ji Shi return alone, they assumed he had failed to convince Lin Jihai. Just as Tang Jingru was about to speak, Lin Jihai reappeared before them. If it weren't for the fact that the person who had suddenly appeared was her husband, Tang Jingru might have fainted from the shock. Lin Jihai was squatting in the space's chicken coop, gathering eggs, and thus emerged still in a crouched position. After a moment of realization, he finally reacted to the group surrounding him. You rascal. Without a word, you locked me in there for several days. My work is not yet arranged. I represent Haitong City. Lin Jihai had scolded Ji Shi for several days within the space, and now that he was out, he was determined to voice his grievances. However, his tirade was interrupted by Lin Ye. Father, you took the flight to Dongtian City yesterday morning. It is only the early hours of the second day. Yes, Dad. When morning arrives, just say you are unwell and decided to return home to take a leave of absence. Lin Fanqing chimed in to support her. What? You two are conspiring to deceive me as well. I have been in that place for several days. Lin Jihai exclaimed in anger. Chapter 24, Not a Fantasy Husband. They are not deceiving you. It was only when Tang Jingru spoke that Lin Jihai began to believe even a fraction of what was said. Upon checking the date and time on his phone, he was suddenly struck by the possibility that his memory was failing him. 10 hours in the space equates to 1 hour in the outside world. Father, I apologize. It was my unilateral decision to bring you back. Jisher, too, felt helpless, believing Dantian City to be far too perilous. Lin Jihai had spent several days in the space, exhausting his patience, and now, upon being released, he found himself at a loss for words. Mom and Dad, I understand that this situation is difficult for both of you to accept, but it is not a mere fantasy. Lin Yi began to offer her encouragement. The situation in Dantian City is far more dire than that in Huitong City. Ji Shi confided the events of the day to a few individuals, prompting Tang Jingru to anxiously inquire, Jihai, did you truly witness it? Lin Jihai nodded. Yet he intended to maintain his stance. The hospital authorities claimed it was merely the oppressive heat exacerbating the patient's anxiety disorders, leading to their violent behaviors. Dad, what kind of anxiety disorder could compel someone to tear another's abdomen open with bare hands? Lin Fanqing questioned, although he had never encountered a zombie. Ji Shi's account had already painted a vivid image in his mind. Lin Jihai sat in silence on his own sofa, but Tang Jingru, no longer anxious, interjected. Enough of your bickering. If catastrophe strikes, none can avert it. As long as our family remains united, there is little to fear. However, it would be prudent to prepare adequately. She then turned her gaze to Ji Shi, acknowledging that regardless of whether Ji Shi had forcibly brought Lin Jihai back, he at least had the latter's safety in mind. Perhaps this son-in-law, who had not garnered their favor, was not as dreadful as relatives had suggested. I trust my brother-in-law. You haven't seen the videos shared in our group, Lin Fanqing tirelessly urged. Jihai, your work matters are manageable, but please refrain from disclosing Ji Shi and Ye's circumstances. It could very well endanger our entire family. Tang Jingru settled beside Lin Jihai, although she had never entered Ji Shi's domain. She had heard from her children that no one could guarantee the consequences should this matter become public. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. Lin Jihai wished to convey that those in his profession were quite discreet and that he would never gamble with his daughter's life. Having spent several days in Ji Shi's space, he remained profoundly shocked, for to him, it seemed a realm far beyond this world. Dad, don't you have a few weeks of annual leave remaining? Lin Ye asked. Ultimately, Lin Jihai succumbed to his family's pleas. He felt he must be mad to have taken 10 consecutive days of leave for such a matter. In that case, Secretary Lin, take a proper break. This project is not urgent. I will apply for a postponement from higher-ups. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Lin Jihai let out a sigh of relief. So, Xiao Shuang possesses such abilities? I would have never believed it in the past. In the living room, Tang Jingru engaged in lively conversation with Ji Shi and others, while Chu Xiao Shuang's gentle and charming demeanor quickly won Tang Jingru's affection. It's perfectly normal. Seeing is believing. When I resided on the mountain, I had not encountered the peculiarities of the valley below. Chu Xiao Shuang affixed a paper depicting puppetry onto one of Lin Fanqing's toy figurines, which astonishingly began to move, drawing exclamations of wonder from Lin Fanqing. Meanwhile, Ji Shi and Lin Yi brought breakfast to the dining table, and the family appeared to be enjoying a harmonious moment. You rascal, don't think I've forgiven you just like that. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jihai could not help but remark upon witnessing this scene. Tang Jingru cast him a sidelong glance. It was originally her responsibility to prepare breakfast, yet Ji Shi claimed he had ready provisions. After finishing their meal, Ji Shi suggested, let us return home together with Mom and Dad. Return? Why should we accompany you? Lin Jihai believed he and his wife should not be led by Ji Shi. Dad, please allow Ji Shi to finish, Lin Ye interjected, placing a crystal shrimp dumpling into her father's bowl. She truly admired Ji Shi, as her father was notoriously difficult to deal with. Ji Shi leisurely consumed a spoonful of lean meat porridge, seemingly unfazed by Lin Jihai's demeanor. He spoke earnestly. Funya District is the most densely populated old area of Haitong City. If anything were to happen here, the first thing to become paralyzed would be the traffic. By then, it would be too late to leave safely. That is true. The roads here do tend to get congested. However, Ji Shi, what should we bring with us? Tang Jingru was swayed by Lin Yi and Lin Fanqing. She felt that even if nothing were to happen in the future, it would be worthwhile to seize the opportunity to visit her daughter's residence. Moreover, she harbored an unsettling premonition that perhaps they might never return to this home again. Mom, whatever you wish to take, I can manage it, Ji Shi replied. Tang Jingru had yet to see his space. Perhaps he should take her to see it first. After she had witnessed Ji Shi's space, her perception of him transformed entirely. Although many claimed Ji Shi had deceived their daughter, he always prioritized Lin Yi above all else. Even with such an extraordinary possession that could drive anyone to madness, he displayed no arrogance whatsoever. This is a small gift from me to you. I heard from Yaya that you've already spent quite a bit. Please use this as well. Upon exiting the space, Tang Jingru immediately produced her bank card. Lin Jihai worked in politics, and she in medicine. Their earnings were modest, yet several years ago, both families had old houses demolished, resulting in a considerable sum from the compensation. She handed Ji Shi a sum of 8 million, which also included a reluctant contribution from Lin Jihai. Indeed, wealth is but an external possession. I am not in dire need, Ji Shi thought to himself, wanting to feign modesty. However, the bank card was swiftly snatched by Lin Fanqing. Brother-in-law, consider this as provisions for our family. I've researched quite a bit. There's much we need to stockpile. Exactly, it would be regretful to waste it, wouldn't it? Lin Yaya agreed. Ji Shi smiled and ultimately expressed his gratitude to Tang Jingru, allowing Lin Yaya to take the card. At this critical juncture, he would never scoff at the abundance of money, even if offered 1 billion. He could easily spend it all within days. This is outrageous. You all are simply insufferable. Lin Jihai paced around the room. Hadn't he promised to teach his daughter and son-in-law a lesson? How had they all come to revolve around Ji Shi instead? Chapter 25. The use of silence magic. Dad. All flights to Dantian City have been suspended, Ji Shi announced as he opened the morning news. What? Flights suspended? How could this happen? Lin Jihai swiftly flipped through the tablet handed to him by Ji Shi. Thus, had they not hastily returned last night, they might have found themselves temporarily stranded in Dantian City. Indeed, all other tickets were sold out, Lin Fanqing exclaimed. However, the reasons for this were not explicitly stated here. Lin Yaya remarked in confusion. I have several old classmates working in the hospital in Dantian City. They mentioned that the current situation at the hospital is quite dire. I have urged them to take leave if possible and vacate the city center. Tang Jingru had just made a phone call, suggesting that the classmates visit less crowded places to alleviate their spirits, but she did not dare to elaborate further. The disaster emergency response plan has already been activated there, and it should be under control soon, Lin Jihai stated, though his confidence waned as this incident was indeed abrupt. By the way, Ji Shi, why don't you collect the furniture from our room as well? We can stay inside after all. Lin Yaya shifted the topic, noting the numerous empty rooms in the spatial residence. She had always intended to furnish them, but had yet to find the time. Wouldn't that be troublesome? Nevertheless, I truly adore this furniture. Tang Jingru gazed longingly at her vanity, a cherished heirloom from her grandmother, crafted from precious Wangwali wood, rich in collectible value. Ji Shi placed his hand beside Tang Jingru's vanity, and in an instant, it vanished from its original position. Not troublesome at all, Ji Shi replied. Upon witnessing this, Tang Jingru's eyes sparkled, and she guided Ji Shi in gathering various items from their home into the spatial dimension. Oh, this is incredibly convenient. It's as if I can carry my home wherever I go. Tang Jingru felt immensely satisfied, realizing she could leave with just a small handbag. To be cautious. Before their departure, Lin Yaya entrusted Chu Xiaoshuang with the task of silencing Lin Jihai and Tang Jingru using a spell. Don't forget to bring along my treasured aged wine. Lin Jihai stammered for a moment before addressing Ji Shi. The wine cabinet is anchored to the floor, so it cannot be moved. All right, Dad. Ji Shi opened the wine cabinet and, with a wave of his hand, collected all the neatly arranged bottles into the spatial realm. Lin Yaya and Tang Jingru exchanged knowing smiles behind him, indicating that their relationship was on the brink of thawing. At the Shiji Garden community, Xiao Wu cheerfully exited the elevator on the 11th floor. Living alone, he often found himself bored, so he was always eager to assist Ji Shi with any tasks assigned. Today was no exception. He successfully rented the vacant room next door on the 11th floor for Ji Shi. No need to be polite, Ji Go. I'm just idling about anyway, he said to Ji Shi on the phone. Although the rent was somewhat steep, it was for Ji's in-laws, so one must not be negligent. The communal area of the Shiji Garden community is quite spacious, and on Ji Shi's floor, there are 4 units, one of which is unoccupied and conveniently adjacent to theirs, prompting him to rent it. The other 2 units are occupied. One houses a family of 3, while the other is home to 2 retired elders. As Ji Shi and the others exited the elevator, they coincidentally encountered the 2 elderly residents from across the way, who were preparing to take their teddy dog for a walk. Ah, Xiao Ji, have relatives come to visit? Mr. Zhang, with his hair turned gray, inquired cheerfully while donning a white undershirt. Yes, we have guests at home. Ji Shi, who had always maintained a mere nodding acquaintance with the neighbors, greeted them briefly. During their exchange, the lively Teddy approached Changsheng, seeking affection. Oh, so you also have a dog? Grandma Zhao remarked, her gaze fixated on the impeccably white Changsheng. The Teddy, known for its boisterous demeanor, typically barked fiercely at unfamiliar dogs, yet it was the first time they witnessed their Teddy being so amicable towards a stranger. It belongs to my family. I brought it along for some playtime, Lin Yaya explained. Speaking of which, one must be cautious when walking dogs these days. I heard that earlier this morning, someone in the neighborhood was bitten by a dog that wasn't on a leash. How can one walk a dog without a leash? Grandma Zhao shook her head as she entered the elevator. Ji Shi contemplated the unrestrained Changsheng, pondering, is this a reference to us not having a leash? Yet, Changsheng is so well-behaved. Lin Fanqing firmly believed that Changsheng was the spirit companion that Chu Xiaoshuang had described, distinctly different from ordinary dogs. Perhaps we should refrain from taking Changsheng out too often, he suggested. After all, there are only a few days left, Ji Shi added. Oh my, you have finally returned. Has your in-laws come as well? Come in, come in. I've prepared a feast. Ji Jinping, still clad in an apron, exclaimed upon seeing a throng of people in the corridor. He hadn't anticipated that his son would return accompanied by the entire family of his in-laws. My son Jihai has been too busy to visit, and I want to thank you for taking care of Yaya and Fanqing during this time, Tang Jingru said graciously. Not at all. Yaya is truly the best daughter-in-law. My son is indeed fortunate, ha ha ha. Ji Jinping's hearty laughter, mingled with the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen, created a warm atmosphere. However, upon entering the room, everyone was taken aback. The living room table, the floor, and even the sofa were piled high with steamed buns and mantou. Father, did you make all of this? Lin Ye asked, astonished. Yes, since you were away. I grew bored and accidentally made too much, Ji Jinping replied. Having previously spoken with Ji Shi, he was aware that Ji Shi had shared the information about the space being allocated to Lin Jihai and his wife. Thus, when Ji Shi began to store the packed food into the space before everyone, Ji Jinping was not surprised. He had already come to terms with the vastness of that space. It would be quite challenging for just the two of them to occupy it, and the silence spell was remarkably effective. He had found that even writing about it was impossible. Father, someone in the community was bitten by a dog. Ji Shi still harbored concerns regarding Mr. Zhang's earlier comments. Yes, that happened this morning. It was merely a dog bite, Ji Jinping confirmed. Ji Shi opened his phone and discovered that the WeChat group chat indeed mentioned the incident. However, it appeared that the dog owner had compensated the victim, and the matter seemed to have been resolved amicably. There is a saying, the shadow of a bough on a cup can frighten a snake. I believe this calamity is unlikely to occur. We must trust in human science. Lin Jihai remarked. Father, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. It is better to believe in their existence, Ji Shi countered. Lin Fanqing, anxious to avoid an awkward atmosphere, soon realized that Ji Shi and his father seemed quite indifferent. Tang Jingru cast a glance at Lin Jihai and remarked, if you have nothing meaningful to say, it would be best to remain silent. Chapter 26. The night shift. Ji Shi understood that Lin Jihai had been persuaded by Tang Jingru for quite some time before he agreed to come. He had even promised Lin Jihai that if nothing unusual occurred during his vacation, he would restore their family's previous state. This was a common understanding. Most people would think similarly, especially at their father's age, where certain beliefs are deeply entrenched. Ji Shi gently ruffled Lin Ye's hair, though she had come over to console him. As long as you're not upset, that's good. My father has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, Lin Ye remarked. Her family had already been settled in the adjacent unit, and after a long day, Ji Shi had just taken a brief respite in the space before preparing to head to his night shift, which made her feel a twinge of sympathy. Actually, he has shown me quite a bit of respect. I'm not angry at all, Ji Shi sincerely stated, acknowledging that Lin Jihai's current demeanor was a form of compromise, given his position in the bureaucratic sphere. Fanqing can drive too. Let us head to the fast food restaurant together later, Lin Ye added, having rested sufficiently in the space. The fast food establishment had received a call, as they had prepared hundreds of meals over the past 2 days, all stored in the restaurant's refrigeration unit. If they were not collected soon, the food would lose its freshness. All right, Ji Shi replied. The storage area in the space had been organized, thanks to the shelves that Tang Jingru and Lin Ye had cleared out, allowing for the immediate storage of the meal boxes. As night fell, the Century Garden community gradually dimmed its lights. Ji Shi had once relished working the night shift, for it was significantly less demanding than the day shift. Oftentimes, he could even find solace in sleep at the security booth without anyone noticing. Jigu, are you planning to undertake a significant business venture recently? Xiao Wu, who was also on the night shift, inquired. Ji Shi had brought him a steaming box of takeout for supper, which he devoured with delight. Yes, after finally getting married. I'm considering investing in something to earn a bit of money for future family stability, Ji Shi replied, producing a can of cola from somewhere and placing it before Xiao Wu. The duty room was not solely occupied by the two of them. 3 other security guards were on the opposite side, engaging in a spirited game of do di zhu, ostensibly to stay alert. Xiao Wu had been quite helpful to Ji Shi over the past few days, but aside from sharing some food with him, he felt he had little to offer in return. However, Xiao Wu did not mind the trivialities and, shoveling another mouthful of rice, said, Jigu, if you strike it rich in the future, don't forget to take me along. I may not be the brightest, but I'm diligent. Of course, you'll be right by my side, Ji Shi smiled, not joking in the least. In truth, Xiao Wu was far from foolish. His accommodating nature merely led those around him to perceive him as a pushover. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Xiao Wu replied just as the walkie-talkie at their waists crackled to life. Attention, Duty Room 3. A resident from Building C, 7th floor, has reported that there are intoxicated individuals causing a disturbance outside. If anyone is available, please investigate. The intercom crackled with the languid voice of the community operator, to which Ji Shi promptly responded. The duty room on the 3rd floor acknowledges. I shall attend to the matter at once. Jigu, you've been busy all day. I'll take a look. You rest here, suggested Xiao Wu, rising to his feet. Indeed, it must be yet another inebriated individual mistakenly knocking at the wrong door. Let Xiao Wu handle it alone, they all agreed, reluctant to leave their unfinished game of Do Di Zhu. Thus, they decided to send the most obedient Xiao Wu to investigate. Just as he nodded and was about to exit, Ji Shi called him back. You all, come with me. Ji Shi said, his expression grave as he scrutinized the footage from the 7th floor of Building C. The surveillance displayed in monochrome and was quite small. Yet he was convinced that the disheveled figure in the frame was not merely another drunken soul. He recalled seeing a message in the community group earlier today. The person claiming to have been bitten by a dog also resided in Building C. The harsh sound of a chair scraping against the floor interrupted the moment. As Zhang Yong, visibly displeased, exclaimed, Why are there so many of you going? Is no one left in the duty room? Ever since Ji Shi had publicly embarrassed him, Zhang Yong had scarcely acknowledged him, and now he felt Ji Shi was merely posturing. I said no one stays behind. Move quickly, or you'll lose 20 points. Ji Shi replied, aware that he held little authority, but recognizing that now was not the time to assert it. Fine, we'll go. Who's afraid of him? Zhang Yong muttered, kicking a stool before following along with the others. Upon their arrival at Building C, Ji Shi's directives further incited Zhang Yong's ire. Take the stairs. It's merely the 7th floor. Surely, you all possess enough stamina for this. Also, remember to tread lightly. Silence is paramount. Ji Shi instructed. Ji Gu, are we catching a thief? Xiao Wu could not contain his curiosity. If only it were a thief, Ji Shi replied, leading the way while signaling for silence to the others. Just as Zhang Yong was about to interject, Zhao Qin nudged him, suggesting that they had come this far, and it would be a pity to lose performance points over such a trivial matter. Reluctantly, Zhang Yong swallowed his retort. The stairwell was equipped with motion sensor lights, and the cautious group had not triggered the switch, leaving them enveloped in darkness. Ji Shi, however, discovered that he could see clearly in this obscurity, likely a result of the medicinal effects of the cleansing elixir he had consumed. As they reached the 6th floor, Ji Shi suddenly halted. What is the matter, Jigu? Xiao Wu asked, having heard noises from above. Someone was indeed knocking at a door, accompanied by labored breathing. Given such commotion, it was unlikely they were dealing with a thief. You all stay behind me. Don't wander off, Ji Shi commanded. The group sensed something was amiss, yet they were puzzled. Had Ji Shi truly taken his medication correctly? Previously, he had always been the one lingering at the back, merely directing from afar. Understood. Xiao Wu replied obediently. Zhang Yong rolled his eyes, feeling that Ji Shi was becoming increasingly theatrical. The door to the 7th floor stairwell stood ajar, and the group stealthily made their way into the corridor on the 7th floor. The corridor's sensor lights remained brightly illuminated due to the resonant sound of a slamming door, as a drunken man incessantly pounded on a security door ahead. Upon their arrival, the inebriated individual turned his head. Goodness, why is his face so disfigured? Zhang Yong could not restrain himself from exclaiming after catching sight of the man's visage. Was he injured? Did he lack eyeballs? Little Wu stared blankly at the staggering drunkard rushing towards them. Remember, do not let it scratch or bite you, or you'll incur a penalty of 20. Ji Shi, wielding a security baton, approached the scene. While Zhao Qin intended to question why Ji Shi would strike at a homeowner, only to witness the drunken man bite down on the baton. Although the baton was made of a rubbery exterior, it was remarkably sturdy. Nevertheless, the drunkard managed to take a sizable chunk out of it. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Zombies. What strong teeth. Even Lu Honyang, beside Little Wu, felt compelled to applaud. Indeed, the potential of a man inebriated is boundless. Are you all daft? Can he still be considered a normal person? Zhang Yong could no longer tolerate the sight. If Ji Shi hadn't intervened earlier, it would have been him at risk of being bitten. Yes, we must report this. Zhao Qin also recognized that the drunken man was far too ferocious. This was beyond the purview of their security team. Ji Shi yearned for a thrilling confrontation with the zombie, yet he was aware of the surveillance in the corridor, as well as several households peering out through their doors. Thus, he decided to lure the zombie toward the stairwell, which was devoid of cameras. Jigu, are you all right? Do you need assistance? Little Wu called out from a short distance, eager to help. No need. He is merely a mindless lunatic, Ji Shi replied. And with a swift motion, he evaded the zombie's grasp. Zhang Yong, seizing the opportunity, picked up a children's bicycle leaning against the corridor and hurled it at the zombie. Crash! The bicycle struck the drunken man, but merely bounced off him. It seemed he felt no pain. Instead, Zhang Yong successfully diverted the drunken man's attention toward himself. With a growl, as the zombie lunged at Zhang Yong, Ji-Shi cursed inwardly but sprinted forward nonetheless. Within the confines of his pajamas, Liao Xian widened his eyes, watching as the agile security guard delivered a kick to the drunken man's back, subsequently jamming the baton into the zombie's mouth. Gurgle roar. Saliva dripped from the baton as Zhang Yong stood a mere 10 centimeters from the drunken man's face, observing in vivid detail the absence of intelligence in his grayish eyes, the putrid, decaying visage, and the foul-smelling mouth. The zombie's long, grayish nails clawed desperately at the baton. Step back, Ji-Shi exclaimed, noticing Zhang Yong was rendered speechless. The corridor was rife with an inexplicable stench. He decisively nudged Zhang Yong in front of Little Wu and others, then delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's abdomen. Roar. Ji-Shi successfully maneuvered the zombie into the stairwell, where, hidden from view, he thrust the baton into the zombie's eye socket and delivered a forceful kick to send it sprawling downward. As Xiao Wu and his companions entered the stairwell, they beheld the inebriated man who had tumbled down the steps, appearing utterly incapacitated. Is he unconscious? Xiao Wu inquired. I don't know. He came charging at me, and when I dodged, he fell. Ji-Shi shrugged, embodying a demeanor of helplessness. Security, does that man have some contagious disease? He's oozing pus all over. A resident rushed over. Having heard the commotion, the drunken man had previously knocked on their door, and he was ready to unleash a tirade. But a glance through the tempered glass security door nearly caused him to soil himself in fright. It's uncertain. Let's wait for the police, Ji-Shi remarked. To his surprise, the arriving officer was none other than the one he had encountered with Lin Yaya at the mall. You again? What a coincidence. The officer, surnamed Sun, appeared to be in his late 20s and expressed astonishment upon seeing Ji-Shi in a security uniform. Indeed, such a coincidence. Ji-Shi recounted the events succinctly. With corroborating testimonies from the onlookers, as he had anticipated, several individuals clad in protective gear ultimately carried away the fallen figure, sparing Ji-Shi from any responsibility. You performed admirably. Do not let it weigh heavily on your mind. Officer Sun patted Ji-Shi's shoulder, acknowledging that he had handled the situation with commendable efficiency. Thank you. But what exactly happened? If it is a contagious disease, should we conduct an investigation within the community? Ji-Shi was particularly concerned about the individual bitten by a dog earlier, as he recalled that in his previous life, no such incident had occurred in the Century Garden community, nor had there been any reports of zombies. Could it be that due to his return, events were unfolding prematurely? Rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly to ensure the safety of the residents, Officer Sun assured him. Ji-Shi recognized that this was the best outcome he could hope for. Upon returning to the duty room, he found Zhang Yong absent. Brother Ji, I must tell you, Zhang Yong was so frightened he nearly wet himself, Xiao Wu whispered. His face flushed. Is that so? Aren't you all afraid? Ji-Shi asked the remaining trio with curiosity. Brother Ji, I just finished vomiting my dinner, LV Hanyang lamented, nearly on the verge of tears as the horrific visage lingered in his mind. That person, is he dead? Zhao Qin queried, having witnessed the man's eye sockets being punctured, rendering survival impossible. Yes, he is dead, Ji-Shi confirmed, noting the incredulous expressions on their faces, as if questioning why he had not been taken away. Some words are best left unspoken. Remember this. When encountering such individuals, flee if you can, and never allow yourself to be harmed. Even if it means taking the life of the attacker, Ji-Shi advised, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wu. In his previous life, Xiao Wu had similarly tried to save a resident of the community, only to be used as a human shield. Though Ji-Shi had been out of town at the time, he had been on the phone with Xiao Wu, making the incident particularly vivid in his memory. He recalled the resident's words over the phone. Aren't you security there to protect us? If not you, then who? I understand, Brother Ji. Xiao Wu felt as though Ji-Shi was imparting a lesson to him. However, the scene of Ji-Shi grappling with the drunken man in the corridor was captured by an unknown individual and disseminated among a group of over 1,000 people. While the homeowners praised the security team, some recognized the inebriated figure. ISNT, that old Lee, who was bitten by a dog yesterday morning. How has he become so dog-like? Old Lee's wife was also in the group, prompting calls for her to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, the short video, lasting merely 20 seconds, failed to convey that Old Lee had already been carried away by the police in a lifeless state. Please help me inquire about Old Lee's household number at the management office, Ji-Shi instructed Zhao Qin, who was still in a daze before his night shift. Oh, understood. Captain Ji, Zhao Qin promptly replied, now regarding Ji-Shi with newfound respect. After acquiring Old Lee's door number, Ji-Shi maintained discretion and, with half an hour left before the end of his shift, returned to Building C. Room 904 was silent. His knocks on the door elicited no response. Just as he was about to depart, a faint yet unmistakable stench wafted toward him. Recognizing the odor, Ji-Shi prepared to force entry. discovering that the door was merely ajar and not locked. Upon opening it, a foul smell assaulted his senses. He proceeded directly to the bedroom, where the sight was chilling. The bed was soaked in blood, with splatters decorating the walls and the back of the door. Recalling old Lee's relatively clean attire, Jisher quickly surmised that there must be other corpses present. Chapter 28. The entire family consumes the bone-cleansing pill as he pushed open another door. The scene before him solidified his belief that he had plunged into an apocalyptic world. On the bathroom floor, stained with a mixture of fresh and congealed blood, a female zombie was hunched over, gnawing on the corpse of a child, a grim realization that it must belong to old Lee's family. With no outsiders present, Jisher easily dispatched the female zombie and unexpectedly unearthed a glimmering, glass-like object from her skull. The second crystal core. Jisher smiled, recalling that during his earlier encounter in the stairwell with a zombie, a crystal core had also fallen when his security baton pierced it. It appeared he could finally ascertain whether the item was indeed a crystal core, which sustains spatial spiritual energy. Though this core had been extracted from a zombie's brain, it shone with a purity akin to that of a transparent diamond. In his previous life, it took 6 months into the apocalypse for anyone to discover the core's significance. It contained energy that allowed individuals with evolved abilities to upgrade their powers using zombie cores. The transparent core in his possession was the least powerful, being a standard core extracted solely from ordinary zombies. Yet, it was still sufficient. On the balcony of the 11th floor, Lin Yeye and Chu Xiaoduo gazed curiously at the object in Jisher's hand. Is this called a crystal core? Did it come from that bizarre zombie's head? Lin Yeye inquired. It undoubtedly contains spiritual energy, Xiaoduo remarked, marveling at the object, which seemed even more formidable than the previously encountered spiritual stones. Chu Xiaoshuang observed for a considerable time before speaking. That is splendid, brother-in-law. If it truly proves useful, we shall no longer fear being expelled from this space. Lin Fanqing had spent an entire night within the confines of this space, yet in reality, 4 to 5 days had elapsed. He now genuinely believed this space to be unparalleled. It would be a pity if it lacked energy support. Well, you may come in with me to take a look. Jisher drew the curtains and led the 3 of them into the space. He was uncertain how the space would utilize the crystal cores, but he noticed that the jade orb floating above the stone tablet began to shimmer as they entered. Master, it turns out there is indeed an array here. Chu Xiaoshuang knelt before the stone tablet, and a circular pattern materialized on the ground. Jisher nodded and placed the 2 crystal cores in the center of the design. And soon, the cores vanished from sight. They must have been absorbed. After the disappearance of the crystal cores, the jade orb ceased its glimmering and appeared to be a deeper shade of green. However, at the same time, Jisher began to feel an unusual sensation in his body. This feeling was both familiar and exhilarating. Are you all right? Lin Yeye noticed Jisher's odd demeanor and inquired. I think I have something. Jisher looked down at his palm. Something? Brother-in-law, you must be joking. Lin Fanqing exclaimed in astonishment, but the next moment, his mouth fell agape. What is that? He beheld a flickering flame suddenly appearing in Jisher's palm. The flame danced as Jisher raised his hand to observe it closely. In his previous life, he had awakened a fire-based ability, and in this life, he had awakened it even earlier. While this was not particularly remarkable, the flame appeared distinctly different from before. As it burned, a hint of black surrounded it, and the surge of energy coursing through him filled him with delight. If the energy from his past life resembled a water tank, then what he now felt was akin to a pool of water. Jisher, doesn't it burn? Lin Yeye intended to extinguish the flame, but she realized Jisher's expression was not one of pain. Rather, he seemed to revel in it. This should be a superpower. In the future, some individuals will awaken. Jisher stated. A superpower? Lin Fanqing gazed at the flame in shock and asked, a superpower that ignites? Not necessarily. There are many kinds of superpowers: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and potentially others, Jisher replied, attributing his insight to the jade orb's guidance. I am so envious. I too wish to possess a superpower. How did you achieve this, brother-in-law? Is there a secret? Lin Fanqing exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world. There is no secret. Perhaps it is simply a matter of diligent practice? Jisher was genuinely uncertain, although it was true that he trained for several hours daily within the space. It may also be related to the spiritual energy we just encountered. Chu Xiaoshuang suggested. Spiritual energy acts like a key, unlocking the potential within Jisher. What about the cleansing elixir? Could it be connected as well? Lin Yeye inquired, recalling how their stamina had more than doubled after consuming the elixir. It should all be interconnected. Yeah, you have reminded me. Our parents have yet to use the cleansing elixir. Jisher almost forgot that both sets of parents, including Ji Jinping, had yet to experience this. When Lin Yeye mentioned this to her parents, Tang Jingru immediately decided she wanted to partake. A single pill could enhance one's skin. Such a marvelous opportunity was hard to come by. Tang Jingru was already feeling impatient. However, Lin Jihai expressed disdain for the large pill. It lacks even an instruction manual. And you dare to consume it? All the young people have taken it. Why should I be afraid? Tang Jingru boldly swallowed the cleansing pill. Lin Yaya facepalmed. Knowing Tang Jingru's inclination, whenever she heard of a method to enhance her beauty, she would leap to try it without hesitation. Even before Lin Yaya could mention any potential side effects. Yeah, something feels off, Tang Jingru remarked, already sensing a prickling sensation within her. Mom, listen to me. This pill may cause temporary discomfort to help expel impurities from your body. I'll help you to the bathroom, but you must endure, Lin Yaya said worriedly. All right. That's wonderful, Tang Jingru replied, gritting her teeth through the pain, yet her expression was one of delight. Wasn't this far better than the detox capsules she had tried previously? I told you not to take it. Look at you now, feeling unwell. Do you want me to call for help? Lin Jihai attempted to support his wife, but was pushed away. Stay out of women's matters. Yeah, just help me inside. Tang Jingru had begun to detect an odor emanating from her, prompting even Lin Yaya to be ushered out of the restroom. Lin Yaya and Lin Jihai anxiously awaited outside. Over an hour later, the sound of running water emerged from the bathroom, allowing Lin Yaya to finally relax. At just over 40 years of age, and with proper care, Tang Jingru already appeared younger than her peers. After taking the cleansing pill, she seemed to have shed a decade. Jishir felt that even if this mother-daughter duo were to step out claiming to be sisters, no one would bat an eye. Not to mention, his father-in-law was now staring in disbelief. Jishir has come too? Mom, I truly need to thank you. Tang Jingru felt invigorated. Such a wonderful thing as the cleansing pill was generously offered by Jishir. It was a pity that her husband still looked utterly bewildered. No need to be polite, as it is only useful when it benefits someone. Otherwise, it simply becomes a useless object, Jishir remarked, having come to check on the situation next door, where Ji Jinping was still suffering the effects of the cleansing pill. Dad, if you're worried, perhaps you should reconsider, Lin Yaya suggested, as Lin Jihai had just expressed his adamant refusal to partake. What do I have to worry about? Your mother has taken it. Why should I be afraid? Lin Jihai finally regained his senses, acknowledging that Tang Jingru indeed looked considerably younger. He felt as though they were from different generations. Ultimately, Jishir successfully encouraged the entire family to take the cleansing pill, while Chu Xiaoshuang mentioned she had already consumed it when she joined the Jinghua sect. The cleansing pill was reputed for its benefits in prolonging life and enhancing physical health. Thus, regardless of who consumed it, there were only advantages to be gained. Chu Xiaoshuang winked at Jishir. Although she reluctantly acknowledged him as her master, it must be said that Jishir had provided her with numerous surprises. Despite their lack of kinship, he was willing to part with such precious items as the cleansing elixir for her sake. Jishir, I know you are busy. If there is anything you need assistance with, please don't hesitate to let me and your father know. We are quite idle here, Tang Jingru volunteered. If my parents are feeling bored, there are indeed a few matters I would like to entrust to them, Jishir responded without reservation. He had been working tirelessly these past few days, and without Lin Yaya's assistance, he would scarcely have had a moment to rest. Ultimately, this makeshift family came to a consensus. Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai would procure grain seeds from the seed shop Jishir had contacted, while Lin Fanqing remained at the warehouse to receive goods. Jishir would head to the United Supermarket to collect the supplies delivered by the vendors over the past few days, and then make another trip to the grain and oil market. It seemed that Chu Xiaoshuang had amassed quite a bit of gold, in addition to some gold bracelets. Her mirror space contained several gold bars. Jishir took her to a gold shop, where they exchanged the gold for cash at a rate 10% below market value. Is 1 million a lot of money? What can it buy? Chu Xiaoshuang inquired, puzzled. It's not insignificant. At least it should suffice for what you wish to purchase. Jishir reassured her. He had not anticipated that the gold bars would yield such a substantial amount. But both he and Lin Yaya had no intention of utilizing Chu Xiaoshuang's funds. Why don't you drop us off at the shopping mall while you collect things at the United Supermarket? I can take Xiaoshuang shopping, Lin Yaya suggested. Jishir readily agreed, even encouraging the two to indulge in their purchases, as it was her first visit to a shopping mall. Chu Xiaoshuang gazed in wonder at the myriad of shops before her, rendered speechless by the spectacle. It's a shame such a wonderful place may soon be gone, she lamented. Lin Yaya fell silent upon hearing this. Humanity had reached such a pinnacle of civilization, yet it was on the brink of catastrophe, and they felt powerless to intervene. She had attempted to alert more people on social media to stock up and prioritize safety, but her warnings were met with indifference. Come on, Xiaoshuang, you're so adorable. You should buy more clothes, Lin Yaya said, shaking off her gloom as she began to guide Chu Xiaoshuang through various stores. Following Jishir's instructions, she purchased a significant amount of athletic wear and shoes for the family, even including change of clothes for everyone. Meanwhile, Jishir was alone at the United Supermarket, meticulously clearing out the remaining items in the supermarket area as well as the warehouse, leaving no counter or shelf untouched. When he set out to pick up Lin Yaya and Chu Xiaoshuang, he discovered that a third person, Zhao Hualing, had joined them. Oh, it's been a while. You've even upgraded to an off-road vehicle. What's this? Planning to take Yaya on a wilderness survival adventure. Zhao Hualing donned a refreshing attire. Her striking décolletage subtly revealed beneath her haute couture dress. Ji Shi endeavored to divert his attention from such distractions, simply responding, Miss Zhao, do not underestimate wilderness survival skills. They can prove life-saving in critical moments. Zhao Hualing dismissed Ji Shi's remark as a mere professional habit, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Lin Ye eagerly interjected. What a rare coincidence. Let us all dine together. I shall treat. Certainly, Zhao Hualing had only learned of Lin Ye's presence after making a phone call. It is my utmost honor. Ji Shi harbored no objections, recognizing that Lin Ye and Zhao Hualing had been friends since childhood. He surmised that Lin Ye aimed to assist Zhao Hualing, a sentiment he fully endorsed, especially with only 3 days remaining until the impending apocalypse. Chu Xiaoshuang was experiencing dining out for the first time, her fascination evident as she marveled at everything around her. Barbecue? Do we grill and eat simultaneously? She inquired. I used to prepare barbecue while on the mountain. Observing the iron grill and exhaust hood before her, she found herself perplexed. Is she your relative? It is good to expose children to the world, Zhao Hualing remarked, while Lin Ye explained that the young girl was a distant relative of Ji Shi. However, Zhao Hualing perceived that despite Chu Xiaoshuang's apparent naivety, she exuded an ethereal aura, devoid of any rusticity. Incorrect. I am nearly 300 years old. Chu Xiaoshuang corrected her. I am also quite hungry. Let us order a set meal for 8. Ji Shi promptly set the menu down. But sir, there are only 4 of you. The waiter hesitantly reminded, concerned about wastefulness. Rest assured, we can finish it, Ji Shi asserted, having noticed that each time he utilized his space, his hunger intensified, akin to the present moment where he felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Hualing, do you have any plans recently? Lin Ye seized the opportunity to inquire. No plans. I am merely idle each day, which is why I called you today, Zhao Hualing replied, embodying the quintessential wealthy heir who scarcely needed to work. Even when visiting the company, merely going through the motions. That is well. For the next few days, do not venture out. And it would be wise to stock up on food at home, Lin Ye advised. Why is that? Zhao Hualing asked, puzzled. Things have been unsettled lately. And Ye is concerned for your safety. Ji Shi interjected, savoring a piece of tender beef, perfectly marinated, already contemplating packing some barbecue to take back to his space. Are you referring to that incident? I mentioned it to my father, but he does not believe me. It is utterly disgusting. However, I cannot bear to stay indoors. Zhao Hualing dismissed. Sister, it is advisable to refrain from going out. Remaining safe at home will ensure your well-being, Chu Xiaoshuang remarked, prompting Lin Ye to cast a grateful glance in her direction. Chapter 30. Powering the space, is it true? You can tell fortunes? Zhao Hualing exclaimed with delight, finding it hard to believe that this young girl appeared to possess such abilities. I know a bit, but it is unwise to speak too much of it. Lest my master and the others become displeased, Chu Xiaoshuang cautiously advised. Xiaoduan's words held a great deal of credibility. I have already procured some food and necessities for your family, Hualing, and they should arrive by tomorrow, given the oppressive heat. Wouldn't it be delightful to indulge in a beauty sleep at home? Lin Ye earnestly urged. Are you truly serious? I am utterly defeated by you. Zhao Hualing chuckled while shaking her head. Observing that she had not declined, Lin Ye felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Ji Shi tossed a video from his phone in front of Zhao Hualing, stating, Our community has encountered such individuals as well. Ye merely wishes to caution you that if you happen upon one, your safety is paramount. The video depicted him delivering a decisive blow to a drunken man in the corridor, and Zhao Hualing could vaguely discern that the individual bore some resemblance to the lunatic they had encountered in the shopping mall. Indeed, being a security guard is no easy task. Rest assured, I am aware. Zhao Hualing, knowing that Lin Ye would never deceive her, kept the information in her mind. She had been feeling somewhat unsettled lately, and perhaps taking a few days to rest at home would be a wise choice. As the group departed after their meal, the staff at the barbecue restaurant stared in astonishment at the towering stack of plates. These individuals certainly possess an extraordinary appetite. Xiaoduan expressed her delight in shopping alongside Sister Ye. On the way back, Chu Xiaoduan, still savoring the experience, remarked, Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could shop like this in the future? Lin Ye replied with a hint of regret. Ji Shi chuckled and said to the two, What is so difficult about it? Our space is abundantly large. We could easily accommodate a shopping mall. A shopping mall? That sounds intriguing, but don't we have limited funds at the moment? Lin Ye recalled that she and Ji Shi had nearly depleted their finances. Perhaps by that time, wealth will hold little significance, Ji Shi remarked. His plan for stockpiling supplies was only halfway through. It would be when the end of the world arrived that he would begin hoarding fervently. During their return journey, the trio detoured to a fast food restaurant to collect nearly 500 meals. Boss Ji, given the recent heat, should we consider reducing our stockpiling? Zhang Qinghe, responsible for procurement, inquired. Quite the opposite. Remember to stockpile as much as possible. Ji Shi then transferred 10,000 to Zhang Qinghe for purchasing vegetables and grains, even advising him to buy extra bottled water for the store. Since we aren't opening for business, why does the new boss insist on us acquiring such peculiar items? Former dishwasher Xiao Lu, now relieved of his duties to merely pack meals, observed the pile of escape tools Ji Shi had brought with a puzzled expression. Even though Ji Shi claimed these items were necessary for the shop's fire safety and environmental inspections, who knows? Regardless, it's quite leisurely each day. Zhang Qinghe was not foolish enough to bulk buy vegetables and meat at the market. He merely needed to make a call for delivery. Upon returning home, Ji Shi and the others found Ji Jinping and Tang Jingru in the living room preparing dumplings, which surprised them as Lin Jihai was rolling out dumpling skins with a rolling pin. This harmonious scene left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. "You're back? I'll go prepare the dumplings for you." Ji Jinping was about to rise when Ji Shi mentioned they had already dined. "While you were away today, several waves of security personnel arrived in the neighborhood, reporting that another body had been discovered near Building C." Ji Jinping was preoccupied with preparing food at home when Xiao Wu knocked on the door to inform him of this distressing news. "It would be best for Mom and Dad to refrain from going out for the next few days. If necessary, I can take you out," Ji Jinping advised his family within the house, noting that the source of contagion was already present, and its spread was merely a matter of time. Tang Jingru contemplated suggesting that they could make dumplings in the space, which would save considerable time. But she soon realized that she was unable to speak of the space at all, recognizing that they were under a mute spell regarding anything related to Ji Shi's realm. How curious, she mused, that they could not mention matters pertaining to the space. "Mother, why not let Ji Shi take you into the space while I assist?" Lin Yi ventured, noticing Tang Jingru's hesitation. Tang Jingru nodded vigorously, prompting Ji Shi to extend his hand and bring his mother-in-law, Tang Jingru, and Lin Yi into his space. Seeing Chu Xiaoshuang and Changsheng looking on eagerly, Ji Shi found it amusing and also transported them, along with Ji Jinping, into the space. "You rascal, I hear you spent 20 million in a week?" Lin Jihai inquired, his gaze unwavering as the table before him vanished. "Indeed, I have," Ji Shi replied candidly. "Are you aware that if that matter does not come to fruition, you will lose every penny of that 20 million? This does not even account for your installment loans," Lin Jihai remarked, his powerful presence and piercing gaze fixed firmly on Ji Shi. However, Ji Shi remained unflustered, responding, "All I know is that I must protect my wife and family's lives." Lin Jihai detected no hint of guilt or panic in Ji Shi's eyes, and he was further astonished by Ji Shi's audacity. The living room fell into a contemplative silence, and ultimately, Lin Jihai conceded, stating, "I hope you don't give me cause for amusement. I certainly won tea," Ji Shi assured him as he led Lin Jihai into the space. Earlier in the day, he had dismantled the electrical system intended for the United Supermarket and stored it within the space, now preparing to activate the electricity there. The newly introduced photovoltaic system employed cutting-edge solar technology developed in recent years, capable of converting light into electricity simply by being placed in illuminated areas, with each solar panel equipped with a power storage device beneath it. These panels had already basked in sunlight above the United Supermarket for several days, so they would be ready for immediate use once installed. "If we could also power this place, we would be able to cook here and prepare an abundance of meals each day," Ji Jinping remarked, watching the solar panels soar to the rooftop under Ji Shi's control. In the space, Ji Shi could manipulate everything with his mind, significantly reducing the physical labor involved. "Indeed, the wheat Dad planted a few days ago has already turned yellow," Lin Ye pointed out, indicating the wheat field nearby. The crops within the space were entirely unaffected by seasonal changes, as the constant temperature maintained there had no detrimental impact on their growth. "I believe we also need a harvester. Otherwise, when we have a larger yield, harvesting could become problematic," Tang Jingru added as she resumed making dumplings with Lin Jihai. "Mother is right. The harvester I ordered should be arriving soon." Ji Shi walked by, holding a coil of wire, and Chu Xiaoduan suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Master, how about I create a few puppets for you to use?" Chapter 31. Awakening of Lin Fanqing. "Xiaoduan need not address me as master every time," Ji Shi replied, somewhat helplessly, having reiterated this to Chu Xiaoduan numerous times. "It feels inappropriate for you to call a man 200 years your junior brother." "Very well," Ji Shi conceded, his curiosity piqued regarding Chu Xiaoduan's puppet technique. However, when he witnessed Chu Xiaoduan and Lin Fanqing returning with several mannequin-like dummies, his anticipation dwindled. The dummies bore poorly drawn features, and Lin Fanqing proudly exclaimed, "What do you think, brother-in-law? Am I not a soul artist?" Then, to Ji Shi's astonishment, Chu Xiaoduan produced several pre-drawn talismans, and after affixing them, the dummies began to move on their own. "Do you not find this somewhat eerie?" Lin Ye inquired softly. The dummy's stiff movements coupled with their peculiar features evoked an uncanny sensation. Indeed, Ji Shi agreed, though he observed that the puppets quickly acclimated to their artificial forms, promptly commencing their cleaning duties. Xiaoduan, what tasks can your puppets perform? Ji Zhengping asked, intrigued. It reminded him of the films he used to watch, filled with novelty. The art of puppetry is rather singular. They can only clean. I've also drawn several talismans for agricultural work, which can be affixed to suitable bodies when found. Chu Xiaoduan replied proudly. The art of puppetry is exclusive to their Jinghua sect. How impressive. What enables them to function? Lin Fanqing gazed at the mannequin puppet with admiration. Her eyes sparkling. Spiritual energy, Chu Xiaoduan explained. Among all her techniques, puppetry consumed the most spiritual energy, which is why she could only draw these puppet talismans in a space filled with such energy. After expending great effort to find 2 spiritually charged stones, she worried about depleting the energy in her space. Do not fret, Ji Shi reassured her. In the post-apocalyptic world, particularly during its early days, crystal cores were abundant. It has now been confirmed that my space replenishes its spiritual energy through these cores, so I have no concerns. Through the family's efforts, Ji Shi's space had transformed into a cozy haven. Tang Jingru made a special trip to a furniture store to purchase several pieces and wooden beds, which Ji Shi also stored in the space. The Ji family courtyard had been divided into various sections by Lin Jihai, including a kitchen, a bathing area, a medical room, and a storeroom. Observing the tidy courtyard and well-organized rooms, Ji Shi sincerely believed that bringing both families together was a splendid decision. Son, have we prepared sufficiently? I believe we are lacking nothing. Ji Jinping stood in the vegetable garden delineated by Lin Jihai, marveling at the swiftly growing seedlings. The cucumber and tomato seeds he had sown had astonishingly matured into full-grown plants and even blossomed within just 3 days. Moreover, there was no need for watering or concern over pests in this space, allowing him to sleep with a smile. There are a few more essential items, Ji Shi stated. What items? Ji Jinping inquired curiously. Vehicles, gasoline, and weapons, Ji Shi enumerated. He had nearly secured the vehicles, but had yet to find a substantial source for gasoline and weapons, planning to scavenge during the early days of the apocalypse. That night, Lin Fanqing excitedly shouted in the space. To ensure ample time for physical training, he had been sleeping in the space every night, as one night outside equated to nearly 3 days within. What's wrong? Lin Jihai, dressed in loose loungewear, emerged from a side room of the courtyard, followed by Tang Jingru, who was rubbing her eyes as if just awakened. Mom and Dad, I've finally achieved something. Ha! I've awakened a special ability. Lin Fanqing exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, hard work bore fruit. His daily training in the space had led to this extraordinary ability. What? You can breathe fire now? Let me see. Tang Jingru responded with surprise, pleased that her son had finally excelled. I don't think I can breathe fire, Lin Fanqing replied, lacking confidence. So, what exactly is your special ability? Lin Jihai asked. Lin Fanqing picked up a metal spoon from the table and placed it before them, watching as the straight spoon bent into a circular shape. So what is this ability? Transformation? Tang Jingru speculated, finding the ability seemingly unimpressive. Feeling doused with cold water at his parents' lack of enthusiasm, Lin Fanqing was momentarily disheartened. You likely possess a metal-based ability, a voice chimed in from across the room. Lin Fanqing's eyes brightened instantly as he exclaimed, brother-in-law, what is a metal-based ability? Behind Ji Shi stood Lin Yeye, who was both happy and envious upon hearing that her brother had awakened an ability. It allows one to manipulate all metals in the world. Initially, you may only be able to reshape metals, but gradually, you will be able to forge metal weapons, Ji Shi replied, gazing at Lin Fanqing with pride. Metal-based abilities were among the most coveted in his past life. Is my special ability impressive, brother-in-law? Lin Fanqing's primary concern was indeed this. It should be quite formidable. Ji Shi's words instantly illuminated Lin Fanqing's face with joy. The prospect of being able to forge metal weapons sounded exceedingly cool. That jade orb has revealed so much to us. It deserves our heartfelt thanks. Tang Jingru understood as well, increasingly convinced of the impending disaster. The jade orb had disclosed these truths to Ji Shi, leaving no room for doubt. You should practice your special ability here for the next few days until you can control it with proficiency. Ji Shi suggested that while supernatural abilities are indeed a divine gift, they vary in strength. In his previous life, those adept in such powers cultivated their skills through personal effort. Lin Fanqing, increasingly exhilarated, resolved to seek guidance from Ji Shi. As her brother-in-law appeared to possess an all-encompassing knowledge, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion under Ji Shi's meticulous arrangements. Though he discerned subtle differences between this life and the last, never anticipating the early onset of the apocalypse. Early that morning, Xue Ningxia had prepared the remaining 4 vehicles ordered by Ji Shi at the car dealership, eagerly awaiting his arrival to collect them. Residing at the dealership and accustomed to early mornings, She sensed an unusual atmosphere that day. Chapter 32. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Xuan Ningxia's perspective. In addition to her, 3 apprentices and a cleaner also lived at the dealership. As she descended from the second floor, the sound of persistent banging could be heard outside the rolling door. Aunt Wang, is that you? Just as Xuan Ningxia crouched down to unlock the door, she sensed something amiss. A foul odor wafted in from outside, and the banging did not seem to be the work of a solitary individual. Who was out there? She called again, but was met only with the incessant thuds, now accompanied by heavy, labored breathing. To be cautious, she returned to the second floor and peered out the window. Below, she saw Aunt Wang and the 3 apprentices. However, their movements appeared profoundly unsettling. Aunt Wang, Xuan Ningxia shouted. The figures below froze, then turned their gaze towards her. With a chilling roar, Aunt Wang opened her mouth, her grayish-white eyes glaring at Xuan Ningxia, her clothing stained with blood, and an eerie sound emanating from her throat sent shivers down Xuan Ningxia's spine. The other familiar faces mirrored this grotesque expression. One apprentice had a wound on his neck, oozing dark crimson blood. Xuan Ningxia swiftly realized the gravity of the situation, hurriedly securing the windows on the second floor. At that moment, the quiet interior was suddenly pierced by the vibration of her mobile phone. Xuan Ningxia stumbled to answer it. Master, where are you? Have you arrived at the dealership? The caller was old Li, her master at the dealership, a man in his 50s who shared a close bond with the much younger Xuan Ningxia. Ningxia, it's wonderful to hear that you're alive. Listen to me. Whatever you do not open the door. Outside, there are monsters that devour humans. Old Li suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing. I see it. Aunt Wang and the others are acting strangely, and Xiao Ji and the rest are covered in wounds. Master, are you unwell? A sense of dread gripped Xuan Ningxia. Old Li had been in good health when he left yesterday, so why was he coughing so severely now? The voice on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have been bitten by them, and I now feel a chilling sensation throughout my body. Soon, I may transform into one of them. Ningxia, remember, you must never let them touch you. Suddenly, the line went dead, and no matter how Xuan Ningxia tried to redial, she could not get through. The sounds of pounding at the door and the monstrous cries persisted. Stunned for several seconds, Xuan Ningxia finally remembered to call the police. However, it was her first time dialing such a number, and the line was perpetually busy. Even the emergency services were unreachable. Unsure of what to do, she attempted to seek help online but was met with a barrage of terrifying videos shared by other users. Some depicted individuals being chased by those ghastly creatures, while others showed people recording their family members at home, desperately asking what was happening. In the next moment, those individuals were pounced upon by the monsters, and some even captured the gruesome scene of themselves being bitten. This must be a dream. Xuan Ningxia murmured in disbelief as she scrolled through the videos and comments. One video, which had garnered a significant number of likes, caught her attention. The figure in the video was obscured, and they used a voice modulator, yet the message was clear. If you encounter such individuals, do not hesitate to flee immediately. Never allow them to scratch or bite you, even if they are your family or friends. Otherwise, you will become like them. If escape is impossible and you must confront them, aim for their heads, as they feel no pain, and only by destroying their brains can you prevail. The figure pointed to their own head as they spoke. Though the video lasted a mere minute, it was rich in content. The speaker referred to these creatures as zombies and detailed their characteristics. They possess hearing and smell but lack sight, have an insatiable appetite for living flesh, and are devoid of any rational thought. The video even displayed captions, ensuring the message could be understood even with the sound muted. Setting her phone down, Xuan Ningxia gazed outside. Zombies? Like those in the movies? Who is this person? How do they know all of this? Yet, these questions soon became too overwhelming to ponder. For the main gate of the garage was flung open by 2 individuals who screamed for help, pursued by a horde of zombies. Cursing under her breath, Xuan Ningxia pulled the curtains aside, but her compassion stirred within her. Ultimately, she grabbed a rope for escape and swiftly ran to the adjacent room, opening its window and casting the rope down. Below the window were several parked cars. Upon seeing this, Aunt Wang and others rushed over, but they could not climb onto the vehicles. The man and woman who had dashed into the garage seemed to have found a lifeline, racing towards Xuan Ningxia. However, as the man reached out to pull the woman up onto the car's roof, she, frightened by the approaching zombies, lost her composure and inadvertently yanked him down from behind. A horde of zombies swiftly engulfed the man who had fallen to the ground, and the scent of blood lured Aunt Wang and her companions to join the fray. Meanwhile, the woman seized the opportunity to climb atop the vehicle, scrambling for the rope that Xuan Ningxia had thrown her way without a backward glance. Xuan Ningxia watched in horror as the man was dismembered and devoured within mere minutes by the ravenous horde. Thank you, how terrifying. The woman gasped as she clambered through the window, finally glancing in the direction of the man, yet her pale visage betrayed no hint of remorse. Xuan Ningxia, her expression a tumult of emotions, cast a glance at the woman, feeling an inexplicable surge of regret for having saved her. However, her sense of regret would soon deepen. "What is that on your arm?" Xuan Ningxia inquired, her brow furrowing at the sight of a sizable bite mark. The woman, appearing to be in her 20s, looked disdainfully at her injury and replied, "I was bitten by those lunatics while fleeing, and it still hurts terribly. Do you have any medicine? I'm in agony. Oh, and I'm quite thirsty. Could you fetch me some water?" Recalling a video she had recently watched, Xuan Ningxia decisively responded, "Yes, wait here for a moment. I'll retrieve some for you." "Thank you. You are truly kind." The woman smiled faintly, her lips visibly darkening to a shade of deep purple. Xuan Ningxia calmly stepped outside and promptly locked the door behind her. Hearing the sound of the lock, the woman hurried to the door, only to discover she was indeed trapped within the room. "What are you doing? Why are you locking me in?" she demanded angrily from inside. "You were bitten by a zombie. Soon you will become one of them." "I am merely protecting myself," Xuan Ningxia replied. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly turn into one of them?" The woman attempted to unlock the door, but in that moment, she glanced down and noticed her wound beginning to change color. Chapter 33. The Beginning of the Apocalypse. Part 1. Xuan Ningxia stood outside with a wrench in hand, listening to the commotion within. The woman's furious shouts gradually morphed into pleas, which eventually gave way to sobs. "Please, sister, open the door for me. I am so parched. It's unbearable. Open the door, please." Xuan Ningxia even heard the sound of nails scratching against the door. After a few more minutes, silence enveloped the room. Just as Xuan Ningxia frowned, preparing to check on the situation, a sudden, forceful banging erupted from the door. Bang, bang. The crashing sound, accompanied by howls, drained the color from Xuan Ningxia's face. In a bid to secure her safety, she hastily pushed several tables against the door, fearing that the woman, now possibly transformed into a zombie, might break through. She retreated to her own room, trembling as she awaited rescue. By midday, hunger gnawed at her insides, and all she could find in her room were a few candies. The vehicle depot boasted a kitchen and even a small shop, but those were outside, and now the yard was overrun by a multitude of zombies. This was the first time she had ever felt the depths of despair. The mobile phone still had a signal, yet the internet was inundated with despairing news, as if even the police station had succumbed to chaos. The delightful ringtone echoed once more, and Xuan Ningxia observed that, upon its chime, the sounds of crashing from next door and the restless groans of the zombies below began to stir uneasily. Were their senses truly this acute? "Hello?" Xuan Ningxia's voice quivered slightly. "Are you still alive? That is good. This is Ji Shi. Is the vehicle we ordered ready?" The calm voice on the other end momentarily disoriented her. Could it be that the events of the morning were mere fabrications? "What? You were bitten?" Ji Shi inquired, utterly unaware that the apocalypse had arrived 2 days earlier than anticipated. April 1st, a day that felt like a cruel jest from the heavens, was precisely when he was scheduled to collect the car from the dealership. "No, I wasn't bitten. The car is indeed ready, though outside." Xuan Ningxia hesitated, questioning if Ji Shi was enjoying a vacation in a safe haven, oblivious to the world's dramatic upheaval. "Are there zombies outside?" Ji Shi pressed. "You know that, don't you? Why on earth would we discuss the car now? Of course, our home is surrounded by them." In truth, Ji Shi felt no trepidation. To him, the rudimentary zombies outside moved with such stiffness that he had even captured 2 for practice. "Aren't you frightened?" "They will eat people. I have seen it," Xuan Ningxia asked. "Then we must eliminate them before we become their prey," Ji Shi replied, causing Xuan Ningxia's eyes to widen. "Kill them? They lack intelligence. With a little ingenuity and strength, one can dispatch them to ensure safety. Those who wish to survive must overcome this hurdle," Ji Shi asserted. In the apocalypse, those who endure are either morally bankrupt or possess both courage and cunning. Conquering fear is the first step toward survival. "Thank you, I understand now." Xuan Ningxia gazed at the wrench in her hand, a newfound courage igniting within her. "Yes, in the next few days, while there is still a signal, we will head to the dealership to collect the car. I hope you are still alive when we arrive," Ji Shi concluded before hanging up, leaving Xuan Ningxia poised on the brink of words unspoken. While there is still a signal, would it soon be severed? The sun blazed high in the sky, casting flickering shadows over the Century Garden community, where many wandered aimlessly under the scorching rays. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize that these wanderers were no longer ordinary folk, but rather zombies, moving stiffly, their bodies smeared with dark blood. The apocalypse had begun on Ji Shi's first day of vacation, according to the trajectory of his previous life. He should have been embarking on a honeymoon trip with Lin Yeye at that very moment. The first to sense the anomaly was Chang Sheng. At 4 a.m, after a sparring session with Lin Fanqing in the space, Ji Shi intended to step out for a change of clothes. However, upon emerging, he was met with Chang Sheng's frantic cries from the balcony. Typically composed, Chang Sheng's distress alerted Ji Shi to the gravity of the situation, prompting him to swiftly glance outside. The silent sky was devoid of stars, and the air was saturated with the pungent scent of rust emanating from the boiler factory. The roads beneath the residential complex lay desolate, when suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night, followed by a cacophony of shrieks and wails. The motion sensor lights within the community flickered to life, one by one. A woman clad in pajamas burst forth, only to be ambushed by another figure who lunged at her, sinking their teeth into her neck with brutal ferocity, tearing flesh away. Bang! A shadow darted past Ji-Shur as someone plummeted from above, landing with a dull thud. The chorus of screams and cries intensified, and Ji-Shur stood frozen for several seconds, realizing that the apocalypse had arrived. He patted the anxious Changsheng and turned to retreat into the room, entering a space of safety. What's wrong? Lin Yeye, dressed in sports attire, was jogging in the space when she noticed Ji-Shur's grave expression and inquired. It has begun outside. Ji-Shur wanted to declare that the apocalypse had come, but it was evident that no one had yet labeled the unfolding chaos as such. What has begun? It should only be around 4 or 5 in the morning outside. Ji Jinping queried. Could it be? Lin Fanqing wiped the sweat from her brow. Is a calamity truly upon us? Seeing Ji-Shur nod, a collective gasp escaped the group. You must be joking. Take us out to see. Lin Jihai appeared skeptical of Ji-Shur's words, though he found it hard to believe his own disbelief. Ji-Shur offered a few final words of caution to his family before ushering them all outside. Upon stepping out, they were met with the heavy scent of rust in the air, accompanied by the horrifying sounds of chaos from all directions. It's over, Xi Jinping murmured as he stood on the balcony, gazing at the unfolding scene. He had clung to a sliver of hope, believing that in these peaceful times, no calamity could arise, but now even that last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. How could this be? Lin Jihai watched in horror as a child fled from the building, only to be seized by several zombies, who began to tear the child apart. The very sight he had dreaded most was manifesting before his eyes in the most brutal manner. Oh God, someone save them. Run, run, Tang Jingru cried out. As the streets below became a hellscape, with many bloodied figures emerging from their homes, desperate for aid, only to collapse and transform into zombies, beginning to attack others. In such dire circumstances, there was no savior, Ji-Shur proclaimed, and as if from nowhere, produced a megaphone, standing on his balcony to call out to the entire community. Chapter 34. The Beginning of the Apocalypse. Part 2. Liao Zian had witnessed the community security guard battling with a drunken man in his building's hallway. He recalled the arrival of individuals clad in protective gear, who had donned gloves to carry away the unconscious drunkard. Now, the entirety of his community was populated by such figures. Living alone, he dared only to secure his door tightly, even as chaos reigned outside. Just as he prepared to close the window, he heard a familiar voice emanating from Building A. He recognized it as that of the head of the security team. Dear residents, please take heed. The situation outside the community is perilous. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing out. If anyone in your household is infected, it is imperative to confine them to a separate room, ensuring you are not subjected to scratches or bites. To facilitate this, Ji-Shur pressed the recording button, allowing his voice to be looped for reassurance. After this, he sat in silence with his family in the living room for an extended period. Older sister, brother-in-law. It seems someone is knocking at the door, Lin Fanqing remarked. To prepare for such eventualities, Ji-Shur had previously installed a visual electronic doorbell. He retrieved his phone and opened the doorbell app for his family to see. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Jingru gasped in horror. The individual outside was covered in blood, and it was evident that they were a neighbor from the adjacent household, a family of 3. The mother, bloodied, pounded on Ji-Shur's door, while her husband clung desperately to her shoulder. Is there any hope for rescue? Xi Jinping's eyes glistened with tears. He was familiar with this family. The mother cherished her husband and children dearly. It was unimaginable that she had already been bitten. Likely, it was too late for her. Ji-Shur intended to say that rescue was impossible, but he feared revealing too much to his family. How strange, Chu Xiaoduan, who had been gazing into the distance from the balcony, entered with a perplexed expression. What is it? Ji-Shur inquired. Despite the malevolent creatures in this world, it seems as though, overnight, spiritual energy has surged abundantly. Yet this energy lingers aimlessly, which seems rather wasteful, she mused, enviously observing the outside world. The spiritual energy might even surpass that of her master's time. Regrettably, this is no longer an era conducive to cultivation. If that is the case, it might be an opportune moment to seize the chance, Ji-Shur pondered. In his previous life, the survival rate for humanity was 1 in 10,000, while the probability of awakening special abilities was merely 1 in 10 among the survivors. Most awakened individuals emerged at the onset of the apocalypse, with few awakening later on. Perhaps the spiritual energy that Chu Xiaoduan mentioned holds the key to awakening abilities. Resolute, Ji-Shur decided to take his family outdoors. Brother-in-law, I will accompany you. I want to go back inside, Lin Fanqing declared. Ji-Shur planned to lead his family to the rooftop, considering the danger outside. He envisioned bringing them into a secured space and releasing them once they reached the rooftop. He refrained from entering the space himself, for he had asserted that humanity would endure in such an environment for a long time. As the man of the household, he could not falter in critical moments. Very well, Ji Shi acknowledged with admiration, glancing at Lin Fanqing before handing her a long watermelon knife. He had procured this knife from the fruit market. While it was intended for slicing fruit, it could serve well as a means of self-defense. May I join you as well? Lin Yaya expressed her concerns, her voice lacking conviction. Of course, Ji Shi reassured her. He understood her character. Though she appeared fragile, she possessed an inner strength surpassing many. Moreover, he was determined to protect her. Xiaoduan is skilled in martial arts. She should accompany us too. Chu Xiaoshuang raised her fist and summoned a sword from her own space, a weapon that exuded an imposing presence. Lin Fanqing glanced at her humble watermelon knife, then at the magnificent sword wielded by Chu Xiaoshuang, instantly feeling her own weapon to be woefully inadequate. Let us go. I shall procure a formidable weapon for you in the future, Ji Shi said, patting Lin Fanqing on the shoulder. He had already found a way to acquire weapons and had even placed an order. But the misfortune lay in the fact that his shipment had reached the port of Haitong City, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to retrieve it. Lin Fanqing trusted Ji Shi implicitly and, with a stubborn resolve, was the first to rush to the door. However, upon seeing several zombies outside the reinforced glass door, she silently returned to stand behind Ji Shi. Lin Yaya chided, "Can't you aspire to something greater?" Chu Xiaoshuang brandished her sword, striking a pose as if to vanquish demons, only to be pulled back by Ji Shi, who grasped her collar. "Let me handle the situation outside first," he declared, wielding the watermelon knife as he stepped out. "Be careful," Lin Yaya cautioned, aware of Ji Shi's capabilities, yet apprehensive as she estimated 3 zombies lurking outside, one of whom had transformed from her mother after knocking at the door. "Rest assured, your husband is not as inept as you think," Ji Shi replied. Taking a deep breath, the apocalypse had indeed arrived. His efforts had not been in vain, and now he was finally poised for a fierce battle. Xi Jinping had never witnessed his son in combat before. When he saw Ji Shi effortlessly evade the simultaneous attacks of the 3 zombies and swiftly decapitate one, he was left speechless in shock. Were they truly beyond salvation? Would there ever be a treatment to restore them to their former selves? If so, would Ji Shi be reduced to a killer? The last thought lingered unspoken in Xi Jinping's mind. "Old Ji, I believe what Ji Shi said will come to pass. The world has indeed descended into chaos," Tang Jingru remarked, handing her phone to Xi Jinping. The virus had not only afflicted their nation, but had spread globally, with distressing videos seeking help flooding the internet, even police stations falling victim. "Dad, Ji Shi is merely protecting us," Lin Ye interjected. "I understand. I never realized this child possessed such prowess," Xi Jinping sighed. During their conversation, Ji Shi had decisively dispatched the 3 zombies. Just as he turned to re-enter the house, a small figure suddenly lunged toward him from the ajar door of the neighboring apartment. "Be careful, brother-in-law," Lin Fanqing shouted. Ji Shi was prepared. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick backward. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor. It was a child zombie, which Ji Shi's kick sent crashing against the wall. He could hear the sickening sound of bones breaking, yet even as it fell to the ground, it hunched over and began to crawl towards him. "It's the little Chiu from next door," Xi Jinping exclaimed in despair, realizing the entire family next door had met with tragedy. Without hesitation, Ji Shi raised his watermelon knife, his expression impassive, and plunged it downward towards the child zombie Chiu. Chapter 35, The Beginning of the Apocalypse, Part 3. Let us proceed. The bloodless Ji Shi entered, and Lin Ye immediately approached him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ji Shi retorted, "Do I appear to be in distress?" In his previous life, Ji Shi had never realized how exhilarating it was to slay zombies. He had solely focused on surviving within the confines of a secure base. "You are truly remarkable," exclaimed Chu Xiao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although Ji Shi lacked a fixed fighting style, each of his moves was fierce and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. "One day, I shall be just as formidable," Lin Fanqing said enviously, having been unaware of Ji Shi's prowess. The chaos in Building A was overwhelming, with cries of agony echoing from both upstairs and downstairs. To ensure safety, Ji Shi temporarily stored Xi Jinping and his in-laws in his spatial realm, intending to release them once they reached the deserted rooftop. "Stay close to me. The elevator is unsafe. We shall use the stairs," he instructed, gripping Lin Ye's hand firmly, while Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiao followed closely. All 4 had consumed cleansing pills, allowing them to see clearly even in the dimly lit stairwell. Suddenly, at the stairwell entrance, a corpse that had been lying on the ground rose and lunged ferociously at the group. Ji Shi swiftly plunged his knife into the zombie's brain. He had intended to shield Lin Ye's eyes, but she pushed him away, asserting, "Ji Shi, I must face this eventually." Let us confront it together. Very well, together, he replied with a smile, continuing to lead her forward. As Lin Yiya gazed at Ji Shi's broad back, the initial feelings of nausea and aversion had significantly diminished. Brother-in-law, may I wield a weapon as well later? Lin Fanqing felt compelled to contribute. You? Ji Shi glanced at him and replied, now is not the time. We shall discuss it later. Oh, Lin Fanqing said, somewhat disappointed, but the thought of killing zombies that night intensified his anxiety. They ascended to the 11th floor of Building A, which comprised 16 stories. Upon reaching the 13th floor, a few wandering zombies, drawn by the scent, crashed into the stairwell. 5 in total, Ji Shi remarked, twirling his watermelon knife with finesse before delivering a powerful punch to the foremost zombie. As the first one fell, another was suddenly inches away from Ji Shi's face. Lin Yiya covered her mouth, refraining from screaming, knowing that doing so might attract more zombies. Fortunately, in the next moment, Ji Shi's other hand swung the watermelon knife upward with precision. With a sickening thud, a zombie's head rolled to Lin Fanqing's feet, causing him to nearly hide behind Chu Xiao. What a wretched creature, Chu Xiao remarked disdainfully, seemingly unfazed, as she kicked the severed head away with her shoe. Lin Fanqing thought to himself, why do I feel so utterly powerless? In the midst of the chaos, Ji Shi extracted his knife from the last zombie's skull. At the stairwell entrance, a young woman in shorts, pale with fright, stared at Ji Shi in terror. Ji Shi was uncertain whether it was himself who had been frightened or the multitude of zombie corpses strewn about, yet he still kindly advised, you should return home. Lock the door tightly, and refrain from coming out. All right, the woman replied, staring at Ji Shi with a dazed nod. She wished to utter more, but was startled by the growling of the zombies above, prompting her to hastily retreat into her home. The threat still lingered upstairs. Lin Yiya felt a slight perspiration in her palms. She had intended to wield her knife to assist Ji Shi, yet found herself unable to take that decisive step. There's no need to rush. Once we reach the upper floor, I will ensure everyone has a chance to practice, Ji Shi remarked, seemingly attuned to Lin Yiya's thoughts. The 4 of them ascended to the rooftop of Building A, and as Ji Shi had anticipated, a dozen zombies indeed roamed the area. Before they could be attracted, Ji Shi retrieved a lock from his space and secured the rooftop door from the outside. Sister, brother-in-law, they are coming, Lin Fanqing exclaimed, raising her watermelon knife, trembling. As per usual, you should remain standing, Ji Shi instructed before sprinting towards the nearest zombie. This time, however, he did not eliminate them outright. Instead, he produced ropes from his space and began binding them one by one. A total of 12 zombies were subdued. By the time he completed this task, he was drenched in sweat, realizing that killing zombies was indeed more straightforward. The rooftop of the Century Garden complex was encircled by tall walls, presumably to prevent children from climbing and falling. Thus, from any building in the complex, no one could see what they were doing on the rooftop. Nevertheless, Ji Shi moved to a secluded area and released the 3 humans and 1 dog from his space. Woof! Upon emerging, Changxing bared his fangs at the zombies. Changsheng, hold your barks. Ji Shi gently ruffled the fur on Changxing's neck, and the dog ceased his noise. What is this, son? Ji Jinping exclaimed, his soul nearly fleeing at the sight of the ghostly zombies nearby. Do you wish for us to slay them? Lin Jihai quickly deduced Ji Shi's intentions. Ji Shi nodded, replying, Mom and Dad, if this is too overwhelming for you at the moment, you may observe from the sidelines. There is no pressure. Tang Jingru bit her lip. Her expression conflicted as she gazed at the zombies. Perhaps I could give it a try. Being a medical professional, she was accustomed to various gruesome realities. Though the zombies were repulsive, she did not wish to become a burden to her children in the future. I'm not afraid. Hand me the knife. Upon witnessing his wife's courage, Lin Jihai was determined not to appear inferior in Ji Shi's eyes. Ji Shi nodded and produced 2 additional watermelon knives from his space, offering them to the couple. Father, I truly. Ji Jinping struggled to summon his resolve. It's all right, Dad. You will gradually acclimate. There's no hurry. Ji Shi reassured him, sensing that forcing him might leave a psychological scar. Soon, Ji Shi began to explain to his family. In truth, slaying zombies is not a daunting task. Although they retain a semblance of human form, they are devoid of any consciousness. What you vanquish is merely a manifestation of a virus. Today, my aim is for you to wield your weapons and strike down upon these zombies without engaging in combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Fanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that it merely required a single stroke. However, as he stood before a tightly bound zombie, the watermelon knife in his hand felt as though it had transformed into a weight of 1,000 pounds, making it nearly impossible to bring it down upon the creature. Chapter 36. The Dawn of the Apocalypse. Part 4. Seeing this scene, Ji Shi recognized that his concerns were justified. While battling zombies may not be inherently difficult, the true challenge lies in summoning the resolve to eliminate the one before him. Take your time. We have ample time, Ji Shi reassured, observing closely to prevent the zombie from inflicting harm upon Lin Fanqing. With a ghastly roar, the zombie opened its foul mouth and lunged forward. And Lin Fanqing's second attempt merely severed one of its ears, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. Proceed, Ji Shi commanded. You can do it, son. Tang Jingru added from behind, her eyes brimming with tears, uncertain of why they were engaged in such a grim task. Yet the anguished cries around them reminded her of the necessity of their actions. Lin Jihai held Tang Jingru's hand tightly, silently offering support to Lin Fanqing. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fanqing shouted aloud and plunged the watermelon knife into the zombie's forehead with a decisive thrust. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh sent shivers down his spine, and he watched in disbelief as the zombie toppled backward. He then stared blankly at his hands. It was not until Ji Shi approached, patting his shoulder and handing him a bottle of cool water, that he spoke. Well done, take a rest. Lin Fanqing moved to the back, his thoughts still lingering on the recent events. How do you feel? Lin Ye inquired. It's tolerable, just a bit foul, Lin Fanqing replied. You were amazing, truly impressive, Chu Xiaoduan praised. Surrounded by his family, who bombarded him with questions, Lin Fanqing felt a sense of comfort wash over him. Next, Ji Shi announced, turning to the group. Let's have Xiaoduan go next. Chu Xiaoduan, eager and ready, viewed the zombies as nothing more than creatures shrouded in malevolent energy. Ji Shi had no objections as he watched Chu Xiaoduan approach a zombie towering over her by two heads. With her head held high, she swung her sword without hesitation. In an instant, the tall zombie met its demise. Although Chu Xiaoduan did not successfully sever its head, she did manage to cleave through half of its skull. You have successfully damaged its brain. Well done, Xiaoduan, Ji Shi applauded. Lin Ye gazed at Chu Xiaoduan with envy, but her expression soon transformed into one of determination. She, too, would overcome her fear of these ghastly beings. I'll go next, Lin Ye declared. Come on, Ye, just relax, Ji Shi encouraged. Lin Ye nodded, mustering her courage as she charged towards the zombie. Her watermelon knife successfully pierced the creature's body, albeit merely stabbing through the shoulder of the female zombie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Ye instinctively apologized to the enraged female zombie. Haha, my sister is truly adorable, even apologizing to a zombie. Lin Fanqing burst into laughter, but was quickly met with a sharp reprimand from Tang Jingru. Ye is already quite remarkable. You should keep your mouth shut. Tang Jingru scolded her son. I know. Lin Fanqing conceded, realizing his reaction had been excessive. After all, it was only natural for a girl to feel fear. He remembered how his sister used to be terrified of even a live shrimp. With this thought, he found Lin Ye's bravery increasingly commendable. Due to her tendency to close her eyes just before striking the zombie, the female creature had endured several of Lin Ye's attacks and was now riddled with wounds. Wah! Ji Shi, her arm has fallen off. Lin Ye cried. I just can't aim properly. It's all right, you're getting there. Ji Shi kicked the severed arm away and comforted Lin Ye with an embrace. Wiping her tears, she forced herself to open her eyes and finally, she successfully thrust the watermelon knife into the zombie's eye socket. Panting heavily, Lin Ye nearly lost her balance as she watched the female zombie, whom she had been battling for half an hour, finally collapse. Ji Shi steadied his wife, praising her. Yeah, you just killed your first zombie. What a remarkable achievement. MHM. Lin Ye couldn't help but weep once more. Tang Jingru and the others hurried to console her, while Lin Fanqing empathized. I was terrified too when I struck. But it feels so rewarding once it's defeated, right? Let me give it a try. Seeing her daughter and son perform admirably, Tang Jingru felt a surge of anticipation. To everyone's surprise, she effortlessly and accurately plunged the watermelon knife into a zombie's temple. As a surgeon, if I lacked this level of precision, I wouldn't have become a department head in the hospital, she said with a slight smile, as if the zombies were not so fearsome after all. Lin Jihai swallowed hard and, encouraged by his family, swung at a zombie. Although it took him 3 attempts to succeed, he ultimately vanquished one. Though Ji Zhengping still hesitated to step forward, Ji Shi was quite pleased with the family's performance. I noticed earlier that dealing with these zombies isn't particularly difficult. You merely need to damage their brains as you did. Also, when confronting zombies, it's best to avoid ineffective attacks, Ji Shi remarked. But brother-in-law, it seems our special abilities aren't much help, Lin Fanqing lamented. They will surely prove useful. We are merely at the beginning. We need to hone our zombie-slaying skills first. And with that foundation, we may better wield our extraordinary powers. In a past life, Ji Shi was aware that many individuals with supernatural abilities often found their courage and stamina lacking after awakening their powers. When faced with multiple zombies, relying solely on their abilities without combat skills could easily lead to peril. Thus, he decided that his family should confront the zombies head-on. I understand now, brother-in-law, Lin Fanqing said, feeling reassured by Ji Shi's sensible words. Yeah, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be sweating profusely, Tang Jingru remarked, having been by Lin Ye's side. She sensed that Lin Ye's hands were clammy, now dripping with perspiration. No, I'm perfectly fine, Lin Yaya replied, lowering her head in suspicion, only to find a puddle forming beneath her feet. The family was startled, yet Jishur chuckled and said, I believe Yaya has awakened a unique ability. Unique ability? Lin Yaya's eyes sparkled with delight. She too had powers? Is sweating also a unique ability? Lin Fanqing could not help but inquire. It isn't just sweat, it's water. Jishur confirmed, grasping Lin Yaya's hand. Just as in his past life, she had awakened a water-based ability. Master, is this what they call a unique ability? Chu Xiaoduo materialized a transparent gas in her hands, which appeared almost non-existent unless scrutinized closely. Wind type, Jishur asserted. Wind. Chu Xiaoduo was taken aback at the unexpected benefit she had gained after descending the mountain. This is wonderful. Both Yaya and Xiaoduo possess unique abilities now. We are truly fortunate. Tang Jingru exclaimed joyfully. With a few zombies remaining, shall we give it another try? Jishur felt this outing to the rooftop was indeed fortuitous. Now that Yaya and Xiaoduo had acquired powers, if Ji Jinping, along with the in-laws, could also awaken their abilities. The initial encounter with zombies had indeed posed a challenge. However, having already slain one, the family found themselves significantly less fearful when facing the remaining zombies. I'll do it. Brother-in-law, Lin Fanqing declared, eager to take part. Go ahead, Jishur observed the group's safety, noting that their confidence had markedly improved since their first attempt. Even Lin Yaya was able to thrust her watermelon knife directly into the gaping mouth of a zombie. Success. Lin Yaya felt a rush of relief as the zombie collapsed. Yaya is quite lucky, Jishur said, donning gloves and bending down to retrieve a crystal core, which Lin Yaya had just extracted from the zombie's head. Brother-in-law, don't all zombies have crystal cores? Lin Fanqing asked. Perhaps not. The ones we encountered in the corridor did not, Jishur replied. He had already found 7 or 8 crystal cores among the dozen zombies on the rooftop, with both of Lin Yaya's kills yielding cores. These creatures could absorb spiritual energy and did so at a pace far surpassing that of humans. Chu Xiaoduo gazed skyward, contemplating the drastic changes sweeping the world, pondering whether humanity could seize the initiative this time. Hey, come see what I've found. Lin Jihai was resting on a nearby step when he noticed, perhaps due to a fleeting moment of illusion, that several stones against the wall seemed to shift towards him. When he averted his gaze from the stones, nothing occurred, yet. Upon looking back, he observed that the stones were indeed inching closer. The remarkable events that had unfolded around him in recent days left Lin Jihai feeling a sense of unease. Jishur approached and observed for a moment, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, Dad, try to make those bricks stand up. Stand up? How am I to do that? Lin Jihai replied, only to realize something profound. It was no wonder he had felt a peculiar affinity towards the bricks. He attempted to follow Jishur's suggestion, and astonishingly, as Jishur had predicted, merely by gesturing from his seated position, the bricks lying flat on the ground indeed began to rise. Jishur, is this also a special ability? Tang Jingru inquired, astonished that even those of their generation could awaken extraordinary powers. Indeed, this must be related to the earth element. Jishur thought, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Of their group of 7, 5 had now awakened their abilities, a remarkably high probability considering past experiences. Earth element? Father. That is truly impressive, Lin Yaya remarked, prompting an unusual smile from Lin Jihai. It appeared that even amidst calamity, good fortune could arise. Rest assured, I will protect you all in the future, he assured them. Lin Jihai found himself increasingly fond of Jishur. After much contemplation, he realized that without Jishur's appearance, they might have faced dire consequences today, especially with dawn approaching. Jishur planned to escort the family home, for many tasks still awaited them. The commotion in the community had subsided, likely due to Jishur's loudspeaker continuously broadcasting his words. Most of the remaining residents had learned to conceal themselves, leaving the streets largely populated by zombies. When Jishur returned home, he turned off the loudspeaker, as its incessant use had drawn a considerable number of zombies to the vicinity of his building, causing him to feel somewhat guilty for the survivors below. Do not worry. It will disperse soon, he reassured his family, securing the balcony door tightly. Son, what you said earlier may have already saved many lives. There are surely still many in Haitong City unaware of how to cope with this situation, Lin Jihai conveyed, understanding that his father-in-law hoped he could assist as much as possible. Jishur had already devised a plan. Upon realizing the apocalypse had struck, he immediately messaged Xiao Wu and Lao Luo to lock their doors and remain indoors. Though he had few friends, he recalled the security team and several employees from the fast food restaurant. Indeed, Jishur, helping others also accumulates blessings for ourselves. If everyone perishes, what meaning does our survival hold? Lin Jinping added. Very well, I share the same intention. Jishur acquiesced, intending to release a message on the most popular short video platform of the moment. However, Lin Yaya was apprehensive that Jishur might divulge too much, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. It's simple. All you need to do is activate a voice changer and keep your face hidden, she suggested. No one would know who posted the video. Lin Fanxing, being more familiar with such matters, prompted Ji Shi to contemplate for a moment. He then stepped into the corridor, returning shortly with a found mobile phone. Fortunately, the device featured fingerprint unlocking. Ji Shi wiped the phone with an alcohol swab before handing it to Lin Fanxing, having struggled several times on a zombie corpse outside to unlock it. With this, Lin Ye felt reassured and hurried to call Zhao Hualing and others. Even though it was merely a newly registered account, Ji Shi's brief video, lasting just over a minute, swiftly circulated among the survivors. No one cared about the identity of the person behind it, nor did they question the content of the video, as despair and adversity left them with no alternatives. Many relied on this video to comprehend the monstrous entities lurking outside. There were even numerous individuals trembling in corners, commenting beneath the video. Zombies? Aren't they a creation of science fiction? How could there be zombies in this world? You're right. I just kicked a stool. And now there are zombies banging on the door. I'm so worried it won't hold. Who will save me? No one will come to rescue us. This world is over. The apocalypse has arrived, and we are doomed. Thank you, kind soul. Thanks to your video, we've managed to escape to a safer place. I've been bitten. I'm starting to feel unwell. I've locked myself in the bathroom, terrified that I will turn into one of those monsters and attack my family. What should I do? Ji Shi was taken aback by the extensive viewership and comments on his video, prompting his decision to continue updating with further videos. In the second video, Ji Shi refrained from speaking, instead printing out several precautionary notes. This video was silent. Xiao Wu, who had been scheduled for the early shift, had received Ji Shi's message shortly after the midnight incident, instructing him to remain indoors, locking his door and not to open it for anyone. Now, he was watching the second text video released by the mysterious figure. The first note reminding those in hiding to ensure they have sufficient food and water to sustain themselves until rescue arrives. Xiao Wu glanced at the stack of instant food and grains piled against his wall, along with a row of large bottles of purified water, and fell into deep contemplation. Ultimately, he concluded, Ji Shi was indeed his savior. Let us all take a break and eat something. We'll need to head out soon. After finishing his call with Xuan Ningxia, Ji Shi realized it was nearly 11 o'clock in the morning. Head out? With so many zombies outside, Ji Jinping exclaimed. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Indeed, father, the outside world is currently at its safest, Ji Shi remarked. Are you implying that there will be even more zombies in the future? Lin Jihai inquired with a grave expression. So far, every assertion made by Ji Shi had proven accurate. Not only will there be more, but they will also grow more formidable. This time, it was Chu Xiaoshuang who responded. Ji Shi nodded in agreement. Then, with a hint of resignation, stated, when matters escalate beyond control, unless a miracle occurs, the situation will continue to deteriorate. Moreover, I believe the zombies will become stronger. Is that true? Aren't zombies mindless? How could they possibly grow stronger? Lin Fanxing seemed to find Ji Shi's words overly exaggerated. That's merely my conjecture. Ji Shi chose not to elaborate further. In truth, zombies would not only grow stronger, but would evolve at a pace surpassing that of humans. However, it was perhaps best to keep such matters under wraps for now, lest it dampen everyone's spirits. Inside the space, the family and Changsheng were ravenous. Changsheng promptly dashed to his dog bowl, obediently sitting and awaiting his share of dog food. Meanwhile, Ji Jinping beckoned the others, bringing forth the ready-to-eat dishes and rice from the food shelf in the space to the stone table in the yard. I want this, Lin Fanxing declared, selecting a plate of drunken goose, while Lin Yu opted for several lighter dishes. Ji Shi was the most pragmatic, choosing a large bowl of steamed white rice from the ground. Father, you should stay here this afternoon. There's no need to go outside. Ji Shi, paired with his chosen braised pork and boiled fish, quickly polished off a bowl of rice. Ji Jinping was taken aback, having previously struggled with social anxiety. He was now even less inclined to confront zombies, yet he worried about being a burden to Ji Shi in the future. Old Ji, for a team to thrive, there exists an indispensable element at all times. If this element is sound, the entire team will reap the benefits. Do you know what that is? Lin Jihai spoke with a hint of authority as he sat nearby. What is it? Ji Jinping asked impulsively. Lin Jihai smiled, gesturing towards the array of appealing dishes on the table. Logistics. Exactly, father. Had it not been for you, Ji Shi and I would never have been able to stockpile so confidently, and this place requires someone to manage it, Lin Yu added, seeing his family's encouragement. Ji Jinping felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thus, their plans were swiftly solidified. Today's mission was to retrieve the remaining vehicles from Xuan Ningxia's dealership. All were exceedingly anxious, yet no one was willing to enter the space. Even Changsheng wagged his tail excitedly, eager to go outside. It's not like we're taking you out for a walk, Tang Jingro said with a smile as she crouched down to address Changsheng. Wang Wang. Changsheng seemed to comprehend, gently nudging Tang Jingro. Let us set off. Ji Shi, at the forefront, pushed open the security door and promptly locked it behind him. The sound of the key turning elicited a chorus of roars and crashes from the neighboring house. Could that be that Teddy? Tang Jingru wondered, observing the tightly shut windows and doors across the way. But that noise seems rather excessive. It likely is. Let us move. Ji Shi furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the opposite side, ultimately choosing silence. They were about to descend to the underground parking lot, which involved traversing 11 floors, a considerable endeavor. Wouldn't it be safer to take the elevator? Lin Fanqing couldn't help but inquire. You can't ensure where the elevator will stop or what awaits outside, Ji Shi replied. Lin Fanqing, upon hearing this, found his reasoning sound and chose not to speak further. The group supported one another and managed to reach the 8th floor unscathed. Suddenly, as they prepared to turn down to the 7th floor, a zombie sprang forth from below. Ji Shi, with swift reflexes, brandished his watermelon knife defensively. With a sharp crack, the zombie bit down on the blade. It was a female zombie with disheveled hair, clad only in lingerie. Although Ji Shi noted her decent figure, it was overshadowed by her decaying, purplish flesh and the foul stench emanating from her. With a forceful kick, Ji Shi sent the female zombie sprawling to the ground. The seemingly impervious female zombie quickly rose again, crawling on all fours while howling as she ascended the staircase. As she reached the group, Ji Shi stomped on her head, immobilizing her, and then pierced her skull with the watermelon knife in one swift motion. Let us go? Ji Shi said, rummaging through the zombie's head for a core, only to find none. Disgusted, he kicked her into the corner. Ugh, brother-in-law, you truly are. The corridor lacked a ventilation system, and combined with the oppressive heat, it was already saturated with the stench of decay. Ji Shi's actions only intensified the odor, leaving Lin Fanqing regretting her earlier indulgence in the space. You'll get used to it, Ji Shi remarked with sympathy, recalling how much he despised such smells in his previous life. Yet, perhaps due to his rebirth, he now found a peculiar familiarity in the scent. Lin Yeye had already requested a dust mask from Ji Shi. Although it was a bit warm, it at least mitigated the odor's intensity. They still had 6 floors to go, and they needed to quicken their pace. As they descended to the 6th floor, the number of zombies began to increase. Lin Fanqing and her companions stood back to back, brandishing their weapons. With a decisive kick, Chu Xiaoduan severed the neck of a child zombie. Though its head was nearly severed, the small creature continued to emit a chilling scream until it was ultimately silenced by a thrust through its skull from Chu Xiaoduan. Xiaoduan, you're amazing, Lin Yeye exclaimed, watching Ji Shi manage 4 or 5 zombies single-handedly. With determination, she gritted her teeth and charged in to assist. Chapter 39, The Beginning of the Apocalypse, Part 7. We will help too, Tang Jingru declared as she saw her son and husband engaged. She and Lin Yeye both brandished their knives. But Ji Shi kept a watchful eye on the family from the corner of his vision. Despite the sweltering summer heat, they all wore durable long sleeves and pants. As it was said, this significantly reduced the risk of being scratched. For safety's sake, Ji Shi decided to store Changsheng in his space, away from any prying eyes. The sounds of conflict reverberated through the once quiet stairwell, easily attracting the attention of the undead, prompting Ji Shi to quicken his pace. A small group stood on a landing at the intersection of the stairs, with Ji Shi primarily confronting the zombies ascending from below, while Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoduan dealt with the errant creatures descending from above. Ah! Lin Fanqing cried out as he plunged a watermelon knife into the skull of a zombie. Although the blade merely shattered one side of its cranium, he had successfully damaged the creature's brain and glimpsed a glimmering light emanating from the fallen zombie's head. It was a crystal core. Elated, Lin Fanqing bent down to retrieve it with his knife, only to be unexpectedly kicked hard from behind. Ji Shi had inadvertently sent Lin Fanqing crashing against the wall. Dazed and disoriented, Lin Fanqing was about to question Ji Shi when a figure suddenly plummeted to the very spot he had just occupied with a resounding thud. Be careful, Ji Shi warned, gesturing upwards. A zombie from the upper floor had attempted to climb over the railing, but had fallen through a gap in the stairs. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Fanqing and the others as they realized the implications. The fallen zombie was an imposing male figure. Though it had been killed upon impact, the consequences of it landing on Lin Fanqing would have been dire. Shouldn't you thank your brother-in-law? Tang Jingru remarked to the terrified Lin Fanqing. Brother-in-law, my life is yours. Lin Fanqing, who had felt wronged just moments before, now expressed his gratitude. Unless absolutely necessary, do not attempt to collect crystal cores during combat. We shall deal with that after we finish here, Ji Shi instructed, noticing another zombie climbing down the stairs. He swiftly conjured a fireball, which struck the zombie's head and ignited. The flames blazed fiercely, and Lin Jihai seized the moment to deliver a powerful strike with his knife. It's done. Let us move, Ji Shi declared, sensing that lingering in the area was unwise, and swiftly led the group downwards. Lin Jihai glanced back at the remains of what he had just severed. He had hardly exerted any force. It felt as though he had merely chopped through a pile of ashes. Had the firepower unleashed by that lad been so formidable? Finally, the group safely descended to the underground parking garage, only to discover that it was teeming with zombies. "Keep your voices down. We must not disturb them," Jisher whispered. The garage was devoid of any living souls, and there were at least a few hundred zombies present, a fact Jisher was keenly aware of. Fortunately, his vehicle was parked at the entrance of the stairwell. If they moved swiftly, they could evade detection. However, Jisher felt the need to take precautions before proceeding. Surveying the area, he quietly retrieved an iron can from the corner, which appeared to be an old milk powder container. "Fanching, can you use your abilities to control it over there and create as much noise as possible?" Jisher inquired. Understanding Jisher's intent, Lin Fanching realized he was being asked to create a diversion. "I find myself in a state of uncertainty, having only ever utilized my abilities within the confines of my home. What if Lin Fanching lacks confidence? For the past several days, he and Jishi have diligently practiced their powers in a secluded space, yet they have never employed them in the outside world. You can do it," Jishi asserted confidently. Although Lin Fanching's abilities had only recently awakened, Jishi was acutely aware of his potential. Those who had consumed the cleansing elixir seemed to manifest powers far superior to any he had witnessed in his previous existence. "Don't falter at a critical moment. When it's your turn, step up," Tang Jingru urged as she nudged Lin Fanching forward. With great trepidation, Lin Fanching steeled himself. Under his control, a canister of milk powder began to float erratically, rising and falling in the air. He was exceedingly anxious, as the range of his abilities was limited. Should he push further, it might plummet. "It's all right, I'll take over from here," Jishi announced. Confused, Lin Fanching wondered how Jishi intended to proceed. Just as he contemplated asking, a brilliant flash of light shot past his ear, revealing Jishi launching a fireball that struck the floating milk canister with a resounding bang. The force of the impact sent the canister soaring several meters away, crashing to the ground with a cacophony that shattered the silence of the underground garage. The previously motionless zombies, either standing still or feasting on corpses, instantly erupted into chaos. Quickly, seizing the opportunity, Jishi unlocked the vehicle and swiftly led Lin Yuan and the others towards it. The group dared not waste a moment. As they noticed a dozen zombies had spotted them and were charging in their direction, Jishi slammed the car door shut with a decisive thud. "Jishi!" Lin Yuan gasped in shock. They had managed to enter the vehicle, yet Jishi remained outside. "It's fine, he can handle it alone," Chu Xiaoduan calmly remarked from the back seat, observing the scene outside. She could discern that Jishi had yet to fully unleash his powers, possibly due to a lack of opportunity, his own unawareness, or other reasons entirely. When Lin Jihai beheld the crimson-black fireball in Jishi's hand, he instantly confirmed his suspicions. This young man was formidable. With a thunderous roar, Jishi hurled a fireball as tall as half a person, its impact forcefully propelling several zombies 2 meters away. The zombies ignited upon contact with the flames, shrieking and clawing as they lunged towards Jishi. Yet they faltered and fell before they could reach him. A nearby zombie crashed through the open car door, but Jishi swiftly kicked it away. As he settled into the vehicle, he snapped his fingers, igniting flames around the creature's head. Once the door was secured, Jishi called out to Lin Fanching, who was seated in the driver's seat. "Drive." "Understood." Lin Fanching pressed the accelerator, directing the vehicle towards the exit. The diverted zombies, now aware of their presence, turned to pursue the rear of the car. Lin Fanching remained vigilant, for several more zombies had appeared ahead to obstruct their path. "Do not hit the brakes. Those are zombies, simply plow through," Jishi commanded. Yes." Lin Fanching gazed into the rearview mirror, her heart racing at the sight of the densely packed zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed the accelerator to the floor and surged forward. The vehicle collided with and crushed numerous zombies, sending a shiver through the passengers as they felt the slight jolt beneath them. Chapter 40. The Beginning of the Apocalypse, Part 8. At this moment, Jisher had finally relaxed. The car ascended the slope of the parking lot and emerged outside, where the residents of the community, sheltering within their homes, stared in astonishment at the black vehicle barreling past. Who would dare venture out at such a time? Did they not find joy in crashing into zombies? Jisher raised an eyebrow at Lin Fanching, who was drenched in sweat. Though often timid, she truly proved her mettle in critical moments. "Thrilling, absolutely exhilarating," Lin Fanching exclaimed, thumping the steering wheel, which in turn summoned a new wave of zombies. "Fanching, focus on driving, and refrain from unnecessary movements." Lin Jihai, seated in the back, cautioned. "Stop the car in an area devoid of zombies up ahead. I will take over," Jisher suggested, aware that Lin Fanching was not well acquainted with the suburban routes, while he knew several shortcuts that would facilitate their journey to the car dealership. "Jisher, how did your ability become so formidable just now?" Lin Yaya marveled, her admiration for her husband growing with each unexpected display of prowess. With ample practice, we can all become quite formidable, Ji Shi replied casually. Yet at this moment, he had yet to realize that each occupant of the vehicle would soon become exceptional in their respective abilities. Lin Ye nodded, partially understanding. She recalled how Ji Shi often assisted Ji Jinping in the space by using fire to roast chicken or duck. Initially, Ji Jinping had been critical of him, but in recent days, he seemed to have ceased his complaints. There must be some secret to it, right? You all should seek insights from Ji Shi, Tang Jingru remarked, equally impressed by her son-in-law's stunning display of power. The secret is just as I previously advised Fanqing. One must exhaust their abilities daily, Ji Shi explained. Exhaust our abilities? Lin Ye tilted her head, recalling that her own ability had only helped Changxing take a bath. Xiao Shuang pondered for a moment before speaking. Is it akin to a tank of water? Each time it's used, it refills itself, and the more you use it, the more adept you become? Ji Shi chuckled, igniting a small flame at his fingertips. While practice makes perfect, wouldn't it be even more advantageous if this tank could grow larger with use? The passengers fell into contemplation, yet the scene outside the vehicle rendered them even more silent. Ji Shi resided in the sparsely populated suburbs of Haitong City, and the apocalypse had struck in the dead of night, leaving the streets relatively unoccupied by zombies. However, overnight, the streets had transformed into a horrifying spectacle. There were no crumbling walls or desolation. Instead, the once pristine streets were splattered with blood and littered with corpses. A handful of zombies were feasting on a body, and as the vehicle passed, the sound drew their pale, lifeless eyes upward, prompting them to lurch toward Ji Shi and the others. A few vehicles ahead collided and lay across the road, one white car's frame charred and blackened. A male zombie clad in checkered pajamas leaped from the rooftops of the vehicles towards the approaching cars. Lin Fanqing made a sharp turn, guiding the vehicle onto the sidewalk and accelerating, successfully evading the pursuing undead. Bang! Bang! Several figures tumbled from the buildings flanking the road, narrowly missing the cars on the sidewalk. Lin Ye glanced over. Those appeared to be individuals who had succumbed to zombification within their homes, now eagerly jumping from windows or balconies upon hearing the commotion. Head that way, Ji Shi pointed towards a narrow path beside the fork in the road. Beyond lay a residential area, likely swarming with zombies. Ultimately, following Ji Shi's direction, Lin Fanqing parked the vehicle outside a gas station. Do we need to refuel? Lin Fanqing inquired, noting that the fuel gauge seemed full. No, but we do require gasoline, Ji Shi replied. Before the apocalypse, he had hoarded various supplies, yet had neglected to stockpile fuel. The Summer Kingdom had stringent regulations on oil control, forbidding private transactions of gasoline. When the apocalypse erupted in the dead of night, only a few staff remained at the gas station, all of whom had since transformed into zombies. As soon as the vehicle halted, several undead from the station and nearby surged towards them. Thud! Thud! The decaying faces pressed against the car windows, pounding on the doors. Surrounded by zombies, fear began to grip the occupants inside. Are we trapped? Tang Jingru clung to Lin Ye, terror evident in her voice. There are only a few zombies. Let me handle this, Ji Shi declared, prompting Lin Fanqing to switch seats with him. Only a few zombies? Lin Fanqing thought, observing the grotesque faces surrounding the vehicle. Opting for silence, the black SUV finally roared to life as Ji Shi turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, sending the vehicle into a drift. The surrounding zombies were toppled one after another, swiftly crushed beneath the tires. This vehicle performs remarkably well, Ji Shi remarked, satisfaction evident after the series of impacts. He was now truly appreciating the car's advantages. Remarkable indeed, but this is utterly disgusting. Lin Jihai pointed at the smeared black blood and handprints on the window, along with some unidentified liquid. Is it? Ji Shi had forgotten to remind everyone to brace themselves, but it was clear they were already prepared. The surroundings were not particularly secure, so Ji Shi drove the vehicle into the gas station and temporarily secured the entrance. I can manage this. Lin Fanqing concentrated on her powers, connecting the unlatched metal door. Well done, praised Chu Xiaoshuang, causing Lin Fanqing to blush modestly. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Ji Shi and others prepared to search for gasoline, Lin Ye utilized her water abilities to wash the vehicle. The water flow produced by her powers was comparable to that of a faucet, perfect for cleaning the car. Woof, woof. As Changsheng was released from the vehicle, he called out towards the direction in which Ji Shi and the others were advancing. What is happening? Could there be more zombies? Lin Fanqing recalled Ji Shi mentioning that Changsheng could detect zombies earlier than they could. It's possible. Let us all be cautious. Changsheng's call seemed to be directed towards the convenience store at the gas station, where Ji Shi initially intended to gather supplies. The group heightened their vigilance. Upon arriving at the convenience store's entrance, Ji Shi indeed heard the growls of a zombie. Rushing inside, they discovered a female zombie trapped behind the cash register. Unable to open the counter door, she could only crawl out halfway, her hands clawing desperately at the air. After a prolonged moment of tension, the group relaxed. finding the scene somewhat comical. This time, without needing Ji Shi's intervention, Lin Fanqing boldly advanced and dispatched the cashier zombie with a swift strike. Chapter 41. The Beginning of the Apocalypse. Part 9. Xi Jinping was in their space, simmering a large dish of chicken. He utilized the liquefied gas prepared by Ji Shi earlier, while a rice cooker and pressure cooker were diligently cooking rice and braising meat. As he sat outside peeling garlic, he noticed a series of shelves laden with goods descending from the sky not far away. It appeared they had found something valuable outside. Just as Xi Jinping lowered his head, a large shadow fell from above, accompanied by a dull thud within the space. Startled, he hurried towards the open area. To his astonishment, a large fuel tanker had landed steadily on the lawn. No wonder that young man was so eager to head out. Just as he intended to turn back, another tanker descended behind him, stirring his curiosity. He regretted not accompanying them outside. What must the world be like now? At this moment, Ji Shi had decided to lead his family away. Lin Jihai observed that Ji Shi had not cleared out the gas station entirely. Most of the instant food on the convenience store shelves remained untouched, and he had also left the fuel tanks at the gas station. He had only taken the 2 tankers and large barrels parked behind the station. One must leave a path for those who follow. Ji Shi explained when questioned about this decision. My husband, I still believe Yaya has a good eye for things. Ji Shi isn't as bad as he was before. Is he? Tang Jingru remarked to Lin Jihai as they walked behind. Lin Jihai nodded, choosing not to comment further. After thoroughly searching the slain zombies, the family discovered nearly 20 crystal cores. Yeah, come and wash these, Ji Shi called out, not wishing to store such filthy and foul-smelling cores in their space. Lin Yaya was delighted to be of assistance, conjuring a gentle stream of water to cleanse the cores thoroughly, with Lin Fanqing even coming over to wash her hands. My sister's ability is essential for both outings and home life, Lin Fanqing said with a cheerful smile. If only my water abilities could kill zombies like yours. Lin Yaya replied with a wry smile. After the month, it will undoubtedly be achievable. Ji Shi comforted. Yet he was aware from his previous life that water-based abilities were among the most logistical of all powers. Water itself bears no inherent lethality. Even those who could wield water arrows or whirlpools were significantly weaker compared to other elemental abilities. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, many water sources became contaminated, leading survivors to rely predominantly on the water produced by water manipulators, thus categorizing water abilities firmly within the logistical realm. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded emphatically, as Ji Shi stated. There are no weak abilities, only weak wielders. She resolved to diligently practice her powers. It seemed that her fighting spirit had already ignited. Sitting behind, Chu Xiaoshuang appeared to perceive the radiance emanating from Lin Yaya. Tang Jingru smiled and remarked, if Yaya truly applies herself, she will indeed become unstoppable. After all, she was consistently the top student in our class. The joy of acquiring a convenience store and 2 fuel tankers somewhat alleviated the family's dread of the apocalypse. Along the way, Ji Shi collected some bricks and cement from an abandoned construction site, intending to utilize the vast open space to create a natural ecological pasture. However, this was an immense undertaking, and even with the family's assistance, Ji Shi did not dare to be overconfident. Xuan Ningxia remained by her phone, having seen the second video posted by that account. To be honest, the content of this video filled her with despair. Aside from a few candies from a fruit platter, she had nearly nothing edible left. The convenience store was situated directly across from her building, but the distance was too great to traverse through the zombie-infested parking lot. Thus, she could only place her hopes on Ji Shi, who was coming to retrieve the vehicle. The thought that her only remaining family member, her master, had transformed into such a monster brought tears to Xuan Ningxia's eyes. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon seeing the familiar name, she quickly answered. We are almost there. Ji Shi actually wished to ascertain if Xuan Ningxia was still alive. However, given the multitude of zombies in the parking lot, Xuan Ningxia, despite her longing for someone to come, could not help but inform Ji Shi about the dire situation. Approximately how many zombies are outside? Ji Shi inquired. Xuan Ningxia rose and peered through the curtain's gap, responding, about 100. I understand, Ji Shi said before ending the call. Xuan Ningxia felt a pang of disappointment. Did this mean he would not come? Yet, after about 10 minutes, she seemed to faintly hear noises from outside. Rushing to the window, she was astonished to see a black vehicle charging into the parking lot. It was the very one she had sold last time. It was Ji Shi. However, the vehicle was pursued by a frenzied horde of zombies, making the parking lot seem even more crowded with the undead. Ignoring the roars of the zombies below, Xuan Ningxia threw open the window and waved to the vehicle. The remaining 4 cars Ji Shi needed were parked just beneath her building. As she anticipated that the vehicle would charge directly towards her, the black SUV unexpectedly reversed its direction and swiftly collided with the group of zombies behind. Bang! In an instant, dozens of zombies were either propelled through the air or crushed beneath its wheels. Yet, the vehicle showed no signs of retreat. veering towards another cluster of zombies. Xuan Ningxia clenched her fists, feeling a surge of exhilaration course through her veins at the sight. She had expected Ji Shi to continue ramming into the zombies, but to her surprise, the car came to a halt, as if it had run out of fuel. Has it run out of gas? Xuan Ningxia murmured anxiously. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as the sunroof opened and someone emerged from it. It was Ji Shi. What was he planning to do? Concerned for the disoriented passengers inside, Ji Shi decided to exit through the roof, intending to personally confront the zombies surrounding the vehicle. Bang! A zombie attempting to climb onto the roof was swiftly kicked down by Ji Shi, who then brandished a watermelon knife, plunging it downwards with ferocity. Here I come, brother-in-law. Lin Fanqing, refusing to be outdone, clambered out as well. The roof was besieged, and they could not allow their beloved brother-in-law to face the threat alone. Hence, the others, including Lin Yeye, also ascended to the roof. Though the space was limited, they ensured that their backs were covered by family. Chapter 42. The beginning of the apocalypse. Part 10. Xuan Ningxia gazed blankly at the figures atop the vehicle. She recognized Lin Yeye, recalling her as a gentle-spoken woman, yet here she was, facing such ferocious, flesh-eating monsters. And that girl, who appeared even shorter than Lin Yeye, was smiling and applauding after slaying a zombie. Chu Xiaoshuang was indeed elated, for she had finally defeated a zombie with a crystal nucleus. Before long, the over 100 zombies in the parking lot were nearly all dispatched, with only a few remaining, their bodies crushed to mere thirds. Ji Shi unhesitatingly dispatched them with his knife. Watching the group approach, Xuan Ningxia hurriedly dashed down the stairs. How did you manage to do that? As she pulled up the roll-up door, her expression was one of astonishment. What do you mean? How did we do it? You mean killing zombies? Lin Fanqing hadn't anticipated that the seller of Ji Shi's vehicle was such a young and beautiful woman. Upon seeing Xuan Ningxia nod, Lin Fanqing was about to boast, but was pushed aside by Lin Yeye. We also watched that video online. It said to destroy the zombies' brains. Just hit their heads. Lin Yeye smiled as she explained to Xuan Ningxia. Meanwhile, Ji Shi had evidently noticed the array of vehicles, confirming that the 4 he had ordered were indeed present. Miss, are you the only one left here? Tang Jingru surveyed the area, realizing no one else had appeared. Yes, everyone else has turned into those kinds of zombies. Xuan Ningxia replied candidly. Tang Jingru sighed, noting that they had not encountered any living souls along their journey. May I join you? Xuan Ningxia boldly inquired, sensing that remaining in this place would lead her to inevitable doom. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze toward Ji Shi. What can you do? Can you slay zombies? Ji Shi neither accepted nor declined, but posed a question instead. Xuan Ningxia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head before hastily declaring, I can repair vehicles. I can fix any issue that arises. I am also capable of killing zombies. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. The revelation that there was a female zombie trapped upstairs, one that Xuan Ningxia had personally rescued, dawned upon the group. Next time, we must bring Changsheng. Lin Fanqing murmured under her breath, recalling how they had left Changsheng in the vehicle to save time. Had he accompanied them, he would have certainly sensed the presence of a zombie upstairs. Very well, if you can prove your ability to kill a zombie, you may accompany us. Ji Shi responded with keen interest, eager to gauge the depth of her resolve. They were all utterly ignorant when it came to car repairs, and he had intentions of forming a small team capable of safeguarding their families. What is the most precious resource in a post-apocalyptic world? It is not food or supernatural abilities, but rather the mutual trust between individuals, a trust that becomes increasingly difficult to establish over time. Xuan Ningxia's bright eyes dimmed slightly. Ji Shi's tone bore an undertone of jest, yet she resolved to give it a try, driven by her will to survive. As the door to the second-floor room was unlocked once more, Xuan Ningxia was momentarily stunned upon encountering the female zombie again. The girl who had looked so composed moments ago was now a grotesque shadow of her former self. One arm had turned a ghastly shade of purple, her face marred by darkened veins, and her head bore the marks of a violent collision, with the door and walls splattered with claw marks and dark brown blood. Roar! As soon as the door swung open, the zombie lunged at Xuan Ningxia. Observing her frozen in shock, the others were filled with urgency. Miss Xuan, quickly evade! Lin Yeye shouted. Only then did Xuan Ningxia snap back to reality, narrowly dodging the zombie's vicious bite. Faced with a zombie for the first time, Xuan Ningxia could only flee in a panic, feeling as though she had plunged into the depths of hell, pursued by malevolent spirits. If you continue running like this, you will be devoured before your stamina is exhausted, Ji Shi cautioned, noting that the second floor had a multi-level layout. Had he not instructed Chu Xiaoshuang to distract the zombie, Xuan Ningxia would have had no chance of escape. Ji Shi, should we lend her a hand? Lin Yeye suggested, watching Xuan Ningxia struggle below, drenched in sweat. Indeed, Ji Shi agreed, unwilling to have anyone perish due to his inaction. Just as he prepared to intervene, a loud crash interrupted them, and Lin Fanqing exclaimed in surprise, "Did she hit it?" It turned out that Xuan Ningxia had struck the female zombie on the head with the wrench she held. Although it was not a fatal blow, it sent the zombie tumbling over. "Seize the opportunity, quickly," Chu Xiaoshuang exclaimed, wishing fervently that she could pass a weapon to Xuan Ningxia. Regrettably, Xuan Ningxia failed to seize the opportunity, and the female zombie struggled back to her feet, pursuing her relentlessly. A glimmer of hope flickered within Ji Shi, prompting him to withhold his intervention for the moment and observe the actions of those below. With a growl, the female zombie inched closer, and Xuan Ningxia, having discarded her wrench, found herself weaponless. She maneuvered behind a long table, while the zombie appeared incapable of navigating around it, obstructed in its path. With a resounding crash, an array of items, a pencil holder, a water cup, a flower pot, even a cushion, were hurled through the air as Xuan Ningxia seized everything within reach to strike at the zombie's head. Remarkably, her aim was quite precise, yet one had to wonder why she clutched a blanket. Lin Fanqing remarked that the female zombie was already bloodied and battered, one of its arms seemingly broken. But at that moment, Xuan Ningxia produced a blanket. It appeared she had devised a plan. A smile graced Ji Shi's face. In the next instant, Xuan Ningxia ascended the long table, brandishing the blanket over her head, and launched herself towards the female zombie. Lin Yeye felt a surge of anxiety. If her suspicions were correct, Xuan Ningxia was indeed very courageous. The female zombie was suddenly toppled by Xuan Ningxia's descent, its head pinned beneath the blanket by her leg and hand, while she wielded a screwdriver, previously thrown, to stab fiercely at the creature below. Moments later, the zombie ceased its struggle, and the corridor fell silent. Panting heavily, Xuan Ningxia lifted her gaze to the individuals above and inquired, "Is it dead?" Lin Yeye nodded emphatically, affirming, "Yes, it is dead." Only then did Xuan Ningxia slump beside her, staring blankly at the lifeless corpse she had vanquished. Had she truly killed a zombie? "Shall we go? Is there anything else you wish to take?" Ji Shi asked, descending from the upper floor. Xuan Ningxia glanced at him, shaking her head. "No, wait, there is." Chapter 43. Xuan Ningxia joins the team. Xuan Ningxia retrieved a large toolbox, a possession of her mentor. Beyond that, nothing else here held her interest. As she prepared to head downstairs with the toolbox, she discovered that the 4 vehicles Ji Shi had ordered were now gone. Outside the parking lot, aside from a few old cars that had previously been parked nearby, only Ji Shi's vehicle remained. "Where are the cars?" she inquired. "I've put them away. By the way, do you still want these vehicles?" Ji Shi pointed to the other cars parked on the first floor, all of which were high-performance models. "I would like them, but I can't take them with me," Xuan Ningxia replied, lowering her gaze. She cherished her car and had a passion for automotive repair. All the vehicles here had been meticulously modified by her own hands. "This is simple. I can help you take them," Ji Shi offered. "That would be wonderful, but how will you manage it?" Xuan Ningxia looked up at the group before her. Even if each person drove one car back, along with Ji Shi's earlier vehicles, there were still a total of 12 cars here. Ji Shi smiled softly as he approached a silver-gray business vehicle, placing his hand upon it. To his astonishment, the car vanished completely before his eyes. How was this possible? Xuan Ningxia rubbed her eyes, utterly shocked. This was more astonishing than the emergence of zombies in the world. Yet, such occurrences had become less remarkable in these times. Survivors often exhibited peculiarities, much like myself. Lin Fanqing showcased his own extraordinary ability to Xuan Ningxia, levitating a nearby iron sheet with ease. Their family had just conferred downstairs, and Ji Shi had no intention of revealing the entirety of his spatial abilities to Xuan Ningxia. He merely wished to convey that he was a spatial ability user, for soon, those with spatial powers would emerge. The existence of dual abilities was a rare phenomenon in his past life, far less significant than the ability to access ancient spaces. "Who are you people?" Xuan Ningxia inquired suspiciously, as Ji Shi and his companions continually challenged her understanding of reality. While most survivors hid away in fear, these individuals risked everything for a few vehicles and possessed extraordinary powers. They were anything but ordinary. "We are merely common folk. You shall understand in due time. This is not as rare as you believe." Lin Fanqing finally reveled in his moment of triumph. "Come, Ningxia, we are delighted to meet you. However, do not hold it against Ji Shi. He acts for your benefit," Tang Jingru advised gently as they walked. The return journey proved far more arduous than their arrival, with an increased number of zombies appearing on the road. As dusk approached, Ji Shi, wary of lingering, drove straight back to Century Garden Community, crashing through the obstacles. "Now, what shall we do about the zombies in the underground garage?" Lin Ye asked, recalling the hundreds of zombies present when they departed and their own dwindling strength. "Who said we were stopping at the underground garage?" Ji Shi raised an eyebrow. "There are too many hazards down there. The risk is too great. Let us drive straight up. There are also plenty of zombies above," reminded Lin Jihai. "Fear not. I have already made prior arrangements. I will enlist their assistance shortly," Ji Shi reassured, grateful that the early days of the apocalypse still allowed for communication. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the other party would lend their aid. If not, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. Many of the community's security personnel, like Ji Shi, resided within Century Garden due to its affordable rent, making their commutes convenient. Zhang Yong and Lu Honyang shared a one-bedroom apartment in Building C. When Ji Shi reached out, it was Zhang Yong who received the message. "Are you out of your mind?" Who would respond at a time like this? Zhang Yong exclaimed, tossing his phone aside upon reading Ji Shi's message. Meanwhile, Lu Honyang rummaged through their trash can, as the two men had not considered stockpiling food at home. After seeing the mysterious individual's second video online, he began scouring their abode for provisions. The search yielded only half a basin of rice, along with some nearly expired noodles and ham sausages. He suddenly recalled that they had leftover fried rice noodles from the previous night's packing, but they had carelessly discarded them into the trash. At that moment, who would reach out to you? Lu Honyang had discovered the remaining fried rice noodles, though they had developed a slight sourness. Who else could it be but that unfortunate Ji Shi? Zhang Yong remarked with irritation. Nevertheless, Lu Honyang consumed the small portion of fried rice noodles he had found, letting out a loud belch as he said, "Indeed, who would contact you, aside from Ji?" Ji Shi had poor social connections, and Zhang Yong's were even worse. Yet Ji Shi had changed significantly lately. Just this morning, he had shared numerous important notices in their security group and had checked on who among them was still alive. Their security team consisted of nearly 100 members, but now only about 30 remained, while the rest had gone silent. It was merely luck that he and Zhang Yong lived together, managing to evade that dreadful contagion. "What are you saying? Do you want a beating?" Zhang Yong raised his fist menacingly. "Save your strength. We might starve to death in a few days anyway. But what does Ji want with you?" Lu Honyang inquired. Curious about their not-so-friendly relationship, he asked me to wait for his notification, to stand on the balcony, and find a way to lure the zombies below the building. Zhang Yong replied. "What? Why?" Lu Honyang asked in astonishment. "Perhaps they want to come back from outside, but I'm not doing that. It's madness," Zhang Yong responded, then picked up his phone to look at it again, adding, "He said if it works out, he'd send us 2 boxes of instant noodles, dozens of packets. Are you foolish? Let's not forget that Ji has been decent to us lately. 2 boxes of noodles could sustain us for many days." Lu Honyang thought Zhang Yong was utterly ridiculous, still sulking at a time like this. Think about it, with the outside situation being what it is. How could he deliver noodles to us? Is he playing us for fools? Zhang Yong was tempted, but felt that with so many zombies outside, Ji Shi must be deceiving them. "Zhang Yong, we live on the 8th floor. Would luring zombies over cause us any harm? No. We might as well take a gamble." Lu Honyang finally swayed Zhang Yong's resolve. "All right, I'll reply to him. You think of a way to attract those foul creatures." It was not solely the 2 boxes of noodles that motivated Zhang Yong. He recalled the previous incident with the drunken man, and if it weren't for Ji Shi, perhaps he too would have transformed into such a monster. With this thought, he pressed the send button on his phone. Chapter 44. The Shift in Space. Ji Shi. "Are you confident?" As they approached the community, Tang Jingru couldn't help but ask how Ji Shi planned to assist them. Glancing at the message received on his phone, Ji Shi smiled, responding, "I am confident." Under the blood-red twilight, the once tranquil Shiji Huayuan community was suddenly pierced by a cacophony of gongs, amplifying the panic as the zombies on every road within the community rushed towards the source of the sound. This wave of terror was most acutely felt by the remaining survivors in Building C. The mobile group of Building C erupted in chaos. Who on earth is the lunatic that led them all downstairs? Do they wish to court death? If I catch them, I shall surely beat them to a pulp. It's terrifying. Will they attempt to climb up? It must be from 805. What are you all thinking? Have your family members all perished, leaving you despondent? If you wish to die, do not drag others down with you. The survivors of Building C dared only to vent their frustrations in the group chat, even though they were aware this was the handiwork of Unit 805. None dared to confront them directly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong and Lu Honyang were fiercely banging on several stainless steel basins. "Do you crave human flesh? If you have the guts, come and get it," Zhang Yong shouted at the zombies below. Roar. Some zombies attempted to climb up, but the community's anti-theft steel grills on the lower 4 floors thwarted their efforts. Just then, a black SUV sped through the community entrance. Ji Shi drove swiftly, showing no mercy as he barreled through the obstructing zombies, quickly arriving at the base of their building. With a crack of his knuckles, Ji Shi declared that they merely needed to eliminate the dozen or so zombies in the lobby. "We're home. Let us go," he said, flinging open the car door and kicking one zombie aside. No one dared to waste time, for if they delayed, the zombies that had just been lured away would soon return. Xue Ningxia nodded, following the family as they leapt from the vehicle. The lobby door was made of tempered glass. Ji Shi casually opened the fire emergency box and wedged a large wrench between the already closed glass doors, ensuring that the zombies outside could not breach the entrance for the time being. Meanwhile, the dozen zombies in the lobby charged towards them. "Be careful not to get scratched," Leave the rest to me, Ji Shi instructed, drawing his weapon. Xuan Ningxia felt a rush of anxiety. But she soon noticed that Lin Yiya and the others were deliberately encircling her in a protective manner, warming her heart. She also realized that Ji Shi was far more capable than she had initially thought. Within 10 minutes, all the zombies in the lobby had been dealt with. Ji Shi recognized the family's fatigue, knowing that exhaustion rendered one more susceptible to zombie attacks, thus deeming the lobby no longer suitable for practice. When they finally reached their home, Lin Fanqing collapsed onto the floor in a starfish position. I've never felt this exhausted in my life, Lin Fanqing remarked. Lin Zhihai grabbed a bottle of water from the table and gulped it down. It seems you all need to exercise more, Ji Shi joked lightly. Lin Yiya arranged for Xuan Ningxia to stay next to Ji Shi, in a room that he had originally rented for Lin Zhihai and his wife, who were now resting in their space for the night, leaving it vacant. Xuan Ningxia was also treated to a sumptuous dinner and water from Ji Shi. The meal was even warm, causing her to feel a swell of emotion as tears brimmed in her eyes. She silently vowed to remember this kindness. Having settled Xuan Ningxia, Ji Shi finally locked the door and entered the space with his family and Changxing. Within this realm, even a single day's absence had brought about remarkable transformations. The wheat seeds that Xi Jinping had sown first had all matured, their golden ears heavy with grain, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of the fields. The fruit tree saplings, procured from the countryside, bloomed splendidly, creating a breathtaking sea of flowers that delighted the senses. Not to mention the vegetable seeds Xi Jinping had casually scattered, which had flourished into a vibrant garden, boasting red tomatoes, plump purple eggplants, and long green beans and cucumbers. This picturesque scene instantly bestowed a sense of healing upon all who entered. Welcome back. Hurry and wash up for dinner. I've prepared everything for you, Xi Jinping cheerfully called out. A day spent outside equated to several days within the space, yet Xi Jinping found no boredom in his time there. Over the course of those days, he had not only crafted dozens of exquisite dishes, but also assembled a water tank, arranged the restroom, and even selected daily necessities for everyone from the supermarket area of the space. This lifestyle imbued him with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Exhausted, the family members' eyes gleamed at the sight of the colorful and aromatic feast laid out in the yard, prompting them to hurry off for a bath. I'm not exaggerating. Uncle, your culinary skills rival those of 5-star chefs I've encountered. This chicken dish is truly authentic, Lin Fanqing exclaimed after tasting a piece of chicken, savoring its fragrant and spicy flavor, the meat tender and bursting with juice. Even the seemingly ordinary potatoes tasted unexpectedly delightful. My dad used to be a chef, and his cooking was my favorite, Lin Yiya added, noting that her parents, Lin Zhihai and Tang Jingru, were often busy with work, resulting in a culinary skill set that lagged behind. Typically, they could only manage to cook meals adequately, which made her fall in love with Xi Jinping's cooking during her first visit to Ji Shi's home. I'm glad you enjoy it. From now on, we are all family. I'll take care of the meals, Xi Jinping said with a hearty laugh. For some reason, he felt that the dishes made with the meat and vegetables from the space were far superior to anything he had prepared before. Lin Zhihai silently ate a few more bites before standing up and leaving the table, creating an awkward atmosphere. However, after a couple of minutes, he returned with something in hand. Old Ji, this is a fine wine I have cherished for many years. Let me toast you. Lin Zhihai personally poured a glass for Xi Jinping, prompting Lin Yiya and Tang Jingru to relax their expressions. The meal was filled with joy and laughter, and Ji Shi devoured 5 bowls of rice. Everyone noticed that after the meal, their bodies felt completely rejuvenated. The water and food in the owner's space are imbued with spiritual energy. These dishes not only satisfy hunger, but are also beneficial for the body, Chu Xiaoshuang remarked. Yes, exactly. That must be it. The water here is sweet, and the vegetables are delicious. Absolutely pure and unpolluted. Xi Jinping finally began to appreciate the advantages of spiritual energy. As we reflect on the numerous crystal nuclei we have acquired today, I find myself pondering the amount of spiritual energy required for a single upgrade of this space, remarked Ji Shi. What? This space can be upgraded? Lin Fanqing inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 45. Abilities. It dawned on Ji Shi that he had neglected to inform anyone, aside from Lin Yiya, about the possibility of upgrading the space. At that moment, he was still unaware of what was necessary to sustain the space's spiritual energy. Indeed, it can be upgraded. After the enhancement, the space will also gain uncertain functionalities. However, the required spiritual energy will increase correspondingly, Ji Shi explained. This was the first time Xiao Shuang had encountered an upgradable mustard seed space. Chu Xiaoshuang blinked her large eyes, acknowledging Ji Shi as a master of celestial secrets, possessing only the finest of treasures. So, this crystal nucleus has become increasingly significant, Tang Jingru remarked, gazing at the shimmering objects arranged in the porcelain basin before her. Once Ji Shi placed the crystal nuclei, which they had tirelessly gathered throughout the day. Onto the 8 trigrams array before the jade sphere for absorption, there was no immediate change in the space. It stands to reason. It cannot be that simple. Lin Ye observed. Let us not forget that today is merely the first day. I believe we have performed admirably, Ji Shi reassured, his demeanor calm. Many zombies still had not fully formed crystal nuclei, and this was only the initial outbreak of the virus. In his past life, he had discerned that the zombie virus outbreak unfolded in 3 phases. The second phase involved animals, while the third pertained to plants, with humanity facing its ultimate trials within a span of 4 months. Thus, they need not worry about a shortage of crystal nuclei, for the apocalypse was replete with them. What a long day it has been. Yet, will anyone truly come to our rescue? Tang Jingru cast a glance at Lin Jihai. His expression darkened slightly as he replied, I am unable to contact anyone. Father, the situation in the city is far more dire than here. Lin Ye had managed to find some videos and posts online. The reality within the city was indeed harrowing. She was grateful for having placed her trust in Ji Shi, yet Lin Jihai let out a heavy sigh. The Summer Nation is not so easily defeated. I believe aid will arrive, though it may not be immediate. For now, let us rest and not dwell on our concerns. Ji Shi offered comfort, recalling that in his previous life, rescue efforts did not commence until at least 20 days after the outbreak. Indeed, if we were so fragile, all our previous efforts would have been in vain. Lin Jihai felt somewhat reassured by Ji Shi's words. Coupled with a day of arduous travel, tranquility soon enveloped the space. On the 4th day following the outbreak of the apocalypse, people finally began to grasp the significance of sustenance. However, those who remained alive still hesitated to venture outside. Conversely, the number of zombies in the vicinity increased at a visibly alarming rate each day. In addition, many individuals have discovered a plethora of extraordinary abilities within themselves. Some can emit jets of water, others inexplicably conjure flames, and still others possess the power to promote the growth of plants in their vicinity. Consequently, Ji Shi has anonymously released a 3rd video, fully aware that it may indeed be his final message, as the satellite signals are on the verge of interruption. Following the trajectory of his previous life, this 3rd video from the enigmatic figure has alleviated the underlying fears of many, revealing that they possess these unique talents. Presently, the purpose of these abilities remains a mystery. However, one might notice an enhancement in their senses, such as hearing and smell, alongside an increase in physical strength. This could very well be a glimmer of hope bestowed upon humanity by a higher power. The zombies are not as terrifying as one might imagine. Although it is merely a text video lasting just over a minute, it has enlightened many to the existence of extraordinary abilities beyond the realm of zombies. Lin Fanqing and her companions have also observed that the agility of the zombies is becoming increasingly pronounced. Remarkably, even the mice in the garden cannot outrun the zombies. Thanks to the cleansing elixir, everything around them has become vividly perceptible. Lin Fanqing clearly sees a sizable zombie capturing a mouse that had ventured out to scavenge from the gardeness refuse, subsequently devouring it whole. Indeed, while they venture outside to combat zombies, they are concurrently honing their skills indoors. Lin Ye lethargically responded from the balcony. For the past few days, they have refrained from venturing outdoors, instead adhering to Ji Shi's devised plan to clear the building of zombies. This so-called building clearing plan entails exterminating all zombies on each floor, including those lurking within individual residences. Ji Shi has implemented this strategy to allow the family to acclimate to the act of slaying zombies in the safest possible environment. As of today, there are no longer any zombies on floors 5 and above. However, they have also realized that the number of survivors is alarmingly scarce. Lin Jihai has finally managed to contact a former subordinate, yet the subordinate's mental state is teetering on the brink of collapse. He lives alone, and his home is now besieged by zombies, uncertain how much longer his door can withstand the onslaught. Lin Jihai sighed heavily. The situation over at Hua Ling's side is equally dire, as she wishes to escape with Uncle Zhao and Aunt Yuan. Lin Ye furrowed her brow. Just a couple of days ago, Zhao Hualing had been relieved that she had heeded Lin Ye's advice and refrained from wandering about aimlessly. However, that night, coincidentally, the housekeeper from Hua Ling's family arrived in Huitong City with relatives from her hometown. Given the exorbitant hotel prices in the vicinity, the housekeeper requested to stay overnight at Zhao Hualing's house, to which she readily agreed without a second thought. Now, it seems the housekeeper's family has taken over, and her son has made several attempts to corner Zhao Hualing in the house with ill intentions, nearly resulting in an altercation with her father, Zhao Yu. Although their home is not situated in the city center, with the current circumstances, where could they possibly escape to? Tang Jingru felt a pang of distress upon hearing this. Zhao Hualing had played with Lin Ye since childhood, and Zhao Yu had maintained connections with them, making her worry for their safety. Lin Ye mentioned the possibility of going to a nearby Yusheng food factory, where at least there would be provisions. Ji Shi, having overheard this, subtly furrowed his brow. It is best to avoid places like food factories. Jisher set down his cup and remarked, "Why?" Lin Yiya inquired. "Uncle Zhao's food factory integrates production and storage. There are plenty of edibles in the warehouse. It is precisely because there are so many consumables that this poses a problem," Jisher replied. "Are you concerned that it might easily become a hotbed for competition?" Lin Jihai, noticing Jisher's nod, began to ponder. When all order collapses, in the face of hunger, people may resort to any means. Jisher, having witnessed such scenarios, believed that in apocalyptic times, humans are far more formidable than zombies. Yeah, inform Hualing and the others not to go. It is indeed unsafe there, Lin Jihai advised. Just as Lin Yiya was about to contact Zhao Hualing, she discovered that her phone had lost all signal. "Let us wait a while. It might just be a temporary disruption," Lin Fanqing suggested. However, as the afternoon progressed, the phone's signal remained absent, leading everyone to realize a grim possibility. The signal might never return. Chapter 46. Abilities of the Undead. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong and Lu Hongyang in Building C were already facing a food shortage crisis. "I told you Jisher was deceiving us. We haven't even a scrap of instant noodles left. That man is utterly treacherous, a complete scoundrel." The anxiety of being cut off from the outside world gnawed at Zhang Yong's mind. Indeed, the outside is filled with man-eating creatures. Who would dare to bring instant noodles here? "We have nothing to lose anyway. Let it be," Lu Hongyang replied, his face ashen. Just then, the two heard a knock at the door. "What is that sound?" Zhang Yong exclaimed in astonishment. Could our loud conversation have attracted zombies? No way. Zombies don't knock rhythmically. Let us check it out. Summoning their courage, the two approached the door and opened the inner layer. A tall, familiar figure stood outside the reinforced glass door, causing them to shudder. "I'm here. Open the door." Behind Jisher lay several corpses of zombies. Jisher. Lu Hongyang hurriedly opened the door while Jisher pretended to pick something up from the ground. "Wait, what if he gets bitten? He could turn into a zombie and take us both out." Zhang Yong voiced his concern, yet he did not stop Lu Hongyang from opening the door. Jisher, unperturbed, handed over the item in his hand to Lu Hongyang. "This is the thank you gift I promised you last time." "I feel so embarrassed," Lu Hongyang said, astonished to receive 2 boxes of instant noodles, acutely aware of the danger Jisher had braved to deliver them. Jisher had even brought a box of luncheon meat and compressed biscuits. "No worries. What are your plans moving forward?" Jisher asked as he sat on the sofa, observing the two men with unkempt faces. "Plans?" The two exchanged glances, having not contemplated the future. Surviving was their sole focus. "I'd like to hear what our Captain G plans to do next," Zhang Yong said with a half-smile, pondering what plans one could have in such times. "Have you ever seen that extraordinary abilities video online? For instance, after Jisher spoke, he conjured a small cluster of flames in his hand. This spectacle rendered the room silent for several moments. Zhang Yong, dazed, observed for a while before approaching Jisher and inquiring, "Are there other types of extraordinary abilities? Perhaps immense strength?" The internet is replete with despairing and terrifying posts and videos. The video in question was released at noon, but they had not yet had the opportunity to view it before their signal was interrupted due to the crisis of food shortage. "I'm not certain, but I believe there must be others. Yaya has water manipulation, and my father-in-law can control stones. Enhanced strength surely counts as one of them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong's tense expression finally relaxed. Over the past couple of days, his strength had increased remarkably. A mere touch on the doorknob had caused it to detach entirely. He had already broken the faucet several times, convinced that he had contracted the zombie virus and was on the verge of becoming a zombie himself. Could this possibly be an extraordinary ability? That's a relief. "I was terrified," Zhang Yong admitted, still shaken. "However, extraordinary abilities seem rather peculiar, don't they? With zombies appearing, what is so surprising about humans awakening such powers?" Jisher chuckled. "It appears you have awakened a power related to strength. But what use is it?" Lu Hongyang questioned. "Perhaps it can be employed to slay zombies?" Jisher replied with a smile. "Slay zombies?" Zhang Yong looked at his hands. "Can I really kill zombies? Otherwise, how do you think I made it here?" Jisher retorted. "What about you two? Are you interested in joining me in slaying zombies?" Jisher asked, knowing well the members of the security team, including their strengths and weaknesses. "Truthfully, we are uncertain about what to do next, likely like everyone else. Waiting for rescue?" Lu Hongyang hesitated before responding. Jisher lingered with them for about half an hour before departing alone, both men agreeing to contemplate Jisher's proposal. After Jisher left, Zhang Yong craned his neck in search of him until he spotted a black car beneath the kitchen window. The vehicle was parked quite strategically, with the driver's door perfectly positioned at the exit of the hall's side door. From his vantage point, he could see Jisher engaged in combat with several zombies. Since when did he become so formidable? Zhang Yong mumbled to himself as he watched those fierce and brutal zombies swiftly dispatched by Jisher. Subsequently, Jisher nimbly jumped into the car and drove off with style. "Indeed, I feel the same," Lu Hongyang remarked, his expression somewhat grim. Extraordinary abilities? It seems he is not favored by fate. On the 5th day of the zombie virus outbreak, Ji-Shi and his family finally cleared their residence down to the 1st floor. Xuan Ningxia had also consistently followed the family in slaying zombies every day. Bang! Having already faced zombies, Xuan Ningxia now exhibited much greater courage. She confronted a female zombie alone in a bedroom. And the kick she delivered just now landed precisely on the zombie's abdomen with speed and accuracy. The female zombie was violently thrust onto a bed stained with dark blood. Yet she struggled to rise and lunged toward Xuan Ningxia. Do you not require assistance? Ji-Shi inquired from the doorway. Having already ensured the other rooms in room 103 were cleared, behind him sat a family resting within the confines of the room. Thank you, but I do not need help for the moment, Xuan Ningxia replied, deftly evading the zombie's ferocious bite and subsequently striking down with her weapon. Just as she was about to land a blow, the zombie unexpectedly raised her hand to block the attack, resulting in a resounding clash of weapon against elbow. What is happening? Xuan Ningxia leaped onto the bed to temporarily evade. It has awakened its abilities. Be cautious. Ji-Shi had not anticipated that Xuan Ningxia would encounter a zombie with awakened powers. With a fierce roar, a metallic spike suddenly shot forth from the palm of the female zombie, catching Xuan Ningxia off guard and leaving a gash on her arm. Ji-Shi was poised to intervene when the smell of blood seemed to invigorate the zombie, which swiftly leaped in front of Xuan Ningxia, poised to bite her in mere moments. With another loud clang, the zombie's sharp teeth unexpectedly clashed against a piece of metal that had mysteriously appeared in Xuan Ningxia's hand. Bang! Ji-Shi seized the moment, unleashing a burst of flames upon the back of the zombie's head, prompting Xuan Ningxia to quickly evade. Congratulations on awakening your metallic abilities, Ji-Shi remarked with satisfaction as he approached her. Chapter 47. Enhancing Combat Power 1 in recent days. Xuan Ningxia had subsisted solely on food prepared by Ji Jinping from the spatial realm. Just as Chu Xiaowan had asserted, the food and water from the space conferred significant benefits, and Xuan Ningxia herself felt markedly improved. However, Lin Fanqing was profoundly disheartened by the fact that Xuan Ningxia, upon awakening her abilities, could materialize a small piece of metal. Yet soon after, Xuan Ningxia lost consciousness. It must be the exertion from earlier that drained her abilities and left her too fatigued to remain conscious, Ji-Shi deduced. Noting Xuan Ningxia's strong survival instincts that had directly stimulated her power awakening. She seems to be burning up, Tang Jingru remarked, feeling Xuan Ningxia's body rapidly grow feverish. Let us take her back to rest. Ji-Shi pressed the button for the elevator. The zombies within this building had been thoroughly cleared, making the elevator relatively safe. It appeared that stimulation could indeed trigger the awakening of abilities. Lin Yi also hoped for Tang Jingru to awaken some power to protect herself, but she pondered whether it was worth it if the situation turned dire again. The notion that zombies could genuinely awaken extraordinary powers left her pondering humanity's future advantages. Lin Jihai had been plagued with worry these past few days, not solely due to the panic of the signal disruption, but also a growing anxiety about the future. What advantages can there be? He mused. We must survive in the crevices of existence. Tang Jingru decided not to dwell on it further. Yet she could not help but silently criticize how her father, seasoned in bureaucratic affairs, appeared far less composed than Ji-Shi in the face of such grave matters. Mom, Dad, I plan to venture out again in a couple of days, heading toward the Silent Waters region. Ji-Shi felt it was time to reclaim the weapons he had purchased at a considerable expense before the apocalypse. After depleting the 20 million he had, Tang Jingru generously contributed another 500,000, which he invested entirely in acquiring weaponry. Uncle Zhao's Yusheng food factory is located there as well, Lin Ye suddenly recalled. It's worth a visit. Ji-Shi harbored some interest in the food factory. In his previous life, numerous factories had fallen prey to zombies, with their provisions thoroughly ravaged. Even when some food was later discovered, no one dared to consume the items tainted by the blood of the undead. The Quiet Water Zone primarily consisted of factories and warehouses, making it an ideal location to procure weapons and gather supplies, a dual-purpose endeavor. However, before that, they needed to clear the zombies from the community road in batches. Xuan Ningxia's sudden high fever presented no other symptoms, which puzzled even Tang Jingru. Nevertheless, Ji-Shi reassured her not to panic, explaining that some individuals experienced high fevers and fainting spells prior to awakening their powers, while others did not. Xuan Ningxia was likely suffering from post-exhaustion rejection of her abilities. This means we lose one combatant. That girl is quite capable, remarked Lin Fanqing, wielding a watermelon knife. Noting Xuan Ningxia's impressive adaptability. Yet during these past few days, the most notable progress had been made by Lin Ye. Even Chu Xiaoshuang admired her. Despite being married to Ji-Shi, she showed no inclination to hide behind him. With a swift motion, Lin Ye hurled a water sphere, successfully knocking down a zombie that lunged toward them, though it did not inflict fatal damage. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-Shi swung his blade, decapitating the fallen zombie. When Yaya strikes, a crystal core is sure to follow. Ji-Sure deftly used the tip of his knife to reveal a gleaming crystal core. Yaya has always had good fortune. She could win cars and televisions from random draws at the mall. However, I feared it might affect her character. So I stopped supporting her, Tang Jingru remarked. Although they were all delighted at the time, they worried that Lin Ye might become overly enamored with such effortless gains, leading them to refrain from allowing her to participate in similar activities thereafter. Mom and Dad taught Yaya very well. Ji-Sure had always believed. Even when their statuses were disparate, Lin Ye remained devoted to him. Yet, as he began to establish a reputation within the base, he started to harbor disdain for her role as a homemaker. This is not the time for idle chatter. Lin Jihai pulled Tang Jingru to the back. They were currently situated in the lobby on the first floor of the building where Ji-Sure resided. Their plan was to lure the zombies from the community into this lobby in batches and eliminate them methodically. At that moment, they were still engaged in dispatching the first group of zombies they had drawn in, while those outside were eager to break through the door. With a resounding crash, Ji-Sure, witnessing the situation, wielded his knife in one hand while unleashing his powers with the other, ensuring that every strike and every fireball accurately struck the zombies. Lin Fanqing had also begun to employ short-range metal spikes, likely a result of his training in the spatial realm. As each of his metal projectiles found its mark within the bodies of the undead, a distinctly different zombie sprang before Lin Yaya. It was a mutated zombie. Leave it to me. Ji-Sure intended to intervene, but was halted by Lin Yaya. I can manage. As she observed the fireball conjured by the zombie, a hint of anxiety crept into her voice. The appearance of the mutated zombie diverged from that of ordinary zombies. While the latter were enshrouded in decaying flesh and dark blood, the former exhibited a grayish-white skin interlaced with bluish-purple veins, indicative of a burgeoning evolution. In her previous life, the higher the level of a mutated zombie, the more intact its skin appeared, resembling a form of advancement. Ji-Sure ceased his objections, focusing instead on dispatching other zombies while ensuring none would disrupt Lin Yaya. After evading several fireballs, Lin Yaya's tension dissipated. For the fireball of this zombie was of a caliber far inferior to those she and Ji-Sure practiced with in their training space. Ji-Sure's fireballs were large and ferocious, often leaving her in a state of disarray when she dodged them. Even when her water sphere collided with Ji-Sure's fireball, it merely produced a mist of water, failing to extinguish the flames. However, when her water sphere struck the mutated zombie's fireball, it astonishingly extinguished the fireball, which was roughly the size of a grown man's palm. Though it did not inflict harm on the zombie, it imbued Lin Yaya with sufficient confidence. Whenever the zombie attempted to draw near, she could fend it off with her water sphere. Roar. The fire-type mutated zombie seemed increasingly agitated, its roar reverberating throughout the hall. Lin Yaya summoned a larger water sphere, knocking the fire zombie to the ground. Then, emulating Ji-Sure's technique, she swung down her knife. The fallen fire zombie instinctively resisted with its engulfing flames, but Lin Yaya was singularly focused on extinguishing that fire. What unfolded next astonished everyone. Lin Yaya's watermelon knife was enveloped in a thin layer of water ability. As the knife pierced through the zombie's palm, it continued its descent, plunging deeply into the zombie's eye socket. Sister, you did it, Lin Fanqing exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 48. Enhancing Combat Power 2. Another zombie lunged at Lin Yaya, who was still bent over. Ji-Sure swiftly conjured a fireball, which struck the zombie's head, reducing it to ashes in mere seconds. How do you feel, Yaya? Ji-Sure, concerned that Lin Yaya might be overexerting herself, asked. I feel absolutely wonderful, Lin Yaya replied, lifting her head, her delicate features glowing with rapture, leaving Ji-Sure momentarily mesmerized. Was their Yaya truly so cunning? In the past few days, Lin Yaya had dispatched no fewer than 20 zombies, yet she had never felt such a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a newfound resolve blossomed within her. She aspired to become sufficiently powerful to slay even more zombies and to protect her family and their realm alongside Ji-Sure. Mom, you must persuade my sister. She intends to adopt a demure path, Lin Fanqing jested. It seems I was right. Yaya has discovered a new goal to strive for. Tang Jingru knows her daughter best. Whenever something piques her interest, she immerses herself completely, much like the sudden emergence of Ji-Sure. After vanquishing over 60 zombies in the hall, Ji-Sure instructed the family to retreat temporarily to room 103 on the first floor for a brief respite. The horde outside was vast, yet it was anticipated that a significant portion would soon disperse, allowing them to venture out once more. After speaking, Ji-Sure led a few individuals into the space. Due to Xuan Ningxia's illness requiring care, Ji Jinping and Changsheng remained at home to watch over her, ensuring her safety, leaving the space momentarily unoccupied. It was much better when Uncle Ji was around. He would have already prepared chilled watermelon for us, Lin Fanqing remarked lazily from her armchair, considering it the most delightful activity after slaying zombies. See, your Uncle Ji has already cut it for us. she added as Tang Jingru emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of chilled watermelon slices, demonstrating Xi Jinping's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Jisher leaned against the door, admiring the scene before him. I told you to go ahead. I'll join you once I change, Lin Yaya said, her cheeks flushed. A small portion of her dress had been singed by flames from a fire-type zombie, and fortuitously, she had spare clothing in the space. Specifically in the bedroom, she shared with Jisher. No worries. I'll wait for you, Jisher replied, enjoying the sight of Lin Ya's bashful demeanor. Though at times, when they were together, she would pounce on him like a fierce little cat when he teased her too much. All right, I'll be quick. Realizing it was merely a change of outerwear, Lin Yaya decided against being overly coy and swiftly shed her convenient sports attire. However, Jisher found himself regretting it slightly as he gazed at her toned waist and beautiful back, feeling parched. Lin Yaya, accustomed to a life of comfort, possessed fair and delicate skin, and sometimes a gentle grip from him would leave charming pink imprints. I'm ready, Lin Yaya announced, now dressed in a black sports outfit with blue trim. Although labeled as sportswear, it perfectly accentuated her figure. Jisher had to suppress his rising excitement, planning to playfully tease Lin Yaya later that evening in the space. Let us go. I have something to discuss with everyone, Jisher stated. He took Lin Yaya's hand and led her into the yard, where Tang Jingru promptly offered them watermelon. Jisher accepted the fruit, while simultaneously utilizing the space's retrieval function to summon a half-basket of crystal cores he had stored away. I have discovered another use for these crystal cores, Jisher remarked. What purpose could that be? Isn't it solely for absorption by the space? Lin Jihai inquired. Not just that, they can also be absorbed by ability users, Jisher explained, tightening his grip on a transparent crystal core. Moments later, when he opened his palm, the core had vanished completely, absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into abilities. Chu Xiaoduan immediately guessed. Correct, Jisher replied with a smile. In a previous life, crystal cores could be absorbed by those with extraordinary abilities, which constituted their primary utility. However, a perplexing issue arose. Some higher-ranked practitioners appeared less formidable than their lower-ranked counterparts. This discrepancy could be attributed to the fact that the former had forcibly elevated their ranks by consuming crystal cores. Consequently, he refrained from disclosing this matter to his family from the outset. Is it possible that, with a sufficient quantity of crystal cores, our abilities could be used incessantly? Lin Fanqing inquired with enthusiasm. Jisher shook his head, remarking, You will understand if you attempt to absorb one. Its effectiveness is limited unless consumed in large quantities. I believe we are currently in a foundational stage, and these fundamentals hold far greater importance than the mere absorption of crystal cores. Indeed, after all, these cores are harvested from zombies. Could excessive absorption lead to adverse effects? Tang Jingru added. There will be no side effects, Xiao Xuan concurred, but the master is correct. A significant amount of spiritual energy is expended during the transformation into extraordinary abilities, which indeed seems somewhat wasteful. Following Jisher's guidance, Chu Xiaoshuang attempted to absorb a core, feeling that it might be better utilized by her spatial abilities. Yes, establishing a solid foundation is paramount. We should set this aside, Lin Yaya remarked. She too absorbed a core, feeling a pang of regret, for extraordinary abilities naturally replenish over time, rendering the absorption of such precious crystal cores unnecessary. Jisher was pleased with his family's responses. He chose to reveal this information now as a precaution, should their abilities be depleted. Temporarily supplementing them with these cores would prove beneficial. He suggested that each family member absorb 2 ordinary crystal cores per day for the time being. This fire elemental core is unlike anything I've seen before. It resembles a ruby, Tang Jingru exclaimed, pointing at the fire-type core that Lin Yaya had acquired from a zombie. The cores of mutated zombies differed from those of ordinary zombies. Fire-type cores were red, while gold-type cores exhibited a rose-gold hue. Thus far, the family had encountered only these 2 colors of cores. Fanqing could attempt to absorb this gold-type core, Jisher said, handing the rose-gold core to Lin Fanqing. Having used his abilities extensively as support during the recent battle, and with nearly half of his energy depleted, Lin Fanqing grasped the gold-type core and slowly closed his eyes. A unique energy, characteristic of the gold type, flowed into his body like a warm current from his palm, replenishing his lost energy. Remarkably, this small gold-type core restored 1/3 of his extraordinary energy. This is extraordinary, Lin Fanqing exclaimed as he opened his eyes. Therefore, if feasible, I recommend that each individual absorb 1 core of their respective elemental type daily. As for the ordinary cores, let them be reserved for the spatial abilities. After elucidating another function of the crystal cores, Jisher led the family back to room 103. By this time, the zombies outside the hall had dispersed significantly, and the family noticed that the bodies, which had previously cluttered the hall, had been cleared away, leaving ample space for them to engage in battle. Chapter 49. Enhancing Combat Power 3. Who does good deeds without seeking recognition? Lin Fanqing was taken aback. they had intended to tidy up first. It appears to be the residents from upstairs. Lin Jihai indicated towards the door lock that had yet to be removed in the hall. Let us get started. Ji Shi expressed his surprise. With so many zombies outside the glass doors, who could possibly be audacious enough to tackle the bodies of these undead? Yet, such thoughts were of little consequence at the moment. They needed to act swiftly. Iron chains hung from the eaves on either side of the glass doors. And after nearly 80 zombies were ushered inside, Lin Fanqing swiftly utilized her abilities to unfasten the chains. Concurrently, Chu Xiaoduo employed her wind-based powers to force the two glass doors shut. After securing them with a padlock, the hall was now filled with nearly 100 zombies. In front of them stood several taller tables as a barrier, preventing the incoming zombies from overwhelming them all at once. Ji Shi accurately identified a mutated zombie among the throng. Bang! A fireball struck the left shoulder of the mutated creature, prompting it to lunge at Ji Shi. This was a soil-based mutated zombie. Perhaps due to its recent evolution, it could not solidify its form, allowing Ji Shi to easily sever its head. A profit indeed. Ji Shi tossed the crystal core behind him, which would be perfect for Lin Jihai's use. At that moment, Lin Jihai was back-to-back with Tang Jingru. Both engaged in combat against the zombies. Though Tang Jingru lacked special abilities, her steadiness, precision, and decisiveness proved advantageous. Having consumed a cleansing elixir, her stamina was also commendable. With a swift motion, her watermelon knife pierced into a zombie's temple. Yet another zombie charged at her before she could withdraw her weapon. Son, could you help Mom pull out the knife? Tang Jingru said, a bit embarrassed. This marked the 6th time Lin Fanqing had retrieved her weapon with her abilities today. No worries, this is a form of unconventional training, Lin Fanqing replied, unfazed. While others practiced how to drive weapons into zombie skulls. He also honed the method of extracting them. After dispatching another wave of zombies, Ji Shi felt the surge of power within him and resolved to expend it during their respite. The second floor boasted a spacious balcony overlooking the throngs of zombies below, who, sensing the presence of the living, became increasingly agitated. Some even unleashed their powers towards the balcony. The family, not feeling fatigued, chose to stand by and observe Ji Shi. Ji Shi merged 2 clusters of fireballs into one and hurled it down toward the horde. A vast expanse of crimson flames erupted among the zombies, igniting their bodies, yet they remained oblivious to the flames. Due to their dense formation, the fire began to spread ominously. Look at that person. He can wield fire magic. Who is he? Many surviving residents in the community witnessed this spectacle from outside. It seems he is controlling the flames below. Is this extraordinary ability capable of such manipulation? I see it clearly. He is Captain Ji from the security team? I've tried. Why can't my special ability work like that? Ji Shi stood above, commanding the flames amidst the zombie horde, drawing the astonishment of the family beside him. To unleash powers and maintain control? That seems quite challenging. Lin Fanqing remarked that, for instance, his metallic spikes were dispatched effortlessly, without ever attempting to explore what transpired thereafter. This revelation emerged while he was engaged in roasting chicken. Ji Shi chuckled, recounting how he practiced his abilities idly in the space, during which Xi Jinping advised him to manage the flames properly. It was then that an ingenious idea struck him, to apply this skill in combat. Quite splendid indeed. Lin Fanqing's lips twitched, inexplicably conjuring thoughts of roasting zombies. You should learn more from your brother-in-law. I see that this ability can transform in myriad ways. As for me, your father, I am aging and limited in vigor. The future will belong to your generation. Lin Jihai seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to his children. Boom. Under the sweltering summer sun, the flames of Ji Shi's abilities blazed with increased intensity, reaching a heat so intense that those standing on the second floor felt as though they were being roasted. Zhang Yong and his companion gazed through the window in astonishment at the scene before them. No wonder Ji Shi had the audacity to venture out alone that day. It was merely to deliver 2 boxes of instant noodles to them. Brother, do you think it's too late for me to have second thoughts? If we could follow him, perhaps we might truly survive, Zhang Yong lamented, driven nearly to madness by his confinement. Several times he had contemplated breaking out to vent his frustrations on a few zombies. Yet he was always dissuaded by Lu Hongyang. We have waited so many days, perhaps rescue will arrive tomorrow. It's still too perilous to venture out, Lu Hongyang urged. What is wrong with you? Didn't you just praise that guy? Zhang Yong shot a puzzled glance at Lu Hongyang. Isn't they're saying? One who often walks by the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet. What if, during a zombie hunt, we accidentally get touched? Wouldn't that be the end of it? I believe we should patiently await rescue, Lu Hongyang replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Zhang Yong's notoriously poor rapport with Ji Shi puzzled him. Why then? Did Ji Shi choose to contact him? Why had Zhang Yong, the fool, awakened his abilities, while he, who lived alongside him, had not? If both were to seek refuge with Ji Shi, would he be the one left behind? Noticing that Zhang Yong was indeed mulling over his words, Lu Hongyang felt a slight sense of relief. However, that afternoon, during his nap, he groggily heard the crackle of a walkie-talkie from the adjacent room. That walkie-talkie belonged to their security team, and Ji-Shur had previously instructed them to call him if any issues arose. Really? That's fine. I can't stay here any longer. Even if the King of Hell comes, I must go out. Zhang Yong's voice echoed through the door, plunging Lu Hongyang's spirits into despair. Ji-Shur stowed away his walkie-talkie, glancing helplessly at Ji Jinping, who sat upright ahead of him. Upon their return, they had encountered neighbors at the doorstep requesting food. Though termed neighbors, they were merely a young couple residing on the 9th floor, with whom Ji-Shur had exchanged only a few greetings in the elevator. As they arrived, they found that Ji Jinping had already provided the pair with 2 lunchboxes. The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing and thanking profusely, and hastily departed upon seeing others return, as if fearing Ji-Shur would claim their meal. I felt rather sorry for them. Having gone 3 days without food, they had barely managed to survive. Given our means, it seemed only right to extend a helping hand. Noticing Ji-Shur's grim expression, Ji Jinping offered an explanation. What did you say to them? Ji-Shur inquired. Not much, really. I merely mentioned that we still had some food at home and suggested they take it to tide them over. They did ask if I had any other long-lasting provisions. But I declined, Ji Jinping replied. I remember those two. They were quite chatty when we went to clear out the zombies on that floor, Lin Fanqing recalled. Noting that the couple had indeed sought food from them, but Ji-Shur had turned them down, citing the large number of people in his household. Now that they've seen us all together, they probably won't return, Lin Yeye remarked. We should keep the door locked for the next few days. And Dad should stay home during the day. They are likely to come back. Ji-Shur shook his head, unwilling to blame Ji Jinping. Some lessons must be learned through experience. Ji Jinping had not anticipated that lending out the 2 lunchboxes would yield such serious consequences, effectively barring him from accessing the space during the day. However, he hoped Ji-Shur's worries were unfounded, as he had seen how touched the pair had been, nearly moved to tears. In the adjoining room, Xuan Ningxia remained in a deep slumber. After checking on her condition, Lin Ye discovered Ji-Shur in the bedroom. Did your former colleagues agree to help? Lin Ye asked. Yes, several have reached out, but we need to wait for the right moment to discuss it, Ji-Shur replied. Since he had shared some precautions in the security team group chat a few days ago, more survivors had contacted him, including some staff from the community management. Yet, communication had become sporadic in recent days, leaving him with only 5 or 6 people still in touch. It was indeed surprising that Zhang Yong would take the initiative to contact him. The more people we have to fight the zombies, the safer it will be. I hope Hualing and the others are safe. Lin Ye expressed her desire to clear out the remaining zombies in the community swiftly so they could reach the food factory sooner. Perhaps Hualing and the others had already arrived. Ji-Shur could not guarantee anything, but shared her hope for Zhao Hualing and his family's safety. Otherwise, Lin Ye would surely be heartbroken for a long time. As night fell, Tang Jingru fed Xuan Ningxia some water from the space using a dropper, and finally, Xuan Ningxia stirred awake. Thank you, Auntie, Xuan Ningxia said, feeling much better. The dizziness that had followed her use of abilities had dissipated, although she had been unconscious. She sensed the family's care for her and silently vowed to repay Ji-Shur and his family. I must be cautious with my abilities in the future. Excessive use could endanger my life, Ji-Shur cautioned. I will remember, Xuan Ningxia nodded earnestly. At that moment, Changsheng emerged from the next room, carrying Ji-Shur's walkie-talkie in his mouth. The blinking status of the device indicated that someone was attempting to reach him. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, one could not help but wonder if someone was in urgent need of his assistance. Ji-Shur activated the intercom, only to be met with the breathless voice of Zhang Yong. That wretched Lu Honyang has locked me out alone. What should I do now? Zhang Yong's voice, tinged with desperation, resonated through the intercom, and those inside the room grasped the situation. Lu Honyang, were they not both security guards? Had a conflict arisen between the two? Where are you now? Ji-Shur inquired, furrowing his brow. I'm in the electrical room between the 7th and 8th floors, surrounded by zombies. Ji-Shur, help me. I promise my life will be yours. The electrical room was exceedingly cramped, with the door lockable only from the outside. Zhang Yong clung tightly to the narrow door while a horde of zombies outside roared angrily, their cries seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Driven to the brink, he realized that Ji-Shur was his only hope. I understand. Hold on, Ji-Shur replied, before abruptly ending the communication. Zhang Yong was plunged back into despair. What did that mean? Would he truly come? Sweating profusely, Zhang Yong cursed Lu Honyang 1,000 times, for he merely wished to avoid being trapped at home. Yet, during a discussion with Lu Honyang, an argument had ensued, leading him to storm outside in anger, unaware that Lu Honyang would actually shut the door, rendering his knocks futile. That scoundrel. If I survive this, I will make him pay dearly. Zhang Yong's arms trembled slightly from prolonged exertion. He felt fortunate to have awakened the so-called powers Ji-Shur had mentioned. Otherwise, he doubted his strength would withstand the relentless assaults of the zombies outside. Time seemed to stretch into eternity for Zhang Yong, and just as he felt he had endured a century, the incessant banging and crashing outside abruptly ceased. Then came the sounds of a scuffle, accompanied by what seemed to be applause. Zhang Yong dared not relax until he heard a familiar voice outside, calling in a rhythmic knock. "Zhang Yong, are you in there?" "It's Ji Shi." The taut string of his anxiety suddenly loosened, and Zhang Yong felt a rush of relief as the door swung open. He was met with the face he had once despised the most. Alongside Ji Shi's newlywed wife and a charming girl who appeared to be a student, both gazing at him. "What a true brother!" Zhang Yong exclaimed as he stumbled out of the cramped electrical room. Ji Shi steadied him with a hand. "We cannot linger here. We must leave." "But I haven't settled the score with that scoundrel," Zhang Yong protested, glancing up at the darkened stairwell, where Lu Honyang had yet to emerge to rescue him. "We will address that later." Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoduan, who accompanied Ji Shi, also heard the distant cries and rush of zombies from above. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Shi lifted Zhang Yong and dashed down the stairs. The path was littered with the corpses of zombies. Had Ji Shi truly slain them all? Suddenly, a door on the 5th floor was forcefully breached, and 4 grotesque zombies, oozing foul fluids, charged out. "Stay here. Xiaoduan will protect you," Ji Shi instructed the young girl. "Understood, master." Chu Xiaoshuang skipped joyfully to Zhang Yong's side, and only then did he notice the filthy watermelon knife she held. "Is it not a bit disrespectful to have a young girl protect me?" Zhang Yong remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the stairwell. In an instant, Chu Xiaoshuang executed some unknown maneuver, sending the zombie that was about to pounce on them flying 2 meters away. As it prepared to charge again, Zhang Yong instinctively shielded his head with his arm. Soon, the sounds of a struggle erupted ahead. A grotesque, swollen zombie stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet, while Chu Xiaoshuang, barely 5 feet tall, appeared diminutive in its presence. Remarkably, she positioned herself in front of Zhang Yong. Before he could utter a word, the petite girl dashed forward with her knife. Utilizing her wind-based abilities with remarkable skill, she lightly propelled herself and leaped onto the broad shoulders of the towering zombie. The watermelon knife was raised high as she relentlessly plunged it down onto the top of the zombie's head without even blinking. Zhang Yong stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene before him. He had assumed that the reason for the arrival of this girl and Lin Ye was merely to show off for Ji Shi. It turned out his perspective had been rather narrow. "Come on, Xiaoshuang," Lin Ye approached, noting that the other 4 zombies had already been dealt with by Ji Shi. Below, Lin Fanqing awaited their return. The group moved swiftly, but unexpectedly found themselves blocked by zombies in the hall on the 1st floor. The nearby window was shattered. Ji Shi frowned, noting that their vehicle had effectively obstructed the entire entrance. Logically, such a number of zombies should not have been present. It seemed that the window had been broken just as they ascended. Ji Shi, are we going to survive?" Zhang Yong, ashen-faced, looked at Ji Shi and the others who were already engaged in combat with the zombies. "I'm sorry for dragging you all into this." There were at least 80 zombies, and with only 4 of them, Zhang Yong felt he barely counted as one of the group. "Have you been cooped up at home for too long? Why not let off some steam?" Ji Shi, somehow acquiring a knife, tossed it onto the ground before Zhang Yong. Upon closer inspection, it was the same kind of watermelon knife as the young girl's. Is being stuck at home pleasant? Zhang Yong certainly did not feel content. Recalling how he had been set up by Lu Honyang outside the door only intensified his anger. In a surge of defiance, he kicked a zombie away and began to slash indiscriminately. Aim for the head. Strikes elsewhere are futile. Ji Shi conjured a fireball, striking the zombie before Zhang Yong. As it was about to reach him, "Good." Zhang Yong mimicked Ji Shi and the others, slashing at a zombie in the midst of the fray, stunning the trio. The zombie was cleaved in 2 by his strike. "He is a power-based ability user," Ji Shi explained to Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang. However, Zhang Yong stood frozen, aghast at the bloody scene before him. Did I truly just cleave a zombie in half? It was already dead, after all, Chu Xiaoshuang added. But isn't this a bit too easy? It's like chopping through a pile of mud. Zhang Yong struggled to find the right words to articulate his thoughts, realizing that he had effortlessly dispatched a zombie without exerting much strength. His enhanced power suited close combat. He simply needed to be cautious not to be scratched or bitten. Ji Shi, while speaking, hurled a cluster of flames outside the window, which blazed fiercely, reducing the approaching zombies to ashes before they could take more than a few steps. "So that's how it is. From now on, you attack from a distance while I handle close combat. We shall be the strongest duo," Zhang Yong exclaimed with uncontainable joy, realizing his own formidable prowess. Ji Shi, however, refrained from further commentary. Although strength-based supernatural beings proved formidable in the early stages, they often encountered a bottleneck when faced with the overwhelming number of supernatural zombies. In such instances, they needed to coordinate with their teammates against the more advanced ranged supernatural zombies. Yet, it was evident that this was not the moment for teaching Zhang Yong. Ji Shi, determined to facilitate their escape, unleashed his powers without reservation. The dimly lit hall on the first floor flickered ominously as Jishi's fireballs continuously struck around them. With no obstacles in the hall, Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang held a lightweight wooden board, retrieved from Jishi's spatial storage, for defense. Their trio, previously back-to-back, now formed a quartet, as Zhang Yong, with impressive speed, cleaved through the air as if aiming to sever all oppression. Sister, brother-in-law, hurry into the car. Lin Fanqing had remained inside the vehicle, unwilling to exit for fear of not being able to drive away promptly. Observing that only a handful of zombies remained in the hall while those attempting to enter through the windows were clustered together, he quickly opened the car door and called out, "Let's go." Jishi grasped Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang by their hands, and Zhang Yong dared not linger. Discarding his bloodied knife as he dashed towards the car, Xue Ningxia, clad in a cool tank top and shorts, sat nearby, watching the new roommates brought by Jishi. Zhang Yong rushed into the restroom upon entering and began to retch violently. He had been suppressing a wave of nausea after narrowly escaping death, having just slain a few zombies. Now his mind was consumed by the memory of the zombie he had cleaved in two, vividly recalling the viscous sensation of its writhing innards. I thought he was brave, but it was merely fleeting? Chu Xiaoshuang shrugged, noting Zhang Yong's trembling form upon his arrival. Don't mind him, he'll get used to it. As Jishi prepared to leave, he offered a few words of caution to Xue Ningxia. He can be a bit foul-mouthed, but he's not a bad person. If you find him intolerable, feel free to discipline him. Xue Ningxia, toying with a wrench in her hands, glanced toward the restroom and then at Jishi before nodding in acknowledgement. Within the confines of the spatial realm, as Jishi was about to take a moment to rest with Lin Ye, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity that filled him with immense joy. It seemed as though his powers were on the verge of advancing. Advancing? Can supernatural powers truly evolve? How does one advance? Lin Fanqing bombarded him with a trio of inquiries, captivated by the notion of supernatural evolution. It's an indescribable feeling. I need to rest for now. Jishi gently ruffled Lin Ye's hair, signaling that he might need some time alone. Go for it. I'll be waiting for your success. Lin Ye replied, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As Jishi closed the door behind him, he quietly attuned himself to the changes occurring within his body. The foreign energy within him had nearly been expended, resembling a tranquil lake at that moment. Yet, within Jishi's veins, a new surge of energy began to accumulate, like streams converging from all directions into that lake. The water rippled, and the surface started to undulate, as Jishi felt the lake filling to the brim, almost on the verge of overflowing. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Jishi suddenly opened his eyes, a deeper intensity reflected in his brow. He subtly curved his lips, relishing the renewed influx of power within him. He had achieved a level 2 in fire affinity. He had successfully leveled up. It wasn't until the following morning that Zhang Yong found the opportunity to formally express his gratitude to Jishi. He had been brought next door by the typically taciturn and cool Su Ningxia, who immediately approached the dining table to indulge in the sumptuous breakfast laid out before them, behaving as if she were at home. No need for courtesy. I could use the extra hands, Jishi replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the family had already begun their preparations. Tang Jingru smiled as she brought Zhang Yong a cup of hot soy milk. He had never experienced such warmth in a household before. I have another question. Why did you not seek out that scoundrel Lu Hanyang, but instead come to me? Zhang Yong couldn't help but inquire. He was no fool. Ever since Jishi had first messaged him, Lu Hanyang had continually teased him about his relationship with Jishi, leading to Lu's peculiar behavior thereafter. Chapter 52. Clearing the zombie infestation. While most men might not mind such matters, Lu Hanyang was inherently sensitive. It's nothing. I merely believed you would assist me, Jishi replied, withholding the fact that in his past life, he had encountered an acquaintance from the security team who revealed that Zhang Yong had escaped alongside Lu Hanyang. Zhang Yong had saved Lu several times due to his awakened abilities, only to be pushed into a horde of zombies by Lu during their escape. That may not be the case. Zhang Yong intended to voice his frustration over his sudden surge of strength at that time, but ultimately refrained, instead sitting down to share breakfast with the voracious Su Ningxia. The breakfast appeared quite simple, featuring steamed buns, boiled eggs, and soy milk, yet Zhang Yong was taken aback. Is Jishi truly generous enough to share this with us? He has been subsisting on instant noodles for quite some time. We've already eaten. Make sure you finish these, Ji Jinping said with a warm smile. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Yong had never tasted such delicious and fresh buns, as if they had just been crafted. Zhang Yong, stay and keep my father company for a while. Observing Zhang Yong's slightly pale complexion, Jishi surmised that he had not rested well due to the zombie incident the previous night, thus suggesting he take a break for 2 days. But I still want to join you guys in hunting zombies, Zhang Yong protested. Upon mentioning zombies, the delightful breakfast lost its appeal to him. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Su Ningxia shot Zhang Yong a disapproving glance. The Century Garden community is sparsely populated, with approximately fewer than 1,000 residents. Today, our paramount task is to secure the main gate, Jisher remarked as he descended the staircase with a few companions. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, they were taken aback to find the furniture they had previously used as makeshift barriers now meticulously arranged, and even the bloodstains on the walls had been thoroughly cleaned. Although the identity of the cleaner remained a mystery, Lin Fanqing shouted a heartfelt thanks towards the staircase above. A cacophony of groans soon filled the air as zombies swarmed against the mottled glass doors, pressing their faces against the transparent surface, eager to invade and ravage the few individuals within the lobby. After a day of relentless effort yesterday, it seems there are fewer today, Tang Jingru observed, noting the diminished number of zombies outside compared to the day before. We must have slain no less than 500 yesterday, Lin Jihai added, recalling how they would return to rest after every 100 kills, albeit their rest was within the confines of their safe space. Indeed, with the addition of last night's efforts, had the community gate been secured, the numbers would have dwindled even further, Jisher noted, expressing his intention to venture to the Jinghai district with his family after today's endeavors, treating the current situation as an opportunity for self-improvement. The transformation from a level 1 to a level 2 fire ability was markedly significant, a fact observable to all. Jisher was somewhat astonished. The fireball he had conjured moments ago had not been unleashed with his full might, yet its potency rivaled that of his level 4 fire ability in his past life. It was not that he had been weak before, rather, his current powers had grown remarkably stronger. The realization of such substantial advancement at level 2 spurred Lin Fanqing to strive harder. She conjured a swift metallic dart aimed at the zombie that was clawing at the table before her. Xue Ningxia cast an envious glance, aware that as a newly awakened metal ability user, she was not yet capable of such feats. Nonetheless, she could palpably feel her physical prowess enhancing significantly, with both her speed and strength markedly improved. With a decisive crack, Xue Ningxia wielded her trusty iron crowbar to deliver a crushing blow to the skull of an approaching zombie. The group fought valiantly in the lobby for the entirety of the morning, though it was Jisher who sustained the battle, discovering that his energy reserves were far from depleted by the mere hundreds of zombies. The master has grown stronger. No wonder he is Xiaoshuang's master. Chu Xiaoshuang, having exhausted her abilities, was now absorbing the crystal cores Jisher had previously provided. He truly is remarkable, Lin Yeye remarked, her cheeks flushed, particularly as Jisher approached her. Let us proceed to the main gate, he suggested after a brief respite, sensing that it was time to venture outside. The once lush greenery of the community now appeared ravaged, transformed into a somber shade of iron gray. Even the towering trees resembled lifeless sculptures, rigid and devoid of vitality. As the group traversed the dirt-streaked path, they huddled closely together, ever watchful for zombies that might ambush them from the shadows. A mutated zombie suddenly leapt from behind a tree, its guttural roar piercing the air as it targeted Jisher, launching a ball of water in his direction. Jisher merely waved his hand to conjure a fireball, which collided with a water sphere, shattering it into vapor and hurtling towards the water-based zombie. The fireball was evaded by the mutated zombie, vanishing into the air, a scene witnessed by Lin Yeye. Be mindful of the surroundings. Jisher resolved to focus on the water-based zombie, as its crystal core could still be of use to Yeye. Rest assured, we shall handle this, Lin Fanqing remarked, observing the emergence of several zombies from the shadows, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Bang! The water zombie was no match for Jisher, a level 2 fire wielder, and was soon decapitated within mere moments. The onlookers at the window were horrified by the group's ruthless efficiency. Eliminate them. Eradicate them all. They devoured my family. It became apparent why the zombie presence in the neighborhood had diminished recently. It was the security personnel. Our community's guards were finally proving their worth. I wish to join the fight against the zombies. Where are they headed? Will they just leave? Someone shouted to Jisher and the others still engaged in battle. Lin Fanqing rolled his eyes. Who cares about money at a time like this? Ignore them. Let's get to the vehicle. Jisher initially intended to walk to the community entrance, but upon noticing zombies leaping from another building and considering the precarious situation outside, he deemed it too hazardous to proceed openly. I'll drive, Tang Jingru asserted, confident in her ability to maneuver the vehicle to the entrance. The entrance gate of Century Garden Community, which typically required a keycard, now lay broken, allowing the iron gate to be pushed open from the outside. The arrival of the vehicle attracted the wandering zombies outside, who surged in. Those in the nearby buildings watched anxiously as the black SUV became surrounded. Chapter 53. Confrontation with neighbors. Xue Ningxia found herself in an unprecedented situation, feeling a twinge of panic, but quickly observed that the occupants of the vehicle appeared unfazed. Was it possible they intended to ram the zombies as before? Right here will do. Provide cover for Fanqing and me, Jisher declared, leaping through the sunroof. He planned for Lin Fanqing to use her abilities to temporarily seal the gate while he dispatched the zombies. The scent of living flesh heightened the zombies' frenzy, prompting Ji Shi to unleash a torrent of his powers, engulfing the exterior in flames. It seems we need not worry about cover now, Chu Xiaoduan remarked, tilting her head, as Ji Shi's flames burned with an intensity surpassing that of ordinary fire, incinerating parts of the zombies' bodies. Nonetheless, she climbed onto the vehicle's roof, not for any other reason than to manipulate the flames' direction with her wind abilities, ensuring their vehicle would not be scorched. During this period, Lin Fanqing utilized her extraordinary abilities to control the iron gate nearby, successfully sealing it shut. Having accomplished this, she joyfully declared, "All done. It seems we can call it a day early. Let us head back," she suggested. After the gate was closed, a fresh wave of zombies surged forth from the outside. However, Ji Shi had no intention of allowing everyone to contend with the relentless undead any longer. It was already midday, and they needed the afternoon to recuperate for the journey planned for the next day. As they neared home, a commotion erupted from the upper floors, accompanied by shouts and sounds of struggle. "Why does that noise sound somewhat familiar?" Lin Ye inquired. "It's Zhang Yong," Ji Shi responded. He hurried up the stairs, and upon emerging from the stairwell, he discovered a group of over 10 men and women standing in the corridor on the 11th floor. Zhang Yong was protectively shielding Ji Zhengping behind him, much like a hen guarding her chicks. "What is going on?" As soon as Ji Shi returned, Ji Zhengping, seeing his son, exclaimed, "Son, they are trying to rob us. Haven't you two just visited yesterday? Why have you come back today with a gang to rob us?" Lin Fanqing observed the leading pair with a bemused expression. Ji Shi had previously mentioned they would return, but he never anticipated it would be in such a manner. "Uncle, you exaggerate. We merely seek to borrow some food," the man quickly clarified. Yes. Everyone is struggling right now. It is only right to help one another," the woman in her 20s chimed in. "You're talking nonsense. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have barged in long ago," Zhang Yong exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Even Chang Shang, who had been guarding the door, echoed Zhang Yong's sentiments. However, it was clear that the couple had a larger following. The throng of over a dozen people began to voice their opinions in unison. "Captain Ji, right? We are all from the same community. We are trapped here, and resources should be shared to ensure more people can survive," a bespectacled man with a scholarly demeanor stated. "Please have mercy. We haven't eaten in 3 days. You can slay zombies, but we cannot," another voice chimed in. "Indeed, since you are the community's security, you should embody the spirit of protecting its people. We only desire a little food," Tang Jingru remarked with a smile, but Lin Zhihai stepped in front of her, demanding, "Desire? Others must agree to provide for you, and without their consent, you are blatantly moralizing. If it weren't for Ji Shi clearing the zombies inside and outside this building, would you dare to show yourselves? And now you shamelessly ask for food. Don't you feel any shame as citizens of Haidong City?" Lin Ye was taken aback by Lin Zhihai's defense of Ji Shi. This rhetoric momentarily rendered the crowd speechless. Yet, hadn't he uncle said that they had plenty of food left? The woman beside the man, with a trembling voice, replied, "I thought since you were not lacking then." Her feigned distress instantly incited resentment among the crowd towards Ji Shi and his companions, the obstructors of their demands. When disaster strikes, resources ought to be equitably distributed. In the face of danger, those capable must exert greater effort, and it is just that the vulnerable be protected. Such a mindset I have witnessed far too often in my past life, yet I never anticipated encountering it so early in this apocalyptic world. Observing the crowd vociferously accusing their own kin, Ji Jinping felt a profound sense of regret. Indeed, wealth should not be flaunted. He should not have shown compassion by providing sustenance to that couple. "Everyone disperse. There is nothing for you today, if you do not leave at once. Do not blame us for being inhospitable," Ji Shi retorted coldly. The individuals present had all experienced Ji Shi's prowess and dared only to seethe in silence. He is just a mere security guard. He hasn't even attended university. What is there to be proud of?" scoffed a slightly older, rotund woman named Zhang, who reveled in her son's admission to a prestigious university and often inquired about the academic achievements of others. Ji Shi, being young, was dismissed by her as an uneducated drifter. "Who said my son did not attend university? With which eye did you see that? He is indeed a bona fide graduate." Ji Jinping felt genuine anger rising within him. After all, his son had at least completed vocational training and was adept in various technical skills. Ji Shi, feeling a headache coming on, pulled his father back and addressed the plump woman. "Mrs. Zhang, I recall that a few days ago, when we were clearing out the 7th floor, it was you who removed the remaining items from the other 3 households. We certainly did not take the several bags of grain from Unit 702. Perhaps we have less food than you do?" During their floor-clearing efforts, Ji Shi had only taken what he deemed valuable, while Mrs. Zhang, after they had vanquished the zombies, had rummaged through the neighboring households without a word. "What? So your family has provisions?" The crowd reacted with discontent, realizing that Mrs. Zhang had food, yet still sought more from them. Was this not a form of bullying? Taking advantage of their ignorance? You all should not listen to his nonsense. It is just the two of us at home, and we have no food, Mrs. Zhang retorted, her voice tinged with unease. Wouldn't a visit to your home reveal the truth? We have spent the day exterminating zombies for the sake of the community, and we will not entertain this further. Lin Fanqing lazily stretched and secured the door tightly behind her family. Ji Jinping, filled with trepidation, remarked, had it not been for Zhang Yong's presence today, we would surely have been robbed. Thank you, child. I cannot abide their kind. Hiding at home while expecting others to share their provisions, Zhang Yong expressed. Chapter 54. Emergence to save others. On the 10th day since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the city's electrical system had completely collapsed, resulting in widespread power outages and the breakdown of social order. A desperate faction of the starving populace began to venture out in search of food. Initially, it was but a few individuals, but as numbers swelled, many began to form makeshift groups, for strength in numbers was essential when confronting the undead. Certainly, there exists a plethora of nefarious individuals, unafraid of the heavens or the earth, who, in a world devoid of order, fear nothing but the undead. Zhao Hualing considered herself the most unfortunate among them. It felt akin to an unavoidable calamity. Ever since the signal was severed, her mother, Yuan Li, had tragically succumbed to the zombie virus after a quarrel with the nanny in their own yard. It was only then that she mustered the courage to flee with her father, Zhao Yu, from the home that was rightfully theirs. After enduring much to reach their family-owned food factory, they were confronted the very next day by a group intent on claiming the premises. Upon realization, Zhao Yu asserted, "This place is rightfully ours." However, his modest stature faltered against the imposing presence of the burly men before him. "Apologies, brothers, we are not well educated. We simply know our boss has taken a liking to this place, and thus it belongs to us," remarked a man clad in a flamboyant shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips, dismissing the father and daughter as inconsequential. "Spare us the nonsense. The woman remains for our brother's amusement. The man shall be dealt with," sneered a nearby bald man with a bushy beard, his gaze lecherously fixated on Zhao Hualing, whose beauty and exquisite figure would have evoked feelings of inadequacy in men even before the apocalypse. In a world now devoid of constraints and governance, strength and audacity had become their currency. "Touch not a hair on my daughter. You may have the factory, but let us go." Zhao Yu, not lacking in discernment, quickly grasped the dire situation and regretted not having fled in their vehicle at the first opportunity. This group was far more terrifying than the undead. "Your daughter? You, a short fellow, could beget such a graceful daughter? I suspect she is merely your mistress, and that woman is no prize," laughed the leader, clad in a black t-shirt. "Enough. Clear the way." Zhao Hualing feigned an attempt to reach the car, but they would not allow her escape. The man in black t-shirt ordered her to be pinned to the ground. Attempt to leave? Not a chance. Ha! With a menacing grip, he seized Zhao Hualing's porcelain-like chin, while his other hand sought to rend her white blouse asunder. "Hualing, release her." Zhao Yu lunged to intervene, only to be kicked aside by another thug. "Boss, this place is filled with provisions. Not a single zombie in the warehouse." Several others, giddy with excitement, rushed from the back of the factory to announce their discovery. "What a splendid day. From today onward, this shall be our abode." The man in the black t-shirt rose, brandishing a knife and approaching Zhao Yu with a sinister grin. "Do not kill my father. I will do whatever you ask. Please, spare my father." Zhao Hualing perceived the murderous intent in the man's eyes. Zhao Yu was her last remaining blood relative. Yet, the man raised his weapon high, preparing to strike downward. In a moment of sheer terror, Zhao Hualing screamed and shut her eyes, only to be jolted by a resounding crash, as the atmosphere around her erupted into chaos. "Boss!" someone shouted. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a figure engulfed in flames sliding down the wall beside her. It was the man in the black t-shirt, struggling and screaming for help. Yet none dared to approach him, who had come to their rescue. Zhao Yu looked in astonishment at the newcomers. A familiar black SUV came to a halt not far away, and a sparkle of joy lit up Zhao Hualing's eyes. It was Lin Yeye and her companions. Ji Shi stepped out of the vehicle, followed closely by Lin Yeye, who was holding on to Chongqing, along with Ji Jinping and others. Dressed impeccably and exuding an air of composure, they, along with the fluffy white Samyet, resembled a group of visitors touring a factory at first glance. "Who are you?" The burly man with a bald head and a thick beard pointed a knife at them, as they had not yet had the chance to ascertain the situation. "Did these people set the fire? Let them go." Ji Shi wasted no words. A flicker of orange-red flames ignited in his hand. "Oh, you possess powers?" As if that is something remarkable, sneered the man in the floral shirt, who also conjured a ball of fiery energy, though the two flames were distinctly different in color and size. "Huh, another girl has joined the fray. Oh no, that lady behind looks quite appealing too." One of them whistled at Lin Yeye and Tang Jingru. Although Tang Jingru was over 40, the rejuvenating effects of the cleansing elixir had left her appearing like a woman in her 30s, exuding a unique charm. Seeing Zhao Hualing struggling on the ground, restrained by 2 men and in a wretched state, Lin Ye's face tensed. She wanted to rush forward, but was halted by Ji Shi. Why not leave this to your husband? Ji Shi was unwilling to let his delicate wife confront a group of men who were leering at her. He even felt an urge to gouge out their eyes. Lin Ye nodded, relieved that Ji Shi had brought them here. Otherwise, they would have certainly arrived too late. Ji Shi stepped forward slowly. Earlier, while they were speaking, a water-type ability user had extinguished the flames on the man in the black t-shirt. Yet the fire on him persisted, much to Zhang Yang's confusion. Logically, the fire should have been extinguished by Ji Shi's speed in incinerating zombies. Yet the man continued to wail in agony. Ji Shi can control the intensity of his powers, Xuan Ningxia explained. So whether that man dies swiftly or slowly entirely depends on Ji Shi's mood. Zhang Yang, straightforward in his thoughts, voiced his understanding. Xuan Ningxia nodded. That's about right. Release them and get out of here, or face the consequences, Ji Shi commanded. There were roughly 30 individuals attempting to seize the factory, all appearing to be imposing figures, many of whom were also endowed with abilities. Thus, they dismissed Ji Shi and his companions as insignificant. You dare to harm our leader? Do you have any idea how dire the repercussions will be? The man in the floral shirt glared at Ji Shi, his expression bordering on madness. Ji Shi, stop wasting time with them. Let us take them down. Zhang Yang sensed Ji Shi lacked a bit of intimidation. Perhaps he should lift a boulder to demonstrate their might. However, in the next moment, a ring of flames, towering to half their height, suddenly erupted around the 30-odd individuals. Ji Shi smiled as he wielded his powers, once again commanding, release them. The orange-red flames enveloped the gangsters, leaving even Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing, who were caught in the midst of it, astounded. Was this the power that contemporary fire-type supernatural beings possessed? The bald, bearded man was equally taken aback by the might of the fiery circle, yet, considering their numerical advantage, he hastily commanded, you lot, extinguish his flames immediately. We still have the hostage in our grasp. I doubt a mere fire-type supernatural being can conjure anything formidable. Brother-in-law, these individuals are going too far. Should we not take justice into our own hands? Lin Fanqing felt restless. Had they been zombies, he would have killed them without hesitation. But these were humans. While he could indeed eliminate them, there was no need to soil his hands. Ji Shi observed several water-type supernatural beings attempting to extinguish his flames with a mocking smile. No matter how much water they poured, the fire seemed impervious to their efforts. What in the world is this? Why won't it extinguish? One person asked in a panic. I told you to leave, if you linger here. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Ji Shi warned, as the bearded man looked on in astonishment while Ji Shi strode through the fire circle. Untouched by even a spark, suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A flame had leapt onto one of the water-type supernatural beings, instantly transforming him into a being of fire. You. The bearded man and his companions lunged at Ji Shi with their weapons, but in the next instant, they were engulfed by flames themselves, writhing in agony as the fire scorched their skin. This surreal scene caused the remaining onlookers to hesitate. Ji Shi, be careful. Lin Ye, with her keen eyes, spotted a brick hurtling towards him, launched by an earth-type supernatural being. Bang! A silver metallic shield materialized behind Ji Shi, intercepting the brick's trajectory. Who said we only have one fire-type supernatural being? My uncle Yu and sister Hualing are more than capable of handling you. Lin Fanqing boldly stepped into Ji Shi's fiery domain, his heart sinking at the absence of Aunt Yuan, sensing she had met with misfortune. Fanqing, you guys. Zhao Yu felt a flicker of hope as he saw the Lin family unscathed, yet tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, a knife was pressed against his neck. Do you intend to drive us away and hoard the supplies for yourselves? Dream on. If you do not extinguish these flames now, I cannot guarantee the lives of this old man and that woman. The man in a floral shirt growled, contemplating escape but unwilling to relinquish the abundant supplies stored in the warehouse. Dad, Zhao Hualing cried out, while Ji Shi, clearly growing impatient, cast a menacing glance at the man in the floral shirt. The man stood in the center, seemingly fearful of the flames spreading towards him, but soon, he was met with an unexpected fireball. Bang! The fireball struck the man squarely on the head, and within mere seconds, he ceased to struggle. At this moment, others began to plead for mercy. Upon seeing that Zhao Hualing and Zhao Yu were relatively unharmed, Ji Shi withdrew the flames and the powers surrounding those individuals, coldly commanding them to leave. Out of more than 30, only a handful could walk. The injured were grievously hurt. Yet Lin Fanqing still felt they had gotten off too lightly. Fear not, they shan't live long. Tang Jingru patted her son, indicating he had much to learn from Ji Shi. In this era of scarce medicine and supplies, the fate of the injured was dire. Though the factory's remote location meant fewer zombies, the commotion just caused would make it difficult for them to depart safely. The world has indeed fallen into disarray. But at least we have our handsome Ji. Zhang Yong was about to flatter Ji Shi when he noticed a stunning beauty before him, tearfully expressing her gratitude. It turned out the outside world had transformed drastically. Ji Jinping murmured nearby. Having not ventured out since the apocalypse, he was astonished by the horrors he witnessed. Seeing those ruthless individuals willing to kill for mere possessions made him understand Ji Shi's cautious nature was entirely justified. We are immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for you, Hualing and I would have. Zhao Yu exclaimed, gripping Ji Shi's hand, while also wondering who this seemingly divine expert brought by Lin Jihai truly was. You are most welcome. Since you are friends of Ye, you are my friends as well. Ji Shi replied with a smile. Hualing, your mother, Tang Jingru, has been close friends with Zhao's mother for decades. She recalled seeing them together just days prior during a phone call with Lin Ye. Aunt Tang, my mother. Zhao Hualing began to cry, lamenting that had she not agreed to let the family nanny stay, perhaps things would have been different. Lin Ye and Tang Jingru quickly offered words of comfort, while Lin Jihai hurriedly shifted Zhao Yu's focus, inquiring, what are your plans moving forward, old Zhao? Remaining in this factory is not safe. Zhao Yu sank into despair, gazing at his former factory with tears in his eyes, lamenting, after decades of hard work, it has all turned to dust. With Hui gone, all I desire is for Hualing to live safely. I have no other plans, none at all. While we still have the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood, Lin Jihai reminded him. However, we have children now. You must find the strength to persevere. Recalling Ji Shi's words in the car, he informed Zhao Yu that they could take the factory supplies with them. Space. But isn't he a fire-type ability user? Zhao Yu inquired, astonished. Uncle Zhao, I am fortunate to possess dual abilities, Ji Shi explained. Before arriving here, he had learned from the Lin family who Zhao Yu was. Not only was he an industrialist, but also an exceptional manager, modest and unassuming, qualities that might prove valuable in the future. Thus, he had no reservations about Lin Ye bringing Zhao Hualing and her father into their fold. I see, what a good child. It's truly a blessing that Ye found you. Zhao Yu remarked enviously, wishing that such a formidable man were always by Zhao Hualing's side to protect her. He would rest easy knowing she was safe. As Zhao Yu contemplated this, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, and he spoke again. Old Lin, we have been friends for decades. If possible, may I and Hualing accompany you. As for the resources at stake, I can forfeit them. I also have several warehouses stocked with supplies. I implore you this time. He was not foolish. While these materials were exceedingly precious, they were of no use to him and his daughter, who lacked the capacity to utilize them. In fact, they could jeopardize their lives, as had just occurred. If he could exchange these materials for even a shred of safety for his daughter, he would do so without hesitation. Listen to what you're saying. Even without these resources, we are still allies. It is only natural for us to help one another. From now on, you two can rest assured to follow us. Lin Jihai assured Zhao Yu. Chapter 56. Broadening the path with Lin Jihai's words, Zhao Yu finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Changsheng suddenly shouted towards the factory gate. This place is not very safe. We should find a secure location inside first. Ji Shi remarked that Changsheng had not called out towards the interior of the factory earlier, suggesting that it was relatively safe within. They had already attracted the attention of the zombies outside by standing there. The reason Hualing and I came here was because the factory was undergoing safety renovations at the time, and all employees were on a 2-day break. We thought there would be no zombies inside, but alas, we were mistaken, Zhao Yu explained as they walked, noticing that Zhao Hualing was in a poor emotional state. Ji Shi instructed Lin Fanqing to drive them inside first. Those rascals certainly won't dare to return. I believe we should bring over more vehicles, preferably a large truck, to transport everything inside. We must not let them benefit from our hard work. Zhang Yong chimed in incessantly. It then dawned on Ji Shi that Zhang Yong seemed unaware of his spatial capabilities. It's all right. We can take what we need, Ji Shi replied. Take what we need. Zhang Yong was about to inquire further, but his attention was captivated by the warehouse they entered. The warehouse of the Yusheng food factory was fully automated and climate-controlled. Zhao Yu navigated the electronic panel with ease, and moments later, a hissing sound was heard as 2 heavy silver-gray doors swung open automatically. Wasn't there a power outage? Zhang Yong questioned skeptically. How can these operations still function? There is a backup power supply. It's a fundamental requirement for food factories. Otherwise, certain foods would spoil quickly in high temperatures during a power failure, Zhao Yu explained. Zhao Hualing's attention had shifted, as she had previously been one of the managers at Yusheng Food Factory. A photovoltaic power system? Ji Shi inquired, surveying the wiring around them. Zhao Yu nodded, indeed. Compared to large batteries, I believe this system lasts longer and is more environmentally friendly, so I invested twice the budget to set it up here. What a pity. Indeed, such a pity, Lin Jihai lamented, contemplating that he should have pooled all his savings to stockpile goods for Ji Shi back then. Not entirely a pity. The photovoltaic power system has another advantage, Ji-Sure interjected as he surveyed the surroundings. What is it? Lin Ye asked. The assembly and disassembly are convenient, allowing for reinstallation and use in any location, Ji-Sure replied. Brother, are you suggesting we take all of this? Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he soon deemed it somewhat unnecessary. The expanse of the food warehouse was vast, and the components and parts required for the photovoltaic system were numerous. Even if the miraculous space could transport them, to what end would they be utilized? If there were no electricity for an extended period, the photovoltaic system might be the sole source of power available, making it prudent to keep it intact. Ji-Sure remarked that in the apocalypse, the prevailing weather was predominantly hot, with scarcely any rainy days. Many survivors succumbed to heat stroke, even within safe bases, due to the lack of a continuous and reliable power supply. But we won't be dismantling it, Zhao Hualing interjected impulsively. The family turned their gazes towards Ji-Sure, who had not anticipated how useful his son's chosen field of electrical engineering would be. However, Lin Ye harbored some concerns over the potential magnitude of the undertaking. How about we stay here tonight? Tang Jingru suggested tentatively. That sounds good, Ji-Sure responded, sharing the sentiment. They had encountered several zombie ambushes on their way, and by the time they reached this location, it was already afternoon. Even if they rushed to the port in search of his weapons now, time was evidently insufficient. Ji-Sure, the fire-based ability you just used is a supernatural power. What about mine? Zhao Hualing asked, her eyes swollen as a small segment of emerald green vine slowly emerged from her palm. Upon witnessing the mysterious figure's video post, she had surmised that the fever she had inexplicably endured for 2 days was linked to the awakening of a supernatural ability, though she was still unfamiliar with its use. It should be plant-based, Ji-Sure replied, confirming that Zhao Hualing had awakened a wood-based supernatural ability. However, until the authorities officially categorized these abilities, he could not definitively label it as such. Can the plant-based ability kill? Zhao Hualing inquired pensively. Hualing, Zhao Yu began to offer a word of caution. But recalling the events that had transpired, he understood the anger simmering within his daughter. Naturally, Ji-Sure affirmed. The wood-based ability was among those he regarded most favorably. Despite its initial weakness, with adept usage, it could manifest in countless forms. Hualing, you wish to. Lin Ye noted a flicker of determination in Zhao Hualing's previously dim gaze, albeit interlaced with unresolved hatred. If they are all still alive, I would be failing my mother, Zhao Hualing expressed. Remember to bring Dad. Zhao Yu refrained from dissuading his daughter. They were all individuals who had faced death once and had little left to fear. Rest assured, Hualing, though the world is in chaos, there will ultimately be retribution for actions taken. I support you. Lin Ye's gentle words offered Zhao Hualing considerable solace. The temperature in the temperature-controlled warehouse registered at 25 degrees. Zhao Yu led the group to several rooms on the second floor, stating, these are the offices of the warehouse. It is quite suitable for us to rest here tonight. Ji-Sure agreed, noting that there were multiple offices, each windowless and equipped with locks, ensuring that even if they entered the space at night, they would remain undetected. A family, in perfect harmony, chose the same room. Zhang Yong shared a room with Zhao Yu, while Lin Ye expressed her intention to keep Zhao Hualing company, thus rooming with Xuan Ningxia and the other 2 girls. Everything was meticulously arranged. Zhang Yong watched in astonishment as Ji-Sure waved his hand, and a folding bed materialized before everyone. Then Ji-Sure produced a second and a third. What is happening? Ji-Sure, are you some sort of deity? Zhang Yong was left speechless. And Zhao Hualing and Zhao Yu bore similar expressions of disbelief. Oh, I didn't team mention that I possess another extraordinary ability? Ji-Sure feigned forgetfulness, inquiring with a playful tone. Zhang Yong shook his head earnestly, his face alight with admiration as he watched Ji-Sure continue to produce items. Whether he remembered or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that he felt as if he had truly broadened his horizons. Ji-Sure was undeniably a robust pillar of support. In the warehouse of Yusheng Food Factory, Zhao Yu still struggled to believe his eyes. The man before him merely raised his arm and lightly touched the goods on the shelf, causing an entire pallet to vanish without a trace. These shelves are fixed to the ground. Otherwise, my brother-in-law could certainly have taken the whole thing in. Lin Fanqing, who had come over to join the excitement, remarked with pride. Chapter 57, The Food Warehouse. How convenient. How convenient. But I wonder how vast the interior of your space truly is? Zhao Yu ventured to inquire. For in addition to Yusheng Food Factory, he owned several other factories involved in the garment and even the healthcare industries. The inventory in these factories was substantial. It would be a tremendous waste to abandon it. Uncle, you need not worry about space. It is quite empty in here. Accommodating more is entirely feasible. Ji-Sure reassured him. That is good. That is good. Zhao Yu felt that Ji-Sure was their lucky star in times of misfortune. From his perspective, despite the awakening of certain extraordinary abilities among people, Ji-Sure was an unparalleled existence. That evening, Xi Jinping utilized the electric pot that Ji Shi had provided to prepare several dishes. Coupled with the alcohol from Ji Shi's space and some fried snacks, they managed to assemble a banquet. Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing were evidently famished, disregarding decorum as they devoured the meal. I thought I would never eat rice again in my life. Zhao Hualing, accustomed to lavish cuisines, found that after nearly 10 days of hunger, what she yearned for most was plain rice. Didn't I send you plenty of food before? Lin Ye questioned. Zhao Hualing paused with her chopsticks and replied, at first, it was manageable, but later, once that family sensed something was amiss, they hoarded all the food. However, they gained nothing from it before I left. I secretly sprinkled zombie blood all over the rice bags to see if they dared to eat it. Watching Zhao Hualing smirk with mischief, Ji Shi resolved to avoid crossing her path in the future. After all, she was a person who would repay grievances. However, people like her often understood gratitude all the more deeply. Noticing that the dishes were somewhat insufficient, Ji Shi retrieved several cans of meat and some packaged marinated chicken legs from his space to add to the table. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar environment, Chongqing felt a twinge of unease, particularly given the likelihood of numerous zombies lurking outside the factory premises. He remained vigilant, fixated on a single direction, to the extent that even the dog food in his bowl lost its appeal. It's all right, Chongqing. Eat up, Ji Shi reassured him, gently scratching the nape of Chongqing's neck, prompting him to lower his head and begin eating. Yeah, I must confess, I was wrong to question your choice of a partner, Zhao Hualing remarked. Observing the harmonious scene of a person and a dog not far away, she suddenly felt like a fool for having worried about such trivial matters. You all have my best interests at heart, and it was indeed my impulsiveness that prevented effective communication. Lin Ye smiled warmly. Zhao Hualing nodded, then seemed to recall something, asking, did you know something in advance? She remembered the day she first met Ji Shi, when events began to unfold in unexpected ways. Ji Shi had exhibited a certain wariness towards the emerging zombies. Then there was Lin Ye's insistence that she refrain from wandering aimlessly and the numerous supplies she had sent to her home. All these occurrences gave Zhao Hualing an impression that Lin Ye possessed some foreknowledge. Lowering her gaze, Lin Ye masked her own unease with a smile, explaining, I was merely following Ji Shi's deductions. Being part of the security team, he was more informed about the surrounding events. By that time, he had already seen many similar posts online, which we ordinary people simply overlooked. I see, but I am still grateful to you both, Zhao Hualing sincerely expressed. That night marked the most restful one for the Zhao father-daughter duo in nearly 10 days. When they awoke the following morning, they discovered that Ji Shi had dismantled the entire photovoltaic power system of the warehouse, storing it within his space. I've prepared breakfast. Come and eat. Xi Jinping beamed, gesturing towards a table laden with a sumptuous spread. Wow, Uncle Ji, you all woke up so early, Zhang Yong said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, I may not slay zombies, but preparing a meal for you all is the least I can do, Xi Jinping replied, though he wished to clarify that the food had all come from Ji Shi, and he had hardly lifted a finger. Having experienced the fickleness of human relationships, Zhao Yu found his impression of the father-son duo improving significantly. Old Lin, I recall you were quite upset about this matter initially, Zhao Yu remarked, stepping into the room while observing Lin Zhihai organizing a folding bed. Indeed, he was as irate as a toad. Tang Jingru chimed in, unable to resist teasing Lin Zhihai. I admit, I misjudged him at first. I hope this young man remains true to his principles, Lin Zhihai sighed, acknowledging the approaching chaos of the world, with everyone in a state of panic. However, he sensed that Ji Shi's future would be anything but ordinary. Perhaps his current composure did not guarantee that he would always remain steadfast. Well, let us focus on survival for now, Zhao Yu consoled, reflecting on the dire circumstances they had encountered on their journey, far worse than he had initially imagined. Upon hearing that Ji Shi intended to venture to the Silent Water District port, both father and daughter were perplexed, questioning the wisdom of embarking on such a perilous journey. I have received word that there is a cache of weapons there, and I wish to seize them, Ji Shi replied. Although Zhao Yu refrained from voicing further concerns, a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. Was it truly worth risking the safety of the entire family for mere weapons? However, once they set off, he quickly grasped the rationale behind Ji Shi's decision. The Silent Water District, while not a bustling economic hub, served as a critical transit point for cargo and water transport, with trucks frequently traversing its roads and an array of motels lining the sides. A collision involving several trucks had completely obstructed their path, trapping struggling individuals beneath the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, these were unmistakably the undead, their faces marred by decay. With the addition of the father and daughter, the off-road vehicle felt somewhat cramped, prompting them to split into two cars. As they halted before the accident site, they were swiftly encircled by zombies converging from all directions. Uncle Zhao and Hualing, just wait in the vehicle, Ji Shi's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Okay, we'll be waiting for you, brother-in-law, came the reply from Lin Fanqing, who, having witnessed the zombies, had learned to remain composed in the face of danger. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him. During the past few days in the safe zone, aside from eating, sleeping, and farming, he had been training alongside Ji Shi, as well as Chu Xiaoshuang and Lin Jihai. Fanqing, aren't you afraid at all? Zhao Hualing inquired, her surprise evident. Yesterday, they had dealt with a gang of ruffians, but today they faced creatures that were solely driven by a hunger for flesh. You'll get used to it. Just hold on tight, Lin Fanqing replied, echoing Ji Shi's habitual phrase. Get used to it? Zhao Hualing instinctively clutched the handrail of the car, and without warning, Lin Fanqing slammed the accelerator in reverse. Bang! Bang! Zombies were sent flying or crushed under the wheels. Just as Zhao Yu thought the two vehicles would collide indefinitely, he noticed the other car had come to a halt, and a familiar figure emerged atop it. Boom! A powerful fireball shot forth, propelling several zombies several meters away, engulfing them in flames that soon rendered them lifeless. Yeah? Zhao Hualing exclaimed in astonishment. As Lin Ye stood atop the car, valiantly wielding a knife to strike down the undead. It appeared that her declaration from the previous night about being able to kill zombies was no jest. Brother-in-law, lend us a hand. Lin Fanqing eagerly called into the walkie-talkie. Ji Shi nodded and leaned down, summoning a serpent of fire from his palm that surged toward Lin Fanqing's vehicle. Inside, they watched in disbelief as the zombies battering the car doors were enveloped in flames. Seizing the moment, Xue Ningxia and Zhang Yong climbed out from the roof. Having encountered zombies on their way to the food factory before, Zhang Yong felt a mix of fear and disgust, but with Xue Ningxia unfaltering, he steeled himself. He had to press on, despite the daunting circumstances. Isn't this too perilous? Zhao Yu anxiously observed the individual standing atop the vehicle. Even Tang Jingru, who lacked any supernatural abilities, had dispatched several zombies. Dad, I believe we have fallen behind, Zhao Hualing remarked. Perhaps to survive, we must embody the courage and fearlessness of these individuals. Ji Shi was vigilant, ensuring the safety of Lin Ye and her companions, as well as monitoring the situation with Lin Fanqing's vehicle. A fire-type zombie roared as it leaped onto the front of the car. Ji Shi swiftly conjured a fireball, sending it crashing down. Boom! The fire zombie appeared formidable, quickly launching a counterattack. Ji Shi, we've got your back. Focus all your efforts, Lin Jihai urged. They had been battling atop the vehicle for over half an hour, and the number of zombies had significantly diminished, with only a few dozen remaining around each vehicle. Ji Shi nodded, and swiftly retaliated against the fire zombie that had jumped onto the hood. Roar! The fire zombie's claws were elongated and sharp, attempting to seize Ji Shi's kicking leg, but he struck its calf instead. Bang! The fire zombie toppled over the edge of the hood and fell off, prompting Ji Shi to leap down, swinging his watermelon knife and severing the heads of two zombies mid-air. So he wasn't just showing off, Zhang Yong muttered. But he was abruptly yanked back by Lin Fanqing from the rear of the vehicle. Don't get distracted, you'll be finished if it catches you. Unbeknownst to them, a zombie had crawled up from the rear, a mutated one entwined with vines. Zhang Yong broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was not the time for gratitude. Ji Shi observed that outdoor zombies were more ferocious and agile than those found indoors or in their community. This fire-type mutant zombie evaded his blade as if it were born to fight. Roar! The foul-mouthed fire zombie snapped its jaws, catching Ji Shi's blade. His fist ignited with flames, delivering a powerful blow to its abdomen, successfully creating distance between them. What a stench, Ji Shi remarked as he advanced with his knife. Just as the zombie attempted to dodge, a fireball struck its left temple. Lin Ye witnessed this, and, contrary to her expectations, Ji Shi's flames ignited the zombie's left face. You shall perish. The fire zombie lunged at Ji Shi, who nimbly ducked and circled behind it. With a swift flash of his blade, he severed the head from the body, successfully defeating the fire-type zombie. Moments later, several more zombies charged at Ji Shi, prompting Lin Ye and Chu Xiao to leap down to assist. 10 minutes later, the remaining zombies surrounding the vehicles were eliminated. Changsheng, when did Ji Shi become so reliable? He used to be such a rascal, Ji Jinping, who had been anxiously watching from inside the vehicle, finally exhaled in relief as the zombies were vanquished. Woof woof. Changsheng responded with a couple of barks. Ji Jinping then found a knife inside the car, opened the door, and joined the others in collecting crystal cores. What do you need these for? Zhao Hualing, covering her mouth and nose, gazed disdainfully at the small stone perched on the tip of the knife. She could not comprehend why Lin Ye had chosen to excavate it. We stumbled upon the notion that it seems to harbor energy, Lin Ye elucidated, while Lin Fanqing showcased a green, translucent crystal core to Zhao Hualing. Behold, this is the crystal core of your botanical faction, radiant in green, while my brother-in-law's fire faction is marked by red. Isn't it marvelous? Indeed, it was quite remarkable. The green crystal core shimmered with a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, a sight Zhao Hualing had never encountered before. far more resplendent than any gem showcased at an auction. Observing the bustling crowd, she ultimately resolved to approach Ji Shi and inquired, Ji Shi, might you teach me how to vanquish zombies? Lin Ye had informed her that their ability to slay zombies was entirely due to Ji Shi's teachings. I cannot impart much, but if you wish to eliminate zombies, I wholeheartedly welcome it. Ji Shi perceived Zhao Hualing as a potential second prodigy, akin to Xuan Ningxia, both fierce beauties among their peers. Thank you, Zhao Hualing replied, elated, and found an iron hook by the roadside, suppressing her queasiness as she endeavored to assist in excavating the crystal cores. However, after merely observing for a moment behind Lin Ye, she could no longer endure and squatted by the side to retch. No need to rush. I've been feeling nauseous for days, but it's evidently much better than it was initially, Zhang Yong remarked sympathetically, understanding the discomfort. Thank you, I am aware. One simply needs to acclimate. Zhao Hualing remained remarkably composed, striding forth to find a container to collect the crystal cores, trailing behind the others. Today's yield is impressive, Lin Fanqing noted, realizing that most outdoor zombies could indeed be excavated for crystal cores. Not just that, Ji Shi pointed ahead at an overturned truck, from which several boxes had been dragged out by a zombie and spilled onto the ground, the boxes breaking open to reveal bundles of tissue paper scattered about. It's tissues, Lin Ye remarked. Indeed, this is a valuable commodity. Ji Shi's eyes sparkled. Tissues were among the non-renewable resources in the apocalypse, one of the most coveted luxuries, making them exceedingly desirable. Chapter 59, A Solo Journey Without Hesitation. Ji Shi collected all the rolls of paper from the entire truck into his space. Such a pity for this cargo. Xi Jinping discovered a vehicle intended for transporting fresh produce, but the vegetables and fruits inside had already spoiled, some even rotting. Let us move. Lingering here will attract more zombies, Ji Shi advised, as Chongqing had begun to howl frantically, indicating danger was near. How do we proceed? The road is completely blocked. Zhao Yu queried. This is simple. Lin Fanqing raised his hand, and the red truck elevated slightly in response to his gesture, subsequently being gradually moved aside and lowered. Xuan Ningxia attempted to replicate this with a smaller car, her initial success filling her with exhilaration. Surprisingly, Ji Shi worked the fastest. He merely had to absorb the mangled vehicles into his space and retrieve them from the side. A road that was once completely blocked was cleared in less than 2 minutes. Hurry up. As the path became unobstructed, the zombies also surged forth unimpeded. Noticing the surrounding undead, Ji Shi quickly instructed everyone to board the vehicle, pressing the accelerator without hesitation. The family had grown accustomed to the act of driving into zombies. Although Zhao Hualing and Zhao Yu felt some discomfort, they couldn't deny the thrill of seeing the zombies rendered immobile upon impact. Ningxia, I must say, your car modifications are truly impressive, especially when it comes to colliding with zombies, Lin Fanqing remarked while driving. It was all Ji Shi's request. I merely made a few adjustments based on his suggestions, Xuan Ningxia replied, her tone filled with respect when mentioning Ji Shi. Zhang Yong couldn't help but envy Ji Shi. Surrounded by such beautiful women, resembling a protagonist from an anime. No wonder my brother-in-law is so prescient. In your line of work as security, one must possess a keen sense of safety. Lin Fanqing, fearing that the others might suspect Ji Shi of something untoward, swiftly changed the subject. Indeed, a security guard must be well-versed in various skills. Otherwise, one could easily face complaints from clients. Speaking of his profession, Zhang Yong had much to share, and Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing, having not engaged in such conversation for a long time, listened with rapt attention. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, they finally arrived near the port of Jingshui district. Ji Shi, do you know where that batch of weapons is? Tang Jingru inquired at that moment. Their family was still in one vehicle while the others were in Lin Fanqing's. I know, but I need to search for it. Ji Shi contemplated a plan. He intended to secure his family and Zhang Yong in a safe location while he searched for the weapons himself, as he could retreat into his space at any time, ensuring he could hide from any insurmountable dangers. The zombies at the port appeared to be numerous. They had stopped in a warehouse district near the port, where various warehouses were concentrated in an industrial-like setting. Though each warehouse was single-story, they were quite tall, facilitating the stacking of towering shelves and goods. The entrance to the warehouse district was also quite imposing, serving as an effective barrier against zombies. However, their immediate task was to clear out the zombies within the precinct. Chongsheng, it's up to you, Ji Shi said after dispatching the zombies that had aggressively approached their vehicle. He patted Chongsheng and opened the car door, allowing it to run out. What does this mean? Do zombies not bite dogs? Zhao Yu asked curiously. Zombies bite all living creatures, yet for some reason, they don't seem to bite Chongsheng. Isn't that fascinating? Lin Fanqing also found Chongsheng to be an extraordinary dog, a pure white Samoyed gallantly leading the way ahead. Whenever it halted in front of a warehouse, he and Xuan Ningxia would use their metal abilities to unlock the door. after which Ji Shi and the others would handle the zombies that surged forth. Woof woof. Changsheng sat down in an open area. It seems there are no zombies left inside. Changsheng is truly impressive. Tang Jingru praised. No wonder I saw you out with a dog. I thought you were still in the mood for a stroll, Zhao Hualing jested with Lin Ye. The group discovered a relatively clean and spacious warehouse. And after Ji Shi retrieved a substantial amount of provisions from his space, he prepared to set off for the port. I'll go with you, Lin Ye stated. Aware that Ji Shi was concerned about their safety, yet she could not bear the thought of him embarking on this perilous adventure alone. Stay here and wait for my return, Ji Shi reassured her, embracing Lin Ye tenderly. He possessed the ability to conceal himself and gather supplies in an instant. But he was uncertain about the conditions at the port. If the situation proved too treacherous, he might have to retreat without achieving his goal. Lin Ye understood his intentions. Indeed, anyone accompanying him could potentially become a burden, so she reluctantly nodded, her eyes filled with concern as Ji Shi drove a vehicle out of the warehouse. The port in the quiet water district resembled a small airport, though being a cargo hub, it lacked heavy foot traffic. Upon reaching a high point, Ji Shi halted the vehicle and exchanged his off-road car for a motorcycle he had acquired from a dealership. Xuan Ningxiao had mentioned that this was a newly released silent motorcycle, powerful yet producing noise comparable to that of a typical electric scooter. If it had been a conventional motorcycle with a thunderous roar, it would have likely attracted all nearby zombies. However, this motorcycle was indeed silent, and its speed was remarkable. As Ji Shi sped past the encroaching zombies, even when some hurled their abilities at him, he remained undeterred, focused solely on his cargo rather than exterminating the undead. The port area was cluttered with containers of various hues, and Ji Shi recalled that his cargo was located within container D17. As he raced toward Area B, he noticed a throng of zombies gathered around a container ahead. Frowning, he intended to turn the vehicle around and take another route. But his keen senses detected a presence above. Was it a speed-type ability user? Ji Shi dared not stop, for a multitude of zombies had begun to follow him, likely drawn by the aforementioned speedster. Hey, get me out of here. I'll owe you my life. A man's voice emanated from a red container. Ji Shi chose to ignore it, pressing on with increased speed, yet the voice persisted like a shadow, accompanied only by the sounds of coughs from thirst, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Was there truly such a formidable speedster already? Intrigued, Ji Shi mused, if you can run that fast, why not just escape on your own? Chapter 60, Speed-Type Ability User. Shi Liang, upon noticing that the helmeted man in riding gear had acknowledged him, Shi Liang could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, you finally chose to respond. There are a total of 634 zombies here, and the direction you are heading is the most perilous. It would be unwise to walk into a trap. Why should I trust you? Ji Shi did not halt, but slowed his pace to better observe the young man's appearance. The young man appeared to be 2 years younger than Ji Shi, wearing a pair of glasses and standing at an unimposing height, clad in an ill-fitting suit that seemed designed to ward off zombie attacks. His glasses and attire were marred with grime, rendering him a pitiful sight. Why should you trust me? Isn't it obvious? In the face of zombies, humanity ought to assist one another. Shi Liang was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance of escape, especially as this man seemed genuinely exceptional. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Shi proclaimed loudly, I wish to go to District D, number 17. Guide me and divert those zombies, and I shall ensure your escape. With that, he retrieved a bottle of water from beside him and tossed it awkwardly to the youth atop the container. Shi Liang had been deprived of sustenance and hydration for 3 days. He accepted the bottle with a reverent grasp, pointing in a direction as he swiftly responded. District D is that way. I shall lead you. But if we encounter formidable anomalous zombies, it may spell doom for us both. By the way, I am Shi Liang. What is your name? He had spent 10 days familiarizing himself with the area, and it seemed that the container was both the most perilous and the safest location. His only concern was the anomalous zombies, particularly those endowed with the ability to move or damage containers. Just lead the way and lure the zombies. Leave the rest to me. Ji Shi tossed a can of meat up to him. Shi Liang, in his previous life, was renowned in Haitong City as a speed-based anomalous ability user, yet he met his demise during a zombie tide at a base. He had single-handedly diverted the horde, creating an opening that allowed the base sufficient time to transport weapons, only to be consumed by the very tide he had sought to redirect, leaving no trace of himself. Some claimed he, along with other speed-based users, had carried blood bags to lure the zombies, but he alone persevered until the end. Once the blood bags were exhausted, he resorted to sacrificing his own blood, even severing his arm to feed the zombies. Contemplating this, Ji Shi could not resist tossing a packet of bread upwards. Shi Liang struggled to hold on to it. As he ran, he tore open the bread and ravenously stuffed the entire loaf into his mouth, mumbling, Thanks, brother. You must survive. I am counting on you. Ji Shi smiled. This brother had earned his admiration in a past life. Now that they had crossed paths again, he He wondered if he could alter the tragic yet noble fate that awaited him. However, at this moment, the two were about to engage in an unprecedented collaboration. Shi Liang, summoning all his strength, drew a decorative knife that hung from his neck and made several deep cuts into his palm, the scent of blood wafting through the air, enough to incite frenzy among the nearby zombies. He downed a bottle of water and then sprinted in the opposite direction of Ji Shi. For the first time, Ji Shi felt a swell of emotion. Although Shi Liang acted out of self-preservation, he was wholeheartedly aiding him. He too needed to act swiftly. Boom. A fireball hurtled toward a water-based zombie as Ji Shi leapt from his motorcycle, a watermelon knife materializing in his grasp, plunging it fiercely toward the water zombie that had crashed against the container. Before him lay the lifeless body of the water-type zombie, and from behind, a lavender-gray zombie emerged, a creature of the metal type, capable of hurling a steel plate towards him with alarming force. The steel plate approached like a shadow, and as Ji Shi swiftly evaded by placing his palm on the ground, a fiery serpent coalesced in his palm, slithering across the ground towards the metal zombie. Although this metal zombie was significantly more formidable than the average mutated zombie, it soon found itself at a disadvantage against a second-tier fire elemental user. With a resounding boom, the fiery serpent enveloped the feet of the metal zombie, entwining it with writhing flames that rapidly consumed its entire being. Ji Shi, observing the numerous dents in the watermelon knife he had wielded, cast it aside in frustration. This was already the 14th watermelon knife he had ruined. It was evident that specialized weapons were essential for exterminating zombies. After dispatching a few more zombies that had not been diverted, Ji Shi successfully located container number 17. With a decisive strike, he launched a crimson-black fireball at the iron lock at the back of the container. The seemingly sturdy lock fell apart, revealing signs of melting upon closer inspection. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow and stepped inside. Previously, when he had inadvertently burned a hole in an iron pot within his space, he had discovered that his flames possessed the ability to incinerate all matter. As Lin Fanqing had remarked, they burned at an exceptionally high point, unlike ordinary flames. Inside the container lay several large wooden crates, and upon prying one open, he was greeted by the sight of straw cushioning alongside a gleaming silver weapon. This was precisely what he sought. With a wave of his hand, he stored several crates into his space. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a few large black boxes in the corner captured his attention. Although he had never seen such boxes in real life, he recognized them from films. Upon opening one of the black boxes, Ji Shi's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Inside were firearms. He had gone through great lengths and exorbitant costs to acquire several crates of cold weapons, and now he stumbled upon firearms here. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Thus, he cleared the entire container of its contents with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, the situation for Shi Liang was far less favorable. Though he had successfully lured away the zombies, he had inadvertently drawn the attention of several mutated zombies. He had previously noted that these mutated zombies were far superior in speed and reflexes compared to ordinary ones, and now 3 of them were perched atop the container, merely meters away from him. What to do? Shi Liang took a few steps back, only to find something coiling around his ankle. He looked down in horror to discover a zombie using vines had ensnared him. This was the end. In despair, he was being dragged backward by the vines. His arduous 10-day struggle culminating in such a fate. He had indeed overestimated his capabilities. Just as Shi Liang was about to be pulled off the container, a swift fireball struck and severed the vine. Hold on. A familiar voice emanated from below. Shi Liang leaned over the edge and beheld a man wielding a long knife, vigorously cleaving at the vine-like zombies beneath him. The blade shimmered with a ghostly crimson hue under the sunlight. Could that be a Tang knife? A surge of excitement coursed through Shi Liang. Indeed, he had not overstated his expectations. Chapter 61. Acquiring a weapon. The cacophony of the zombies below ceased, and Ji Shi gazed with satisfaction at the Tang knife in his hand, which was far more gratifying to wield than a mere watermelon knife. Brother, above, there are 3 zombies with abilities. At that moment, Shi Liang found himself precariously half-hanging outside, his upper body draped over the edge of the container, while the 3 empowered zombies were already lunging towards him. Jump down. Ji Shi surveyed their surroundings. Shi Liang had successfully drawn the zombies to the far side of the container. However, it was evident from the sounds that more zombies had caught wind of their presence and were hastening towards them. Won't jumping down kill me? Shi Liang mused, glancing at the daunting height of the free fall. Just jump. You want to die? Trust me. Ji Shi's tone was urgent yet patient. As Shi Liang observed the approaching grotesque feat, he finally relinquished his grip and let himself fall backward. Contrary to his expectations of pain and impact, Shi Liang found himself landing upon a pristine mattress. Bewildered, he wondered where this bed had come from. In the next instant, the mattress vanished, and he inevitably landed on the ground with a thud. Ouch! What the? Shi Liang clasped his backside. barely having the chance to rise before being yanked onto the man's motorcycle. Lead the way, what's the shortest route out? Ji Shi commanded authoritatively, pressing the throttle and propelling them forward before the 3 zombies above could descend. Shi Liang clung tightly to the side of the motorcycle with one hand, while the other shakily gestured in a particular direction. That way, we can escape. The zombies should be fewer over there. All right, this is for you. The man riding the motorcycle produced a helmet from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Shi Liang. Thank you. Shi Liang expressed his gratitude. Were it not for the horde of zombies in pursuit, he might have found this moment quite delightful. Hold on tight. Ji Shi noticed a forklift and several small trucks parked ahead. Suddenly, a fireball materialized in his hand, and as they passed the vehicles, he hurled the fireball with force. Boom. Shi Liang stared in shock at the explosive scene behind them. Numerous zombies were blasted away in an instant, yet Ji Shi's powers showed no signs of abating. Brother, you're incredible, Shi Liang murmured after a while. You're impressive too. Ji Shi's muffled voice came from beneath the helmet. He spoke the truth. It was his first encounter with someone capable of luring hundreds of zombies while remaining unafraid. If you were chased by a horde of zombies daily, you'd unleash your potential too, Shi Liang replied sheepishly. Since you possess such ability, why not make a run for it? Ji Shi inquired, perplexed. As escaping the port should not be a daunting task for Shi Liang. While one can indeed venture out, the question remains, where can I possibly go? From the radio in the car, I heard that the streets outside are crawling with zombies. Shi Liang sighed. He was already a solitary man. And this trip to Haitong City was merely for business. With communication and transportation utterly severed, returning to his former city was out of the question. The port, relatively speaking, had fewer zombies. Indeed, but why then do you want me to take you out? Is that not contradictory? Did I not say? Take me out, and I shall owe you my life. Shi Liang's words elicited a chuckle from Ji Shi. The blatant plea for refuge struck him as rather unremarkable. Very well. If you wish to accompany us, then do so, Ji Shi replied, recognizing that Shi Liang had indeed rendered him considerable assistance, and he was confident in Shi Liang's character. If he could successfully integrate into their group, he would undoubtedly be a significant asset in the future. I have yet to inquire your name, Shi Liang noted, perceiving that this man had other companions. I am Ji Shi, Ji as in reality. The group anxiously awaiting in the warehouse had not anticipated Ji Shi's swift return, nor the addition of another person by his side. This is Shi Liang, a speed-type ability user, Ji Shi introduced. Hello, thank you for assisting Ji Shi. Upon hearing Ji Shi's account, Lin Ye immediately extended her friendliness towards Shi Liang. No, it was no trouble at all. Ji Shi saved me. Shi Liang's face flushed instantly. Not for any other reason but the presence of so many beautiful women before him. Not only was Lin Ye stunning, but also the adorable Chu Xiaoshuang, the alluring and spirited Xuan Ningxia, and the tall and elegant Zhao Hualing. A speed-type ability user? So, you run exceptionally fast? How fast can you go? Lin Fanqing inquired with curiosity. Abilities truly varied in all forms. Just a bit faster than the average person, Shi Liang replied modestly. My good brother, I possess strength abilities. We both belong to the category of those who cannot manifest anything extraordinary, Zhang Yong interjected as he approached. Strength abilities? How fascinating. Shi Liang exclaimed as he pulled out a small notepad from his pocket, scribbling notes and sketches. What is this? Before Ji Shi could intervene, Zhang Yong snatched the notepad to inspect its contents, revealing Shi Liang's extensive documentation on various abilities, indicating his long-term study on the subject. This fellow is rather impolite. Please do not take offense, Ji Shi remarked while sipping water, recognizing the truth behind the rumors. Shi Liang was indeed a keen observer and researcher. It's quite all right. I appreciate the opportunity to learn so much today, Shi Liang responded graciously. Look at how exhausted the poor lad appears. You must be hungry. Come, have something to eat. Ji Zhongping finally interjected, finding Shi Liang's disheveled appearance rather distressing. His face and clothes were covered in grime, his hair seemingly tousled by a tempest, and even his glasses were cracked. Shi Liang helplessly raked his fingers through his hair, lamenting that his speed had wreaked havoc on his hairstyle, an effect no salon could replicate. The two individuals took a brief respite in the relatively secure warehouse, as Ji planned to lead the group back. During their journey, Ji and Lin Ye entered a space together, his curiosity piqued by the weapons he had stored within. Are these 3 boxes also your purchase? Lin Ye inquired, gesturing towards the sleek black containers. These boxes, appearing rather advanced, reminded her that Ji had acquired the majority of his weaponry from a mountain, predominantly consisting of swords and knives, while these black boxes were equipped with intelligent password locks. I found them, Ji replied nonchalantly, conjuring several fireballs to effortlessly unlock the remaining black boxes. Lin Ye gasped in astonishment upon seeing the contents. Guns. Ji, you are remarkable for having stumbled upon such treasures. She applauded her husband enthusiastically. Chapter 62. Trapped at the gas station, we can choose to give some to my parents, Ji remarked, noting the presence of exquisite handguns within. He selected two, intending them for Ji Zhengping and Tang Jingru, who lacked any supernatural abilities. Xiao Shuang will undoubtedly be astonished by these. Lin Yaya felt the weight of the firearm in her hands, though she was still inexperienced in their use. This weapon could prove life-saving in a critical moment. She resolved to study it further when time permitted. Ji was reluctant to linger in the space for too long. After choosing a few more appealing knives, he exited the space alongside Lin Yaya. By now, the 12th day of the zombie virus outbreak had dawned, and the streets were teeming with an increasing number of zombies. After collecting a reserve of gasoline at a gas station, the group found themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies within the premises. It's over. That door won't hold for long. Lin Fanqing observed the precarious iron gate, sensing it was on the verge of collapse. Shall we make a run for it? Tang Jingru suggested, anxiety etched on her face. There are too many. Rushing out now would be perilous, Ji assessed, noting the throngs of zombies outside, forming layers upon layers. If their vehicles became ensnared within, they would be in dire straits. Moreover, they currently possess 2 cars. Perhaps I can divert them. You should flee first, Shi Liang proposed. Expecting agreement, but was met with peculiar glances from the others. One of the rules after joining the team was to prioritize one's own safety. Ji glanced at Shi Liang, recognizing his selfless spirit, yet deemed it unnecessary. Merely a few hundred zombies, Ji declared, retrieving his new weapon, a Dao sword. Lin Fanqing and the others swiftly replaced their watermelon knives, while Lin Ye opted for a shorter, lighter blade, finding it far more manageable than the cumbersome watermelon knife. Master, we can prevail, Chu Xiaoshuang said with a cheerful smile, her eyes devoid of any trace of panic. Ji nodded in agreement as he began to set up empty shelves in front of them. Though these ordinary shelves were not secured, they would serve as an effective barrier, delaying the zombies' onslaught. What? You plan to confront the zombies? Shi Liang exclaimed in disbelief. Do you not realize that a mere touch from them spells certain doom? He was astonished. Shouldn't the first instinct when encountering zombies be to escape? Zhang Yong gently patted Shi Liang's shoulder and remarked, Brother, I previously shared your sentiments. Dad, you all stay in the car with Shi Liang. Do not venture out, Ji Shi commanded decisively. Ji Jinping recognized that his presence would only be a burden, while Zhao Hualing cast a wistful glance at the zombies outside before reluctantly boarding the vehicle. Once she acquired the ability to slay zombies, she intended to join Lin Yaya and the others in their quest to eradicate them completely. Mom, there are far too many zombies here. Why don't you come inside as well? Lin Yaya expressed her concerns for Tang Jingru, but her mother firmly declined, stating, No, our family is here together. And I am quite formidable. Armed with a short dagger, Tang Jingru displayed commendable agility in close combat, and with Ji Shi's protection, Lin Yaya had no choice but to acquiesce. Suddenly, the iron gate's connecting part was finally crushed by the horde of zombies. The foremost zombies were toppled by those behind them, and the latter eagerly surged toward Ji Shi and the others inside the gas station. Lin Jihai had already set his sights on a pile of red bricks near the wall, and was now using his earth-based abilities to hurl the bricks at the approaching zombies. Given the sheer number of zombies ahead, even with imprecise control, the bricks would inevitably strike their targets. This situation was untenable. They would not be able to withstand the onslaught once the zombies arrived. The most anxious among them was Shi Liang, waiting in the car. It's all right, after all. Ji Shi is here. Zhao Hualing thought back to how skeptical he was of Ji Shi's character, and now he held firm faith in his capabilities. However, Shi Liang's words were cut short as he witnessed Ji Shi conjuring 2 fireballs simultaneously, which erupted into blazing flames upon colliding with the horde. By this time, a few zombies had already navigated around the shelves and approached the front. Lin Yaya, Chu Xiaoduan, as well as Xuan Ningxia and Zhang Yong brandished their weapons and charged at the zombies. With a swift motion, Lin Fanqing materialized a metallic spike, successfully dispatching one zombie, while simultaneously wielding his longsword to cleave another zombie's head nearly in half. Indeed, genuine weapons are remarkably effective. This is far easier than using a watermelon knife, Lin Fanqing exclaimed with delight. It was no wonder Ji Shi exerted such effort to procure these weapons. They proved to be exponentially more effective. Chu Xiaoduan gracefully leaped atop the shelves, crouching and repeatedly stabbing at the zombies below. Even Tang Jingru, in collaboration with Lin Jihai, managed to fell 2 zombies. Utilize your abilities more often, lest you tire out later, Ji Shi mused, believing it was time to commence training in the use of their powers. Every member of the family had now conquered their fears of zombies. Even Ji Jinping could now extract crystal cores with an unwavering demeanor. As per usual, Lin Yaya conjured a water orb, which, while creating an opening among the horde, also delayed their actions. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fanqing unleashed several metallic spikes, effectively harvesting the zombies knocked down by the water orb. Incredible! His control is astonishingly precise. Shiliang gazed intently out of the window. During their initial survival at the port, he had shared this experience with several other awakened abilities. Yet they had been utterly ignorant of how to wield their newfound powers and ultimately fell prey to the relentless zombies. In contrast, Lin Fanqing had already mastered her abilities with remarkable finesse. Indeed, they had devoted countless hours to rigorous training. Xi Jinping smiled knowingly. Although merely a span of a little over 10 days had passed, it felt as though they had lived a month's worth of experiences. By day, they hunted zombies together, and by night, they engaged in one-on-one training within their safe space, scarcely resting even for a moment. Zhao Hualing clenched his fists. The world had undergone a profound transformation. The wealth and connections they once held had become worthless scraps of paper. If they did not exert themselves further, they would inevitably fall behind in this new era. Suddenly, a blaze more brilliant than the sun flashed outside the car window. Ji Shi wielded a flaming tang knife, igniting an inferno wherever he struck, and within moments, the horde of zombies ahead was engulfed in flames. Our master has become even more formidable, murmured Chu Xiaoduan as she stood atop a shelf. Be careful, Xiaoduan. Lin Yi's voice rang out as a mutated zombie smashed the shelf beneath Chu Xiaoduan's feet into splinters. Just as Ji Shi was about to intervene, he saw Chu Xiaoduan floating gracefully in midair. He chuckled, realizing that the girl had unlocked yet another application of her wind-based abilities. Chapter 63, Tang Jingrou's Fever. It was a strength-based mutated zombie. Zhang Yong intended to spar with a fellow ability user from his own category, but to his astonishment, Chu Xiaoduan, buoyed by her wind abilities, swiftly thrust her sword down into the creature's brain. Goodness, this girl is quite fierce, Zhang Yong thought, feeling a strange discomfort as he witnessed the strength-based zombie being dispatched with such ease. Thank you for the reminder, Yaya. Chu Xiaoduan returned with a cheerful smile, her innocent and charming demeanor resembling that of a playful sprite. You're welcome. Lin Yi felt well protected by Ji Shi and observed the situation around them clearly. Meanwhile, zombies continued to surge from outside, and no one dared to let their guard down. With the shelves collapsing around them, Ji Shi summoned a fiery serpent that slithered along the ground toward the shelves, turning the metal structure a glowing red. Boom! The fire serpent coiled around the zombies, claiming dozens of lives in mere moments. Xiaoduan, go check the situation outside. Ji Shi commanded. Understood, Master, Chu Xiaoduan replied, understanding his intent, and used her wind abilities to float high above. It appeared that the zombies were emerging from a factory across the way, but fortunately, Chu Xiaoduan could still see the tail end of the horde, estimating that roughly 300 remained. After hearing Chu Xiaoduan's report, Ji Shi nodded. They could handle that many without issue. With a sudden burst of excitement, Xuan Ningxia, who had been quietly engaged in battle, gazed in delight at a metallic spike she had conjured. She too could now utilize her abilities to vanquish zombies, just like Lin Fanqing. Though she ultimately dispatched the zombie with a wrench, she realized, as Ji Shi had asserted, that her abilities improved with usage. At that moment, Shi Liang was rendered speechless. He had never witnessed a group confront zombies face to face, especially since most of them were family members of the undead. Could it be that zombies were so easily vanquished? An hour passed, and the exhausted group finally eradicated all the encroaching zombies under Ji Shi's leadership. Lin Fanqing utilized her remaining powers to securely shut the damaged gate. Having slain a staggering 600 zombies, it was imperative to collect the crystal cores. We cannot overlook the cores, Lin Fanqing remarked. Ji Shi distributed a mutated crystal core to each individual, advising them to absorb it in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The task of excavating the cores was seized by Zhao Yu and his companions. You all rest. We will handle this. Although Zhao Yu was accustomed to leadership, he understood the importance of timing. Ji Shi had only allowed him and his daughter to remain out of respect for Lin Jihai. Should he choose to merely consume resources without contributing, sustaining such a relationship would be impossible. Ji Shi did not oppose this, as Xi Jinping had already begun to assist them in searching for the cores. Shi Liang was no exception. Earlier in the vehicle, Xi Jinping had generously provided him with sustenance, alleviating the dizziness that hunger had inflicted upon him. The stench of decay emanated from the zombies, yet their brains remained untouched by the virus. However, Tang Jingru had previously remarked that the brains of zombies had severed from the central nervous system of ordinary humans, no longer capable of processing human information. Are you all right? Lin Jihai inquired with concern, observing his resting wife, Tang Jingru. He sensed that something was amiss. Mom, have some water. Ji Shi offered a bottle filled with well water from his space, which Gu Xiaoduan claimed was imbued with spiritual energy. I'm fine. I just feel a bit dizzy, probably from low blood sugar. After drinking the water, Tang Jingru immediately felt much better. However, as the group neared the Century Garden community, Lin Jihai truly recognized the gravity of the situation. Tang Jingru had suddenly succumbed to a fever and fainted. Why is she so hot? Lin Yaya exclaimed, glancing at the thermometer, which indicated a dangerously high temperature. Tang Jingrou's face had turned a deep crimson. We're almost home. Hold on. Ji Shi retrieved ice from his space, instructing Lin Yaya and Lin Jihai to cool Tang Jingrou down. The situation at Century Garden astonished Zhao Hualing and the others. There were no hordes of zombies surrounding the community. Moreover, upon entering with Lin Fanqing's abilities, they discovered residents actively attacking a zombie within the premises. Brother-in-law? Is my mom all right? Lin Fanqing, unable to pause for explanations, locked the community gate with her powers and inquired via the intercom. She will be fine, Ji Shi assured. The vehicle went directly to the building, with Lin Jihai being the first to carry Tang Jingrou upstairs. Once home, Ji Shi promptly secured the door, leaving only Ji Jinping and Changxing outside to stand guard, while he led Lin Yaya and the others into the space. The supply of medicine in the space was ample. Yet Lin Yaya discovered that they could not administer any antipyretics. I will prepare some water. Ji Shi resolutely filled a large wooden barrel with well water from the space, instructing Lin Jihai to place Tang Jingrou inside. Is this advisable? Lin Yaya asked with reddened eyes. I am uncertain, but mother has consumed the cleansing elixir, so there should be no issue, Ji Shi reassured her. Such a high fever might be a precursor to awakening powers, although it could also indicate the onset of zombification. A possibility Ji Shi dismissed. The immediate priority was to prevent her mother-in-law from enduring such a fever any longer. Indeed, Jingrou will be fine. Lin Jihai carefully placed Tang Jingrou into the water, and shortly thereafter, her temperature indeed subsided from its previous scorching state. Everything is well. Aunt Jingrou possesses no chaotic spiritual energy, only the purest essence, Chu Xiaoduan remarked. Father, yeah, Xiaoduan is right. Mother will be okay. We should simply wait patiently. Ji Shi thought to himself, feeling no real concern, as in his past life. Although Tang Jingrou had not awakened any powers, she had always been alongside Lin Jihai, and it was unlikely she would succumb to zombification in this life. Time and the space passed steadily, during which Ji Shi stepped outside momentarily. Zhao Yu and her father, along with Shi Liang, had been arranged by Ji Jinping and Lin Fanqing to be in the adjacent room. Observing Lin Fanqing's anxious demeanor, Ji Shi brought her into the space as well. Ji Shi, is Aunt Tang all right? Zhao Hualing had also heard the notion that high fevers could lead to zombification, and everyone was on edge for Tang Jingrou. Yeah, is with her. Fret not, Ji Shi replied, retrieving some food before returning to the adjacent room. Approximately on the second day within the space, Tang Jingrou gradually awoke as her temperature had already dropped. Mother, how wonderful that you are well. Lin Yaya, appearing somewhat haggard, brightened at the sight of her mother awakening. Mother, have you awakened any powers? Do try, Lin Fanqing exclaimed, only to receive a light smack on the head from Lin Jihai. Your mother has just awakened, and you are not concerned about her health? Chapter 64. Healing abilities. Lin Fanqing, rubbing her head, replied somewhat aggrieved. I merely wish to see that mother is well. All right. You were noisy even before she awoke. Unlike Ji Shi, who is so quiet. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law at her side brought warmth to Tang Jingrou's heart. Yet she had no idea how to test for any awakened powers. Mother, the wound on your arm has healed as well. Lin Yaya exclaimed joyfully. Previously, Tang Jingrou had sustained a cut on her arm at the gas station, and she had been quite apprehensive about it, fearing infection. She was pleasantly surprised to find it healed after a night's rest. Really? I thought it would leave a scar. Tang Jingrou's words caught Ji Shi's attention. The mention of a wound prompted him to take a fruit knife from the table and slice it across his own fingertip, alarming everyone present. What are you doing? You fool. Why are you cutting yourself? Lin Jihai exclaimed, preparing to fetch the nearby medicine box, only to be halted by Ji Shi. I merely wished to test whether my mother possessed the ability to heal wounds. Did not ye yet just mention that my mother's injury has healed? Ji Shi extended his finger towards Tang Jingrou and inquired. Could it be true? Healing magic? Chu Xiaoduan exclaimed in astonishment. For healing magic had once been regarded as one of the most challenging and sacred arts. Surely it cannot be. Tang Jingrou gazed at Ji Shi's wound, her hand instinctively covering it. The surrounding crowd perceived nothing amiss. However, Ji Shi chuckled. It seems so. They had indeed acquired the gift of healing. It is noteworthy that healers are exceedingly rare, with only a handful residing in the entire base. Is this for real? Does this ability not align perfectly with my mother's profession? Lin Fanqing referred to Tang Jingrou's previous employment at a hospital. Me? Am I capable of healing? Tang Jingrou found it hard to believe. Had Ji Shi not revealed his unscathed finger, she would have remained oblivious to her own actions. This is wonderful. Lin Yaya embraced Tang Jingrou, overwhelmed with a sense of fortune arising from misfortune. Indeed, it is splendid, Jingrou. Lin Jihai felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his eyes, it mattered little whether Tang Jingrou awakened her powers. What was paramount was her well-being. As night descended outside, Ji Shi chose not to take the family out. Instead, he brought Ji Jinping inside, preparing to undertake a significant endeavor. Time had flown by, and they had amassed quite a collection. Observing the crystal cores Ji Shi produced, Chu Xiaoduan marveled. They had accumulated over 1,000 crystal cores, and now Ji Shi intended to use them to upgrade their space. I wonder if this will suffice, Ji Shi remarked, placing a heavy box of ordinary crystal cores upon the formation before the stone tablet. Moments later, the formation began to emit a faint glow, gradually depleting the contents of the box until they vanished entirely. Will it work? Lin Yeye, crouched on the ground, was about to inquire of Ji Shi when she noticed his furrowed brow and closed eyes. She had seen this expression before. Glancing at the glowing jade ball nearby, she quickly restrained those who were about to call out to Ji Shi. The jade ball was conveying information to its master, Ji Shi. It was highly likely that the upgrade had been successful. After a while, Ji Shi finally opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the group. The upgrade has been successful, and a new function has been added. Really? What is this function? Lin Fanqing eagerly inquired. Ji Shi gestured towards the floating jade ball, stating, "The space has advanced to level 1. Those recognized by the space master may enter and exit freely without my assistance. However, the restriction on bringing items in and out remains unchanged." Wow. So, we can come and go at will whenever we please? This is incredible. Lin Fanqing was nearly ready to leap with joy. Indeed, Ji Shi echoed, satisfied with this outcome. Had he known, he would have upgraded the space sooner. This meant that in the event of danger, Lin Yeye and the others could swiftly respond and enter. What criteria must one meet to be recognized by the master? Chu Xiaoduan inquired, astonished. It is quite simple. One merely needs to let their blood fall upon this jade sphere. Ji Shi replied, noting the similarity to the pact he had formed with Chu Xiaoshuang. Once the formation absorbed the crystal core, it would automatically upgrade, allowing him to perceive the messages conveyed by the jade sphere. However, with the spatial upgrade, the area expanded, necessitating a correspondingly greater amount of spiritual energy in the form of crystal cores. Without hesitation, Lin Fanqing used her metallic abilities to slice her finger, letting her blood drop onto the jade sphere. The sphere emitted a faint glow, and at that moment, Lin Fanqing felt an unprecedented sense of intimacy with the space. Attempting to manifest the space as Ji Shi suggested, she vanished before the eyes of the others in the next instant. How incredibly convenient. Brother-in-law, you are truly a god. Lin Fanqing reappeared within the space, while Tang Jingru utilized her healing abilities to mend the wound on her finger. In the end, everyone remaining, including Ji Zhengping outside the space, was brought in by Ji Shi, completing their contracts with the Jade Sphere. Since when did our chickens and ducks multiply so much? Ji Zhengping gazed in astonishment at their makeshift farm. What had started as dozens of chickens had now swelled to over 300, and the same went for the ducks. Not to mention the eggs scattered about. Dad, we've only been gone for a little over 2 days, but it seems like more than 20 days have passed here, Ji Shi explained. Moreover, given that they had not consumed any of the chickens or ducks during this time, it was hardly surprising that their numbers had increased so dramatically. Would you look at that? The rice we planted last time truly grew without water? Ji Zhihai pointed to the verdant rice paddies ahead. They had merely experimented by sowing some rice seeds, and now it appeared that even in the absence of water, those seeds had thrived. But now the question arises. The wheat over there has ripened. Shouldn't we take the time to harvest it? Lin Fanqing indicated the golden wheat fields not far away. Let us rest first, Ji Shi decided, opting to wait until everyone awoke before tending to the agricultural tasks. His space was equipped with fully automated harvesting machines, but activating them now would disturb their much-needed rest. After 2 days of labor, everyone soon drifted into slumber within the space. Ji Shi, feeling refreshed after only 6 hours of sleep, gazed at the peacefully sleeping Lin Yeye, gently caressing her smooth cheek, ultimately choosing not to wake her. As Ji Shi stepped outside the space, he caught sight of a figure on the balcony. Dad, you're up so early? Ji Jinping volunteered to stand guard outside, worried about any unforeseen circumstances. Do you smell something familiar? It's reminiscent of that night, Ji Jinping remarked, sensing a faint metallic scent in the air. The odor was subtle inside the house, but once Ji Shi stepped onto the balcony, it became unmistakable. It was indeed the same as that night, albeit anticipated. From this moment on, regardless of the sounds outside, do not open the door, Ji Shi instructed. The second evolution of the zombie virus is evidently upon us tonight. Ji Jinping nodded gravely. Although he did not comprehend the full meaning of Ji Shi's words, he could ascertain that it was certainly no good omen. Ji Shi communicated this unsettling news to Zhang Yong via the walkie-talkie, who, still in a daze, acknowledged it before quickly succumbing to slumber once more. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhang Yong faintly discerned a deafening series of impacts emanating from outside the door, each thud resounding with far greater intensity than the usual assaults of the undead. What is happening? Should we venture outside to investigate? Shi Liang was also roused by the cacophony, and just as he prepared to approach the doorway, Zhang Yong abruptly pulled him back. They were shielded by 2 layers of doors, yet Zhang Yong suddenly recalled Ji Shi's admonition. No matter what sounds they heard, they must not open the door. Ji Shi had just warned them against such an action. I am aware. I merely wish to see if there is a peephole or something, Shi Liang retorted, asserting his intelligence. Bang! As the group conversed, the pounding from outside intensified. Could it be a strength-type zombie? Zhao Hualing pondered. Let us call Ji Shi and inquire. Xue Ningxia glanced at the walkie-talkie in Zhang Yong's hand, and he finally realized that this was the communication device of their security team. In his morning haze, he had inadvertently disabled the signal. Ji Shi had been vigilantly monitoring the external situation, and upon hearing the walkie-talkie crackle to life, he promptly answered, Are you all awake? Move away from the door. It is best if everyone retreats to the bedroom and secures the door. What is happening? Zhang Yong inquired. But the others in the living room complied with Ji Shi's instructions and retreated to the master bedroom, closing the door behind them. There is a zombie dog outside. Ji Shi replied. A zombie dog? Just a dog that has turned into a zombie? This is no ordinary zombie dog. It is approximately the size of an adult tiger. As Ji Shi relayed this information over the walkie-talkie, Zhao Yu found it difficult to comprehend. Could it be a Tibetan Mastiff? It stands to reason that such a large dog shouldn't exist at this point. It appeared that animals, once transformed into zombies, experienced a significant increase in size. Ji Shi observed the enormous zombie teddy bear through the surveillance feed. It belonged to the elderly couple residing across the street. Just as in the previous world, during the apocalypse, both flora and fauna, regardless of their zombification, would swell in size exponentially and even evolve unexpected abilities. Understood. So, do we merely wait for it to depart? Zhao Hualing inquired. Ji Shi, stroking the tang knife in his hand, felt an urge to act. After a brief moment, he responded, I am simply awaiting the opportune moment. You cannot be serious, Zhang Yong gasped, but before he could finish, a tremendous crash resounded from the living room. Do not emerge yet, Ji Shi concluded, abruptly severing the communication, and then, seizing the tang knife, he charged outside. The 2 doors of the adjacent room, where Zhang Yong and his companions resided, had been pulverized. In the living room, a zombie dog, its flesh grotesquely exposed, was preparing to batter the bedroom door. And as Ji Shi and the family emerged, the creature swiftly pivoted its attention toward them. The once charming teddy bear has transformed into a grotesque, hairless, oversized zombie dog. Its skin a deep, purplish hue reminiscent of decayed flesh, and its elongated, sharp teeth stained with dark blood. Drool drips from its maw, filling the air with a rancid stench. It's coming, Lin Jihai shouted, despite being shielded by Ji Shi. The sight of the snarling zombie dog with its gaping maw instilled an involuntary fear within them. It was undoubtedly more perilous than a ferocious tiger. It felt no pain and had no need for futile attacks. You all fall back, Ji Shi commanded, positioning himself alone in the corridor to confront the oncoming undead beast. The roar of the zombie dog echoed like a mournful wind through a cavern. Ji Shi deftly wielded his tang knife, evading its lunge, but only managed to sever one of its sharp fangs. As if the presence of zombies alone was not enough, now even animals had succumbed to this fate. How could the remaining humans possibly survive? Ji Zhengping yearned to assist his son, yet felt utterly helpless. With a resounding thud, Ji Shi delivered a powerful kick to the zombie dog's head, sending it crashing against the wall. Yet, in an instant, the creature sprang back to life, lunging once more. We will divert its attention, Lin Yiyao exclaimed, launching a water sphere that struck the zombie dog in the abdomen. While Lin Fanqing's metallic spikes failed to land on its head amidst its erratic movements, the creature's focus was indeed drawn away. Just as it was about to turn and pounce on the family, Ji Shi leapt from behind, his tang knife engulfed in flames, and plunged it forcefully into the back of its neck. The sickly blood splattered across the corridor's ceiling and walls as the zombie dog struggled violently for a few moments before finally succumbing to stillness. Ji Shi withdrew his knife and thrust it deep once more, extracting a massive animal zombie, core the size of a child's fist. Chu Xiaoshuang, upon seeing it, marveled in astonishment. No wonder, she remarked, this core contains spiritual power several times that of a zombie. Does that mean it can be absorbed by those with abilities? Lin Fanqing inquired. Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head, expressing regret. Unfortunately, it is not something humans can directly absorb. Indeed, this was a beast core. If one were to forcibly absorb it, the consequences could be dire. Ji Shi recalled that in his past life, beast cores were deemed useless trinkets. He had extracted it to test whether it could be absorbed by his space. What in the world is this? Zhang Yong finally dared to emerge from the bedroom, surveying the chaos in the living room. The corridor was in disarray, and a heap of decaying flesh lay sprawled on the ground, capturing their attention. Fortunately, Ji Shi had advised them to hide earlier. Is this a dog? Zhao Yu asked, pointing at the zombie dog on the floor. It hardly resembles a dog at all. Yes, it likely evolved into this form just last night, Ji Shi explained, gesturing towards the battered door of the elderly couple's home across the way. A few days prior, they had merely heard the sounds of a struggle inside, far less intense than the chaos of today. Evolved? Shi Liang meticulously contemplated the word, when suddenly a piercing scream was accompanied by a ferocious roar from outside, followed closely by a cacophony of distressing cries emanating from various directions, reminiscent of the previous night's chaos. Let us first repair the door, he suggested. Ji Shi, seemingly unfazed by the tumult outside, conjured a ball of elemental fire, incinerating the remains of a zombie dog on the ground. Chu Xiaoshuang also unleashed 2 gusts of wind, sweeping the foul odor from the corridor out the window. Chapter 66. Splitting up the 2 doors in the adjacent room had been rendered irreparable by the assault of the zombie dogs. Zhang Yong ascended directly to the 12th floor, removing the door from an unoccupied apartment and bringing it back down. I'll take care of the installation. Xue Ningxia produced a toolbox and swiftly installed the 2 doors with remarkable efficiency. Impressive. You're more skilled than the maintenance staff in our community, Zhang Yong praised, giving her a thumbs up. For Ningxia, this task was mere child's play. She was indeed a technical talent. Lin Ye approached, concerned that Xue Ningxia, who typically exhibited a reserved demeanor, might struggle to integrate. Well, I'm hopeless at this, but remember, Ye, you can't abandon me. Zhao Hualing chimed in. Humph. Why not all of you make a master-servant pact with me, like I did with my master? Then we would be bound together. Chu Xiaoshuang teased, half-jokingly, feeling a tinge of unfairness as she was the only one in the group with such a bond. Just as Ji Shi emerged from washing his hands, he overheard Chu Xiaoshuang's remark. With a resigned sigh, he grasped the back of her collar and pulled her aside. Don't stir up unnecessary animosity. He was not naive. He had a wife and family. While Chu Xiaoshuang might be an exception, entangling himself with other women could pose future risks. Understood, master. Chu Xiaoshuang replied, instinctively retracting her neck upon sensing the authority of the master-servant contract. Zhao Hualing and the others dismissed it as mere banter, considering the notion of a master-servant pact quite absurd. From today onward, we must exercise utmost caution when venturing outside. Due to the large number of people, Xi Jinping had filled the entire dining table for breakfast. Ji Shi placed a small steamed bun in front of Lin Ye and inquired, Do we still plan to go out today? Zhang Yong, his cheeks puffed with food, nodded vigorously. In the past, he had been indifferent to breakfast, but now, sharing buns, fried dough sticks, and side dishes with everyone made the meal quite delightful. We will split up today, Ji Shi replied. Given that Zhang Yong and the others had only recently joined their ranks, it would be overly perilous to take them out. It would be safer for them to remain in the community, even if it meant hunting a few zombies in the various buildings. Splitting up? I concur. Shi Liang also recognized the considerable disparity in their capabilities, having never engaged in zombie slaying before. Indeed, Ye and I will venture out to gather supplies, while Fanqing will lead you to the adjacent floors to eliminate zombies. Ji Shi had a sudden inspiration. Collecting resources in the early days of the apocalypse had long been his plan. Now, with the family not only able to combat zombies but also freely entering and exiting the space for refuge, it was indeed time to gather supplies. Are you two going out alone? Isn't that a bit unsafe? Zhao Yu expressed her concern. Go ahead if you wish, with Ji Shi accompanying you. I feel at ease, Lin Zhihai remarked after a moment's hesitation. The space was an unspoken matter among their family, and 2 people venturing out together could indeed find a semblance of safety and freedom. The outside world is perilous now. You must protect you. Xi Jinping then brought over several cups of steaming soybean milk, a breakfast he had prepared in abundance within the space, hoping that Ji Shi and the others would consume a good amount, allowing him to prepare even more. After all, crafting culinary delights was a source of joy for him. Having finished breakfast, Ji Shi took a moment to scout the adjacent floor, ensuring there were no troublesome zombie creatures before he intended to set off with Lin Yu towards their destination for the day. Don't worry, brother-in-law, we've got this. Lin Fanxing winked at Ji Shi, relishing the chance to impress the ladies. It seemed that the young man was in quite high spirits. Once seated in the vehicle, Lin Yu pondered aloud. It feels like we haven't had such a solitary outing in ages. Ji Shi remained silent with a smile, aware of the positivity that a beautiful woman brought to their team, inspiring the men to be exceedingly proactive. Our target today encompasses several factories in this area. Ji Shi retrieved his tablet, displaying the offline map he had meticulously downloaded beforehand. Even without satellite positioning, this map served as a reliable guide, allowing for zooming in and out as needed. I thought you would prioritize shopping malls and supermarkets, Lin Yu commented. Supermarkets and convenience stores are places where people tend to flock first. It often leads to unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, if we neglect the factories now, the resources within will be difficult to repurpose later. Ji Shi articulated his thoughts. In his previous life, during the initial phases of humanity's scramble for resources, many had suffered grievously over trivial supplies, often falling prey to zombie hordes in the process. He wished to avoid such senseless, self-destructive encounters. How insightful. It seems that marriage truly reveals a man's character. My husband is so exceptional. I am fortunate to have encountered you, Lin Yu sincerely expressed. As they traveled, Jisher suddenly ran over a zombie with a loud thud. One hand firmly grasped the steering wheel while the other intertwined with Lin Yu's delicate hand, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. It is I who am fortunate to have met Yu. With another crash, another zombie was sent flying. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed. It appeared they had not enjoyed such solitary moments together in quite a while. Jisher chose sparsely populated suburban factories as their initial stop. Arriving first at a fast food production facility known for its instant noodles and similar products before the apocalypse. A bowl of ramen? I've had that brand before. Lin Yu reminisced as she gazed at the factory's name. At the entrance, only a few zombies donned in security uniforms lingered, 5 in total, 3 of which were mutated. Jisher did not take this lightly and swiftly conjured fireballs to confront the 3 mutated zombies. Leave these 2 to me, Lin Yu declared, turning her attention to the 2 ordinary zombies, determined to neutralize them so as not to hinder Jisher. All right, he replied. The fireball conjured by Jisher struck true, hitting a water-based zombie. As it struggled to rise, Jisher swiftly approached and delivered a graceful strike, dispatching it with ease. Roar. The 2 remaining zombies were of the metal and earth varieties, and the earth zombie had the audacity to manipulate a pile of sand nearby, hurling it towards Jisher. The impact of the sand was negligible. Jisher merely chuckled and unleashed another fireball, which collided with the sand, resulting in an explosive display of dust and debris. Jisher had already evaded the blast, while the zombie, intending to charge forward, found its head obliterated in the explosion. With a deft maneuver, Jisher sidestepped the claws of the metal zombie and, with a swift stroke of his blade, dispatched the earth zombie, severing its head with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Lin Yu withdrew her short sword from the temple of a standard zombie, observing Jisher's effortless demeanor from a distance. With a sense of practicality, she decided to excavate the crystal core. Chapter 67. A significant harvest. The sprawling fast food factory was hardly limited to the few zombies at the entrance. However, Jisher had no intention of challenging their limits single-handedly. He stowed the off-road vehicle into his spatial storage and, finding another operable car by the roadside, took Lin Yu for a breezy drive around the factory premises. Of course, if one overlooked the horde of zombies pursuing them, Jisher fancied this could be a romantic excursion through the factory. They were struggling to keep pace, having already made 4 laps. Lin Yu, seated in the car, watched as some of the zombies lost their shoes in their frantic dash. All right, time to move, Jisher chuckled softly. Having circled the factory and assessed the surroundings, he accelerated the vehicle towards an open workshop. This space housed a sorting area with a metal staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Jisher maneuvered the car to block the staircase, then quickly led Lin Yu up the stairs. A swarm of zombies flooded into the workshop, attempting to ascend the staircase. But the vehicle obstructed their path, providing a temporary reprieve. Jisher launched 3 fireballs at the rolling shutter above the workshop entrance, sealing it shut. Quickly now. Before the zombies could reach the stairs, they ascended to the 2nd floor. The door connecting to the corridor was unlocked, allowing them to escape to safety. It would be wonderful if Xing were here, Lin Yu lamented, noticing that the corridor's lock was broken and fearing the zombies would soon follow. Without metal abilities. We still have this, Jisher said, shaking 2 spare locks in his hand. With a couple of clicks, he secured the door from the outside. Lin Yu blinked in surprise before breaking into a laugh, almost forgetting that her husband was, indeed, capable of anything. As they traversed the corridor, a few stray zombies appeared, but they were effortlessly dispatched. The corridor led them directly to the finished goods workshop, where several trolleys were stacked high with boxes of instant noodles, over 200 boxes in total. Jisher proceeded to collect them all into his spatial storage. The workshop was vast yet permeated with a foul stench, the source being several decomposed corpses that had been devoured by zombies. Lin Yu hastily pulled Jisher out of the workshop, leading them directly to the warehouse. At the entrance, Jisher spotted a map of the factory complex. It revealed numerous workshops, with at least 7 or 8 dedicated to production, while the warehouses were limited to 2, one for raw materials and another for finished products. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Jisher was correct. If the food remained in such an environment for too long, it would inevitably spoil and be contaminated by zombies. They needed to collect it before that occurred to avoid waste. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only erupted less than half a month prior. And given that food warehouses were typically well-equipped, they first arrived at the finished goods warehouse. Although the power had been cut, the interior remained relatively cool and clean. It appeared the power outage had not lasted long. As they walked, Jisher began to gather instant noodles and vermicelli packaged on pallets into his storage space. Good heavens, this place is enormous. There must be over 100,000 boxes here. Lin Yaya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of an entire warehouse filled with instant noodles. Not just that, it's at least 200,000 boxes, Jishir estimated after a quick glance. The warehouse resembled a supply depot, stocked with various flavors of instant noodles and vermicelli destined for distribution. It seemed he had made the right choice in coming here, as it felt like finding treasures without cost. Lin Yaya felt they now possessed a lifetime supply of instant noodles. And we can sell what we can't eat. Jishir added. Sell? But isn't money useless now? Lin Yaya had never contemplated this question before. What do you think will be the circulating currency in the future? Jishir inquired. Perhaps bartering? Like trading water for food? Lin Yaya pondered briefly before arriving at this conclusion. Crystal cores, Jishir recalled, noting that in his previous life, crystal cores served as a form of currency primarily because they could be absorbed by those with abilities. However, it was also true that 100 crystal cores would scarcely exchange for a bag of instant noodles. Yet, this was information he felt compelled to withhold from Lin Yaya. Are you suggesting we can trade food for crystal cores? Lin Yaya found this idea promising, believing they would not lack for food in the future. Jishir nodded. And together they conversed while continuing their collection, spending a full half-hour to clear out the entire warehouse. The raw materials warehouse did not disappoint either. It housed a substantial stockpile of flour, rice noodles, and cooking oil, particularly several hundred tall barrels of cooking oil, each over 2 meters high, an unprecedented sight for both of them. Jishir, where shall we go next? Lin Yaya asked excitedly. Not far from here. There's a canned food factory, Jishir replied, finding Lin Yaya's enthusiasm adorable, reminiscent of a little hamster eagerly gathering supplies. Wonderful, more food. Lin Yaya cheered. Although she initially believed it to be a fruit canning factory, only to discover upon arrival that it was, in fact, a meat canning factory. Jishir had intended to lure the zombies away from the factory, but he soon realized there were only a few dozen zombies within the entire complex. It would be far easier to eliminate them all. Jishir ensured that Lin Yaya was well prepared. As they drove, they recklessly collided with several zombies, some of which had their legs broken upon impact. After vanquishing a few mutated zombies, the remaining ordinary ones were hardly a challenge. The canned food factory was significantly smaller than the noodle factory, yet the quantity of canned goods in the warehouse was still quite impressive. It turned out that these were primarily luncheon meat and fish cans. Lin Yaya showed little interest in these, but when they reached the raw materials warehouse, both expressed regret. The warehouse was filled with frozen raw meat, which had completely thawed. Although it had yet to develop an odor, Jishir had no intention of collecting it. Nevertheless, the trip was not in vain. In addition to the frozen meat, there were also stocks of starch, cooking oil, and various seasonings, all of which Jishir readily stored in his space. If only they had arrived a few days earlier. Lin Yaya felt they needed to hasten their pace. As they had only explored a few small factories in one district of Haitong City, it was of no consequence. Even if they were to take the raw meat, it would certainly raise suspicions. Jishir reassured her. Upon reflection, Lin Yaya agreed. In this day and age, it was unlikely anyone would be using refrigerators to store raw meat. Over the next day, they visited 4 additional factories, including a flour mill, a pastry factory, a packaging plant, and a factory producing frozen products. For the first time, Jishir felt that his space was remarkably capacious. He specifically entered a secluded area with Lin Yaya to inspect, discovering that these items occupied less than 1% of the available space. In Chapter 68, Encounter at the Factory, Xi Jinping was busy preparing marinated chicken and duck in the space, the rich aroma of the braised meat wafting through the surroundings, instantly making both of them feel ravenous. Come, Yaya, have a taste of the chicken drumsticks Dad has prepared. Our space's chicken is truly flavorful. Better than anything you can buy in the countryside. Xi Jinping presented several drumsticks and wings, having utilized Lin Fanqing's golden ability to dispatch over 100 chickens and ducks, resulting in several large pots of braised delicacies. It's absolutely delicious. Thank you, Dad. Lin Yaya handed a large drumstick to Jishir, who took a bite and found the savory meat flavor mingling delightfully with the marinade, tender and succulent, the sauce penetrating deep into the bone. In mere moments, Jishir had polished off the drumstick. Aware of his son's hearty appetite, Xi Jinping promptly brought over a large white porcelain basin filled with an abundance of marinated chicken and duck. Jishir's appetite soared, and he returned to the kitchen to fetch 2 bowls of noodles, mixing them with the braising sauce to share with Lin Yaya. Though this child has changed significantly recently, his voracious appetite remains unchanged, Xi Jinping muttered to himself. Perhaps our ancestors foresaw this, and thus created a space for us to cultivate. I think we should just stay here tonight. Jishir pretended to overlook Xi Jinping's comments. Now, even when they were outside, he and Lin Yaya could rest in the space at night, making a return unnecessary. Sounds good. I'm all in. Lin Yaya also appreciated the advantages of the space, as it allowed her to be with her family. At this moment, the 2 individuals parked their off-road vehicle inside a secluded factory, confident that even if they returned the following morning, no one would notice anything amiss. Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai anxiously awaited the return of Ji Shi and Lin Ye, only to be unexpectedly informed by Lin Fanqing that Ji Shi and the latter had already retreated to their space. We nearly forgot about this matter. As long as they are safe, that is all that matters. Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai sighed in relief upon hearing the news. By the time the entire family entered the space, Ji Shi and Lin Ye had already been outside the factory for nearly an hour, vanquishing zombies. Wow, what a bountiful harvest. The family gathered in the open area of their space, marveling at the abundant supplies Ji Shi and Lin Ye had collected, wholly unprepared for the wealth hidden within the factory. What is that? Lin Fanqing inquired, pointing to a row of machines. A vacuum packing machine and a bagging machine. Both in pristine condition. They may prove useful in the future, Ji Shi replied, revealing that these items were salvaged from the canning factory in anticipation of future needs. By the way, brother-in-law, Shi Liang managed to acquire a radio, and it seems there are rescue teams dispatched from above. They will be relocating the survivors they find to the shelter in due time. Lin Fanqing expressed her curiosity about Ji Shi's thoughts on whether they too would head to the shelter. We ought to go to the human shelter eventually. Humanity must unite in the future. Lin Jihai rejoiced at the news, pleased that action was finally being taken. We may go in the future, but not at this moment. Ji Shi clarified. He had previously spent time at the initial shelter, which merely gathered survivors in one area, guarded by personnel. When thousands of despondent souls are confined together, chaos ensues. Fighting, looting, and murder become the norm, and their presence would only incite envy. His plan was to await the establishment of a formal base, which would not occur for at least 3 months. All right, let us not dwell on uncertain matters for now. Our current situation is quite satisfactory, Tang Jingru interjected, anxious that Lin Jihai might become upset. That evening, Ji Shi and Lin Ye ventured out of the space 3 times, ensuring that all zombies in the vicinity of the factory were eradicated. The air was thick with the scent of charred remains. And as Ji Shi sensed the rapid flow of energy within him, he was astounded. At the moment he unleashed the fire serpent, he felt the unmistakable sensation of his powers nearing a breakthrough. What does it feel like to advance? Lin Ye asked, having been diligently using her powers to slay zombies daily. Even in the space, she would restore her abilities and channel excess energy into the storage barrel for communal use. After absorbing a water-type crystal core, she too sensed an overwhelming force building within her. You are likely on the brink of a breakthrough as well, Ji Shi chuckled, acknowledging Lin Ye's dedication. Even in the dead of night, when she felt her abilities were at capacity, she would rise to practice her waterball techniques, leaving considerable damage to the bathroom tiles in their home. Her prowess in waterball techniques had already surpassed that of a typical level 2 water ability user from her previous life. Really? That is fantastic. At long last, Lin Ye thought to herself, they had not fallen too far behind Ji Shi. After the two of them had partaken of breakfast the following day in their secluded space, they prepared to resume their journey. However, upon entering a biscuit factory, Ji Shi discovered that there were still a number of survivors present. Since there are people here, we shall not impose, he decided. Ji Shi was well aware of the customs. Over 40 factory workers had managed to survive by relying on the resources within the factory, and he had no intention of competing with them for supplies. Wait, do you have any water? Just as they were about to turn and leave, a man emerged from behind an iron door within the factory and inquired. We are in dire need of water. Many are on the brink of dying from thirst. Please, we beg you for some water, he pleaded. They had just witnessed the prowess of these 2 individuals who had vanquished the zombies that had tormented them for weeks, and the woman among them was a water manipulator. Yes, please help us. We only need a little water, several others echoed, encouraged by the man's plea. As the scene unfolded, the iron door was cracked open further, and a few more individuals emerged, begging for assistance. Lin Ye felt the weight of their gazes upon her, and she hesitated, inching closer to Ji Shi. The intensity of their stares unsettled her. Ji Shi noted that several women resembling factory workers stood before the vehicle, seemingly intent on preventing their departure unless they received water. Ji Shi, should I give them some water? Lin Ye suggested, hoping to diffuse the situation without escalating it. Sure, but you must bring the containers here. We will fill them and leave, Ji Shi agreed. Yet he had no intention of allowing Lin Ye to exit the vehicle. The outsiders hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retrieved several buckets from within the factory. Lin Ye refrained from extending her hands through the window. She had already mastered the manipulation of water flow. A thick column of water swiftly materialized, filling a large bucket in a matter of seconds. Witnessing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock and greed. Chapter 69. Humans are more troublesome than zombies. Ji Shi observed their reactions closely, and indeed, just 2 minutes later, the individuals from within the factory rushed out and surrounded their vehicle. 2 lone adventurers like yourselves would fare better by teaming up with us. We have ample supplies here and can easily sustain ourselves until rescue arrives. The man who had previously pleaded now wore a solicitous expression, though it was laced with an undercurrent of menace. Team up? Jisher leaned against the car window, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. He perceived that these individuals were merely intent on robbing them. Young man, it is no small feat to have survived this long. What is so undesirable about staying with us? You would have someone to look after you. A somewhat stout factory worker chimed in. Yes, handsome, do stay, urged a particularly striking woman, reaching out as if to pat Jisher, only to recoil at the chill emanating from his gaze. Scram, Jisher commanded. Why are you being rude? Don't refuse a toast, and instead seek punishment. The woman, humiliated, retorted angrily. You are being unreasonable. I have already agreed to lend you water. Why are you obstructing our path? Lin Yia was also quite irate, her delicate bite of the crimson lip enticing the men outside with an insatiable yearning. This woman was simply too beautiful. Was the skin of water-type ability users always so exquisite? Bang! Accompanied by a wail, Jisher hurled a fireball towards the ground, which erupted into countless sparks upon impact, the fiery embers splashing onto the men, inflicting a pain akin to sulfuric acid that caused them to scream in agony. If you don't disperse, don't blame me for being impolite, Jisher declared, as Lin Yia was his limit. The group of men and women had witnessed Jisher's prowess against zombies and were taken aback by his directness. Some began to curse angrily, while one man, scorched by the sparks, brandished a hammer and charged toward the two. If you have the guts, come down here. The man wielded a massive iron hammer, which twisted in his grip, seemingly poised to smash their vehicle at any moment. Jisher was unyielding. He struck the man's hammer with a fireball, rendering it searing hot in an instant. The man screamed, discarding the hammer, but then something even more bizarre occurred. Flames erupted around their vehicle, the orange-red blaze forbidding them from advancing any closer. Seizing the opportunity, Jisher ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator as they surged forward. Bang! The SUV crashed through the tightly shut factory gates, and the flames dissipated, revealing the vehicle in pristine condition. Watching the irate crowd behind them, who dared not pursue, Lin Yia chuckled with unrestrained delight. I now comprehend why you say humans are harder to deal with than zombies. Wiping away the tears of laughter from her eyes, she mused that human greed rendered them far more perilous. However, individuals as foolish and greedy as they are seldom survive for long. Jisher was not averse to taking lives. Rather, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. The SUV continued its journey, arriving at a cigarette factory. Cigarettes? Useful? Lin Yia felt this seemed rather trivial, as neither Jisher nor Ji Jinping smoked, and Lin Jihai had long since quit. Just because it is of no use to us does not mean it lacks value for others. This is a fine commodity, especially for those with a nicotine addiction, Jisher remarked, not wishing to miss out. However, the factory's heavy doors were typically locked tight, appearing rather difficult to breach. After dispatching a few approaching zombies, Jisher discovered the factory's rear entrance. Although termed a back door, it was merely a small passage accommodating only 2 individuals at a time. He temporarily stored the vehicle in his spatial realm, and then took Lin Yia to stand at a distance behind an abandoned car. Bang! A forceful fireball shattered the locked door, and soon a small swarm of zombies rushed out from within. Jisher seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. The cries of the zombies dwindled, and while some water-type zombies attempted to extinguish the flames, their efforts were in vain. It was then that the two emerged from behind the car, blades in hand, to methodically dispatch the remaining zombies one by one. Although the cigarette factory was infested with zombies, it remained relatively clean throughout. Jisher locked the small door from the inside once more and retrieved the vehicle from storage. Leading Lin Yia on a tour around the factory. Jisher, it seems there was a fire over there. Lin Yia pointed to a small building on the right, its structure reduced to a charred black. That place doesn't appear to be a warehouse. Jisher drove the car up to the 2-story building, where the large characters, though scorched to a dark brown, still revealed the words Quality Control Department. The zombies were burnt beyond recognition. Lin Yia observed a few blackened zombies emerging from the building, one of which was missing half its body, resembling something that had been blown apart. Yeah, you need not go down. Jisher opened the car door alone. As the grotesque appearance of the zombies was too disturbing, he wished to spare Lin Yia from the sight. A blackened zombie opened its mouth wide, its skin coated in charred tar that glimmered in the sunlight. Its grayish-white eyes bulged with fury, the eyelids completely burned away. Jisher had intended to slay it with his Tang Dao, but ultimately opted to incinerate it with his supernatural fire, reducing it to ashes. The other zombies fared little better, yet none exhibited any evolved abilities, allowing Jisher to dispose of them with ease. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from within the small building. Both of them, possessing keen hearing, noted the rhythmic knocking sound, which did not resemble anything a zombie would produce. Seeing Lin Yia's insatiable curiosity, Jisher took her hand and led her into the darkened building. The area was littered with charred corpses, their forms having melted into the ground, exuding a foul odor. Ji-Shi effortlessly pushed open a sliding door, from behind which the noise had originated. Behind several experimental tables, a slender figure leaned against one of them. Upon noticing their presence, the person slowly raised an arm. "Help me," the woman uttered, her hair disheveled, her voice hoarse from prolonged starvation. Beside her lay a shattered beaker, signifying that the sound had been hers. In the presence of a dying person, Ji-Shi and Lin Yi had no reason to stand idly by. "Thank you," the woman managed to utter as she accepted the water and bread Ji-Shi offered, her hunger evident. Ji-Shi noticed that the other side of her face was also burned, the wound appearing close to festering. Chapter 70. After circumventing the industrial zone, did you set them on fire? Ji-Shi inquired as he crouched before the woman. After witnessing the hideous zombies, her injuries seemed negligible in comparison. "Yes, it was me. They deserved it," the woman replied, her survival instinct palpable, yet her hatred was unmistakable. "Ji-Shi, we still have medicine, don't we?" Lin Yi prodded Ji-Shi. "Yes, I will retrieve it," he responded. Ji-Shi rose, and, after a brief moment, returned with 2 boxes of antibacterial anti-inflammatory medication. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Zhang Wenxin," the woman said, her face brimming with gratitude as she gazed at the 2 individuals. "You're welcome. Take this food. It may sustain you until the rescue team arrives," Ji-Shi remarked, tossing her a package of provisions along with several bottles of water. Initially, it was presumed that the woman would insist on their assistance. Yet she seemed to have no intention of imposing further, merely staring incredulously at the food. "You would give this to me?" she inquired. Fully aware of the dire circumstances outside and the preciousness of food and medicine, their generosity was astonishing. "I have faith that you will survive," Lin Yi responded, leaving this statement unelaborated as she followed Ji-Shi out, even remembering to close the sliding door behind them. The zombies were surprisingly incapable of operating such doors. How foolish. Zhang Wenxin could faintly hear the conversation between the striking young woman and the man outside, mentally committing their appearances to memory. Should fate allow her to cross paths with them again, she vowed to repay their kindness. The tobacco warehouse at the cigarette factory remained intact, filled to the brim with cigarettes, leading Ji-Shi to feel that their expedition was not in vain. "These cigarettes seem rather expensive, don't they?" Ji-Shi mused as he gathered the items, while Lin Yi engaged him in conversation, recalling that her father, Lin Jihai, had purchased this brand before he quit smoking. "Yes, this brand is particularly popular," Ji-Shi replied. Just as they were about to leave after collecting the cigarettes, they noticed Zhang Wenxin unsteadily supporting herself against the wall as she emerged. "You shouldn't go any further. If you have a destination, it's best to take a detour," she urged, having suddenly recalled something significant. Fortunately, the 2 had not yet departed. "Why?" Lin Yi asked. "Up ahead is the Jinxing plastic factory, which employs over 6,000 workers on alternating day and night shifts," Zhang Wenxin explained, her complexion appearing even more pallid under the sunlight. "This means there could be a substantial number of zombies inside." Ji-Shi instantly grasped the implication. The zombie virus had erupted in the dead of night. And if the factory was operational during the night shift, it was likely teeming with the undead. Zhang Wenxin nodded. "Aside from Jinxing Plastic, there are a few smaller factories nearby that also have night shifts." "I understand. Thank you for sharing this information. If you wish, we can escort you out of this industrial area. It may lead us to the rescue team sooner," Ji-Shi offered, recognizing the value of her insights. "Will I be a burden to you?" Zhang Wenxin asked, her heart racing at the prospect, knowing that the chances of rescue in the industrial zone were slim. "Once we reach safety, you'll have to rely on your own. We're merely passing through," Ji-Shi reassured her. "I would like that," Zhang Wenxin exclaimed, relieved at the thought of not having to remain alone in a place swarming with zombies. "Let us go? No matter what happens, just stay in the car," Lin Yi said, moving to support the unsteady Zhang Wenxin. Ji-Shi stepped outside, retrieving the vehicle from her view. "All right, thank you," she said gratefully. Zhang Wenxin suppressed the questions swirling in her mind and refrained from inquiring further. What could bring these 2 individuals here? Ji was perusing the map inside the car and realized that if they circumvented the nearby Jinxing Plastics factory, they would inevitably pass through a residential area. However, beyond that neighborhood lay a comprehensive market for automated agricultural machinery, a place he had previously noted. Intending to explore the types of equipment that could be procured for their space, the rice and wheat within their domain had already been harvested several times. The challenge remained how to transform them into flour and rice. The outside world was devoid of any living souls. Zhang Wenxin sat in the back of the vehicle, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, those who could hide had done so. But was Miss Zhang employed at the cigarette factory? Lin Yi sought to divert some of Zhang Wenxin's attention, understanding that this was a sorrowful topic. Zhang Wenxin shook her head. "I am from the Haitong City Research Institute. I was merely invited to the cigarette factory to give a lecture that day." The Haidong City Research Institute? Ji had heard of this place. Seemingly a joint venture pharmaceutical factory dedicated to the development of medicines and vaccines. I've heard of it. I understand that the personnel there are quite impressive, Ji remarked. Lin Ye had also heard from Lin Jihai that the individuals there were predominantly highly educated and often provided free instruction to various universities and enterprises. Unfortunately, such prowess is of little use now. By the way, are you two searching for someone? Zhang Wenxin casually inquired. We have a large family and have come out to find some edible supplies, Ji replied, feeling his response was quite candid. Yet you still left her with so much food. Zhang Wenxin felt a surge of gratitude towards these young individuals. It's nothing. We found some today, Lin Ye replied. During their conversation, the vehicle was nearing the residential area, yet Ji, who was driving ahead, faintly heard gunshots from outside. Outside the Wanhan community, 3 dark green trucks were laboriously advancing, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Even with the driver flooring the accelerator, it was nearly impossible to push through the dense horde of undead. Moreover, if they pressed forward recklessly, their vehicle might very well overturn. Should that happen, the rescue team and some survivors behind them would instantly become fodder for the zombies. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to this Wanheng community. It's crawling with zombies, not a single living person in sight, exclaimed a burly man clad in a dark green uniform. Captain, the distress signal cannot be sent out. There appear to be no other rescue teams nearby, reported Wang Xiaohai, the communication officer, his face wrought with anxiety. Despite his incessant attempts with the walkie-talkie, he could not reach anyone beyond their rescue team 3. Zhang Hongfei clenched his fists. Their rescue team comprised fewer than 100 individuals, whereas the zombies outside numbered nearly 2,000. Even if they were to shoot them one by one, the gunfire would only attract more of the undead, and their vehicle likely wouldn't hold out for long. Inside the truck were several survivors they had rescued, who now wept in despair. Let us fight back, exclaimed a rescue team member, driven by fear and hopelessness, as he opened the rear door and began to fire into the darkness outside. Despite the considerable height of their truck, the open cargo doors revealed only the heads of the zombies outside, yet this action incited the undead to become even more frenzied. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? Before Zhang Hongfei could rush forward, one of his teammates was yanked from the truck's cabin by the ravenous horde outside. Chapter 71. More than just luring zombies, blood splattered everywhere, as the man known as Old Lu was instantaneously torn to shreds. Bang! The cargo door slammed shut, and the one who reacted the quickest was Chen Yang, though his expression was far from pleasant. The moment the door had opened, he sensed the chilling aura of death. Despite his usual composure, despair clouded his mind with 2 words, it's over. Captain, a vehicle is approaching, came the driver's voice from the front. Zhang Hongfei peered outside with a flicker of hope, only to be met with disappointment. It was merely a small off-road vehicle passing in the distance. Honk the horn, and make them turn around immediately, Zhang Hongfei decisively commanded, knowing that if they had a chance to escape, it was now. Otherwise, that vehicle would surely succumb to the zombies before they could. The driver, gritting his teeth, pressed down on the horn. Ji sure had intended to leave, but upon hearing the blaring horn, he found himself intrigued by the 3 vehicles ahead. A warning signal? Lin Ye remarked, perceiving it as nothing more than an ordinary honk. Yet Ji sure insisted it was a retreat signal. Indeed, it was a warning of imminent danger, urging them to flee post-haste. Zhang Wenxin cast a scrutinizing glance at Ji sure. Such signals were not knowledge commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. And this young man exuded an aura of the extraordinary, likely a member of a rescue team. Ji sure had already brought the vehicle to a halt, producing a pair of binoculars from seemingly nowhere, which he handed to Lin Ye in the passenger seat. Wow, there are so many zombies, Lin Ye exclaimed as she peered through the binoculars, witnessing the 3 vehicles ensnared by the horde, trapped and doomed. If we could divert some of them, it might not be impossible. Ji sure's voice reached her, and she gasped. You can't possibly be thinking of going to rescue them? There are only 3 of us. The warning sound continued to blare, clearly attracting more zombies to the 3 vehicles. Indeed, should we attempt a rescue? Ji sure mused with a smile, though he had already resolved to take action. I believe there is still a chance for salvation. Lin Ye smiled in return. She could easily discern Ji sure's intentions. No matter how perilous the endeavor, she was willing to accompany him. Zhang Wenxin was at a loss for words as she watched Ji sure swiftly exit the vehicle to retrieve something from the trunk. He soon returned, announcing, there may be some bumps ahead. Please fasten your seatbelts. I am ready. I'm all set, Lin Ye replied, as the off-road vehicle sped towards the direction of the impending danger. Inside the olive green truck, the driver, who had been incessantly honking, suddenly froze in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is that vehicle heading straight for us? Driver Xiao Wu inquired, to which the response was, yes, it is coming. Regret weighed heavily on Lu in the front passenger seat. The warning horn was indeed not something the average person could comprehend. Yet, even without understanding, Why was that vehicle approaching a place teeming with zombies? Could they not see the perilous situation here? Xiao Wu, continue honking. Zhang Hongfei's brow furrowed deeply. What was going on with that SUV? As Xiao Wu, the driver, heard another distinct horn, he exchanged a glance with Lu, both awash with astonishment. That vehicle was certainly not oblivious. It was signaling to them. Captain, it's urging us to follow. Xiao Wu shouted. What? Zhang Hongfei, situated in the cargo area of the truck, might have missed the SUV's earlier sound, but at that moment, he distinctly heard the unmistakable alert of its horn. But how were they to follow? Wang Xiaohai and the others had their heads out the windows, watching intently. Was that vehicle coming to their rescue? A bitter smile crept across Zhang Hongfei's face as he shook his head. This is our first time being saved, yet it will surely be in vain. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes. Indeed, true feelings exist in this world. Thus, he continued to honk fervently, the sound conveying, "You all leave, don't mind us." Ji Shi found the sound amusing and ceased honking. He then rolled down the window and tossed something from beneath him out into the world. Zhang Wenxin couldn't see clearly at first, but soon noticed Ji Shi had thrown out several live chickens. Zombies are most attracted to the living. But in the absence of humans, they prioritize pursuing any living creature. Ji Shi had only tossed out 2 live chickens from their supplies. Yet the zombies several dozen meters away began to react, likely spurred by the opening of the window. Roar! One by one, the zombies turned and charged towards the SUV. However, Ji Shi showed no sign of retreating. It was only after the SUV had plowed through several zombies that he finally turned the vehicle around and pressed the button to open the trunk. The trunk of the SUV opened automatically, and the occupants of the 3 trucks watched in astonishment as dozens of chickens and ducks flew out. With this distraction, the encircling zombies began to shift, turning towards the SUV instead. Ji Shi had swapped positions with Lin Yi in the vehicle to allow Ji Shi to respond fully. Lin Yi took the wheel, unburdened by the traffic rules that normally plagued her in the apocalypse. Run, hurry. The people in the truck held their breath as the SUV neared encirclement by a throng of zombies, but just then, it suddenly surged forward. Boom. A large fireball was hurled from the window, striking several nearby zombies, which instantly ignited in flames. The fire consumed the zombies but did not extinguish immediately. Instead, it spread to those behind them. Zhang Hongfei watched this scene unfold with increasing intrigue. Who on earth were the occupants of that vehicle? It was his first encounter with someone who could annihilate zombies with fire-based abilities. Regardless of who the individual was, he felt immense gratitude. For their intention was to rescue them. Yeah, head that way. Ji Shi pressed the horn several times, and by now, a considerable number of zombies had been drawn to them, while some others had been diverted by the frenzied escape of the space chickens and ducks. It appeared that the 3 vehicles could now move. Lin Yi nodded. She had to admit that in this apocalyptic world, not adhering to traffic rules and not worrying about colliding with others felt liberating. She pressed the accelerator without hesitation until Ji Shi instructed her to halt in front of a park. What are you doing at the park? Zhang Wenxin could no longer contain her curiosity. Was their intention merely to attract zombies? Chapter 72. Who is he? Follow my command and evacuate swiftly. Zhang Hongfei seized the walkie-talkie from Wang Xiaohai's hands and called out to the 2 vehicles behind. Understood. But Captain, where are we heading? Xiao Wu's heart raced. For all the zombies were concentrated between them and the off-road vehicle. It was a straight road with no junctions to turn off, and behind them lay a dead end. Turn around. Did you not hear what I just said? Zhang Hongfei nearly delivered a sharp reprimand to Xiao Wu. Coordinated assault? Xiao Wu comprehended the meaning behind the horn signals, but was perplexed about how they were to collaborate in this endeavor. Keep up, Zhang Hongfei declared, as they had no other choice. Yes. Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. The 3 trucks cautiously advanced. But they soon noticed that the zombies tightly surrounding the vehicles seemed to be drawn away by something extraordinarily enticing, all rushing forward. Wait, that vehicle has stopped. Lao Lu, with keen eyes, was the first to spot the halted off-road vehicle, and to his astonishment, 3 individuals emerged from it. What on earth are they doing? Do they not value their lives? The park near Wanheng community had once been a place for leisurely strolls after meals. Although small, it was well equipped, with low walls connected by iron railings. Visitors had to follow the paths created by the railings to enter the park. Inside, there was a classical corridor adorned with intricately carved stone railings, and at its center stood a performance platform, towering at over half a person's height, accessible only by a stone staircase. Ji Shi was quite pleased with the terrain. At that moment, zombies had arrived at the iron railings. Yet they did not comprehend how to enter through the designated pathways, and were thus kept at bay. This will not do. If too many zombies gather, they will trample over one another to get in, Zhang Wenxin exclaimed, her scalp tingling at the sight of the densely packed zombies outside. Let us ascend. Ji Shi pointed to the roof of the corridor. He and Lin Yi were fine, but they needed to ensure Zhang Wenxin found a relatively safe spot. And the roof was undoubtedly the safest place. And what about you? Zhang Wenxin inquired. Do not worry, we will be safe. Lin Ye unconditionally trusted Ji Shi, while Zhang Wenxin was already positioned above. At that moment, Ji Shi wasted no time and conjured an enormous fireball aimed at the increasingly dense horde of zombies at the entrance. The more concentrated the zombies became, the more effective his attack proved to be. Zhang Wenxin, witnessing the entrance engulfed in flames, couldn't help but feel astonished. This individual's supernatural ability was formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Shi retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline from the space beneath the corridor and poured a circle around the base of the elevated platform. Outside the park, the road was completely blocked by zombies. Zhang Hongfei noticed that the black SUV was parked next to another entrance of the park, a vehicle access point rather than a pedestrian entrance. Suddenly, he comprehended the intentions of the vehicle's owner and shouted, "Find a way to open this door and get inside." At the iron fence, several zombies finally managed to breach the flames and squeeze through. Ji Shi and Lin Ye stood back to back at the lower end of the corridor, quietly awaiting the arrival of the zombies. It appeared they had entered. Ji Shi remarked as he observed the slowly opening door at the other entrance. His certainty stemmed from the knowledge that they had no other choice. You calculated that perfectly, Lin Ye praised, admiring Ji Shi's perpetual calmness and ability to make optimal decisions. Now, let's see how formidable their combat capabilities are. Ji Shi referred to the rescue team. During the initial chaos of his previous life, he and Lin Ye had also been rescued from the throes of zombies by the very same team, with some members falling victim to the horde while attempting to save them. Thus, he felt a sense of gratitude towards these individuals, even though he was not in Haitong City in his past life. With a roar, several zombies lunged simultaneously. Ji Shi swung his tang knife, swiftly decapitating 3 zombies, while 2 more fell victim to his fireball. Lin Ye also dispatched 2 zombies with her weapon. Be cautious, many more are coming. Lin Ye, well protected by Ji Shi and with stone barriers on both sides, found herself adept at handling the situation. Boom. Ji Shi placed his hand on a stone barrier, and a fiery serpent ignited along its length. The zombies attempting to crawl over the barrier would be engulfed in flames before reaching them, turning to ash. Lin Ye utilized her water-based abilities to push back the surging zombies, alleviating much of the pressure on them. The occupants of the 3 vehicles that had entered the park witnessed the 2 figures battling zombies in the corridor. At that moment, both survivors and rescue team members were rendered speechless in shock. Were there truly only 2 individuals? Just 2, facing such an overwhelming number of zombies, wielding supernatural powers and cold weapons? What are you waiting for? Hurry and help, Zhang Hongfei commanded. Yes, the 3 trucks were maneuvered closer to the corridor, and the small windows around the trucks were opened, revealing dark, menacing gun barrels aimed at the swarming zombies. The rescue team's efforts significantly alleviated the pressure on the 2 individuals. However, as the horde of zombies continued to swell, Ji Shi seized the opportune moment to hurl a massive fireball, which sent the surrounding zombies tumbling backward. Simultaneously, Lin Ye utilized her water abilities to temporarily push back the zombies on the opposite side. In the next moment, Lin Ye found herself in Ji Shi's arms. As he leaped onto the elevated platform at the heart of the park, with a resounding crash, the stone steps of the platform shattered under the impact of the fireball, preventing the incoming zombies from ascending, while simultaneously encircling the platform in a tight throng. It is time, Lin Ye declared. Ji Shi nodded in agreement, unleashing his fire abilities to ignite the gasoline surrounding the platform. In an instant, flames nearly 2 meters high engulfed the area, the silhouettes of the zombies dancing amidst the flickering firelight, only to be reduced to ashes as the flames gradually subsided. How did he manage to incinerate a zombie so swiftly, even with gasoline? Wang Xiaohai murmured from within the truck. Zhang Hongfei suddenly felt the inadequacy of the gun in his hands. Despite also possessing fire abilities, there was a stark contrast between him and the individual outside. Regardless, let us first eliminate these wretched creatures, someone shouted, resuming their aim at the zombies beyond. Ji Shi's method had successfully incinerated nearly 400 zombies, prompting Lin Ye to nearly applaud in admiration. However, at that moment, a wooden zombie managed to ascend the platform. Furthermore, several mutated zombies leaped up as well. Chapter 73, Ascending Together 4 in total. Ji Shi leaped into action, swiftly dispatching the wooden zombie with his Tang Dao, leaving only 4 mutated zombies remaining. Noticing that Lin Ye was confronted by a golden mutated zombie, Ji Shi quickened his pace. Fortunately, the mutated zombies lacked agility in wielding their abilities. Their enhancements lay primarily in their physical speed and flexibility, thus making them relatively easy for Ji Shi to slay. Lin Ye remained composed, evading the golden zombie's claw strikes and successfully severing one of its wrists. With a resounding crash, a water sphere propelled the golden zombie off the platform, immediately followed by Ji Shi's rapid throw of a fireball, thoroughly obliterating the creature. The battle in the park raged on for nearly an hour, leaving the area beneath the platform charred and blackened. Ji-Shur had lost count of how many zombies he had incinerated. But he knew that both he and Lin Ye were on the verge of leveling up. "You are both incredible," Zhang Wenxin remarked as she was assisted down from the eaves, her legs still trembling. Finally, 3 trucks opened their doors, and a bearded man stepped out, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Zhang Wenxin. "Wenxin, is it really you, brother?" Zhang Wenxin replied incredulously, tears streaming down her face as she could hardly believe she was seeing her elder brother again. "Wenxin, I have finally found you," Zhang Hongfei exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. He had requested a search in this area, knowing that his sister Zhang Wenxin had arrived here just a day before the apocalypse. Having lost hope, he never imagined they would be reunited. "It was the 2 of them who saved me." During the conversation between Zhang Wenxin and the others, numerous individuals emerged from the truck. Many of the rescued survivors hesitated to disembark, for the park was strewn with the grotesque remains of zombies. "Thank you. You have saved us all." Zhang Hongfei expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he approached Ji-Shur and Lin Ye. "It's our duty as citizens to help," Ji-Shur replied, embodying the demeanor of a commendable citizen, which earned him considerable admiration. The rescue team members behind Zhang Hongfei stepped forward to express their thanks, exclaiming, "Without you, we would surely have perished today." Upon closer inspection, Old Lu realized just how youthful these 2 individuals were. "Not at all. Without your efforts, our success would have been arduous," Ji-Shur humbly countered, acknowledging the numerous zombies that had met their end by his and Lin Ye's hands. After all, these rescue team members were survivors of the disaster, selected for their prowess in overcoming such adversity. "Allow me to formally introduce ourselves. We are the Haitong City Rescue Team, a division of the former People's Army of Xia Country. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Hongfei," he stated, saluting with a crisp military gesture. "This is my wife, Lin Ye." Ji-Shur hesitated before adding. Zhang Hongfei nodded in acknowledgement. "Next, we must escort the 183 survivors we rescued today to the shelter in Haitong City, which is quite secure. We welcome your presence among us." Zhang Hongfei had resolved to request special provisions for Ji-Shur and Lin Ye, but to his surprise, the young man shook his head in refusal. "We have family waiting for us at home. We cannot go to the shelter just yet. Thank you for your kindness, brother." They came out to help their family look for food. Zhang Wenxin interjected hastily. "Where are your family? Perhaps we could assist in bringing them along," Zhang Hongfei queried. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the duo, it was evident that these 2 had struggled to procure some chickens and ducks, yet they had chosen to rescue others instead. "We can proceed on our own later," Ji-Shur responded, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of sympathetic and guilty gazes. He and Lin Ye had other matters to attend to. After further persuasion from Zhang Hongfei and the team, it became clear that Ji-Shur and Lin Ye were resolute in their decision, and thus, they reluctantly acquiesced. Surely, with Ji-Shur's abilities, bringing his family to the shelter would not pose a significant challenge. Once the rescue team departed, and Zhang Wenxin reunited with her family, the 2 could finally turn their attention to the most crucial task ahead, extracting crystal cores. At this juncture, the populace remained oblivious to the existence of crystal cores within the zombies, and even those who had seen them were unaware of their potential. Ji-Shur pierced the skulls of the fallen undead with the tip of his blade, extracting gleaming crystal cores from within. Meanwhile, Lin Ye rummaged through the ashes left by Ji-Shur's fire. "I noticed many zombies were shot along that road. We could collect those as well." Ji-Shur wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the value in seizing every opportunity in such times. Due to the sweltering heat, Ji-Shur had even fetched an umbrella from his space to shield Lin Ye from the sun. Nevertheless, they would periodically retreat to their secluded space to rest for a while. "The heat is becoming increasingly oppressive. Perhaps you could take our father out to assist you in the digging," Lin Ye suggested. In the kitchen space, Xi Jinping gazed tenderly at his son and daughter-in-law. He prepared a refreshing smoothie using previously frozen ice cubes, fruits, and jam, and served it to them. "No need, Dad." Even while at home, Xi Jinping could easily be led to the park where they were, but doing so would mean he could only accompany them. "Indeed, Dad, we are almost done. There's no need for concern." After enjoying a bowl of fruity smoothie, Lin Ye felt much better, and the sight of the small box of crystal cores she and Ji-Shur had gathered filled her with a sense of accomplishment. When Lin Fanqing entered the space for lunch, he was taken aback by the sight of a full box of crystal cores. Did my sister and brother-in-law do this together? In their neighborhood, they could gather only a few dozen crystal cores in a day, yet this box contained at least over 1,000. Yes, Ye and Ji-Shur are in their room, aiming for advancement. Please don't disturb them, Xi Jinping chuckled. What? Advancement? Lin Fanqing felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Everyone seemed to be advancing, yet he remained stagnant. Lin Ye successfully advanced to the second level of water abilities. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Ji-Shur beside her, still in the midst of his advancement. Not daring to interrupt, she waited quietly in the room. It turned out that during the advancement, one could sense everything around, including Lin Fanqing's lamentations and the sounds of clucking ducks and chickens. But one had to concentrate to maintain focus and avoid wandering thoughts. Lin Yi felt the surge of water abilities within her, and the fatigue from the park had vanished. Her senses sharpened. It seems Ye has also succeeded. Ji Shi's sudden voice startled Lin Yi. He had successfully advanced to the third level of fire abilities. Yes, it's a success. The feeling is completely different. Lin Yi was not entirely clear about the classifications of abilities. She only knew from Ji Shi that the first advancement meant reaching the second level. Chapter 74. Agricultural Automation Machinery, that's wonderful. Ji Shi felt their journey was worthwhile, and they were now preparing to head to the nearby agricultural automation market. As they opened the door and stepped outside, they were met with envious glances. Ji Shi, yeah, are you hurt? Mom can help treat you, Tang Jingru inquired. She had fallen in love with her healing abilities, relishing the feeling of watching wounds mend under her care. Just a minor scrape. It's nothing serious, Ji Shi began to reply, but Tang Jingru pulled him onto a stone bench in the yard for a thorough examination. That won't do. There are too many unsanitary places outside. I must ensure you're healed. Tang Jingru placed her hand over Ji Shi's elbow, and within moments, the scrape visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Thank you, Mom. Ji Shi had to admit that the sensation of being healed was quite pleasant. Don't mention it. In the future, no one is allowed to have any wounds. After Tang Jingru finished speaking, Lin Jihai smiled helplessly. Over the past few days, his wife had been fervently practicing zombie hunting with them, eagerly waiting to attend to anyone in the team who might be injured, displaying even more enthusiasm than during her time at the hospital. Master, how many zombies have you slain in the past couple of days? Let Xiaoduan calculate when I might advance. Chu Xiaoduan's desire for progression was no less fervent than Lin Fanqing's. How many zombies? I can't recall. Next time, I'll take you out for some fun, Ji Shi replied, eliciting great joy from Chu Xiaoduan. Although they were unaware of what advancing entailed, they could clearly see Ji Shi's remarkable strength after reaching the second level, not having lingered too long in the spatial realm. Ji Shi and Lin Yi emerged to find that it was already approaching dusk. The zombies in the vicinity had likely been drawn away by their activities earlier in the day, leaving the agricultural automation marketplace relatively deserted. Lin Yi attempted to conjure a second-level water sphere, which promptly struck the right shoulder of a wind-type zombie, causing it to sag. She then tried to hit the zombie's head with the water sphere. While it did not kill the creature outright, it shattered its skull. That is quite impressive, Ji Shi remarked. In his past life, few water-type ability users dared to confront zombies directly, and Lin Yi's water abilities were remarkably powerful, now capable of producing a water column as thick as her calf. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded vigorously. She could see her own progress. And even if she couldn't yet defeat a zombie in one blow, she certainly would not feel disheartened. The agricultural automation marketplace showcased a variety of machines, and with no staff to guide them, the two could only explore while reading the brief descriptions nearby. An automatic flour processing machine? You simply throw harvested wheat into this large container, and it automatically separates the straw from the grains, allowing the grains to proceed to the next hulling stage, resulting in flour? How advanced? Lin Yi exclaimed in wonder, realizing how far agricultural automation had come. Yes, I've collected them all. Ji Shi stored several flour processing machines along with a large rice processing machine into his spatial realm. Moreover, this machinery could operate on a hybrid of oil and electricity, ensuring long-term, stable functionality. These automatic irrigation machines are excellent as well, but unfortunately, we have no need for them, Lin Yi remarked, pointing to several brand-new irrigation devices, as the crops in their spatial realm did not require watering. Since we are here, it would be wasteful not to take them. Without hesitation, Ji Shi collected them into his space, reasoning that his spatial utilization was less than 1%, and these machines were neither cumbersome nor space-consuming. The agricultural automation marketplace also housed several shops selling seeds, and Ji Shi eagerly acquired them all. Lin Yi was particularly taken with a large automated storage facility, primarily dedicated to agricultural product storage, where a complete system could even be installed with robots capable of retrieving and placing goods on the shelves. This is wonderful. I've gained valuable knowledge. Ji Shi's eyes brightened at the sight of the store, which boasted an entire storage system. The shelves were perfectly proportioned, adorned with neatly arranged storage boxes, while several robots operated efficiently, making it an ideal fit for his space. He dedicated an entire hour to disassembling the entire storage system and stowing it away, including the storage boxes and specialized bags for agricultural products from the small warehouse at the back of the shop. The two wandered through the agricultural automation marketplace until darkness fell, eventually entering the space from the second floor of a shop. Inside, the family was engrossed in examining the various machines and supplies Ji Shi had collected. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping and Lin Jihai had already moved the automatic rice processing machine to the front of the field, commencing the processing of the piled rice. It's coming out.
The rice is really coming out, Lin Jihai exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight, as it was his first time witnessing such rice processing. Haha, the flour will be out soon too. This is so convenient. Ji Jinping nodded in agreement. What is this? Lin Fanqing inquired, eyeing a bicycle-shaped machine, of which Ji Shi had collected several, all lined up. It appears to be a generator, Ji Shi replied, designed for our physical exercise. Lin Ye approached, expressing uncertainty. Lin Fanqing hopped on and pedaled a couple of times, only to discover that the adjacent battery indeed lit up. How marvelous. I want to try too, Chu Xiaoduan exclaimed, finding a machine to sit on. Unfortunately, her legs were too short, and after Lin Fanqing adjusted the seat lower, she could finally reach the pedals. These batteries proved to be incredibly useful. They could also be removed and taken out as backup power sources. Ji Shi had initially been attracted to these batteries, realizing that when they were outside and unable to access the space, they could utilize these batteries. The fitness aspect was secondary. However, seeing Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoduan enjoying themselves, he refrained from saying anything further, as he needed to prepare for the installation of the storage system. The preservation of food not only requires ample space, but also an impeccably clean environment. Thus, he chose a plot of land situated far from the temporary pasture. A row of blue iron racks soared into the air under his control, descending steadily onto the ground. With 67-tiered racks, he arranged them into 3 rows. Next, he merely needed to connect the wiring to the photovoltaic panels and configure the system. While Ji Shi was busy, the family remained industrious. Several grain processing machines were overseen by Lin Jihai and Ji Jinping, while Lin Ye and Tang Jingru ventured to the vegetable and fruit gardens to harvest produce. Meanwhile, Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoduan were still energetically pedaling, determined to see who could fill a battery first. Chapter 75. Expanding the team. Ji Shi observed them laboring diligently behind him, deciding to momentarily disregard their antics. The prosperity and growth of the space relied heavily on spiritual energy. Ever since acquiring crystal cores, he had been absorbing them into the space daily. The space had already undergone an upgrade. Just a few days prior, he had tested it, discovering that approximately 100 crystal cores needed to be absorbed each day to maintain the jade sphere's vibrant green hue. This time, Ji Shi placed 300 ordinary crystal cores on the formation before the jade sphere, eager to test whether absorbing such a volume in one go would eliminate the need for daily replenishment of spiritual energy in the coming days. In an instant, the 300 crystal cores vanished from the formation, imparting an unprecedented sense of financial gain to Ji Shi, as if he were providing for a family. And this space represented their home. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the two finally returned to the Century Garden community, only to discover that the gate they had painstakingly secured had been dismantled. It infuriates me. They claim we intentionally barred their exit, that we covet the resources outside, and a few have conspired to remove the door. The absence of the door was something Lin Fanqing realized only that morning. You all cleared the zombies around the community, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Ji Shi understood that the community was now largely secure, and with the zombies gone from outside, those who had been confined for so long felt a surge of motivation to venture out in search of food. Hee, we were just sitting idle. But Zhang Yong and Ning Xia are truly fierce. They've been slaying zombies as if on a rampage, and Sister Hualing, she's been vomiting 8 times a day. One might think she's expecting. Lin Fanqing hastily changed the subject, aware that Ji Shi's suggestion for everyone to hunt zombies within the community was for their safety. Yet he led them outside, uncertain if his brother-in-law would reprimand him. Lin Ye shot Lin Fanqing a disapproving glance and retorted, Hualing is simply fastidious. What do you mean by expecting? I think you're just itching for trouble. I dare not. I was merely describing it. Lin Fanqing had specifically gone to the entrance to welcome the two back. Now, having returned to the 11th floor, he and Ji Shi encountered Zhao Hualing and others, who had just finished slaying zombies and were resting. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing the two. Yeah, you're finally back. I can kill zombies now, Zhao Hualing exclaimed, pulling Lin Ye along. You're already more formidable than many others, Lin Ye replied with a smile, recounting the events they had faced over the past few days. Now that you're back, I can breathe easy. We've all been quite worried about you. Zhao Yu felt that Lin Jihai and his wife, along with Ji Jinping, were remarkably composed. Ji Shi and his companion had been out of contact for 3 days, and even he had struggled to sleep at night due to worry. You simply do not know my son's capabilities. As his in-laws, I am naturally at ease, Ji Jinping explained, concerned that Zhao Yu might harbor doubts. Apologies for worrying you, Uncle Zhao, Ji Shi responded, feeling gratified to learn that Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing had been diligently slaying zombies, for he did not tolerate idleness within his team. Ji Shi, I encountered Zhao Qin and Dong Wenguang. They wished to join forces with us, but I turned them down. Zhang Yong hesitated before approaching Ji Shi, who was admiring the view from the balcony. Ji Shi had been surveying the surroundings of the community from the northern balcony, and upon being interrupted by Zhang Yong, He inquired, "Why did you refuse them?" "Ah, I merely feared causing you trouble. Your treatment here is so commendable." Zhang Yong genuinely wished to reunite with his former security team, yet he harbored concerns regarding Ji Shi's reluctance, particularly given the exorbitant prices of food nowadays. Is Dong Wenguang still alive? Ji Shi recalled that Zhang Yong had a decent relationship with Dong Wenguang, although neither of them had shown much fondness for him in the past. Moreover, Dong Wenguang had not spoken in the group since the apocalypse. Ji Shi had presumed him deceased. He is indeed alive. It seems he was delirious from a fever for several days, but he has now become a fire-type ability user. Zhang Yong exclaimed joyfully. "Very well, bring them over tomorrow, and inform them that I welcome my former comrades," Ji Shi stated. Zhang Yong remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how he had overlooked Ji Shi's loyalty before. "They have quite the appetite," Zhang Yong remarked. "What, do you doubt my ability to provide for them?" Ji Shi chuckled, amused at how he had never realized the endearing nature of Zhang Yong's thoughts. Although the security team members each possessed distinct traits, he knew them well enough. If he were to expand his ranks, these individuals would be ideal. "Of course not. I extend my gratitude on their behalf." Zhang Yong cheerfully departed from the balcony. "I recall you weren't particularly fond of those two previously?" Lin Yiya inquired as she joined him on the balcony. Ji Shi smiled. Zhang Yong is merely a bit of a hothead, enamored with appearances, yet he is fundamentally a decent person. He remembered an occasion when Zhang Yong and Dong Wenguang had valiantly intervened to protect a pregnant woman from assailants, willingly paying for her hospital expenses, amounting to several thousand yuan. Such individuals are not inherently flawed. Regrettably, in his past life, he had chosen to overlook these deeds. That evening, the passionate Zhang Yong returned with a few individuals, including Zhao Qin and Dong Wenguang, as well as Wang Guoqiao, a water-type ability user. The trio appeared somewhat apprehensive, fully aware they were here to feast under Ji Shi's auspices. "Xiao Wu should also be at home. Let us fetch him tomorrow," Ji Shi suggested. This floor was now devoid of inhabitants, and each apartment was available for occupancy. The boys and girls would be separated to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness. "Xiao Wu. It's wonderful to hear he is still alive." Everyone in the security team adored the affable Xiao Wu. His charm was something Ji Shi could only aspire to match. "However, I heard that those who ventured out today have yet to return. They mentioned heading to the large supermarket," Zhao Qin remarked. "It is fortuitous you all have arrived. Remember not to venture out casually tonight. We shall assess the situation in the morning." Ji Shi instructed Lin Fanqing to use her abilities to open the door of the neighboring apartment, which had been vacated of corpses, all of which he had incinerated. A simple cleanup was all that was required. "Guoqiao has water. We can manage ourselves," Zhao Qin stated as he located several buckets and cloths, unwilling to let others clean up after them. "Indeed, we shall handle it ourselves," Dong Wenguang concurred. "Very well, I shall bring you some food shortly," Ji Shi promised. True to his word, within half an hour, Zhang Yong returned, bearing several boxes of instant noodles, canned meats, and bags of marinated chicken legs. "It is late now. Let us consider this a midnight snack," he declared. After Zhang Yong finished speaking, several individuals found their mouths watering. Chapter 76, Expanding the Team 2 that night. Xuan Ningxia was awakened by a familiar sound of barking. Since the apocalypse, her sleep had been quite light, easily disturbed by any noise. Was it Changsheng? Realizing the sound came from next door, Xuan Ningxia instinctively made her way to the living room. "Go back to sleep, sister." Ji Shi just said there are a few zombies in the neighborhood. Zhang Yong had just hung up the intercom from Ji Shi in the living room. "A few zombies?" Zhao Yu also woke up, still looking half asleep. "They've torn down the doors. How can there not be zombies?" Zhao Hualing said, then walked to the balcony to look down with Xuan Ningxia. Those with abilities had excellent night vision, but upon looking down, both their drowsiness vanished. Goodness, this was not just a few zombies. In the corridor below, in the wilted garden, and even on the trash building, zombies were everywhere. Many of them had raised their heads, staring upwards with their white eyes at the onlookers. Screams and panicked cries echoed, contrasting sharply with the growls of the zombies below. The glass doors downstairs were surrounded by the undead, with some even throwing debris at the building with their powers. "Didn't they say there weren't many zombies outside? Isn't the rescue team almost here? Who agreed to open the gate? Wasn't Captain G and the others locking the door for our safety? What good does it do to say this now? You were the ones who claimed they wanted to control the neighborhood. I saw it. It was Luo Hao and his gang who led these zombies here." Some survivors still in the building corridors were inquiring about the situation. But upon hearing the roars from below, they hurried back inside, locking their doors and windows tightly. Even though the glass doors of the lobby were usually kept shut, no one could guarantee how long they would hold. With a sudden assault from the mutated zombies, the lobby door of one of the buildings shattered, and the zombies surged in, drawn by the scent of humans. Goodness, what kind of master could attract so many zombies? Lin Fanqing leaned over the balcony, munching on barbecue that Ji Shi had retrieved from the space. They had been resting in the space for over a day, and now, witnessing the zombies below, They felt a surge of excitement. However, first, they needed to fill their stomachs. That's quite normal. The day before yesterday, we threw out a few chickens. And it attracted 2,000 zombies, Lin Yaya remarked. What is the plan for later? Lin Jihai inquired, noting the danger posed by so many zombies below. The safest position is on the second floor. Ji Shi recalled that none lived on the floors below theirs. Even those survivors fortunate enough to be on those levels had moved upstairs, as everyone believed that the higher you were, the safer it became. Understood. We'll head to the second floor balcony and confront the zombies, right? Lin Fanqing tossed aside her skewer, feeling even more admiration for her brother-in-law. Ji Shi always remained calm in emergencies, as if he had a solution for every calamity. Go to the second floor? Dong Wingguang and his companions were evidently filled with trepidation. The second floor was perilously close to the ground. Brothers, do not bring shame upon me. Do you not see those exquisite young ladies? They are merely a heartbeat away from digging for crystal cores with their bare hands. Zhang Yong declared. You must be jesting. Those ladies are too beautiful to engage in such acts, Dong Wingguang retorted, believing Zhang Yong was exaggerating. In any case, just follow along and refrain from disparaging anyone. Zhang Yong remarked with disdain towards the group, yet he was confident that in a few days, they would come to understand the gravity of the situation. In the dead of night, no one in the Century Garden community could find solace in sleep. Residents not only secured their doors and windows, but also fortified the gaps with anything that could serve as a barricade. They hoped that even if zombies approached, they would remain undetected and that a rescue team would arrive promptly. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the community, and flashes of fire illuminated the dark. The roars of zombies grew louder, but the source was not from beneath them. Curious, the residents climbed to their windows to witness the origin of the flames, spotting several individuals on the second floor of Building F. Among them, both men and women wielded their unique abilities to vanquish the undead. The figure at the center was familiar to them. It was Ji Shi, the captain of the community's security team. It's Ji Shi. He has begun to slay the zombies. However, the sheer number of zombies raised concerns about how long they could sustain this effort. Phew, all the zombies have converged on Building F. I was terrified. Ji Shi observed the progress of Xuan Ningxia and her companions over the past few days, noting their advancements surpassed his expectations. Xuan Ningxia had mastered the ability to manifest metallic spikes and precisely control them to pierce the heads of zombies. Even Lin Jihai had learned to manipulate the debris below to launch chaotic assaults on the undead. In a flash of light, Lin Fanqing surprisingly conjured a metallic shield to protect the group from a fireball attack. Hee, I pondered this yesterday, and to my astonishment, it has come to fruition today. Lin Fanqing exclaimed with pride. Ji Shi merely nodded, though he was inwardly astonished. Lin Fanqing had only reached the first level of metal abilities. Yet this metallic shield was a skill typically attainable only by third-level metal ability users in a previous life. It seemed that in this incarnation, including his fire abilities, they may all be benefiting from the effects of the cleansing elixir. Attempt to create wooden spikes. The principle is akin to that of metal. Ji Shi suggested to Zhao Hualing, who appeared somewhat at a loss. Having focused solely on close combat in recent days, she stood on the second floor, eyeing the zombies below without a clear course of action. Ji Shi's words, however, opened a new avenue for her. Indeed, all abilities follow their developmental patterns. Consider what forms your powers can manifest and which would be most detrimental to the zombies. Ji Shi instructed the group on the balcony amidst the cacophony of zombie roars. Physical endurance and close combat skills were fundamental, but the future belonged to the ability users. To ascend to higher echelons of power, one must seize this initial period of growth. The horde of zombies had amassed too greatly. Lin Yaya unleashed yet another water balloon, dispatching a wave of zombies. Wang Guoqiao stood at a distance, observing the skirmish. As he watched Lin Yaya's water ball in action, he was suddenly reminded of his own meager trickle. Why was there such a disparity between individuals? Gazing at the horde of zombies that were about to pile up like a human tower, Ji Shi conjured 2 fireballs with his hands, merging them into one before sending it crashing down upon the zombies below. Dong Wingguang, who also possessed fire abilities, was momentarily taken aback. Did his own small flame even warrant a display now? Chapter 77. Expanding the Team 3 that will suffice. Ji Shi retracted his powers, signaling the others to continue their practice. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Yet everyone found it a refreshing contrast to the putrid stench of the zombies. Even Zhang Yong, who was well aware of Ji Shi's prowess, was momentarily stunned. In just a few days, Ji Shi had grown this formidable? It was merely a level up. Noticing Zhang Yong's lingering confusion, Ji Shi raised an eyebrow and responded. If memory serves me right, you should have leveled up once already, correct? Yes, Zhang Yong inquired. Is this your second level up? Indeed, it is, Ji Shi admitted, not intending to conceal anything. The initial stages of ability advancement were relatively straightforward. The further one progressed, the more arduous it became. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, he surmised that there were yet to be any third-level ability users, and Zhang Yong's astonishment was entirely justified. With remarkable speed, Zhang Yong quietly retreated to the back. Shi Liang patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "People cannot be compared. Take it easy." Ji Shi was unsure how many zombies had infiltrated the community, but that night, no one remained idle. Aside from Lin Ye and a few others with ranged abilities. He had drawn some zombies into the first-floor hall, and, along with Zhang Yong, Shi Liang, and the newly recruited Zhao Qin, they battled until dawn. Although Zhao Hualing had only managed to slay 6 zombies, she felt quite satisfied, and even Zhao Yu had taken down a few. After sealing the first-floor hall doors with their abilities, Ji Shi finally led the group back to the 11th floor. Xiao Shuang was exhausted. Chu Xiao Shuang had depleted her powers and, in the first-floor hall, had also dispatched several zombies. At this moment, she was hanging beside Lin Ye. Ji Jinping opened the door for everyone. It was the first time Dong Wingguang and the others had visited Ji Shi's home, and their eyes widened at the sight of the spread laid out on the dining table and coffee table. "I knew you must all be weary. Come, enjoy some breakfast." Xi Jinping had prepared everything meticulously, even providing water and disinfectant for washing hands. "Thank you, uncle." Zhao Qin had heard from Zhang Yong about the good treatment here, but never anticipated such hospitality. It felt akin to a 5-star warmth of home. "Don't mention it. Our place is small. The dining table surely won't accommodate everyone, so feel free to sit around the coffee table," Xi Jinping said before heading back to the kitchen to bring out a large pot of congee made with preserved egg and lean meat. The congee gleamed white, its aroma mingling with the scent of meat, enhanced by the diced preserved eggs and chopped scallions, making Zhao Qin and the others, who had not eaten in a long time, nearly wished to swallow their bowls whole. "It's absolutely delicious." Zhao Yu has always believed that Xi Jinping's culinary skills are comparable to those of a Michelin-starred chef. In addition to the simple yet unpretentious porridge, the fried wontons and various cold dishes on the table are all crafted by Xi Jinping, each a delightful experience for the palate. The kitchen is abundant, and everyone is encouraged to indulge. One of Xi Jinping's greatest pleasures is witnessing his creations being thoroughly enjoyed, and now, the entire room is filled with satisfied silence as everyone relishes their warm breakfast. This scene fills him with a profound sense of accomplishment. After the meal, the group returned to their respective quarters to seize a moment of rest, with Zhang Yong also moving into Zhao Qin's room. Zhao Qin remarked, "Ji Shi has truly been generous to us, but if we continue eating like this, will there be enough food in the future?" Wang Guoqiao echoed this concern. "I worry too. Just this morning, we consumed 3 large pots of porridge, not to mention the dishes and eggs. I asked Ji Shi about this before, and he assured me that it is not our concern. We should simply focus on enhancing our skills," Zhang Yong replied, reclining comfortably on the sofa. After a hearty meal, his fatigue dissipated, and he soon drifted into a serene slumber. Observing Zhang Yong succumb to sleep so swiftly on the sofa, Zhao Qin and the others also felt drowsiness creeping in. The satiation from the food brought them joy, and they were unaware of how long they had slept. Upon waking, they noticed that the number of zombies outside had significantly diminished. Uncle Ji, Dong Wingguang, and the others hurried to Ji Shi's doorstep. Xi Jinping, who had remained at home, comforted them upon seeing their bewildered expressions. "They saw you resting and chose not to disturb you. You have only just begun, so there is no need for haste." Ji Shi and his family had already rested in the spatial realm for 7 or 8 hours. When they emerged, less than an hour had passed outside, but the others still needed rest. Thus, Ji Shi decided to take his family down to eliminate the zombies. Xue Ningxia and the others had just come down as well, but Ji Shi did not instruct Lin Fanqing to close the gate again, allowing the zombies in the community to continue pouring in. "Yeah, behind you at 6 o'clock." Ji Shi was engaged in combat with a gold-type zombie, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on his family. At that moment, a wood-type zombie was lunging toward Lin Ye from a diagonal rear position. The water ball struck the wood-type zombie, successfully bringing it down. However, the tendrils of the wood-type zombie continued to advance toward Lin Ye from both sides. With a resounding thud, Lin Ye slammed a water column into the ground, using the reaction force to propel herself into the air, evading the attack. The tendrils of the wood-type zombie were severed by her short knife as she landed deftly. And before the zombie could retaliate, Lin Ye swiftly charged at it and successfully dispatched it. The few who had just come down were momentarily stunned. "Is this the wealthy young lady that Ji Shi has married?" Lin Ye's serious little face showed no signs of panic, and it was only when Ji Shi praised her that she broke into a joyful smile. Ye had truly learned to apply her skills with finesse. The relentless onslaught of zombies shows no sign of abating, and several individuals have retreated to the hall for a moment of respite. This is largely attributed to your excellent instruction. Influenced by Ji Shi's emphasis on contemplating the nature of their abilities, Lin Ye has become significantly more adept at utilizing her powers to eliminate the undead. Ji-Shur affectionately ruffled Lin Ye's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. He was well aware of the countless hours she had devoted to practice in her space, seemingly never waiting for him to come to her defense, while also diligently striving on her own. Observing the sheer bliss radiating from their faces, Tang Jingru exchanged a glance with Lin Jihai. Look at you. You almost tore them apart back then. Tang Jingru couldn't resist remarking. I admit my fault, all right? Lin Jihai responded with a hint of resignation, realizing he had underestimated his son-in-law's capabilities, especially since Ji-Shur had been sincerely devoted to Ye all along. Ji-Shur, we're late. Zhao Qin finally approached along with the other two, noting that even Zhang Yong and Shi Liang had arrived earlier. It's fine. I instructed them not to wake you. Maintaining a clear mind while dealing with zombies is crucial, and rest is essential, Ji-Shur replied nonchalantly. Chapter 78. Expanding the team. Foreseeing that Ji-Shur and everyone else were in agreement, the three felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, Ji-Shur added, we must retrieve Xiao Wu by the end of today. Today? But can we actually get out? Zhang Yong couldn't help but inquire. Of course we can. Ji-Shur assured him, having already dispatched Chu Xiaoduan to survey the surroundings from the rooftop using her wind-based powers. As long as they acted swiftly, they would not be overwhelmed by the zombies. Although Zhao Qin was an ordinary person without abilities, he had previously fought alongside Dongwen Guang against the undead. And having trained under Ji-Shur's guidance before the apocalypse, he was not lagging behind when it came to combating zombies. Before their break could conclude, Zhao Qin enlisted Lin Fanqing to let a few zombies in, and they began to dispatch them within the hall. Dongwen Guang and Wang Guoqiao were both ability users. Yet they clearly had yet to master their powers, resorting to using knives instead. In fact, they are doing much better than we did at the beginning, Tang Jingru whispered, recalling how hesitant they had been in their initial encounters with zombies. Shi Liang, a speed-type ability user, exhibited a noticeably quicker response while dispatching the undead. Having now engaged in this for 5 consecutive days, his composure unshaken by the sight of blood spraying from the slain zombies. All right, let us continue, Ji-Shur declared as everyone gathered, feeling that the earlier skirmish had merely been an appetizer. Just then, the radio on Ji-Shur's person crackled to life. Is it Xiaoduan? Lin Ye asked, recalling that Chu Xiaoduan was still on the rooftop to keep an eye on the vicinity of their community. Could there be a looming danger? Master, trouble is brewing. A horde of zombies is heading this way. Chu Xiaoduan had been enjoying the buoyancy bestowed by her wind powers, humming a tune, when she spotted a large group of zombies approaching from a distance while puncturing a box of her favorite strawberry milk with a straw. The horde of zombies appeared to number at least 3,000. She immediately contacted Ji-Shur. With 3,000 of them and so few of us. Lin Jihai furrowed his brow. Do we simply have to hide? Not all 3,000 will come here, Ji-Shur decided. In any case, the plan has changed. We won't go out for now. Originally, he had intended to lead everyone into the community to combat the zombies once they were all gathered. But that was no longer feasible. It's likely that closing the community gate now would be futile, Lin Fanqing remarked. That gate won't hold back so many zombies. The group ascended the stairs, their minds heavy with worry. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they encountered a shy girl wearing glasses, lingering in the corridor. Ji-Shur recognized her as a student living below them, who had just returned home for the summer to be with her mother, a cleaner at a housekeeping company. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses to mask her anxiety, clutching a laptop tightly in her hands. Who are you? Tang Jingru approached and asked. My name is Han Xinlei. I live downstairs and I need your help, Han Xinlei said, her face flushing. She felt an overwhelming aura of strength emanating from the group, rendering her instinctively nervous. In truth, she always felt anxious speaking to strangers, let alone in front of so many. What do you need? Ji-Shur inquired. Curious as the girl didn't appear to be seeking food. I was hoping to borrow some electricity. My laptop is completely dead and without power. I can't connect to the community's local network, Han Xinlei explained in one breath. She knew they had electricity. A local network? Lin Fanqing expressed her interest. It was intriguing that someone still cared about such matters under the current circumstances. This girl was rather interesting. Yes, although satellite communications are down, the local network is still operational. Many survivors in the community have joined this network. I can't manage to get any power myself, Han Xinlei excitedly conveyed. Come with us. We have electricity. Ji-Shur gestured for everyone to enter the house. Han Xinlei, overjoyed at this news, quickly expressed her gratitude and followed them inside. As it turned out, Han Xinlei was a computer science student. After the signal was lost in the apocalypse, she utilized her skills to establish a local network. Just a few days prior, she had gone door to door informing everyone they could join, but now she was without power. Can this local network broadcast messages? Ji-Shur asked. Han Xinlei nodded yes, but only residents of the community can see them. Due to the power outage, everyone's devices had become precious, and they had agreed on a specific time each day for online communication, which just happened to be now. That will suffice. May I use it? I have something important to inform, Ji Shi requested. Of course, Han Xinlei was well aware of Ji Shi's significance. He was someone for whom the entire community felt gratitude. Ji Shi retrieved a backup power source from his home, allowing Han Xinlei to log into the local network. The local area network interface appeared quite rudimentary, yet it displayed the number of online users, which astonishingly reached 98. The chat interface filled with messages from the 98 participants caught the attention of Ji Shi and others, who observed with interest. Did you see that? They are the true supernatural beings. My flames can only serve as a mere lighter. Does anyone have water? We could trade half a bun for a barrel. On the nth day of nearing starvation, I may very well cease to exist in the next moment. It seems my neighbor has turned into a zombie, incessantly pounding the wall every second. What dedication. Ji Shi then posted a message in the chat. Greetings, everyone. I am Ji Shi. I regret interrupting, but there is a horde of zombies approaching the community from Fuqiang Road. Preliminary estimates suggest there are over 3,000 zombies, and there may be even more behind them. If we do nothing, our community is likely to become a gathering ground for these creatures. Over 3,000 zombies? Han Xinlei widened her eyes in astonishment. This was the suburbs. Ji Shi and his group had nearly cleared out the previous zombies. Where did this multitude come from? However, Ji Shi subsequently revealed a phone that clearly captured the horde of zombies. Master, how was my photography? Chu Xiaoshuang inquired, seeking praise. Excellently done, Ji Shi replied, gesturing for Han Xinlei to share the photo in the group, as everyone remained in a state of disbelief, more accurately, a state of fear. It's all over. Let it be destroyed. We cannot win this battle. Next time, don't let me see Luo Hao and his group. They are the ones who opened our gate. Captain Ji, what should we do now? Yes, what shall we do? I don't want to die. Chapter 79. Surrounded by zombies, there are quite a few people here. You're impressive, girl. Lin Fanqing noticed that many participants were discussing their exploits, mostly expressing astonishment and envy at their prowess in slaying zombies, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Not at all. I merely wish to assist everyone. Han Xinlei felt elated, as her local area network proved beneficial in Ji Shi's hands. My family and friends also reside in this community. With zombies approaching, we must resist, but we need everyone's help. Upon hearing Ji Shi's words, the 98 online users erupted with enthusiasm. Just tell us what assistance you need. We will do what we can. We can't do anything. We're too afraid to kill zombies. We're too scared to go outside. Either way, if we don't resist, we'll die eventually. Captain Ji, just say the word. I will do what I can. Reactions varied among the participants, yet Ji Shi felt satisfied with the response. He swiftly typed again. Given the potential size of the zombie horde, if we can lure them all to building F, it won't hold out for long against the onslaught. Therefore, I only need your help to attract the zombies. There's no need to venture outside. I understand. You want everyone to distract them, right, brother-in-law? Lin Fanqing also realized that they had previously focused solely on the endless onslaught of zombies, neglecting to utilize the resources available within their community. Well, it depends on whether everyone is willing to cooperate, Ji Shi remarked. The dialogue box on the computer screen fell silent for several seconds, leaving the group wondering if the local network had failed. Finally, someone responded. Is it sufficient to stand on the balcony? My apartment is on the 6th floor. Surely the zombies cannot reach me? I am still a bit frightened. This is simple. I fear them not. No way. I would have nightmares if I saw them. My unit faces east, so I can only go next door. Yes, just standing on the balcony will suffice. If anyone possesses special abilities, they could also practice them there. The zombies cannot ascend, but beware of the vine-like zombies. Ji Shi was uncertain if this method would be effective, yet at the very least, it posed no danger to the residents of the complex, making it worth a try. I can help too. And my mother can as well. Han Xinlei interjected. We don't need anyone to lure the zombies from building F for now. Thank you. Ji Shi replied, lacking any ulterior motive. However, Han Xinlei appeared greatly disheartened, seemingly petrified in place. Lin Yiya, feeling sympathetic, quickly added, even if you cannot lure zombies, there are other ways you can assist. Han Xinlei nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I can help with anything. Oh, and my mother too. Ji Shi suddenly recalled something and asked, were you the ones who cleared the zombie bodies in the hallway? Han Xinlei wanted to inquire how he knew this, but felt too shy to ask. Instead, she replied, it was my mother and me. She said that you not only saved our lives, but also work hard to eliminate zombies, so we should contribute what we can. My mother used to be a cleaner. She can't stay idle and hopes we haven't caused you any trouble. Ah, so it was you. No trouble at all. We are grateful, Ji Shi responded. Lin Fanqing noticed that their building's floors and stairwells were significantly cleaner than others, suggesting that someone had tidied up recently, an effort by the girl and her mother. All right. Let us save the thanks for later. We must prepare. Ji Shi had been attentively observing Changxing's reactions, just as Changxing had been focused on the direction of the community's entrance. The horde of zombies was approaching swiftly, on a high ground 10 kilometers away from the Shiji Garden community. A young man clad in black set down his binoculars and turned to address the group of uniformed individuals behind him. Let us move. Captain Chi, shall we continue preparing bait today? Another middle-aged man in uniform stepped forward to inquire. No need. The zombies in the C-31 area have been successfully diverted. The other two teams will continue to draw them in that direction. To avoid chaos, we will conclude today's operations, Chi Ingyan replied, concealing the coldness in his gaze as he opened the car door. However, a woman seated inside shot him a menacing look. Is this how you operate? Luring zombies to the outskirts of the city? The residents of the suburbs are truly doomed by your actions. The woman exclaimed with a mocking expression. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Why not? The suburbs are sparsely populated. Amidst such a ratio, how many can truly survive? The allure of the headquarters is simply too great. If we neglect this matter, we would surely find ourselves surrounded by zombies by now. Chi Ingyan, somewhat agitated, defended himself. He was not troubled by the hordes of zombies but rather by the woman's repeated misunderstandings, especially since this decision was initially proposed by him. Sacrificing a few for the greater good of many? It is indeed an excellent debate topic, yet I cannot endorse it. The woman, after speaking, revealed a hint of self-mockery. What good was her dissent? She was merely a space ability wielder, a portable warehouse for the team's convenience. Alan is a kind-hearted individual, but this world has become unforgiving. One day, you will understand. Chi Ingyan's emotions gradually stabilized. Zhou Lan was his girlfriend. They had shared joyful moments before the apocalypse. And after awakening her spatial abilities, she had joined the rescue team with him. However, Zhou Lan frequently opposed his views, always believing he was in the wrong. Let us hope for the best. At this moment, the vehicle began to move, and Zhou Lan gazed out the window towards the area designated as a diversion zone. Surely, there could be no living souls left there? Under the scorching sun, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the Century Garden community. In front of Ji Shi stood a hunched, grayish-white zombie. Its crimson saliva dripping from its mouth, blood and flesh splattered across its chest and hands, with a severed human leg in one hand. Its distinct appearance had long caught Ji Shi's attention. Roar! A long howl erupted from the zombie's mouth as it dropped the severed leg and lunged toward Ji Shi with outstretched arms. Ji Shi swiftly drew his Tang Dao from his waist and advanced, slashing diagonally. Unexpectedly, the zombie caught the blade with both hands. Such tremendous strength. Ji Shi was taken aback. This was a mutated zombie of the strength type, and its might was undoubtedly beyond the first or second level, likely reaching the third. Strength type. Zhang Yong, having just dispatched another zombie, looked over excitedly. The strength type zombies they had encountered before were easily dealt with by Ji Shi's abilities. But this one appeared quite formidable. The zombies have surpassed your capabilities, remarked Xuan Ningxia from the side, instantly dampening Zhang Yong's spirits. Chapter 80. Methods to slay zombies indeed. The third-level strength-type zombie before Ji Shi was no weakling. Its power seemed to saturate its very flesh and skin. Bang! The Tang Dao was once again deflected by the force of the zombie's body. As Ji Shi dodged its clawing attack, he conjured a fireball, which struck the zombie's left cheek, instantly seizing half its flesh, rendering the strength-type zombie even more terrifying in appearance. However, losing half its face did not inflict any pain upon it. The strength-type zombie casually seized another nearby zombie and hurled it violently at Ji Shi. The Tang knife cleaved the approaching zombie in two, and soon after, two more zombies were hurled towards them by a formidable brute. Ji Shi, with an elegant motion, conjured fireballs with both hands, and upon collision, the fireballs exhibited a superior force, sending the two zombies crashing to the ground, transforming them into two blazing infernos. Is it truly possible to wield such power? Zhang Yong gazed in astonishment at the mighty zombie, nearly pulling out a notebook to document its attack techniques. Meanwhile, the powerful zombie cautiously shielded itself, using several nearby zombies as makeshift shields for the fireballs. Seizing the moment, Ji Shi leapt behind it and, bending low, summoned a serpentine flame from the ground. The fire serpent, seemingly aware of its target, swiftly coiled around the powerful zombie. As the flames enveloped its head, they erupted dramatically. With a resounding boom, Ji Shi concentrated his abilities on the zombie's cranium and unleashed a forceful strike, causing the hulking creature to topple backward. A gleaming power crystal fell to the ground, shimmering under the light. Astonishingly, the flames had incinerated the formidable zombie's head to ashes. Such prowess! The neighbors in the vicinity could not help but cheer from their balconies. However, the response from the horde of zombies below was even more fervent. It appeared that Ji Shi's call through the local network had indeed made an impact, prompting over 30 households within the community to react, as they grasped blankets or other makeshift shields and stepped onto their balconies. Their fear stemmed from the realization that the Century Garden community was completely surrounded by zombies. Ji Shi recognized this alarming truth. There were certainly more than 3,000 zombies encircling the area, potentially exceeding 4,000. What could have caused such an influx? Lin Jihai was utterly perplexed. It might have been attracted somehow, Ji Shi speculated. Perhaps someone had lured the zombies while fleeing, or it could be a deliberate act. Nevertheless, their immediate concern was not this enigma. The cacophony of zombie growls grew ever louder as the horde outside the encircled battle area, where Ji Shi and his companions were, swelled in number. Although dubbed a battle area, it was merely a makeshift barricade formed by the community's roadblocks and fences to contain the advancing foes. Now, the last line of defense was faltering. Reluctantly, Ji Shi had no choice but to retreat indoors with his group. Before re-entering, he conjured 2 fire serpents, sending them to engulf the throng of zombies on the road. It seems we cannot retrieve Xiao Wu today, Ji Shi mused with a wry smile, acknowledging that this predicament would not be resolved in a single day. Perhaps we should contemplate alternative strategies? Lin Ye proposed, suggesting that since Han Xinlei still had contact with many residents, their unity might forge a new path. Sister Ye, I just saw someone toss a gas canister from their home, obliterating 2 zombies. They're all cheering online, Han Xinlei exclaimed, rushing over with her laptop. Ji Shi assured her that she need not conserve electricity, as he could continuously supply power to her computer, allowing her to remain online. While others connected to the local network were hesitant to keep their computers running, merely checking in at the top of the hour for updates. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji Shi noticed that a considerable number of people online were discussing ways to save themselves, with most agreeing on methods to barricade the building's entrance. Thus, Ji Shi typed 4 characters into the computer: high-altitude object dropping. What does this mean? Is it Captain G? High-altitude object dropping. Are we supposed to smash zombies? Indeed, barricading would be effective, but it is merely a temporary evasion. To achieve true safety, there is only one solution: to eliminate them. Ji Shi's insight was spurred by Han Xinlei's words. Perhaps, as Lin Ye suggested, there were numerous methods to defeat zombies. His words were promptly put into action. Sounds of objects crashing to the ground echoed outside the building. You dare to feast upon humans? Meet your demise. From the 14th floor of Building E, several glass beer bottles were hurled down, accompanied by a man's curses, with 2 or 3 bottles even shattering the skulls of the zombies below. Haha, who knew this could work? I've actually killed 2 zombies with my beer bottles. The man danced with joy, subsequently retrieving every heavy object he could find from his home: large bottles of shower gel, benches, tables, and even a television. High-altitude object dropping should be more effective from higher floors, right? I'm going to the top floor to throw. Our neighbors are dead. It shouldn't be illegal for me to throw their belongings. In just a matter of minutes, the entire community erupted with excitement. Some even lifted their beds and mattresses to toss them down. Lin Fanqing, eager to join in, suggested, shall we give it a try? Go ahead, Wenguang, follow me. Ji Shi signaled for everyone to head upstairs while he and Dong Wenguang, who shared the fire-related powers, proceeded to the 2nd floor. What is going on? Dong Wenguang inquired. Have you seen what they're throwing? Many of those items are flammable, Ji Shi warned. Wooden tables, wooden chairs, mattresses, various flammable and explosive appliances. If they were to ignite a fire at this moment, it could yield unexpected results. The walls of Century Garden Community were constructed with fire-retardant materials, making it quite difficult for flames to spread throughout the buildings, even if a fire were to ignite on the community roads. Furthermore, they had water-based ability users among them. I understand. I'll give it a try. Dong Wenguang, as if a door to a new world had been opened, excitedly hurled a small fireball at a blanket. Despite not understanding why someone would throw a blanket down. Boom. The blanket ignited immediately upon contact with the flames, and Ji Shi followed suit, tossing down several clusters of fireballs. The already sweltering road was suddenly engulfed in flames, quickly surrounding the hordes of zombies below. It's effective. Dong Wenguang grew increasingly exhilarated, running into the bedroom of the apartment to retrieve several blankets. Who was the one who threw down the blankets? What foresight they had. Chapter 81. The invoked zombies once again. A cacophony of sounds rained down from above, as an assortment of pots, pans, and various containers were hurled from an unknown source. The air was thick with the shouts of anger, cries of despair, and cheers of the crowd. Both Ji Shi and Dong Wengu fell into silence upon hearing the cacophony. The shouts of anger were laced with helpless rage, while the cries were tinged with the anguish of collapse. The cheers served as a cathartic release amidst the despair. The people, who had long been enduring in silence, desperately needed an outlet, a breakthrough. Aside from those who had previously encountered Ji Shi's words online, many others witnessed this scene unfold, and they too began to imitate, producing anything they could find at home to hurl. You demons, I shall slay you. Why? Why has our world turned into this? It is all you're doing, all you're doing. You vile beasts that devour without remorse, perish. Woo woo woo. You have consumed my family. Let you be consumed in turn. As Ji Shi ignited fires in various locations, he observed that the anguished populace had not lost their wits. Some were pouring cooking oil or other flammable liquids onto the flames, intensifying the blaze. The zombies, impervious to pain, roared in fury as they clawed and scrambled against the walls. To Han Xinlei, who had yet to depart, the scene resembled the infernal flames of hell engulfing countless wicked spirits, with the man standing before her as the one who had ignited this fire. Are you not going up? It is not safe here. Jisher turned to her and said, I thought I might be able to inform you of the situation first. They said the door of building A has been breached, Han Xinlei replied, lowering her head as she handed her laptop to Jisher. No one dares descend from building A, but it is visible from buildings B and C. The tempered glass door of building A has been shattered by a mutated zombie, and now they are beginning to enter. Fortunately, the stairwell doors on each floor of building A have been barricaded, so it should hold for a while longer. Building A? That area is indeed closest to the main entrance, the most perilous location. Jisher pondered for a moment. Their only course of action now was to expedite the extermination of the zombies. For over 2 hours, the sounds of objects being hurled and smashed echoed throughout the community. During this time, many zombies were dispatched, and with Jisher demonstrating fire-based tactics, other pyromancers in the vicinity eagerly emulated him, resulting in the incineration of a significant number of zombies. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jisher decisively led his family and the team downstairs to conduct a thorough sweep. Bang! Xuan Ningxiao wielded her dwindling powers to control a wrench, striking a zombie with considerable force. The iron wrench embedded itself deeply into the creature's skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Xuan Ningxiao bent over, gasping for breath. They had been engaged in combat with Jisher downstairs for over 2 hours, and now only a handful of zombies remained. With a swift leap, Shi Liang kicked the zombie onto a half-burnt sofa and swiftly ended its existence with a knife. It appears that speed-based supernatural beings can indeed eliminate zombies with remarkable swiftness. Lin Fanqing remarked, giving a thumbs up. Thanks to your daily training sessions, it seems the efforts have borne fruit, Shi Liang replied, never having anticipated that he would one day confront zombies in such a manner, alongside these steadfast companions. It was only before nightfall that Lin Fanqing successfully sealed the community's gate using his abilities. This victory felt almost surreal. Despite the charred remnants lining the pathways and debris scattered about, witnessing the group of individuals supporting one another brought immense joy to the survivors on the balcony. They had been saved. Jisher from the security team had once again preserved their lives. Brother, lend me a hand. My legs feel weak, Dong Wenguang said, trembling yet smiling. If it weren't for Jisher making us run every morning and evening last month, I doubt I would have made it. Zhao Qin was in awe of Jisher's prowess, reflecting on how they had previously grumbled about the training regimen. Now, they were thankful for having complied. Indeed, had it not been for him, I would have surely been devoured by zombies by now, Zhang Yong thought, his eyes moistening at the memory of that night he had hidden in the distribution box. Jisher had been like a deity descending from the heavens, pulling him from the abyss. He vowed never to utter a word of disparagement about Jisher again, resolutely deciding to follow him closely. Jisher is such a good person. I thought he would abandon me, Shi Liang added from behind. Meanwhile, the benevolent Jisher awaited Lin Fanqing's advancement within the spatial realm. The sudden onset of Lin Fanqing's upgrade took Jisher by surprise, noticing Lin's flushed face and inability to move. He quickly led him into an unoccupied room on the second floor of Building F to access the space. Upgrades for supernatural beings lack any forewarning. If interrupted during the process, the upgrade can fail, resulting in a prolonged stagnation before another attempt can be made. Thus, Jisher had Lin Fanqing sit on the ground at the entrance to the space. Upon Jisher's return, Xuan Ningxia and others were resting against the wall, sipping the red bean iced tea that Zhu Jingping had prepared for them, even indulging in the luxury of a fan. Where's Fanqing? Is he still in the restroom? Zhang Yong casually inquired. Yes, Jisher replied, as it seemed everyone assumed that Lin Fanqing's earlier reaction indicated a need for the restroom. We have finally made it through the day safely. The gate is closed, so tonight should be secure, right? Zhao Hualing said, emerging after washing his face with the water Lin Yaya had provided. Logically speaking, yes, Jisher said, pulling out a photograph taken by Chu Xiaoshuang. Her photography skills were somewhat lacking, resulting in a blurry image. However, upon magnifying it several times, Jisher discerned something suspicious. What does this mean? Lin Jihai approached, sensing that Jisher had uncovered something significant. These zombies seemed to be pursuing something. Jisher decisively summoned Han Xinlei, requesting her assistance in enlarging that photograph. True to her expertise in computer science, Han Xinlei managed to produce a clear enlargement of the image within merely 2 minutes. Those must be humans. Zhao Hualing exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards a group of individuals approximately 200 meters away from the horde of zombies. It was unmistakably human, after all. Zombies do not ride motorcycles. After her initial shock, Xuan Ningxia coldly remarked, indeed, but who are they? Why would they deliberately attract zombies? Chapter 82. Encountering the mutant cat. If that is the case, perhaps we have another task ahead of us, Ji Shurgan pondered deeply. Although he could not discern the faces of those in the photograph, he was certain of one thing. The reason those individuals drew the zombies was not due to any personal vendetta, as no one would risk their life to single-handedly lure thousands of zombies. It was highly probable that they were acting under someone's orders. And at the onset of the apocalypse, perhaps only those individuals had the foresight to react. What is it? Lin Jihai inquired. Let us keep an eye on our surroundings for the next few days. I am not entirely certain about this matter. Ji Shurgan ultimately refrained from elaborating. Just then, Lin Fanqing approached with an exuberant expression, announcing that she had just leveled up successfully. What? You leveled up while taking a break? Zhang Yong asked incredulously. Lin Fanqing shot an exasperated glance at her brother-in-law, while Ji Shurgan merely shrugged. It wasn't his place to comment on such matters. Congratulations. How does it feel to level up? Lin Yan naturally understood that Lin Fanqing had hidden a way to achieve her advancement. Absolutely exhilarating. Upon leveling up, I felt my stamina and abilities restored to their peak, and now I could take on anything, Lin Fanqing exclaimed, brimming with energy. However, seeing that everyone else was too fatigued to move, Ji Shurgan decided to have Ji Zhongping prepare a meal for everyone. Where's Xiaolei? Han Jingru noticed the absence of Han Xinlei as she began to set the table. I just saw her leave, Zhao Qin replied. It seems that girl was apprehensive about disturbing us. She hurriedly took her computer and left without eating. Ji Shurgan remained silent upon hearing this, but arranged for Zhang Yong to deliver 2 bags of food to the mother and daughter downstairs after their meal. They refused it. But fortunately, I am strong enough. They couldn't push me away, Zhang Yong boasted, pleased with the successful completion of his task. All right, let us go, Ji Shurgan announced, preparing to lead everyone outside. What? Where are we going? Dong Wingguang queried, sensing the gravity of Ji Shurgan's demeanor. We're going to find Xiao Wu, Ji Shurgan replied. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Huafu Third Road lay shrouded in silence. Typically, this would be the time for people to stroll and walk their dogs after dinner. Even in the absence of brightly lit streets, there would usually be orderly streetlights and a steady stream of vehicles. However, at this moment, the shadows moving along the road were unmistakably the silhouettes of zombies foraging for food. Bang! A vehicle with its headlights on barreled over a pile of indistinguishable objects. And as the figures approached, the SUV accelerated rather than slowed down, crashing into them. Several zombies, having been run over by a vehicle, attempted to rise again. Yet their lower bodies were mangled beyond recognition, leaving only their upper halves to crawl towards the direction of the off-road vehicle. Observing the desolation around, it became evident to Wang Guoqiao that no living souls remained. It was an entire realm of the undead. His heart sank further, knowing that Xiao Wu resided nearby. However, beyond the boundaries of the Shurji Garden community, the roads lay stark and empty, devoid of any signs of life. This was disheartening, as Xiao Wu ought to be alive. Ji Shi reassured himself, recalling that he had provided Xiao Wu with ample supplies before the cataclysm and had maintained daily contact with him in the days following the apocalypse. Xiao Wu must survive. Their team had already lost too many. Dong Wenguang joined in silent prayer. The group disembarked at a narrow alley where Xiao Wu lived. Ji Shi instructed Chang Sheng to wait by the roadside while he, along with Zhang Yong and 2 others, swiftly dealt with the 30 or so zombies in the vicinity. Time was of the essence, as the number of zombies surrounding them was considerable, and Ji Shi feared that lingering too long could attract even more of the undead. However, upon reaching Xiao Wu's residence, Chang Sheng's reaction sent a chill through Ji Shi's heart. Bark! Bark! Chang Sheng repeatedly howled at the door. Could it be? Zhang Yong, familiar with Chang Sheng's behavior, understood that the dog would only bark in the presence of zombies. Was it possible that Xiao Wu had succumbed to the infection? Ji Shi commanded Chang Sheng to cease barking and called out towards the door. Xiao Wu, are you still inside? After inquiring for the 3rd time, a faint voice finally emerged from within. Ji Gu, is that you? He was alive. Zhang Yong, elated, moved to push open the door, which would yield easily to his strength. Don't come in, Xiao Wu shouted, followed by a cacophony of disarray from within. Ji Shi, hearing the commotion clearly, swiftly kicked Zhang Yong aside. As Zhang Yong stumbled in confusion, the door before him was suddenly breached by a tremendous force, creating a gaping hole. A furry, talon-like appendage emerged from the breach, extending and swiping at both sides. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in terror. Had Ji Shi not pushed him away, he would have surely met a grim fate at that moment. A low, heavy breathing echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, the door was utterly shattered. Ji Shi, in a moment of instinct, tossed a flashlight from his spatial storage, illuminating the alleyway. The group finally discerned the creature that emerged from within. Meow? 2 pointed ears peeked over the doorframe, revealing a colossal, patterned brown cat. Goodness! A zombie cat? Dong Wenguang exclaimed, having never encountered such a large feline. It towered 2 men in height, with claws sharp enough to pierce and rend flesh with ease. It's not a zombie cat, merely a mutated one. Guo, take this opportunity to check on Xiao Wu, Ji Shi instructed, as flames of orange and red began to dance in his palm. Understood. Wang Guoqiao gradually moved towards the door, while the mutated cat seemed to harbor a strong aversion to the flames in Ji Shi's hand, emitting a sharp cry. Woof. Changxing could not help but assume an aggressive stance. Ji Shi nearly forgot that throughout history, cats and dogs have always been prone to conflict. Changxing, with its size, would undoubtedly be no match for a blow from the colossal mutated cat. As if it comprehended Ji Shi's warning, Changxing ceased its barking and sat down behind Ji Shi, poised for any eventuality. Dong Wenguang and Wang Guoqiao were too astonished by Changxing's sentience to react, for at that moment, the mutated cat had already launched a swift attack towards Ji Shi. With a thunderous crash, Ji Shi quickly dodged while hurling a fireball, but the mutated cat, agile and swift, effortlessly evaded the fiery projectile. The narrow alleyway offered little room for lateral movement. Thus, Ji Shi deftly leaped onto a tricycle parked at the roadside, and then gracefully ascended the low walls flanking the alley. In his hand, a tang knife gleamed with a faint crimson light under the moonlight, as if it were on the verge of igniting. Chapter 83. Rescuing Xiao Wu. Ji Shi, be cautious. That creature is far too large, Zhang Yong shouted, noting that this mutated cat was significantly larger than the zombie dog they had previously encountered. Observing its ferocity, Ji Shi smiled faintly. Mutated animals were considerably easier to handle than their zombie counterparts. With a swift motion, the tang knife sliced through the night sky as Ji Shi sprinted towards the mutated cat. The creature, likewise, charged towards Ji Shi. At that moment, Wang Guoqiao seized the opportunity to dash into Xiao Wu's room, while Zhang Yong and Dong Wenguang attempted to assist, but found themselves surrounded by zombies at both ends of the alley, leaving them no choice but to confront the undead. The space atop the low wall was limited. One careless move could send a person tumbling off from either side. Ji Shi steadied himself, and at the moment the mutated cat leapt towards him, he suddenly crouched low. Almost lying flat, he slipped beneath the cat's belly, narrowly avoiding the collision. The two passed each other in a deadly dance, the scent of blood mingling with the anguished cries of the mutated cat that filled the alley. After dispatching a zombie, Zhang Yong could not resist glancing towards the low wall, where he was astonished to see that Ji Shi had carved a wound into the creature's belly. Mew. The mutated cat, in excruciating pain, wildly charged at Ji Shi once more. Ji Shi let out a cold chuckle as he jumped down from the low wall, creating distance between himself and Zhang Yong and the others. The mutated cat followed suit, leaping down and lunging at Ji Shi at an angle. Simultaneously, Ji Shi launched two fireballs. Due to the constraints of the narrow alley, the mutated cat only managed to evade one, while the other struck its right cheek with a resounding impact. At that moment, the mutated cat appeared severely injured, blood oozing from its abdomen, with flames still raging on its right cheek. Several zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, approached, but the mutated cat swatted away two of them with a single paw. Yet, it did not forget its true adversary, its feline eyes fixated intently on the man before it. In the next instant, it opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, and leaped towards Ji Shi. Ji Shi had no intention of retreating any further, for no matter how swift his movements, he could never outpace a mutated cat. Instead, he leaped from his position, grasping the edge of the low wall with one hand to propel himself upwards. The mutated cat lunged but missed its target, and just as it began searching for Ji Shi, a shadow suddenly descended from above. Goodness, you dare to ride that creature? Zhang Yong, having dispatched the zombies, caught sight of Ji Shi confidently astride the back of the mutated cat. The tang knife was raised high, one hand gripping the thick fur while the other swiftly descended towards the creature below. With a sharp slice, the blade carved through the cat's lower jaw, successfully embedding itself into its neck. Victory! Ji Shi withdrew the knife and leaped away, watching as the mutated cat thrashed violently on the ground for a moment before falling silent. Is it dead? Dong Wenguang inquired. Yes, mutated animals feel pain, which is one of their vulnerabilities. Ji Shi approached, plunging the tang knife back into the cat's head and giving it a fierce twist, extracting a beast core slightly larger than a fist. At that moment, Wang Guoqiao emerged from the building, carrying the weakened Xiao Wu on his back. We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Ji Shi, disregarding further inquiries, retrieved an off-road vehicle from his storage just as they were about to reach the alley. The group swiftly boarded, speeding down the path they had taken earlier. It was only in the vehicle that Ji Shi fully grasped the dire state of Xiao Wu. His back was nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. What happened? Dong Wenguang could not help but ask. I'm not sure. He was hanging from the beam when I entered. Wang Guoqiao had exerted considerable effort to rescue Xiao Wu from the beam, and now Xiao Wu was nearly in a state of unconsciousness. He seems to have a fever, Dong Wenguang remarked. A fever is not a good sign. It is said that most individuals who develop a fever are likely to become zombies. Only a small fraction of those who have resisted the zombie virus may evolve extraordinary abilities. Zhang Yong, drive faster. Ji Shi urged while retrieving a bottle of spatial water. Noticing Xiao Wu's forehead was burning hot, he also produced a fever-reducing patch for them to apply. Brother, you cannot die on us. We went through great lengths to bring you back. Wang Guoqiao noticed that after Xiao Wu took a few sips of water, his complexion seemed to ease somewhat. Upon their return to the community, Lin Ye was waiting with her family in a vehicle at the entrance for Ji Shi. Finally, you're back. Lin Jihai had initially disapproved of Ji Shi venturing out so late in search of someone, but Ji Shi feared further complications, since the family was anxious at home. He decided to wait here with Lin Fanqing. Ji Shi had not anticipated that the entire family would be waiting for him. Yet seeing Lin Ye's concern for him brought a warm sensation to his heart. Once the family arrived home and turned on the lights, they were taken aback at the sight of Xiao Wu's injuries. I can only begin by slowly treating the wounds on his back. Tang Jingru swiftly commenced the treatment. Though the deep scratches on Xiao Wu's back, some revealing bone, appeared to be quite challenging to heal. He must have been clawed by the mutated cat. Ji Shi remarked. I recall that Xiao Wu indeed had a cat in the past. Could it be that mutated feline? Wang Guoqiao inquired, expressing disbelief that a mutated cat could lack any affection for its owner. The law of the jungle prevails, governing all, including human emotions, Ji Shi replied. The apocalypse itself is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Mutated creatures have an insatiable appetite for raw flesh, rendering all else irrelevant in the face of hunger. Observing Xiao Wu, who was burning with fever, Ji Shi decisively found an empty room and bound his hands and feet to the bed, fearful that he might suddenly transform into a zombie and cause harm. Tang Jingru was evidently concerned, as this was her first genuine patient. I don't believe he will turn into a zombie, said Chu Xiaoshuang, blinking her eyes. Let us take Xiaoshuang's words to heart and hope Xiao Wu survives this ordeal. Zhao Qin felt a lump in his throat as he gazed at Xiao Wu. In their previous days as colleagues, he had not sensed this much emotion, but now, seeing an old acquaintance brought forth a deeper sense of reunion. That night, after a long day, everyone fell into a deep slumber, except for Tang Jingru, who, after resting briefly, emerged multiple times to tend to Xiao Wu. He felt as if his body was ablaze, his blood boiling like water on the verge of boiling over. Yet gradually, a cool sensation began to flow along his back, bringing him considerable relief, almost as though he could faintly smell the enticing aroma of rice. Xi Jinping served 3 large pots of rice. Vegetables and fresh fruit would arouse suspicion, so he had discussed with the family that at least the staple food would suffice. While other meats could be prepared as braised dishes, falsely claimed to be cooked food stored by Ji Shi. However, at that moment, no one had the heart to savor their midday meal, for a horde of zombies had gathered outside the Century Garden community, even greater in number than the previous day. Chapter 84. The power center of Haitong City. Those bastards. If they're capable, why run? Zhang Yong shouted from the rooftop, pointing in a certain direction. What is it like to witness someone leading a throng of zombies this way? The atmosphere was utterly dismal, as even if they screamed at the top of their lungs. The culprits several streets away remained oblivious. After those individuals fled in an open-top vehicle, the remaining zombies surged towards the Century Garden community, drawn by the scent of life. Just as you expected, Lin Ye remarked, standing beside Ji Shi. Upon discovering the situation, Chu Xiaoshuang promptly informed them, and they had been watching in disbelief for quite some time. Indeed, Ji Shi's expression darkened. He had suspected this to be a tactic to lure zombies towards the outskirts of the city, a common strategy employed by every base in his previous life. His certainty grew upon spotting individuals clad in uniforms, identical to those worn by Zhang Hongfei and his group when he encountered Lin Ye. This indicated they were official operatives. However, the pressing concern was that the outskirts had yet to be searched by rescue teams. Lin Jihai's expression was even graver than Ji Shi's. This is outrageous. How could they engage in such reckless actions, disregarding all else? Lin Jihai could only ponder whose idea this was, yet they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of zombies. What shall we do now? Zhao Yu exclaimed, a note of despair creeping into his voice. Initially, he had harbored hope for the rescue team. But now he realized that those individuals had brought them nothing but despair. To establish contact, they must first eliminate the encroaching horde of zombies. On the rooftop, Ji Shi gazed into the distance, contemplating a question that had long plagued him. Where would they go from here? 3 days later, within the grandest sports arena of Haitong City, a squad clad in dark green uniforms marched in unison behind a man cradling a helmet. The arena was divided into 3 distinct areas. The first area, at the heart of the venue, served as the main competition ground. Bustling with throngs of people sprawled across the plastic turf, whispering, laughing, and weeping. Yet, no one paid heed to the reasons behind the laughter or tears around them, for they were merely strangers united by survival. The second area comprised various lounges beneath the stands, housing thousands of individuals. Those in the central arena gazed enviously at the lounges, where the occupants were predominantly rescue team members and individuals endowed with special abilities. The third area encompassed rooms at the top of the arena, originally intended for commentary and office work, now repurposed as a refuge's administrative office and conference room. The helmeted man entered one of the offices in the third area, exuding confidence, albeit tinged with a hint of arrogance. Gao Xian has returned? How did the operation proceed today? A middle-aged man with streaks of white in his black hair inquired, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he observed the approaching figure. Surrounding him were several other middle-aged men, most of whom Lin Jihai would recognize as former colleagues or even subordinates. Indeed, Commander. The operations of the first team proceeded smoothly today. The zombies surrounding the refuge have been successfully lured to Area D, Gao Xian responded in a resonant voice, his sturdy physique and commanding tone instilling a sense of security. Ah, old Gao, no need for formalities among us. We trust this reliable lad, Gao Xian. Another man chuckled warmly. Indeed, I heard that Secretary Lin's daughter once went on a blind date with Gao Xian, yet she ultimately turned him down. Had they united, perhaps the Lin family would not be in such dire straits now, Wang Jiaming remarked, his expression betraying a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Still, none can rival the reliability of the Qi family, Ing Yan. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ing Yan and the others have returned as well. Gao Chuanming's face radiated pride. Gao Xian was indeed his most esteemed son, recently graduated from a military academy and an exceptionally powerful fire elemental ability user. In the ongoing struggle for resources, Gao Xian was his greatest asset. As for Lin Jihai, with whom he had previously engaged in a covert rivalry, that was now a matter of the past. Upon entering, Qi Yingyan and his companions appeared somewhat disheveled. Gao Chuanming promptly rose to inquire, "What has happened? Have you encountered any danger?" In response to the commander, one of Qi Yingyan's companions reported, "Today, while out, we encountered mutated beasts. Team 3 suffered significant losses." "What? Mutated beasts? Our weapons were of no use," Gao Chuanming asked in rapid succession. Seeing that everyone in the room turned their gazes toward him, Qi Yingyan suppressed the pain from his injuries and stated, "It was a horde of mutated beasts. We barely had time to react. Shouldn't we call for a doctor? Everyone's injuries are serious." Gao Xian stepped forward, directly interrupting Qi Yingyan's explanation. Qi Yingyan furrowed his brow and ceased to speak, for he understood that irrespective of the circumstances, a failed mission was a failure. "Commander, one of our team members who was tasked with diversion has reported something peculiar." A tall woman approached to report after ensuring that Team 3 had been attended to. "What peculiar thing?" Gao Chuanming inquired. The woman, named Li Zhuyu, was a metal elemental ability user whom Gao Chuanming had recruited. The roads west of Fudong Avenue in District D have been inexplicably sealed off, resulting in the sacrifice of our diversion team leaders. Moreover, Li Zhuyu's expression grew more perplexed. Thousands of zombies that we had previously diverted have vanished, seemingly eliminated by someone. Once Li Zhuyu finished her statement in one breath, the meeting room fell into an immediate silence. After a long pause, Gao Chuanming incredulously asked, "What did you say?" "The roads are sealed, and over 10,000 zombies have been exterminated?" "Indeed. It stands to reason that Captain Qi and his team's encounter with the mutated beasts is related to this matter. Fudong Avenue is a major thoroughfare. If it is obstructed, it will severely hinder our operations," Li Zhuyu continued, producing a mobile phone with remaining battery life, showcasing photographs she had captured. "Who could be behind this?" Qi Shan exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table in frustration, realizing the implications for their operations. "At present, we are unaware. It is entirely up to the commander's discretion," Li Zhuyu replied with a tactful tone. Among those present, no one had yet been designated as the ultimate authority. Although Gao Chuanming's influence was palpably the strongest, the notion of the capable rising to prominence lingered in her mind. She hoped this opportunity would favor Gao Chuanming. In the ensuing chapter, titled The Robbery, Gao Chuanming turned to the least prominent figure, Zhang Hongbin, and inquired, "Hongbin, do you have any thoughts?" Zhang Hongbin, the brother of the mayor of Haitong City, was known for his amiable nature and disinterest in rivalry. Startled by the sudden attention from Gao Chuanming, he responded, "I believe it would be most suitable for Gao Xian to lead a reconnaissance mission. It would serve as valuable experience for the young." "You are correct. Xian indeed requires further training." With a smile, Zhang Hongbin's words resonated profoundly with Gao Chuanming, while Gao Xian, standing nearby, bore an expression of determined triumph as he engaged in conversation with Li Yuzhu regarding the situation on Fudong Avenue. Meanwhile, at the far end of Fudong Avenue, within the vicinity of the Century Garden residential complex, Ji Shi was busy excavating warm crystal cores alongside his family. Swiftly, several wooden vines plunged into the skulls of the zombies, subsequently yielding 6 crystal cores. Zhao Hualing expertly maneuvered her vines, placing the 6 cores into a plastic basket beside her. After days of relentless battles, she had become adept at utilizing her wooden vines. Though her strength still left something to be desired, she had emerged as the most effective defensive ability user within the team. Ji-Shi, my basket is full. Today's harvest is quite substantial, Little Wu called out from a distance, happily waving at Ji-Shi as he dug for crystal cores alongside Zhang Yong and others. Yes, just leave them there. Ye and Guochao will clean them up, Ji-Shi replied with a smile. As the days passed, they not only succeeded in exterminating the zombies that had been lured in, but also managed to seal off several nearby roads, ensuring temporary safety around the Sentry Garden complex. It's about time. Let us prepare to return, Lin Ye said, wiping the sweat from Ji-Shi's brow with a handkerchief, acknowledging the laborious task of excavating crystal cores in the sweltering heat. All right, Ji-Shi responded, and once everyone had finished packing up, he conjured several fire serpents that slithered along the ground, incinerating the accumulated zombie corpses. Ji-Shi believed this method to be the cleanest and most hygienic, ensuring that their vehicles would remain unaffected during future passages. Even if a few more waves of zombies were to come, I wouldn't be afraid. Perhaps I could even level up in the process, Zhao Hualing remarked, striding alongside Lin Ye. Most of the team members had reached advanced levels. Xuan Ningxia and Chu Xiaoduan had both attained second-tier abilities, and even Lin Jihai had leveled up, leaving only herself, the water ability user Wang Guochao, and Xiao Wu, who had just awakened his speed ability at the first tier. Moreover, Lin Ye was beginning to show signs of nearing a third-tier upgrade. Another wave would pose a problem. We have already utilized all available resources in the vicinity, Lin Ye shook her head. Glancing at the scorched walls and trees lining the road, remnants of their recent encounters with zombies, they had maximized their resources. With vehicles in the area blown up by Ji-Shi to combat the undead, and the garden outside the complex had been transformed into traps. The residents willing to assist had become mentally and physically exhausted. Yet, Xiaoduan thinks the gains are significant. Don't you all agree that my wind blades are quite formidable? Chu Xiaoduan, bouncing alongside them, occasionally leaped ahead and then rejoined her companions. To demonstrate her prowess, she unleashed a wind blade at a nearby tree, severing a sizable trunk with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters in an instant. All right, Xiaoduan, conserve your energy. You have tasks ahead, Ji-Shi said, somewhat exasperated. Clad in a frilly tulle skirt, Chu Xiaoduan's playful demeanor added a touch of charm to the desolate world, captivating the attention of several single men, including Zhang Yong, who found it difficult to look away. Indeed, the master is paramount, and Xiaoshuang is obedient. Chu Xiaoshuang walked decorously to Xuan Ningxia's side, who smiled at her and handed her a repaired sunshade. So quick. You are truly remarkable. Chu Xiaoshuang detests being exposed to the sun, thus, she carries a sunshade wherever she goes, except when dispatching zombies. However, the previous umbrella had been damaged by a mutated zombie. Xuan Ningxia had been mending it while walking, and in less than 2 minutes, it was restored. It's nothing, quite simple, Xuan Ningxia remarked, feeling it was no trouble at all. She had merely employed her ability and twisted it a couple of times. Upon entering the community, they found Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai at the management office. In her quest for swift advancement, Tang Jingru had been offering free medical treatment to the injured at the management office whenever she was not engaged in slaying zombies. However, for security reasons, Ji-Shi had insisted that Lin Jihai and Lin Fanqing remain by her side. This was the first time they encountered a healing ability user, and some curious onlookers gathered nearby to witness the spectacle. This will suffice, Tang Jingru stated after using her powers to heal a young man's arm. Thank you so much. We have no medicine at home and fear infection. We are truly grateful to you. The young man's face bore soot and burn marks, yet his expression was one of joy. You're welcome, Tang Jingru replied with a smile. Although her treatment was free, it was a mutually beneficial endeavor for her abilities. Mother, should we return to rest for a while? Lin Ye and Ji-Shi entered, intending to take Tang Jingru and the others back with them. Yes, that sounds good. I will finish treating these two before we leave, Tang Jingru acknowledged, her energy nearly depleted. Just then, the management office door swung open, and a middle-aged woman resembling Han Xinlei entered. Upon seeing Ji-Shi, her eyes brightened as she hurried over, exclaiming, Ji-Shi, you must return home quickly. A few individuals have barged into your house. They used their powers to unlock the door. I remember your father is still at home, right? I hope nothing has happened. The woman's name was Zhou Chunhua, Han Xinlei's mother, whom Ji-Shi recognized, as she diligently cleaned the corridor and stairwell in front of their home every day. While sweeping the stairs, Zhou Chunhua had seen a group of people rush into Ji-Shi's house. Not daring to confront them alone, she hurried down to find the family. I understand, Ji-Shi replied, rushing out in a flash. Who dared intrude upon their home? Lin Ye and the others, too concerned to ask further questions, followed closely behind. However, by the time they returned, There was no sign of anyone. The door to their home stood wide open, and the living room was in disarray. Dad. Ji Shi was the first to rush inside, only to find no trace of Ji Jinping. Ji Shi, you have finally returned. You scared me half to death. The bedroom door swung open, and Ji Jinping emerged unscathed. Sensing the situation was amiss, he had retreated into a safe space but had also opened the window to feign a possible escape through it. Father, are you all right? Ji Shi sighed in relief. Yet a surge of anger welled within him. Chapter 86. Homicide. And Zhou, do you recognize those individuals? Lin Yi inquired, her anger mirroring that of Ji Shi. These people are utterly outrageous. Shi Liang felt compelled to advocate for Ji Shi, for had it not been for Ji Shi leading them through a bloody path, their community would have long been doomed. And now, there were those audacious enough to raid Ji Shi's home for provisions. Zhou Chunhua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to speak. I only recognize one person, and that individual is Luo Hao. The residents of the community were well aware of who Luo Hao was. He owned 7 apartments in the Century Garden community and lived a life of idleness, relying solely on rental income. His nature was vengeful and ruthless, having been incarcerated numerous times for brawling prior to the apocalypse. After the world fell apart, he began scouring the neighborhood, accompanied by a few others, for food and supplies, and it was he who forcefully pried open the community gates. Now, he had the audacity to target Ji Shi. Zhou Chunhua recalled the malicious glare Luo Hao had cast her way upon his arrival, a look laced with foreboding. Yet she chose to reveal the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, had it not been for Ji Shi and his group, she and her daughter would have either perished from starvation or been devoured by zombies. I know where that scoundrel resides. Zhang Yong, witnessing the once cozy living room now ransacked by a gang of ruffians, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. The food laid out on the table had been completely taken. Even the refrigerator and cabinet doors had been wrenched open. The kitchen was no exception. Ji Jinping mentioned that even the pressure cooker had been carried off. Take me there. Ji Shi's voice was as frigid as ice. The family offered no resistance, quietly trailing behind him. Inside Building B of the Century Garden community, a group of men and women gathered around a coffee table, devouring food with abandon. A scruffy man, clad in a soiled t-shirt, stuffed a bun into his mouth, chewing voraciously, his face reddening from the haste of his consumption. Yet, no one paid heed to his plight, for the spoils before them were far too tempting. Luo Hao, do you think that guy will come looking for us? A tattooed woman expressed her concern. What could he possibly do? The food is already in our bellies. Besides, he is just a security guard, and I'm a property owner. How does it make sense that a mere security guard lives better than an owner? This stuff is certainly what he has pilfered, Luo Hao replied, gnawing on a large chicken leg. Indeed, last time those folks from Building F caused a ruckus at their doorstep, I heard that guy didn't dare make a sound. I doubt he could confront us. A bespectacled man sitting at the edge of the sofa added, reassuring the others. Ji Shi is a good person. Everyone in the community knows that. Such a soft-hearted individual. Who would bully him? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. The tempered glass security door, along with the wooden door behind it, was violently shattered into fragments. The occupants within the room stared at the unexpected visitors, an instinctual sense of foreboding washing over them. Luo Hao, taking a fierce bite of his bun, abruptly stood and strode toward the exit. Captain Ji of the security team, what brings you here? Seeking vengeance? Luo Hao remarked with a smirk. You are Luo Hao. Ji Shi maintained a calm demeanor, but only Lin Yi beside him could discern the simmering anger within him. It's me. Did you seek me for something? Ji Shi inquired. Oh right. You must have a purpose for calling me, but is it not rather inconsiderate of you? While you indulge in luxuries at home, are you not aware that many are on the brink of starvation? Luo Hao, well aware that the security team of the community dared not offend any resident even before the apocalypse, had resolved to continue this verbal sparring with Ji Shi. Do you not realize that some actions come with consequences? Ji Shi glared at the still arrogant Luo Hao. His anger stemmed not only from Luo Hao's audacious intrusion, but also from the numerous footprints and marks of weapon strikes marred on the bedroom door, where Ji Jinping had hidden himself. Even the lock had been tampered with. Had Ji Jinping not concealed himself in the space, the repercussions would have been dire. Consequences? We've already consumed the items. Should I wait to retrieve them for you? Luo Hao chuckled, but before he could react further, a powerful fist sent him crashing against the wall several meters away. His followers would not remain passive. They quickly shielded Luo Hao from sliding down the wall. Step aside, Ji Shi commanded coldly, his gaze sharp as he regarded the group. Suddenly, a metallic projectile shot towards Ji Shi, only to be caught deftly by one of his companions standing behind him. Did you truly believe my brother-in-law would refrain from striking you? The blade has already been drawn. Lin Fanqing and his companions assumed aggressive stances, determined not to lose face at this critical moment. Li Ji, astonished, watched as Lin Fanqing effortlessly caught the metal projectile, realizing that the group before them had vanquished thousands of zombies. However, it was too late. Ji Shi vanished in the blink of an eye, and before they could react, a scream echoed through the air. Ji Shi had circled behind them, seizing Luo Hao by the collar and lifting him high before slamming him violently to the ground. Ah! Luo Hao's agonized cries reverberated through the floor, yet Ji Shi showed no signs of restraint. "You are courting death," he declared, delivering a punch to Luo Hao's chest with all his might. Luo Hao's eyes widened in terror, his screams abruptly ceasing, as Lin Fanqing swallowed hard. Had his brother-in-law just killed a man? You actually killed someone. The tattooed woman, Luo Hao's girlfriend, snatched a fruit knife from the coffee table, her expression fierce as she lunged at Ji Shi. The distance between them was perilously short, and just as the tattooed woman seemed poised to succeed, Lin Ye, who had been vigilant, swiftly unleashed a water sphere. The sphere collided with the tattooed woman, sending her crashing into the corner of the table, leaving her unable to rise from the pain. In a flash, an almost invisible metal projectile pierced the tattooed woman's forehead, claiming her life instantly. "You may join him," Xuan Ningxia remarked quietly from within the throng. "You are utterly intolerable." A bespectacled man beside Li Ji exclaimed in outrage, prompting the remaining 7 or 8 individuals in the room to draw their weapons from beneath the coffee table. "Rest assured, not a single one of you will escape," Ji Shi declared ominously. Ji Shi extended his hand, and in the emptiness of his palm appeared an ancient, crimson tang knife. In this lifetime, his family constituted his ultimate boundary. He could endure temporary grievances, yet should their safety and interests be threatened, he would not hesitate to sever any looming danger. Amidst the pool of blood, Li Ji collapsed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the man labeled as a soft-hearted fool would personally execute them one by one. However, it was too late. In his final moments, as his eyes closed, he witnessed Ji Shi turn and exit through the door. Chapter 87. Heart to heart, that door was no longer merely a door. "Allow me to clean this up," Lin Ye remarked, considering the corpses strewn throughout the room. Uncertain of what horrors might ensue if they were left behind, Ji Shi shook his head, standing outside the door. He unleashed a burst of flames that swiftly consumed the bodies within the room, reducing them to ashes in less than a minute. "Let us depart," he stated, intent on preventing a fire from igniting within the building before he left. "Thank you, Ningxia," Ji Shi expressed as they walked along the path. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he could have evaded the situation entirely, yet he had not anticipated that Xuan Ningxia would strike with lethal intent. "No need for thanks. They deserve their fate," she replied, recalling the moment when that woman lunged at Ji Shi with a knife, unable to suppress her anger. Ji Shi was her savior, and she could not bear to see anyone pose a threat to him. "By the way, Ji Shi, why did you let that man go when you were spying on him at the door?" Zhang Yong inquired, a tinge of concern evident in his voice. "What if he was in league with those others? If I hadn't released him, no one would have learned of this incident," Ji Shi replied with a smile, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Shi Liang shook his head and patted Zhang Yong on the shoulder, saying, "Did you not discern that Ji Shi's actions were intended as a warning? If no one knew about this event, then Ji Shi's actions today would have been in vain. He did this merely to sound an alarm for some within the community." Zhang Yong suddenly understood. Although only 200 survivors remained in their community, they resembled a microcosm, comprising individuals of all types, including those who dared to think but not act. Ji Shi had recognized this reality long ago, which was why he had taken such measures today. "It's a pity about the food your father prepared," Lin Ye lamented as she walked alongside Ji Shi. "Those dishes were all prepared for us by Xi Jinping. No matter, we will have time to cook when we return," Ji Shi reassured her. Upon their return, Xiao Wu had already enlisted the help of Tang Jingru and others to tidy the house. Zhou Chunhua also assisted in clearing the shattered bowls and glass shards. Upon seeing Ji Shi return unscathed, she prepared to leave, intending to dispose of the garbage. "Aunt Zhou, thank you for your help today," Lin Ye sincerely expressed, acknowledging the support from Han Xinlei and Zhou Chunhua, especially in light of the day's events. Although Zhou Chunhua worked as a cleaner, she exuded a reassuring presence. Thus, Ji Shi remarked, "Aunt Zhou, let us invite Xiao Lei for dinner tonight as a token of our gratitude." He had yet to properly thank Han Xinlei for her assistance over the past few days. "There is no need for formalities. You have already prepared so much food for the two of us, and it is we who should express our gratitude to you." Zhou Chunhua is evidently a cheerful person, with deep crow's feet etched at the corners of her eyes from her laughter. "Sister-in-law, do not refuse. We plan to prepare dinner for you this evening, and it shall be a delightful gathering for all." With Tang Jingrou's encouragement, Zhou Chunhua felt too embarrassed to decline any further and thus acquiesced. As night fell, Xi Jinping and his family had prepared an abundance of dishes, and Han Xinlei found herself quite full, a stark contrast to the previous days when she and her mother, Zhou Chunhua, had endured hunger at home, subsisting only on the remnants of sugar. Xiao Shuang finally looked forward to a day of rest. She contentedly caressed her full belly, for her unique abilities allowed her to vigilantly monitor the situation on the rooftop both day and night. She longed for the peace of mind that came from resting for several days in Jisher's space. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what misdeeds those individuals may commit next, remarked Shirliang. They won't succeed. Brother Ji has secured the area with layers of defenses, impenetrable to ordinary individuals. Ever since awakening, Xiaowu has placed unwavering trust in Jisher. Everything Jisher says and does is beyond reproach in his eyes, especially since his life has been saved by Jisher on multiple occasions. Yes, there is no need for concern. Let us rest well over the next few days. Jisher felt confident that everyone would enjoy a restful night, for they were all exceedingly weary. I shall do the dishes, you all take a break. Once everyone had their fill, Zhou Chunhua briskly collected the bowls and chopsticks and began washing them by the kitchen's water bucket. Jisher observed the industrious Zhou Chunhua, lost in thought, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. In the space, Lin Jihai called his son Lin Fanqing, who had been somewhat out of sorts, to the small pond for a heart-to-heart conversation. Today, your brother-in-law spoke to me. He mentioned that your mood seems to be troubled. Have you been affected by something? Lin Jihai inquired, referencing Jisher's actions against Luo Hao and his gang. Perhaps I lack the resolve. I cannot be so ruthless, Lin Fanqing admitted, feeling a persistent lethargy. Initially, he had not been disturbed when Jisher eliminated the mastermind behind the Zhao family's plight. Yet today, he found himself acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. You are not at fault, nor is your brother-in-law. However, remember, each life is singular, Lin Jihai reassured his son with a gentle pat. As a university student, Fanqing's life had thus far revolved around study and leisure, making it natural for him to experience emotional upheaval when confronted with such matters. Jisher had also taken note of this. Only once, Lin Fanqing murmured. Indeed, if anything were to happen to your Uncle Ji, could you accept it? Of course not. Your brother-in-law is merely taking precautions against future threats. Those who would seek to exploit the situation will be even more ruthless, Lin Jihai stated, emphasizing that in some cases, it is a matter of life and death. Jisher is undoubtedly a principled individual, which is why he acts decisively without hesitation. That cannot happen. If anything were to befall Uncle Ji, how heartbroken would my brother-in-law be? Lin Fanqing suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing that none of them could bear the consequences of such an outcome. Indeed, it is understood, and thus this matter shall be laid to rest. Lin Jihai, witnessing his son's enlightenment, felt a sense of relief. The residence within the space was adorned with ancient architecture. However, the bedrooms of several individuals were furnished with modern, luxurious ceiling mattresses. After Lin Yaya filled the toilet tank with water, she took a shower and was lost in thought, gazing at the water sphere in her hand when Jisher entered. The fragrance of shower gel enveloped Lin Yaya, and Jisher embraced her from behind. What are you doing? Lin Yaya's delicate earlobes, charming and lovely, transformed into a rosy hue as Jisher lingered nearby. She instinctively retracted her neck, her soft and smooth cheek brushing against Jisher's steadfast face, an enticing sensation that prompted Jisher to peck her playfully. I was merely contemplating how a single strike with water magic can vanquish a zombie or a person. Although she was beside Jisher today, she could only use her water sphere to push away that tattooed woman. She yearned to protect Jisher and his family as he protected her. Yet, at present, she was unable to do so. Chapter 88. The next course of action water abilities are of paramount importance. In my eyes, Yaya is already quite formidable, Jisher sincerely remarked, noting that although Lin Yaya's water abilities were only at level 2, she could already defeat a level 4 water ability user from her past life in an instant. However, Jisher would not allow Lin Yaya to dwell on these concerns any longer, as his hands began to wander restlessly across her form. Within the space, there was no night. Drawing the blackout curtains rendered the room an impenetrable darkness. Jisher casually turned on the soft night light by the bedside, casting Lin Yaya's long hair in a more delicate light, not to mention the soft, kitten-like murmurs escaping her lips as Jisher leaned closer. Emitting a faint sigh from his throat, Lin Fanqing observed that during their 2 days in the space, her brother-in-law often stared blankly at the map on his tablet. She circumvented Tang Jingru, who was busy preparing vegetables, and approached Jisher, inquiring, "Brother-in-law, are you thinking of going somewhere? I know Haitong City well. Just ask me where you wish to go." "I am not looking at Haitong City," Jisher replied, studying a map of the entire nation. "Why? Are we embarking on a long journey?" Lin Fanqing pressed further. Realizing that the busy family was now focused on him, Jisher finally articulated his current considerations. Where to next? Lin Jihai and Ji Jinping halted their operations of the rice and flour processing machines and entered to inquire. "Well, I mean, if Haitong City cannot accommodate us, it would be prudent to make additional plans," Jisher stated. He possessed some knowledge of the major bases from his past life. The current shelters and rescue teams were integral components of the Haitong City base, arguably its predecessors. We are residents of Haitong City and have not offended anyone. How could we possibly be unwelcome? Lin Fanqing questioned, perplexed. Currently, it seems we may have indeed offended someone, Ji Shi replied with a note of resignation. They have blocked Fudong Avenue, which has infringed upon certain interests. Moreover, I have heard that internal strife within the Haitong City base is severe, and Lin Jihai finds himself caught in the middle. Even remaining neutral is no easy feat. Ji Shi gazed at himself, and Lin Jihai initially thought his son-in-law sought his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, making more plans is not a bad idea. Currently, we harbor a secret that must remain undisclosed to anyone. Perhaps we should establish ourselves in a secluded mountainous forest? After all, we do not lack food and drink at the moment. Nor do we need to worry about anyone discovering the secret of the space. Ji Shi shook his head and replied, Father, have you forgotten? The space requires a substantial amount of crystal cores. It is unlikely that we can sustain it merely by slaying a few zombies. The space has already undergone one upgrade, and the crystal cores we have accumulated over the past few days have all been fed to it. But these cores only suffice to maintain the emerald hue of the jade ball. Furthermore, what Lin Jihai was unaware of was that, in due time, the plants would also mutate, bringing forth unpredictable dangers in the dense forest. Indeed, otherwise, why don't we clarify matters with the people at the shelter or foster a good relationship with them? Xi Jinping suggested. What if things do not go well with those people? Lin Ye inquired, echoing Ji Shi's concerns. She understood that he aimed to provide the family with ample safety and freedom. This is indeed a dilemma. If we were to leave this place in the future, where would we go? Tang Jingru pondered, appreciating Ji Shi's foresight, as they had not yet considered such matters. I am contemplating this, Ji Shi said, pointing to a location on the map. Is this Shilling City? Lin Jihai glanced over, surprised that Ji Shi would think of that place. Although Shilling City was not too far from Haitong City, it was certainly not close. Before the apocalypse, it would take approximately 4 hours by high-speed train to reach there. But post-apocalypse, the journey would be arduous. Yes, Shilling is situated in Yongyang Province, characterized by its flat terrain and well-connected roads. The national and provincial highways there are considerably wider than in most areas, Ji Shi explained. Goodness, brother-in-law. Do you realize that Yongyang Province ranks among the top 3 most populous provinces in our country? Lin Fanqing exclaimed, his astonishment evident. He did not intend to flaunt his knowledge. The revelation simply took him by surprise, as one would typically seek refuge in areas with fewer zombies. Ji Shi smiled. I am aware. He certainly knew about Yongyang Province's dense population and that, in his past life, there were no bases established there. Is the master seeking fortune amid danger? Chu Xiaoduan mused, resting her chin on her hand as she voiced her speculation. Ji Shi nodded. With a larger population, there are naturally more zombies, which would be beneficial for our advancement and the upgrading of the space. He did not wish to live as a pitiful failure as he had in his previous life. His desire was to strengthen himself, for the apocalypse would not conclude swiftly. To survive longer and remain unrestrained, he must cultivate sufficient strength. That sounds quite challenging, Lin Fanqing remarked, stroking his chin. His eyes widened as he realized his brother-in-law intended to establish independence. Let us proceed step by step. This is merely an idea of mine. Ji Shi folded the map. If he could establish a firm foothold in Haidong City, that would naturally be the most straightforward and secure approach. However, now that he was completely rested, he was ready to get to work. As Xi Jinping remarked, the agricultural tasks within the space seem to be never-ending. Are we not a bit overwhelmed with chicken and duck eggs? Lin Ye inquired, gesturing towards the hundreds of baskets brimming with eggs before her. The livestock on their small farm was nearing capacity, and the production of eggs was astonishingly prolific. Fortunately, with the puppetry talisman crafted by Chu Xiaoshuang, the model puppet could continuously perform repetitive motions to collect the eggs in the farm. Subsequently, Ji Shi utilized his consciousness to transport the baskets of eggs to a nearby vacant area. Now, that space was adorned with a vast array of egg baskets. Were it not for the preservation properties of the space, these eggs would have surely gone to waste. Indeed, it is rather excessive, Ji Shi echoed, realizing that an abundance could also be a source of trouble. Xi Jinping had already consumed a considerable quantity of eggs in his culinary endeavors, and each member of the team consumed at least 1 boiled egg daily, yet they still could not keep pace with the egg-laying rate of the chickens and ducks. It's not just the chicken eggs. I fear we may soon lack space for these fowls, Lin Fanqing added as she approached. My abilities could indeed be employed to construct the farm Ji Shi mentioned, but having recently perused several books on building, it seems more complex than I anticipated, Lin Jihai admitted, his understanding of construction limited to the architectural texts Ji Shi had previously collected from the bookstore. Even erecting a simple wall necessitated a foundation, cement, and precise leveling. By the way, I recall spotting a flyer at the automation machines the other day. There seems to be a company in the city that specializes in producing automated building robots, which might be beneficial for us, Lin Ye suddenly remembered. having set aside a clean copy of the flyer at the time. Building robots? Jisher expressed curiosity. Upon locating the flyer, they discovered that the company manufacturing these construction robots was conveniently located next to Zhao Hualing's pharmaceutical company. Perfect. The pharmaceutical company is also our next destination. Jisher promptly decided that their next outing would be to this location. However, while plans were being made, the chores within the space still required attention. Jisher meticulously organized the remaining chicken and duck eggs, then used his consciousness to transport the rice and flour that Xi Jinping and Lin Jihai had produced. Such laborious tasks were typically assigned to him, as he could effortlessly control all objects within the space. The garden was flourishing with cucumbers, green beans, and tomatoes, their branches laden with produce. Chu Xiaoshuang, while listening to music, collaborated with Lin Yiya in harvesting the vegetables. These crops could be stored indefinitely without spoiling. Xi Jinping had initially contemplated expanding the garden, only to realize that the modest patch they had cultivated was already sufficient for their needs. I can prepare the meat and eggs as braised dishes for everyone. I might just need to disguise them a bit. However, the vegetables can only be made into dried or pickled varieties, Xi Jinping remarked, surveying the bountiful ingredients before him. It dawned on him that an overabundance could also be a burden. Lin Fanqing sighed. It seems that having too much can be a weighty concern. Rest assured, these items may prove invaluable in the future, Jisher reassured them, untroubled, as his space still held over 90 of unutilized land. Gazing at the verdant expanse of grassland beyond the fields, Jisher decisively summoned several automatic tillers with his mind, intending to cultivate the land for grain production. These tillers were acquired alongside Lin Yiya in the realm of agricultural automation and could operate on either diesel or electricity. Jisher opted for diesel. After approximately half an hour, a significant portion of the grassland had been tilled, and Jisher poured a sufficient quantity of rice seeds into the automatic seeder, allowing it to commence sowing along the newly cultivated paths. Thus, the day unfolded, with Jisher venturing out several times, despite it being merely 2 in the morning. Aside from Changsheng, who was anxiously pacing on the balcony, all appeared tranquil. Consequently, he beckoned Changsheng into the space. Go run, Jisher instructed. Unfastening the dog leash from Changsheng's neck. Dogs require their exercise, and so did Changsheng, albeit within the confines of the space. Wang Wang. Changsheng relished his time in the space, immediately racing towards the pasture. Everything all right outside. Xi Jinping was peeling peanuts while watching television. The shows broadcasted on the space's television were all downloaded onto a hard drive by Jisher prior to the apocalypse, supplemented by various films procured from bookstores. Enough to keep them entertained for a while. All is well, Dad. You don't need to guard outside tonight. Previously, Xi Jinping had spent each night on watch duty. But Jisher decided they could exit the space earlier today. That's good to hear. Xi Jinping was soon engrossed in the television drama, engaging in conversation about the plot with Lin Jihai seated nearby. Observing his family's serene demeanor, Jisher felt entirely at ease. They had all been exceedingly fatigued in recent days. A brief respite was well-deserved, albeit seemingly a luxury in these times. The following morning, the distant echoes of gunfire resonated from the direction of Fudong Avenue. At that moment, Zhang Yong and Xiao Wu were honing their abilities in the corridor, and upon hearing the gunfire, they abruptly halted. So soon? Lin Yiya, having retracted her water-based abilities into various forms, stood up. Since we're here, let us go take a look. Jisher resolved to bring everyone along. Leaving Xi Jinping at home was, indeed, unsafe. Fudong Avenue was shrouded in smoke, as the rescue team members, under Gao Xian's command, engaged in combat with the relentless horde of zombies. Gao Xian cursed vehemently, frustrated that despite having lured numerous zombies away from this route, a continuous stream of them persisted. What infuriated him further was the sight of several large trucks and buses obstructing the center of the road, seemingly placed there by unknown individuals and inexplicably bound together with metallic abilities, an entanglement that could not be easily resolved. Moreover, behind these massive vehicles lay several rows of barricades. Even if those were cleared, there were still 3 or 4 layers remaining to be moved. Li Yuzhu remarked, "Who on earth is responsible for this? Don't they realize the peril they are causing?" Gao Xian recalled the ammunition they had expended on this journey, feeling a pang of regret. Their supplies were already critically low, and the usage on this trip had surpassed that of the past week. Do not be disheartened. Our purpose here is to uncover the truth of this matter. Commander Gao is awaiting us in the shelter. A smiling man consoled Gao Xian as he stepped down from the vehicle. Li Yuzhu glanced at Zhang Hongbin, harboring an inexplicable sense of unease about him, as if he were an enigma. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from ahead, prompting Gao Xian and his companions to turn their attention swiftly. Before them, a massive python had risen from the remnants of what had been a dwindling horde of zombies, its foul maw gaping wide, as it seized a hapless individual by the head. It is a zombie titan. The members of the frontline team, confronted with the creature's imposing form, found their legs paralyzed in fear, realizing that even an attempt to flee would be futile against such a monstrous foe. A thunderous roar emanated from the 2-meter-high zombie python, causing the faces of those present to pale in terror. Bullets ricocheted off its scaled hide, proving utterly ineffective. Only a rocket launcher could breach its skull. Yet they had just depleted their ammunition against a few mutated beasts. Quick, you lot, cover Captain Gao and get in the vehicle. Zhang Hongbin reacted first, pulling Gao Xian toward the car with urgency. Although they were blocked behind, a diversion could allow them to escape down a narrow path to the left. If someone were to draw the remaining zombies and the colossal python away. But if we do that, our mission will fail. Gao Xian hesitated, recalling his father, who took great pride in him. You fool. Commander Gao deploys elite teams under the principle of surviving without combat, all for your safety. Your safety is paramount. Zhang Hongbin pleaded, climbing into the vehicle, already prepared to leave without Gao Xian if necessary. At that moment, the situation shifted dramatically. Several despondent team members had closed their eyes in resignation, the python's lament echoing ominously. Yet, amidst its mournful cries, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Its core must be substantial. Come on, master. A figure leapt swiftly from a bus, buoyed by the winds of their elemental abilities, as Chu Xiaoshuang cheered for them. Chapter 90. The base commander of Haitong City? Indeed. Ji Shi's response was swallowed by the cacophony of the zombie python's cries. Zhang Hongbin, poised to flee, witnessed the scene unfold. The figure emerged from the blinding sun, radiating a brilliance more dazzling than the daylight itself. Ji Shi observed the gaping wound in the zombie python, created by his fireball, while a throng of astonished combatants stood behind him. Who is this person? You, step back a bit. Those zombies belong to you. This one is mine. Ji Shi declared without turning his head. The beast core holds no value for the ability users, yet it serves as a substantial supplement for spatial manipulation. Chu Xiao once stated that the spiritual energy contained within a single beast core could rival that of 1,000 crystal cores. Encountering such a valuable item during their dire shortage of crystal cores, he could not let the opportunity slip away. The team members exchanged bewildered glances. Who would desire that zombie python? With a roar, there was no time for further contemplation as they began to retreat. For the zombie python had lowered its serpentine head and lunged toward them. Bang, bang, bang. Ji Shi launched 3 massive fireballs into the gaping maw of the creature, then swiftly dashed toward the wall, successfully diverting the attention of the zombie python. Although the fireballs did not penetrate the creature's head, they ignited fiercely within its mouth. Despite the lack of consciousness in zombies and zombie beasts, they possessed an innate instinct for combat and self-preservation, and the zombie python was no exception. Realizing that the flames posed a threat to its very existence, it thrashed its head in an attempt to extinguish the fire, sweeping its tail along the ground toward Ji Shi. My brother-in-law's fire abilities are not so easily extinguished. At this moment, Lin Fanqing and Xuan Ningxia had already utilized their metal abilities to clear a narrow path 1 meter wide. Observing Ji Shi handle the situation with ease, the group decided to stand aside and watch the spectacle unfold. Ji Shi effortlessly evaded the sweeping tail and, with a cold smirk, leaped atop an abandoned vehicle by the wall. As the tail swept toward him again, he jumped down. With a swift motion, he enveloped his tang knife in fire abilities and severed the tail. Aware that this would not significantly affect the zombie python, Ji Shi did not pause. Indeed, after he leaped away, the creature's massive jaws crashed into the abandoned vehicle. Boom! Ji Shi snapped his fingers, and the vehicle within the zombie python's mouth erupted into a thunderous explosion, scattering chunks of putrid meat through the air, shattering the creature's razor-sharp teeth. With the relentless assault of the zombie python, Ji Shi kicked off the wall and thrust his tang knife into the creature's lower jaw. The fire abilities surged through the knife, piercing through the entire head, with flames erupting from the top. The colossal body of the zombie python toppled to one side, and Ji Shi approached to retrieve his tang knife, extracting a large beast core with one hand. Hearing the cheers from Lin Fanqing and Zhang Yong behind him, Ji Shi smiled as he walked back. In a mere 5 minutes of battle, Gao Xian was profoundly shaken by the unfamiliar man before him. As a fellow fire ability user, he understood that bringing this individual back would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. Initially believing his own fire abilities to be among the elite within the rescue team, he was astonished to discover this man's exceptional prowess. Clenching his fists, he contemplated the accolades he had accumulated during this time. At this moment, the remaining horde of zombies had been entirely eradicated by the rescue team. Gao Xian approached the group, scrutinizing them carefully. Among them were both men and women, and even a pristine white dog. However, upon recognizing the woman smiling and wiping the sweat from the man's brow, he was instantly rendered speechless. Yaya? Gao Xian had never anticipated a reunion with Lin Yaya under such circumstances. Lin Yaya was once the object of his affection. After much effort convincing his parents to act as matchmakers, he was ultimately rejected by the Lin family. Lin Ye looked at Gao Xian with a face full of questions, wondering who he was. Ji Shi could tell from Lin Ye's reaction that his wife had completely forgotten who this person was. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with him as well. Gao Xian? Lin Jihai was equally astonished. Wasn't this the son of Gao Chuanming? What was he doing here? Gao Xian was also surprised, having thought that the Lin family was no longer alive. Remembering Gao Chuanming, who had yet to find his footing in the shelter, Gao Xian made a decision in his heart. Uncle Lin, who is this? Gao Xian inquired, looking at Ji Shi. This is my son-in-law, Ye's husband, Ji Shi. Lin Jihai introduced grandly, expressing his disfavor for Gao Xian, especially compared to Ji Shi, who had taken his daughter without a word. Fortunately, Lin Ye had shown no interest in Gao Xian from the beginning. Lin Ye seemed to recall something, merely nodding faintly at Gao Xian. Did you place these items here? Gao Xian questioned directly. Lin Jihai and Tang Jingru immediately frowned. If they had not misjudged, it was Ji Shi who had saved the lives of those team members. That Gao Xian had always enjoyed putting on airs was one thing, but what was he trying to accomplish now? It was I, Ji Shi replied, his expression unchanged, yet unflinching. Do you realize that due to your actions, you have caused the deaths of over a dozen of our rescue team members? This is a crucial passage. It cannot simply be blocked at your whim. Gao Xian spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were a messenger of justice. Li Yuzhu, standing nearby, was somewhat astonished. The death toll she reported was 3, with the others having successfully escaped. Zhang Yong could no longer contain himself, pointing at Gao Xian and asking, "Are you being polite? Who is this person, coming here and causing a ruckus?" Ji Shi stopped Zhang Yong, feigning surprise as he asked, "Are you from the rescue team? That's wonderful. There are over 200 survivors in the nearby community, anxiously awaiting rescue. We discovered that this route was frequently plagued by zombies, so for the safety of the people, we temporarily blocked it. I truly did not expect it to cause you such great inconvenience." Lin Ye also reacted, looking regretful as she said, "Are you saying that there were rescue team members who wanted to come here to save people? However, we considered that others might pass through here, so we left a passage on the left. What a pity. The small path on the left had not been blocked. It simply led in the opposite direction and could still be used for escape." After the two finished speaking, the vigilant rescue team members and those who had come along understood. They had not searched this area for survivors, as the zombie situation in the city did not allow for delays, necessitating the choice of a location to divert the zombies. In truth, the ones who should feel guilty were they. Gao Xian momentarily found himself at a loss for words when a voice of mediation arose from behind him. It is all a misunderstanding. Gao Xian is still young and values his subordinates, thus it is only natural for him to exhibit a bit of temper. You must be Secretary Lin, correct? My name is Zhang Hongbin, and I am the brother of Zhang Zhe. With squinted eyes, Zhang Hongbin smiled warmly. Ji Shi was somewhat taken aback. Although he was unfamiliar with Zhang Hongbin, he recognized the name. After all, Zhang Hongbin was the director of the Haitong City base in his past life. Chapter 91. Leaving the community according to rumors, Zhang Hongbin, the base director of Haitong City, was quite extreme in his methods. He commanded that the base only accept useful ability users, making it exceedingly difficult for the elderly, weak, and ill who sought refuge within the base. Many survivors unable to enter the base had no choice but to band together for survival near its periphery. Was this amiable peacemaker truly the future base director of Haitong City? Mayor Zhang? Where was he now? Lin Jihai, who shared a close relationship with Zhang Zhe, immediately expressed his delight upon learning that Zhang Hongbin was his brother. My brother Zhang Hongbin's expression turned somber. At that moment, Gao Xian interjected. Mayor Zhang unfortunately contracted the zombie virus and has since passed away. Lin Jihai gazed at Gao Xian in disbelief. Zhang Zhe is dead. How could this happen? When I received my brother's call, he was already at his end. The situation had deteriorated everywhere. I didn't even get to see him one last time. Zhang Hongbin lamented, his eyes reddening. Although Lin Jihai felt a tangle of emotions, he nonetheless spoke. I apologize for bringing up such memories. This calamity has truly been arduous for everyone. Sigh. Indeed, my brother often spoke of you, Secretary Lin. It is fate that we meet again, Zhang Hongbin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Changxing began to bark at the front, signaling the appearance of zombies once more. I believe this is not the ideal place for conversation. Since you are here to rescue survivors, let us proceed over there, Zhao Yu suggested with a timely smile. Lin Jihai had previously informed him that certain matters regarding their team should not be disclosed to outsiders, especially since he sensed that Gao Xian was not here with good intentions. In this situation, the team leader, Gao Xian, found himself unable to refuse, unaware that he was being led by Ji Shi and his group. The survivors of the Shiji Huayuan community could hardly believe their eyes as the long-awaited official rescue team finally arrived. We are saved. How wonderful. They have firearms. Killing zombies will surely be swift and convenient. Indeed, firearms are weapons that even deities fear. I have felt utterly stifled within the community during this time. It seems our taxes were not paid in vain. In this moment, the government is indeed reliable. Did Jishur and the others bring the rescue team here? They must have worked hard during this time, they exclaimed in excitement, gathering to discuss. Entirely unaware that Gao Xian and his party had not even prepared transportation to evacuate the survivors. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to assist the survivors we encounter. I will send someone to procure vehicles immediately, Gao Xian assured them. Gao Xian stood before a multitude of survivors, assuring them with a sense of confidence. That is reassuring, we can rest easy now. Even though a hint of disappointment lingered within their hearts, the survivors chose to place their trust in Gao Xian and the well-organized rescue teams that stood behind him. Meanwhile, Jishur engaged in a discussion with the others regarding the matter. He discerned that both families and Zhang Yong's group exhibited considerable interest in the refuge. This was hardly surprising, as in the face of such natural disasters, the primary concern for anyone would be the human stronghold. We can go first. If everyone wishes to stay later, that is fine, Jishur remarked. He had never visited the original shelter in Haitong City, but he surmised that the conditions in various shelters would likely be similar, chaotic, unsanitary, and devoid of safety. However, he understood that his knowledge did not extend to the families and teammates. Thus, it would be beneficial for them to witness the situation firsthand. At the very least, until the fall of Anqing Base, the Haitong City base had remained intact. Gao Xian observed Jishur and his group emerging, his eyes reflecting a sense of rejection. These individuals appeared as if they were merely out for a stroll, devoid of any baggage. Secretary Lin, it seems the surroundings are quite similar. I wonder what transpired here? Zhang Hongbin inquired, glancing at the charred community. The roads outside revealed similar scenes, and he had already surmised much of the truth in his heart. It's nothing. Just a few waves of zombies. We dealt with them collectively. Lin Jihai was reluctant to divulge more. He was not foolish. Gao Xian's current demeanor conveyed numerous unspoken issues, suggesting that the refuge he anticipated might not align with his expectations. Yeah. It seems these people are not particularly welcoming to us, Xi Jinping remarked, his social anxiety rendering him sensitive to Gao Xian's disdain. Don't worry, Dad, Jishur reassured. We're merely going to take a look. If it suits us, we will stay. If not, we shall leave. Lin Ye whispered words of comfort as Jishur busied himself giving instructions to Zhang Yong and Xiao Wu. She cast one last glance at the ravaged community, feeling it was quite possible they would never return. Soon, a bus was located, yet Jishur and his group opted to drive themselves. Goodness! Aren't these the buses we procured? Lin Fanqing exclaimed, recognizing the vehicles. However, Xuen Ningxia quickly identified them as the very buses they had used to block the road. Well, they've been repurposed, she said, her tone laced with sarcasm. Let us go. Once that place is dismantled, this area will soon be surrounded by zombies. The sun blazed relentlessly, and Jishur donned sunglasses, enhancing his cool demeanor. Just as he prepared to enter the vehicle, Zhang Hongbin called out to him. Jishur, you can follow behind our convoy later. Don't worry too much about accommodations. I will arrange a place for you. Zhang Hongbin resembled a wise elder. Had it not been for the knowledge that this individual would one day become the head of the Haitong City base, Jishur might have held him in high regard. Nonetheless, he responded politely, saying, Very well, thank you for your concern. It is no trouble at all. Feel free to reach out to me whenever needed. With that, Zhang Hongbin took his leave. The mayor had always been known for his amiable demeanor, and it was heartening to discover that Zhang Hongbin shared this pleasant trait. As Jishur settled into the vehicle, he heard his mother-in-law, Tang Jingru, express her thoughts. Indeed, he is far superior to that Gao Xian. Thankfully, my sister never took a liking to him. Lin Fanqing nudged Lin Ye, and upon noticing Jishur's lack of reaction, she cast a warning glance at her brother, who had a penchant for speaking out of turn. It's a pity that such a thing happened to Mayor Zhang, Lin Jihai sighed. What do you think, brother-in-law? Lin Fanqing inquired, curious about Jishur's silence. It is difficult to say. He does not appear to be an ordinary individual, Jishur replied nonchalantly. Indeed, you speak wisely. Jishur, let us observe the situation for now, Lin Jihai nodded, recalling that the deceased Zhang Zhe had once mentioned his brother, Zhang Hongbin, during their casual conversations. It was surprising that Jishur could glean such insights from mere snippets of dialogue. Chapter 92. Collecting crystals. There were approximately 200 survivors remaining in the community, and the rescue team had only brought 3 large buses. Although the vehicles were cramped, the prospect of survival filled everyone with optimism. The driver, Lu, and the 2 soldiers accompanying them remained silent. Sir, what is the refuge like? Will they provide us with food when we arrive? A middle-aged woman inquired of the soldier. Chen Jun. He moved his cracked lips, nodding after a moment. Really? That's wonderful. Did you all hear that? The refuge will provide us with food. The middle-aged woman exclaimed joyfully within the bus. Chen Jun hesitated, his thoughts unspoken, while Lu, The driver shook his head in resignation, pondering whether the meager broth and rice soup could be considered actual food. The two buses trailed at the end of the convoy, with Ji Shi attentively monitoring the road conditions. The driver of the second bus was Xuan Ningxia, and both buses were equipped with walkie-talkies for communication. "Let us stop for a moment," Ji Shi announced as they reached Fudong Avenue. "What is it, Ji Shi?" Zhang Yong asked, sensing a potential issue. "Nothing serious. Just collecting some crystals," Ji Shi replied with a smile. The corpses of the zombies dispatched by the rescue team were piled along the roadside, their crystal cores still intact. "Is it really possible to do this? We must get out," Zhang Yong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Free crystals were too good to pass up. Why would those people disregard these crystals? Xiao Wu pondered, stepping out of the bus to begin excavating. Could it be that they are unaware of the crystal's utility? Zhao Hualing suggested, and her reasoning resonated with the others. "Yes, I noticed that too. Those individuals were using bullets to kill zombies, and no one appeared to be utilizing any abilities." Shi Liang discovered a new world. Much like he had never imagined utilizing his own hands and abilities to slay the undead during his time of entrapment. "Let us hasten our excavation, lest they discover us," urged Dong Wenguang. He glanced ahead. The convoy had just taken a turn, and at this moment, they should remain unseen as they began to unearth the crystal cores. "Fear not. We shall follow slowly from the rear. After all, the location of the shelter is not difficult to ascertain." Ji Shi was aware that the refuge lay at the largest sports arena in Haitong City, and he had earlier instructed Lin Jihai to inform the others that they might descend midway to gather supplies. Within the first few dark green trucks, Li Yuzhu sat upright, her demeanor tense, as she noticed Gao Xian's consistently grim expression at the forefront. The atmosphere had grown somewhat stifled, prompting her to refrain from speaking freely. "It seems we have fallen behind," remarked Ren Feiwen, the deputy of the rescue team, observing the movements of the vehicles behind them through binoculars. There were several deputies within the rescue team, essentially tasked with safeguarding their leader, Gao Xian, on either side. "What have they halted for?" Gao Xian inquired. "Most likely to forage for food along the way. I overheard Secretary Lin discussing it with a few drivers, suggesting we need not wait for them," Li Yuzhu replied. "Haitong City has changed. There is no need to refer to him as Secretary Lin anymore," Gao Xian added. Li Yuzhu immediately grasped the implication, promptly acknowledging, yet she remarked, "The fate of the shelter is all but sealed. Despite Lin Jihai's previous good rapport, it is unlikely he can stir any significant upheaval. Indeed, they are but a handful. What upheaval could they possibly incite?" Gao Xian felt as though Ji Shi regarded him with disdain, and that family of his appeared remarkably fortunate. That seemingly fortunate family was currently engrossed in excavating crystal cores. Zhao Hualing's wood-based abilities were exquisitely suited for this task, allowing her to extract nearly 10 cores simultaneously. "Huh. What a foolish lot, disregarding such treasures. It's utterly amusing." Chu Xiaoshuang experienced the joy of treasure hunting for the first time. Their group ambled along, and despite covering nearly 20 kilometers, they had already amassed over 5,000 crystal cores, including some from zombie beasts and mutated creatures. Regrettably, the shops and malls lining the route had been thoroughly cleared, leaving Zhang Yong and his companions feeling rather disappointed. "What has happened to Chang'an?" Tang Jingru noticed Chang'an within the vehicle suddenly perk up its ears and rise, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Are we to encounter zombies? It seems the convoy is under attack." Ji Shi discerned the billowing smoke ahead and immediately instructed Lin Fanqing to relay the message via radio to the trailing vehicles. "Understood." Shi Liang ended the communication. It appeared their journey would not be as smooth as anticipated. At this moment, 3 buses were precariously positioned across the roadway, as the foremost bus had fallen victim to an assault by fire-type zombies, resulting in 2 blown tires. The road had originally been one way, which led to the subsequent collision of the 2 vehicles behind. As more and more zombies emerged outside, the survivors within the vehicles were thrown into disarray. Save for a few seasoned individuals who had faced the undead before and managed to maintain a semblance of calm. "Remain calm, everyone. The rescue team is ahead. They will surely eliminate these undead," a man proclaimed as he stood up. "It should be fine. There aren't that many zombies," a woman beside him remarked disdainfully, glancing at the grotesque creatures outside, recalling the countless zombies they had encountered in their community. The community security personnel, Ji Shi, managed to dispatch them effortlessly. Surely this armed rescue team will be even more efficient. The 2 rescue team members exchanged glances, bemused. There were over 1,000 zombies outside, and these survivors deemed that a manageable number? Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted from several trucks ahead, nearly all bullets finding their mark in the zombie skulls. "Captain Gao, initial estimates suggest there are around 400 zombies, a considerable number. Should we consider evacuation?" One of the rescue team members inquired. "We cannot retreat. Safeguarding the citizens' safety is our mission," Gao Xian replied resolutely. To withdraw now would mean abandoning the 3 buses, and with so many eyes upon them. He felt compelled to uphold his father's reputation, even as his heart yearned for retreat. As seconds ticked by, the initially diminishing horde showed no signs of abating. Instead, the cacophony of gunfire and the scent of hundreds congregating attracted even more zombies. Boom. Bang. Mutant zombies relentlessly assaulted the convoy, particularly targeting the 3 buses. Inside the buses, the survivors' faces paled as the acrid scent of burning began to waft from the rear of the 3rd vehicle. Why aren't they coming out to fight the zombies? One person could no longer contain their curiosity. Indeed, using guns seems utterly inefficient. This is too slow. Another exclaimed. Look, it's Jisher's vehicle. They have arrived. Someone shouted, pointing to the 2 off-road vehicles that followed closely behind. Chapter 93. They are merely survivors. The survivors in the bus suddenly recalled Jisher and his crew from their previous encounters with zombies in the community. Using knives to dispatch zombies appeared primitive. However, their speed rivaled that of firearms, especially with Jisher's group employing their collective abilities, which far surpassed the effectiveness of mere bullets. Thus, their excitement was palpable upon seeing Jisher's vehicle approach. However, Jisher merely cautioned the occupants of the 2 vehicles to stay alert. He had no intention of allowing everyone to disembark and engage the zombies. Those who stand out attract fire, he reminded them. They were survivors seeking refuge with the rescue team, not saviors who must intervene at every turn. Yet, Jisher was taken aback by Lin Jihai's response, who seemed unfazed by the situation, merely commenting, Haidong City primarily relies on imports and exports. It likely lacks sufficient weapons and ammunition. However, given the current scenario, they have yet to employ their abilities to deal with the zombies. Indeed, this approach won't suffice, Tang Jingru observed, recognizing that the rescue team's pace in eliminating zombies did not match the emergence of new ones. Brother-in-law, should we join the fray? Lin Fanqing asked, visibly restless. It is not yet time, came Jisher's calm reply. Jisher maintained his composure, even going so far as to activate the music player within the vehicle, filling the air with melodies despite the menacing presence of zombies surrounding them. Fanqing, you must remember that we are survivors seeking refuge, not heroes attempting to display our bravery before these creatures, Lin Jihai admonished earnestly from the rear. I understand, Dad. I was just thinking about Aunt Zhou and the others still inside, Lin Fanqing replied. The household chores were numerous, and whenever Ji Zhongping found himself overwhelmed, it was Zhou Chunhua who came to assist, and everyone got along well with her. That is true, but let us heed your brother-in-law's advice. Do not act until absolutely necessary, Tang Jingru advised. At that moment, Gao Xian rose to his feet, joining Li Yuzhu and a team of members at the edge of the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that although the team members wore uniforms identical to those of the rescue squad, a distinctive emblem adorned their chests, a character for Gao, signifying they were subordinates of Gao Chuanming. Fire users, heed my command. 2 o'clock position, remaining personnel, aim your weapons at 9 o'clock. Gao Xian summoned his fire abilities, launching a forceful strike in a designated direction. Yes, approximately 15 fire users responded in unison, manifesting their own abilities upon Gao Xian's command. Simultaneously, several metal users inside the truck manipulated an open oil barrel, pouring its contents onto the horde of zombies below. The flames ignited with a ferocious blaze, appearing undeniably formidable. However, the zombies, now ablaze, continued their relentless advance, even igniting flammable materials in their vicinity. This is reckless, Jisher frowned at the scene before him. Had the rescue team not considered the safety of the 3 buses? This could easily lead to an explosion. A crackling sound erupted from the radio. Lin Yia initially presumed it was a communication from the vehicle behind, but upon answering, she discovered it was the voice of Han Xinlei. Great. Is that you, Yia? Lin Yia, who was merely a year older than Han Xinlei, was fondly addressed as such. Xiaolei, where are you now? Lin Yia inquired, astonished. As she believed Han Xinlei and Zhou Chunhua were aboard the bus, I modified the vehicle's communication system to a wireless intercom. The driver said our bus is leaking fuel and may explode. Yia, you must move back. The signal was intermittent due to the makeshift setup. But Jisher and the others understood the urgency of Han Xinlei's warning to evacuate the area to avoid the blast. However, she and Zhou Chunhua remained aboard the 3rd bus ahead. I want to help, but not by killing zombies, Lin Yia stated. If Yia wishes to go, she certainly may. However, I must ensure your safety, Jisher remarked, still unaware of Lin Yia's intentions, but trusting her judgment. Mom and Dad, my sister and brother-in-law are flaunting their affection again. Aren't you going to intervene? Lin Fanqing asked. Yet, at that moment, the couple had already disembarked. While Jisher effortlessly ascended to the roof of the bus, his arm wrapped around Lin Yia's waist. The conditions inside the 3 buses were far from favorable. The already cramped space was permeated with a palpable tension. They were not merely battling the undead. It felt as though they were roasting them instead. If Jisher were here, these zombies would pose no challenge. Enough said. Ji Shi had aided us on numerous occasions, and though he was merely a security guard, we were no longer in the confines of the Sentry Garden community. What right do you have to silence me? I merely stated that Ji Shi is far more capable than these individuals, without any ulterior motive. In an unstable environment, individuals tend to become irritable and anxious. And the atmosphere within the bus was no exception, filled with the sounds of quarrels. Zhou Chunhua grasped Han Xinlei's hand and inquired, "Have you notified them? They need to keep their distance. Otherwise, it would be a grave mistake if they got caught in an explosion." Zhou Chunhua had once watched a disaster film titled Noah's Ark while working for her employer, where, in the end, only a few protagonists survived, deemed the seeds of humanity. She had always believed that Ji Shi and his companions embodied those seeds. For an ordinary person like herself, death would be inconsequential. But the loss of Ji Shi and his group would be a tragic waste. Han Xinlei nodded. The signal is weak, but it seems Sister Yeo understood. Fear of death did not deter Han Xinlei, but if they were indeed destined to perish here today, she wished to repay those individuals who had given her hope. Ji Shi and the others are coming down. Suddenly, someone in the bus exclaimed with excitement. Coming down? Han Xinlei and Zhou Chunhua exchanged glances, turning to look toward the rear, but the thick smoke outside obscured their view. It's over. That zombie is about to charge in. The driver shouted, his face ashen. The gasoline on the floor was seeping outwards, and a flaming zombie was on the verge of crossing that perilous path. Captain, should we reduce the flames? Continuing like this could very well trigger an explosion, Ren Feiwen whispered urgently in Gao Xian's ear. He was a trusted confidant of Gao Chuanming and remained loyal to Gao Xian. Then it would be an unavoidable disaster. Gao Xian replied with a sidelong glance at Ren Feiwen. Sacrificing the survivors would be far more trivial than losing combat team members. People would merely feel pity for them. And nothing more. Understood. Ren Feiwen nodded and continued incinerating the horde of zombies below alongside the fire team. What is that? What are they planning to do? Li Yuzhu pointed at Ji Shi and Lin Yeye, who were climbing onto the bus. Chapter 94. Lin Yeye's thoughts. Lin Yeye's water abilities had advanced remarkably in recent days. But her earlier idea had only flitted through her mind, and she was uncertain if it could be successfully executed. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'll assist you. Ji Shi reassured her. Lin Yeye nodded and began to harness her water powers atop the bus. A clear blue liquid rapidly formed in her hands, gradually transforming into a flowing curtain of water that enveloped the bus. Within moments, the entire vehicle was encased in a thick membrane of water. Furthermore, Ji Shi noticed that the gasoline that had been pooling on the ground was also being lifted into the air by Lin Yeye's water abilities. Shall we coordinate? Lin Yeye asked. Absolutely. The notion of water and fire being incompatible rings true, and it is a rare opportunity for Ji Shi to collaborate with Lin Yeye using their respective abilities, thus he naturally does not refuse. However, he evidently has no intention of involving himself with Gao Xian and his associates. Boom. A powerful fireball hurtled toward the horde of zombies, encircling the off-road vehicle. While Lin Yeye skillfully dispersed the gasoline she had collected with her abilities in front of and behind the swarm. From within the truck, Zhang Hongbin observed clearly, as Ji Shi's strike instantaneously incinerated over 100 zombies. Despite Lin Yeye's assistance, Ji Shi alone could perhaps rival 10 such fire teams. A true talent, indeed, no. Each of them is a rare master. Zhang Hongbin murmured to himself as he watched outside. It was his first encounter with a water ability user like Lin Yeye, who effortlessly enveloped 3 buses in a layer of water membrane. Gao Xian had remained unmoved upon learning of Lin Yeye's water abilities, as those in the shelter merely provided water for daily use. Yet witnessing her prowess stirred thoughts within him. The Gao family held significant influence in the shelter. Upon their arrival and realization of the situation, he was curious to see if they would bow for mere grains. Perhaps with just a flick of his fingers, a woman like Lin Yeye would obediently present herself. The battle raged on, and Ji Shi and his companions had no intention of intervening. Concerned for Lin Yeye's well-being under the harsh sun, Ji Shi kindly held an umbrella over her. The outdoor temperature soared above 40 degrees, and he even discreetly retrieved a block of ice from his spatial storage to place in Lin Yeye's hand for some relief. To cool down, Ji Shi remarked. As Lin Yeye maneuvered the water membranes around the 3 buses, she had no intention of descending, for he did not wish for his beloved to suffer from heat stroke. Thank you, dear husband, Lin Yeye smiled, caressing the ice in her palm, which gradually melted into water. At that moment, Lin Yeye suddenly froze, lost in thought. Why are you being so polite with me? Ji Shi assumed she was merely shy, but he soon noticed the glimmer of excitement in her beautiful eyes. I've thought of something, Lin Yeye exclaimed suddenly. Ji Shi was startled by her unexpected reaction. You once mentioned that water can exist in many forms. It has varying temperatures. If the temperature of water is lowered to the extreme, it becomes ice, Lin Yeye said with enthusiasm. Their conversation was drowned out by the sounds of battle. Yet Ji Shi clearly understood. Ye desires to manipulate ice? Yes, this was indeed a daring endeavor. Regardless of its success, Lin Ye was determined to give it a try. If she could transform water-based attacks into ice-based ones, the potential for power would be considerable. Ji Shi had never contemplated this notion before, likely due to his previous life's limited perspective. However, he sensed that Lin Ye's idea might indeed be feasible. The threat of an explosion from the buses was mitigated, and after the rescue team tossed a few grenades, the situation was indeed alleviated. Just when everyone exhaled in relief. Believing the crisis had been averted, a massive metallic scaffold suddenly descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Ji Shi and Lin Ye with ferocity. Boom. Quick-witted Ji Shi conjured a fireball that struck the scaffold, shattering it before it could crush them, causing it to plummet to the ground. It's a mutated zombie. I'll lure it away. Ji Shi handed the umbrella to Lin Ye, having spotted a golden-hued mutated zombie crouched atop a derelict vehicle across from them. Does that zombie harbor a grudge against Ji Shi? Why is it targeting him specifically? Ji Jinping inquired anxiously, as it was evident that the zombie was intent on Ji Shi and Lin Ye. You may not be aware, uncle, but mutated zombies prioritize attacking higher-level ability users. Lin Fanxing elucidated, a conclusion they had drawn during their recent encounters with zombies. Xiao Shuang yearned to assist, thinking she could help eliminate some zombies. Frustrated by the relentless pounding of a zombie on the car door, Chu Xiaoshuang lamented that Ji Shi had not permitted them to aid him. Although the ability levels remained concealed, Ji Shi discerned the golden mutated zombie was a level 2 creature upon engaging in combat. Whoosh! A flurry of metallic spikes came hurtling towards him, which Ji Shi deftly evaded. Aware that their struggle was being observed by many, Ji Shi chose not to summon his Tang Dao from his spatial pocket, as everyone, apart from his family and team, presumed him to be a fire-type ability user. Bang! Just as he was about to land a kick to the zombie's head, it blocked the blow with its arm, revealing that it had partially transformed its arm into metal for defense. Nevertheless, the mutated zombie was still no match for Ji Shi. Roar! The metallic arm intended for defense was incinerated by Ji Shi's flames, quickly placing the golden mutated zombie at a disadvantage. Bang! After delivering a kick that knocked the zombie down, Ji Shi unleashed a fiery blast aimed at its head. The golden mutated zombie attempted to rise again. But as it stood, its body collapsed heavily backward, its head reduced to ashes within seconds. Meanwhile, the team led by Gao Xian, besieged by several mutated zombies, suddenly found firearms less appealing. At this moment, Lin Ye retracted the water membrane covering the bus, leaving only a few scattered zombies on the field. They should be able to depart shortly. Let us go? Gao Xian had not once exited the vehicle. He cast another glance at Ji Shi and Lin Ye before stepping back inside. Many survivors opened their windows to express their gratitude to Ji Shi and Lin Ye. But Ji Shi merely waved his hand in dismissal, indicating no need for thanks. As a fellow survivor from the same community, he felt he could do no more. After reaching the shelter, their fates would rest in their own hands. The convoy slowly commenced its journey, with 2 off-road vehicles lagging behind. Once several vehicles ahead vanished from sight, Zhang Yong and his companions swiftly disembarked to scavenge for crystal cores. Let us just say, if there's an opportunity, we should seize it. After all, they previously led the zombies to us. Zhang Yong murmured to himself as he dug. Chapter 95, Arrival at the Shelter 1. On this day, prior to reaching the shelter, the group had gathered a substantial amount of crystal cores and beast cores along their journey. Consequently, their spirits were quite elevated. However, upon arriving at the shelter and being encircled by a group of uniformed individuals, their good moods swiftly dissipated. The leader of the group, an unfamiliar man, proclaimed that all supplies and weapons must be surrendered before entering the shelter to maintain order within. Why must we? Dong Wenguang blurted out, incredulous. What sort of rule is this? Simply because this is a place we have defended with our lives. The man retorted angrily, drawing the attention of passers-by who began to point and whisper, casting Dong Wenguang as the unfortunate fool. What does the place you protect with your lives have to do with our supplies? Zhao Hualing, known for her tenacity, chimed in. Having familiarized herself with the group over the past few days, she felt emboldened to stand up for her companions. Wang Lixing was taken aback by the audacity of their rebuttal. The survivors who had come to the shelter were typically numb, yearning for a safe haven, and thus complied unconditionally with any regulations. Yet these individuals were clearly different from the others, particularly the man in sunglasses leaning against the wall. Come if you wish, but if not, then leave, shouted a man behind Wang Lixing, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at Zhao Hualing. However, in the next instant, he felt an excruciating pain akin to corrosive acid in his hand, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on the weapon with a cry of anguish. To act violently against a lady is not the conduct of a protector, Ji Shi remarked as he approached, having removed his sunglasses. The spark that had struck the man's hand was merely a small ember he had flicked away. What do you intend to do? The the man exclaimed, astonished at the redness covering his hand. What had this person just done? Ji Shi smiled as he retrieved the handgun from the ground. Yet he returned it to Wang Lixing, saying, in a place protected by lives, it is rather inappropriate for your subordinates to be so unruly. An ability user? Wang Lixing's eyes betrayed a hint of caution. They had all been oblivious to Ji Shi's actions a moment ago. What of an ability user? Does that grant one the right to act with impunity? Protested the ability user who had been struck by Ji Shi, but Wang Lixing quickly silenced him. Zhang Yong, let them conduct a search, Ji Shi instructed. In the wasteland, it was commonplace to surrender supplies upon arrival at a location, much like paying a fee before the apocalypse. If they wished to see what the shelter had to offer, this entry fee was a necessity. The 2 SUVs were searched, revealing 2 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, a half box of instant noodles, and a few dull watermelon knives. This was all they had, deliberately packed by Ji Shi as a precaution. Had there been nothing in the vehicle, suspicions might have arisen regarding the presence of a space ability user among them. Take everything, Wang Lixing commanded his subordinates. Food, indeed, is a precious commodity. Shall we proceed now? Zhang Yong inquired mockingly, eyeing the individuals before him. Which one of you is Ji Shi? Wang Lixing scanned the group and ultimately fixed his gaze on Ji Shi. Do you have any further business? Tang Jingru asked, her brow furrowed. The one named Ji Shi will accompany me. The rest may enter, Wang Lixing declared. Who among you is in charge here? Lin Jihai, hesitant to assert his authority, nonetheless felt uneasy about allowing Ji Shi to go alone with these individuals. You need not concern yourself with that. I am merely carrying out directives from above. Wang Lixing responded. No, we are together, Lin Ye insisted. It seems we ought to reconsider our presence at this shelter. One might mistake it for a den of bandits. Zhao Hualing remarked, rolling her eyes. A shelter, a family where humanity aids one another? She began to realize that this place likely did not align with the idyllic vision that Zhao Yu and others had previously entertained. It's all right, I shall accompany you, Ji Shi expressed, eager to discover who sought him. Wang Lixing led Ji Shi to the 3rd floor of the gymnasium. Upon seeing the individuals present, Ji Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. It was indeed Gao Xian. However, Gao Xian stood behind a middle-aged man. Are you Ji Shi? Are you an ability user? Gao Chuanming inquired. Gao Xian's group had arrived at the shelter 2 hours earlier, and after Gao Xian briefed him on the situation, Gao Chuanming decided to meet Ji Shi. Yes, what is it? Ji Shi nonchalantly seated himself in a nearby armchair, appearing entirely unfazed. What is your ability, and what level is it? Gao Chuanming's disdain for Ji Shi deepened. He was merely a lowly security guard, clearly lacking significance. However, Ji Shi's forthcoming response left him utterly astonished. Fire type, level 3. Ji Shi replied languidly, choosing not to conceal his prowess beyond his hidden space. Gao Xian's expression shifted to one of profound dismay. He had never advanced as a fire-type ability user. They had previously been unaware that abilities could level up. It was merely hearsay. To his astonishment, this man had already reached level 3. Gao Chuanming's gaze transitioned from contempt to fervor. Level 3 fire-type ability user. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, continuing. Are you aware of the recent incident where several rescue team members perished due to the obstruction on Fudong Avenue? Several? How many? Ji Shi asked. Gao Chuanming hesitated, and behind him, Gao Xian impatiently interjected. Do you even know who you are speaking with? I do not, Ji Shi replied succinctly. You. Gao Xian was now convinced that Ji Shi was deliberately opposing him. Gao Chuanming gestured for Gao Xian to refrain from further comment and turned his attention back to Ji Shi, stating, there are regulations regarding the sacrifices of public servants at the shelter. The losses incurred due to your actions must be compensated by you. How shall I compensate? Ji Shi inquired. With a sufficient supply of resources or competent personnel to substitute for public officials, there are certain requirements for this replacement. I see you are a level 3 supernatural being and the son-in-law of the former Secretary Lin. If you are willing to join my side as a substitute, this matter will be settled. What do you say? Gao Chuanming regarded Ji Shi with a benevolent smile. Substitute? Ji Shi couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Chuanming's words, finding them amusing. What are you laughing at? In truth, Gao Xian had no desire for Ji Shi to serve them. He was merely adhering to Gao Chuanming's arrangements due to the absence of regulations regarding the detention of individuals in the shelter. What if I refuse? Ji Shi asked with keen interest. Chapter 96. Arriving at the shelter 2 Kid, I know you are formidable, but no matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to survive alone in this world. Gao Chuanming rose and walked to the window, where one could see the entire sports arena. At the very center of the vast venue lay the exposed battleground, devoid of any privacy, almost entirely filled with people. Are you content to have your family live in such an environment? Do you not aspire to rise above and enjoy a better life with them? Gao Chuanming's voice was laced with persuasion. Ji Shi remained silent, prompting him to continue. If you join me, you will work alongside Xianer. And I assure you that neither you nor your family will be treated poorly. What do you think? I refuse. Ji Shi had always detested when others painted grandiose pictures for him. Furthermore, Gao Chuanming's tactic of offering a sweet promise after a harsh demand was executed flawlessly. He considered any further conversation with such a person unnecessary. Gao Chuanming was taken aback by Ji Shi's refusal, a flicker of malice crossing his face. I hope you do not come to regret the decision you made today. I have no intention of regretting anything in my life, Ji Shi replied earnestly. Ji Shi had exceptional hearing, and the footsteps approaching from the staircase outside grew louder. Just before Gao Chuanming could issue more threats, a knock sounded on the door. Commander Gao, you won't believe who I brought. After 2 knocks, Zhang Hongbin pushed the door open. He had only spoken halfway before his expression turned astonished as he noticed Ji Shi. Oh, I apologize for interrupting, but I am simply thrilled to see Secretary Lin. Lin Jihai emerged from behind Zhang Hongbin, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Gao Chuanming. My son-in-law has been with you for quite a while. Are you satisfied, old Gao? Gao Chuanming's demeanor changed dramatically as he looked at Lin Jihai in astonishment. Old Lin, is it really you? This is your son-in-law? Indeed. Yaya has quite an eye, doesn't she? Ha ha. Lin Jihai laughed heartily as he entered and shook hands with Gao Chuanming, the two appearing as if they were long-lost friends. Ji Shi stepped aside, only to catch Zhang Hongbin winking at him. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Zhang Hongbin was indeed not the simpleton he appeared to be. Still, Ji Shi nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his gratitude. Gao Chuanming and Lin Jihai engaged in lively conversation. With Gao Chuanming lamenting, "It is all Xin'er's fault for not informing me in advance. I was unaware that this esteemed individual belonged to your family, but Lin, why have you only now made your appearance? This refuge has already taken shape, and everyone has been concerned about you." Ji Shi raised an eyebrow, implying that Lin Jihai had arrived too late and should not expect to partake in their endeavors. However, Lin Jihai merely smiled, donning an expression of resignation as he replied, "The greater good of the nation has always resided in my heart, yet my family and I are currently struggling for survival. For the time being, we must rely on pillars such as yourselves to secure a stable haven for the populace." Lin Jihai's response greatly pleased Gao Chuanming. The two had been fierce rivals of equal standing before the apocalypse, yet now Gao had seized the initiative, leaving Lin with little hope of rising again. "Commander Gao, please continue your conversation. I shall escort this young brother downstairs. It is a rare opportunity to meet an acquaintance, so leave the arrangements to me." Without allowing for further discussion, Zhang Hongbin took Ji Shi and led him outside. Gao Xian wished to interject, but upon seeing Gao Chuanming wave his hand in agreement, he decided to remain silent. "Ji Shi, is it? Since you are here, I shall ensure your experience in the refuge is far from comfortable," he thought. "Thank you," Ji Shi said as Zhang Hongbin guided him down the path. He still found it difficult to discern the true nature of Zhang Hongbin, but thus far, the man had not committed any actions that he found particularly distasteful. "You're too polite," Zhang Hongbin replied with equal courtesy. However, after taking a few steps, he added, "Do not underestimate this place. If you continue to be as accommodating as before, the people here will only teach you the harsh lessons of life. Yet, I do not perceive you to be a pushover." Ji Shi was taken aback. Was Zhang Hongbin offering him a warning? "Yes, I understand," Ji Shi replied. "Do not take offense. I have heard numerous praises for you from the residents of that community, which is why I mentioned it," Zhang Hongbin said, gesturing toward the entrance of the gymnasium ahead, where another world awaited. As the spring door of the gymnasium was pushed ajar, Ji Shi was greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from within. It sounded as though thousands were cheering for a sports star, akin to a raucous autograph signing event. Upon entering, Ji Shi was momentarily struck by the impression of attending a thrilling match. Yet, the first sight that caught his eye was the multitude of men and women, young and old, leaning against the walls or lying down. The light inside was somewhat dim, but the competition area ahead was bathed in the radiant sunlight filtering through the transparent roof. Many turned their gazes towards Ji Shi as he was led by Zhang Hongbin into the passageway leading to the lounge in Zone 2. Another ability user. "Why is it that I have yet to awaken any powers?" One voice murmured. "What can I do?" Even though he arrived later, he possesses the means to gain favor. Isn't it infuriating? We are all human. Why should he have that privilege? Keep your voice down. Do you wish to be apprehended and interrogated? They say those who are captured are sent to serve as bait. Is it true? Within the competition venue, a cacophony of discussions and debates filled the air. At this moment, Ji Shi was being guided by Zhang Hongbin along the main corridor towards a narrower passage. Ji Shi could still discern the remnants of signs indicating the tennis and table tennis event lounges on the walls. It is advisable to travel in pairs from now on. Just yesterday, several solitary ability users were brutally murdered, and the perpetrators remain at large, Zhang Hongbin remarked as he walked ahead. "How could they be killed?" Ji Shi inquired. "Out of jealousy. It is mostly ordinary individuals without abilities who commit such acts. Those who held status and privilege before the apocalypse now lack abilities, while those from the lower strata, who are struggling, have awakened their powers, living better than them. Do you think their hearts can find balance? Zhang Hongbin shook his head with a mocking smile. Ji Shi fell silent, realizing that the conflict between ordinary people and ability users had indeed existed from the very beginning. Ji Shi. Lin Yi poked her head out from inside a door, visibly relieved to see Ji Shi return. I'll take you here, Zhang Hongbin said with a smile. Thank you, Ji Shi nodded. Despite our age difference, I hope we can become friends in the future, Zhang Hongbin said before departing, leaving Ji Shi with a look of intrigue. Are you all right? Where's Dad? Lin Yi rushed out to ask. I'm fine. Dad should be back soon. That's good. Lin Yi replied, her face a picture of relief, and then she recounted the events that had just transpired. Chapter 97. The Chaos of the Shelter 1. Changsheng? Ji Shi frowned upon hearing the name, nearly forgetting that Changsheng had joined them in the capacity of a pet. Yes, they say if Changsheng turns into a mutated beast, it would be dangerous. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that they look at Changsheng oddly. Lin Yi said as she led Ji Shi into a lounge that was evidently larger than the others, divided into inner and outer sections. Both sides of the walls were lined with metallic lockers, and the central bench was neatly arranged in its place, with no other furniture or decor present. Upon seeing Ji Shi enter, Changsheng immediately wagged its tail and approached him. Do they want to eat Changsheng? Ji Shi surmised. In a world where even humans were scarce, how could pets possibly survive? In the eyes of those people, Changsheng was merely a dish. Oh whoa! Changsheng let out a mournful cry. Whoever dares to harm a single hair on Changsheng, I will not forgive them. Don't worry, Changsheng, Ji Shi reassured, his heart aching for Changsheng, who had been his closest companion in the space. Ji Shi chuckled at the sight of the duo. Then where will Changsheng walk in the future? Lin Fanqing could hardly bear to stay in this place any longer. Ji Shi's abduction had already filled him with frustration, and now he realized that this so-called human stronghold was not at all as he had imagined. When hunger loomed as a pressing issue, all that remained among people was suspicion and strife. They harbored no hope, and no one wished to leave this place, let alone venture out to slay zombies. They yearned to be nurtured by those in power, even if it means humbling themselves and compromising with inequitable treatment. Lin Fanqing feels that they are fundamentally incompatible with the people here. He even harbors the thought that humanity, if it continues down this path, is destined for extinction. Xiao Shuang, too, finds no solace in this place. The heavy atmosphere of resentment is suffocating. Crouching in a corner, Chu Xiaosheng draws circles. And Lin Yi notices that since entering the gymnasium, Chu Xiaosheng has been in a state of lethargy. Yet, where else can we go? While hiding may provide temporary relief, it cannot last forever. Zhao Yu, wearing a frown, takes a seat. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, the zombies in Haidong City are still concentrated in the urban center. In the future, zombies will gradually emerge from various locations, and even the most remote areas are likely to fall victim to becoming zombie nests. Shi Liang and Zhang Yong recently inquired about the situation in Haidong City and discovered that the circumstances are far from optimistic. Many regions are currently inaccessible to zombies due to lockdowns, but the number of evolved zombies is increasing and growing stronger. It is only a matter of time before they emerge. Are we to remain here and listen to those people? Dong Wingguang expressed his frustration. Lin Yi and Tang Jingru exchanged glances. Apart from their family and Chu Xiaosheng, the others were unaware that Ji Shi had already contemplated this issue, including their desire to travel to Yongyang province. Everything will be discussed once Dad returns, even if we decide to leave. We must wait for the right moment to ensure our safe departure. Ji Shi, however, remained unperturbed. It seems that all shelters are alike, having been accustomed to freedom. They find it difficult to adapt here. Are we unable to leave now? Shui Ningxia inquired. Ji Shi sat down and remarked, haven't you noticed that apart from the rescue teams, no one else has exited this place? It was broad daylight, and since their arrival, the only individuals entering and exiting the gymnasium were members of the rescue teams. This suggests that the facility is likely under strict management. Lin Yi questioned. And Ji Shi's assertion indeed appeared plausible, as there were hardly any vehicles aside from the rescue team's trucks where they had parked. Thus, the possibility of leaving remains uncertain. We can certainly leave. It's merely a matter of how we do so, Ji Shi shrugged. He had initially intended to observe the shelter for a few more days, but it now seemed utterly unnecessary. Shortly after Ji Shi returned, several individuals carrying folders entered. We need to account for the number and types of abilities among you. Please complete the forms as requested. A few staff members distributed forms to Ji Shi and the others in the room. The information required was minimal but crucial. I have completed mine. Zhao Qin had little in the way of abilities. He simply wrote his name and gender, leaving the rest blank. Oh, you are quite fortunate. Those without abilities cannot occupy this room. The leading female staff member, while ostensibly praising Zhao Qin's luck, spoke with a tone laced with disdain, as if he had gained some significant advantage. What does it matter if one lacks abilities? Zhang Yong paused in his writing, mirroring Zhao Qin, as he filled in only his name and gender. Observing this, Dong Wenguang and Xiao Wu promptly marked a bold tick in the ordinary people's column. Zhao Qin was overwhelmed with emotion, while Ji Shi could not suppress a chuckle. Ultimately, only he and Lin Ye specified their abilities as fire and water respectively. Are you two the only extraordinary individuals? The female staff member inquired, taken aback by the forms. Only those with abilities receive meals daily, otherwise, you must procure your own from outside. It would be prudent to fill out the forms truthfully. A tall man behind them interjected. We are certain. Ji Shi thought himself fortunate for having allied with Zhang Yong and the others. Their previously lukewarm relationships had evidently deepened amidst the apocalypse. Zhang Yong was inherently loyal, fostering harmonious interactions within their group. Unappreciative of the situation, the tall man remarked coldly as the door shut behind them. Utterly absurd, Xuan Ningxia slammed the door shut. Let us eat something, Ji Shi suggested. The rest area lacked windows, so he instructed Lin Fanqing to temporarily seal the iron door with her abilities. He then retrieved some bread and snacks from his storage space. The absence of windows implied no ventilation, compelling him to offer only simple, subtly flavored food to stave off hunger without attracting attention. I wonder how things are on Dad's side, Lin Ye said, having filled her stomach with a single dorayaki. Tang Jingru, sharing her concerns, also worried about Lin Jihai. Don't fret, they wouldn't dare act recklessly at this juncture, Ji Shi reassured her. He perceived that the major factions were engaged in subtle power struggles, and whether Lin Jihai was a target of envy or an object of recruitment, Gao Chuanming would not risk confronting him. Indeed, after 2 to 3 hours, Lin Jihai returned alone. Upon entering, his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of fury. In times like these, they are still engaging in this nonsense. Don't they realize what the most pressing matter is? Chapter 98. Chaos in the Shelter 2. It turned out that after meeting with Gao Chuanming, several former colleagues approached Lin Jihai, all seeking to win him over. Within the span of an afternoon, he had discerned the situation within the shelter. Yet, he felt nothing but anger, utterly powerless to change anything. The shelter provided only 2 meals a day, a fact known to Han Xinlei and Zhou Chunhua. Upon arrival, they were assigned to a sector along with others, and lacking abilities, they were naturally placed in the first district. Han Xinlei sat in confusion on what appeared to be a vividly green lawn. Though it was merely synthetic turf, they had left home with only a few changes of clothes and personal items, as their food had been confiscated by the staff at the entrance. New arrivals? A lecherous man in gray approached, eyeing the mother and daughter as if they were easy prey. Yes, Han Xinlei replied, lifting her head to reveal her exquisite features. She was not adept at social interactions and never rejected the advances of others. Hey, guys, this girl looks quite appealing, clean and delicate, a man exclaimed, gazing at Han Xinlei as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Although she wore glasses, behind them were a pair of clear, sparkling eyes. Her loose t-shirt, slightly displaced by her sitting posture, accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her an unassuming beauty. What do you want? Get away. Zhou Chunhua interposed protectively in front of her daughter, fully aware of the lecherous intentions lurking behind the men's gaze. What? You, an aging woman, want to join us? A man in gray laughed heartily. At that moment, Zhou Chunhua noticed that despite the crowd around them, people merely numbly diverted their eyes elsewhere upon witnessing the commotion. I told you to leave. Do not approach us. Zhou Chunhua resolved to shield her daughter. It's rare that our brother has found such a gem. How can we allow you to obstruct our path? Why don't you lead us over there for a little lesson? The other men approached the mother and daughter with sinister intentions. Zhou Chunhua's heart sank, but suddenly, an unfamiliar sound reverberated through the gymnasium. The men's eyes sparked with excitement as they disregarded the mother and daughter, rushing towards a specific direction. Dinner is served. Hurry, don't block the way, it's mealtime. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left, especially with so many people today. The mother and daughter stood bewildered, watching as the previously vacant expressions of those around them transformed into one of urgent determination. The venue was filled with the scent of sweat and the cacophony of voices, all converging towards a singular destination, the second-floor bleachers of the gymnasium. There, several large stainless steel containers awaited, attended by chefs in white uniforms swiftly distributing meals. Mom, let us go too, Han Xinlei suggested, noting that their own food had been taken away. If they didn't eat, they would go hungry today. All right, Zhou Chunhua agreed, deciding that after they had eaten, they would move to another location, hoping to avoid the unruly youths, as the law seemed to have vanished in these times. However, after nearly 2 hours of waiting in line, they discovered that the stainless steel containers and surrounding receptacles were utterly empty. You're too late, there's no food left, a chef said while packing up. Many had pushed ahead in line, and like them, others were new arrivals seeking refuge in the shelter. How can this be? What are we supposed to eat? Someone protested indignantly. You won't starve from missing one meal. Just come earlier tomorrow morning to queue. Another chef remarked as he passed by with a large container. Don't you distribute food based on the number of people? The elderly and weak can hardly compete. Another voice chimed in, seizing the opportunity to express discontent. It has been mentioned that waste is intolerable, and we find ourselves powerless. If we prepare excess meals, we shall face punishment. Please, show some understanding. The kitchen staff seems to have grown accustomed to such matters, and no one is willing to attend to those left without food. Both Han Xinlei and Zhou Chunhua wore expressions of disappointment. Is this what a refuge is? Indeed. Reality is harsh. Do not worry, mother. I will be the first to run tomorrow morning, and I will surely secure some food. Han Xinlei comforted her mother, unable to bear seeing Zhou Chunhua in distress. Are you two from the Century Garden community? As they were walking back, a stranger approached them and inquired. Yes. And you are? Given the man's dark green uniform, they thought little of it. We have some matters to discuss with you. Please follow me, Ren Feiwen said. What is it? Zhou Chunhua asked, puzzled. It pertains to the Century Garden community. I heard you used to work as a cleaner? If you are interested, we could arrange a job for you here, so you won't have to squeeze in with your daughter over there, Ren Feiwen replied. Upon hearing of a potential job, Zhou Chunhua's doubts were entirely dispelled, and she promptly followed Ren Feiwen with Han Xinlei in tow. As night fell, the Ji family, sprawled on the floor of the lounge, found sleep elusive. The stifling heat inside was compounded by the unceasing clamor outside, which included shouts of anger and cries of despair. Ji, sure, I want to go outside and take a look, Zhang Yong suggested, unable to sleep. All right, I will join you, Ji Shi replied. Not only Zhang Yong, but also Dong Wingguang and Shi Liang decided to accompany him, as Ji Shi was keen to explore the refuge once more, abandoning thoughts of sleep. Noticing Lin Yaya, who was still awake and practicing her water abilities, Ji Shi said to Xuan Ningxia, once we go out, use your abilities to temporarily seal the door, just in case. Understood, Xuan Ningxia nodded in agreement. It seemed that their greatest threat here was no longer zombies, but rather humans. Lin Fanqing also followed Ji Shi outside. The presence of several strong men in the corridor provided a certain intimidation, but upon witnessing couples engaging in inappropriate acts in various corners, Lin Fanqing regretted venturing out. Brother-in-law? My eyes are tainted, Lin Fanqing lamented, still a naive youth at heart. Well, when we return, I'll have your sister cleanse your eyes, Ji Shi replied. He was relieved he hadn't brought Lin Yaya along. A sudden scream echoed from a nearby corridor, prompting Lin Fanqing to glance over, where he saw a boy of similar stature being surrounded and beaten by several men. How dare you show us that attitude? Aren't you an ability user? Stand up and fight us. Let us see just how powerful you really are. One of the young men shouted, kicking the person on the ground.